Alipay transfer of 1 million yuan. The sweet melodious voice jolted Shi Che awake. He rubbed his drowsy eyes and stretched lazily. Unhurried, he groped beside his pillow for his phone, tapped, opened the red notification icon of Favorability, and checked the message. It was from his older brother. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. My little brother is #1 in the world. Sorry, Shi Che, your brother has an urgent matter today. I can't attend your awakening ceremony. Once you successfully awaken, I'll give you a grand gift. My little brother is #1 in the world. Do you still have enough money to spend? I'll first transfer you 1 million. Use it for now. If it's not enough, you must tell your brother. Why is bro transferring money again? He just sent 1 million last week. Thinking of the 10-digit balance in his bank account, Shi Che's lips lifted. With so much money, how is he supposed to spend it all? His fingers lightly tapped the screen as he sent a reply. Invincible under heaven, it's fine, the money is enough. Thanks bro, love you. He rose from the soft, spacious bed, revealing a well-built body with 8-pack abs and beautifully defined muscles. He put on a blue and white school uniform and walked into the bathroom. In the mirror appeared a handsome youth bearing himself with striking poise and extraordinary features, impossibly good-looking, his height, reaching 1.83 meters. After washing up quickly, he slung his beloved small backpack over his shoulders, took the elevator, and descended to the ground floor. By a black sedan, a middle-aged man in a black suit and sunglasses with a sturdy build and cold demeanor was already waiting. Seeing Shi Che, the man opened the car door. He said respectfully, young master, please get in. What a decadent life. After Shi Che got into the car, he set his small backpack aside. He picked up the delicious breakfast laid out on the folding tray, eating as he began to scroll through messages on his phone. Shocking, a truly extraordinary woman. 3 men can't control her, and her temper only grows hotter. Another damned clickbait title. Shi Che let out a cold snort, and with a careless slip of his finger he tapped into it. The video displayed 3 little boys. One little boy was drawing all over the walls with lipstick. Another was wildly scattering flour. A third was pouring soy sauce again and again. The 3 boys bared their big teeth, cackling with glee. Beside them, a mother on the verge of breakdown was practically igniting flames hissing off her body as she screamed herself hoarse. Below was a string of comments. You can't hit them. They're your own flesh and blood. They'll care for you in your old age and see you off at the end. Care for you in your old age. If she even lives that long, she'll be dead from rage first. This mother's flammability is already slipping out of control. I couldn't endure it. I'd go for a full combo beating to give the kids a perfect childhood. Recommend a reset. Can this thing be given away? He couldn't help laughing out loud. Though the mother was pitiful, he still found it hilarious. Being a parent was hard. He kept on scrolling down. Time control, space control. Who is the strongest class ability? Who is superior, the time sovereign or the space sovereign? This was clearly a post meant to stir up a fight. Below were densely packed replies. In this age, who doesn't know that time reigns supreme and space rules as king? Compared to time, space is just a little brother. I'm dying of laughter. I admit the time sovereign is powerful, but have you not looked at the battle record? The space sovereign single-handedly slew an emperor-class vicious beast. The time sovereign has no such feat. If the time sovereign hadn't been holding back 3 emperor-class vicious beasts, would the space sovereign ever have had that chance? Sorry, but my assessment is that strength is supreme. Power sovereign is the strongest. Exactly. Space and time are all fancy tricks. In the end, brute force shatters 10,000 techniques. Shi Che frowned. He was a devoted fan of the time sovereign. His ancestor was the strongest. He liked every comment claiming the time sovereign was the strongest, then reported all the other remarks. After thinking for a moment, he went ahead and reported the original poster as well. Class abilities. Shi Che let out a soft sigh tinged with envy and yearning. In his previous world, there was no such wondrous thing as abilities. He was a transmigrant from Earthstar. In his past life, he was an orphan. He had just finished the college entrance examination, feeling he had done quite well. At least over 600 points. Filled with joy, he ran home, only to be hit by a heavy truck. He transmigrated into this world, his account reset, returning all the way to the womb. This world was called Blue Star. Its civilization resembled Earthstar's in many ways, yet its history differed greatly. There were only 5 nations across the globe. Since ancient times, Blue Star had been permeated by spiritual energy particles, granting this world transcendent power. Plants and animals that absorbed these particles could continuously evolve, becoming vicious beasts, possessing intelligence and immense strength, and even ascending into divine beasts. A small portion of humanity could also awaken powerful abilities by absorbing spiritual energy particles, enabling them to stand against the vicious beasts. Most people, however, could not awaken abilities in their entire lives, and could only eke out a living under the protection of mighty beasts. Humans called those beasts that treated humanity kindly spirit beasts. Yet even then their days were anything but secure, and extinction always loomed. After thousands of years of evolution, humanity had finally reached a point where everyone could awaken abilities. They developed a complete system of abilities, and the most pinnacle ability, users possessed power comparable to gods. Now humanity could firmly suppress the vicious beasts hostile to them, becoming the overlords of Blue Star, their gaze already turning toward the ocean of stars. Over 100 years ago, the 5 nations finally joined forces and developed a safe method for awakening abilities. In ancient times, awakening had been extremely dangerous, known as charging through the gates of hell. It was even more dangerous than childbirth and involved excruciating agony. At best, one was grievously injured, at worst the body exploded, and one died on the spot. This new method directly opened a new chapter for humanity. That day also marked humanity's step into a new era. To commemorate it, a new calendar era was created, Chuanqing, the era of myriad stars. Today was Chuanqing year 145, February 28th. Through research by All Nations, 22 was determined to be the optimal age for awakening abilities. Each year on this day, the Ability Users Association would send personnel to grant fourth-year university students free awakenings. Thinking of the imminent awakening ceremony, he couldn't help feeling nervous, his gaze tinged with eager expectation. Transcendent power, no one could truly refuse it. What kind of ability would he awaken? Space, time, foresight of the future. If he failed to awaken at least in a class ability, he would be left to drift through life in idle indulgence, eating, drinking, and playing. He truly did not want to live in such decadence. Dongxiajiang, in province Tianming City. Tianming University. At this moment, the area outside Tianming University was already packed with people, mostly students' parents, along with a few reporters carrying long lens and short lens cameras, occasionally snapping shots. If any student from Tianming University managed to awaken an ability of grade A or above, it would already make for a rather good news story. Ability quality levels from strongest to weakest were divided into 7 grades, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. There were 4 major categories of abilities: enhancement, elemental, spiritual, and special, with an awakening ratio of approximately 4:411. Over the past 20 years, at almost every annual awakening ceremony, 1 or 2 peerless prodigies with great abilities would appear. In earlier times, at least several years would pass before a single such individual appeared. Human genes were constantly being optimized. Each year, the number of geniuses who awakened to great abilities was extremely small, never exceeding 100. Those who awakened B or great abilities numbered no more than 10,000. The majority became ordinary ability users with D or a grade awakenings. As for grade, it was a type of trash talent that was almost as rare as a grade. A black sedan bearing a special pass drove low-key into the campus. Shi Che walked up the stairs, and from afar, he could already hear the sounds of discussion drifting from the classroom. I'm so excited, I wonder what kind of ability I'll awaken later. Heaven bless me, please let me awaken a combat-capable ability of at least grade. I want to apply to a holy academy with a combat department and be able to slay ferocious beasts. That would be so cool. Xiao Yin with you if you don't wet your pants when you see a ferocious beast that already counts as being brave. Xiao, do you actually dare to mock me? Take my 1,000-year kill. A few coughs sounded. The students were startled, and in an instant the room fell silent. The homeroom teacher had arrived, and they hurried back to their seats. Xiao Yin and Xiao Du, who had been using their textbooks as swords and repeatedly clashing, also put down their books and instantly slipped back into their seats. Looking up, they saw a handsome young man enter the classroom with a broad, easy smile. Oh, it's Brother Che, you scare me to death. Hello, Brother Che. Hello, monitor. Shi Che is still so handsome, really so handsome. Ugh, it's such a pity. Just thinking that soon we won't be able to see Shi Che every day anymore makes my heart ache. Shi Che smiled as he exchanged greetings with his classmates. As the class monitor, he had an excellent relationship with them all. He walked to the king's homeland, the back row seat by the window, and set down his beloved little backpack. The classroom grew noisy again. After a short while, a female teacher wearing glasses and bearing a severe expression walked into the classroom. A few coughs sounded. Which little brat is trying to trick us again? Xiao Yin and Xiao Du turned their heads with disdain. Seeing the homeroom teacher's cold gaze, their smiles vanished at once. They lowered their heads as if thinking, you can't see me, you can't see me. Their smiles successfully migrated onto the faces of other classmates. Teacher Jiang gave a soft snort, but did not scold them. She pushed up the frame of her glasses and let her gaze sweep across the room. Is everyone here? Class monitor, take attendance. Shi Che stood up, did not even pick up the attendance sheet, and directly began to call names. He had a perfect memory. A clear and pure voice rang out. Dujia. Present. The roll call soon ended. Teacher Jiang, everyone is here. Teacher Jiang nodded slightly, her tone for once softening. Class, the height of your ability grade does not determine everything. You can still achieve remarkable success in other fields. In the past, Shi Che, who awakened only in grade ability that merely changed her body's color, still became a world-renowned fashion designer. No matter whether the grade of ability you awaken is high or low, you must believe that your future is bright. Do not give up hope. Here I wish you all may awaken high-grade abilities and enjoy a brilliant future. Pick up your ID cards, line up, and set out with me. This dose of motivational talk eased the nerves of quite a few students. Shi Che froze slightly when he heard the name Shi Che. Who wasn't that his older cousin's exclusive fashion designer? Was she really that famous? He took the lead as a group of people headed toward the youth square. On the high platform in the square, 10 tables had been set up, each bearing a purple crystal the size of a basketball. The crystals emitted a magnificent purple radiance, utterly captivating, and beside each table sat a staff member from the Ability Users Association. Over 1,000 students stood quietly in the square, eyes locked on the high platform, their hearts pounding in their chests. The awakening of an ability was a chance that could truly change one's fate. Once you awakened in a grade or higher ability, your life would enter easy mode. Luxury cars, villas, beautiful women, or handsome men. There would be no shortage of any of these. You could stride straight to the peak of life. Shi Che gazed at the purple crystals with intense longing. These energy amethyst crystals were level 8 resources containing an immense, special, yet gentle energy. A single one was worth a full billion and could support the awakening of 10,000 people. Moreover, they were a renewable energy source and could be recharged. The school leaders and homeroom teachers of all classes stood outside the square, their eyes filled with expectation. The stronger the abilities their students awakened, the better their results in the Dongxia Holy exams, the more prize money they would receive, and the more comfortable their lives would become. The Dongxia Holy exams were divided into a literary exam and a martial exam. The literary exam was held on the 7th day of June each year, and the martial exam on the 8th. Public interest in the martial exam far surpassed that in the literary exam. The number of participants and the admission rate for the martial exam directly reflected how good a school was perceived to be. The better the martial exam results of their students, the more resources the school would receive. Only by taking the martial exam could one gain admission to a holy academy with a combat department. There were only 100 holy academies that offered combat departments, and competition was fierce. The principal's eyes carried a hint of hope. Last year, student Luo Chun awakened in a grade enhancement type ability, ultra speed regeneration, and ranked 99th in the martial exam. He brought tremendous honor to Tianming University. I wonder whether this year we'll see another good seedling who awakens in a great ability. The homeroom teachers remained silent. They did not feel very confident inside. Ability awakening was truly unpredictable. The director of academic affairs picked up the thread, saying, thanks to the principal's auspicious influence in recent years, the probability of students awakening high-grade abilities has indeed been rising. With the principal presiding here this time, there will definitely be students who awaken a great abilities. The principal burst into hearty laughter. The vice principal shook his head. The director was still too young and only knew how to flatter. Awakening in a great ability was anything but easy. Among the thousands of universities across the nation, each cohort had fewer than 100 students capable of awakening in a great ability, and most of them emerged from first-tier universities. Tianming University was only a second-tier university, outproducing one great ability user in 10 years already counted as tremendous luck. Since they had already produced Luo Chun in the previous cohort, how could they possibly stumble into such dog's hit luck again this time? If no student awakened in a great ability this time, the principal would be left in an awkward position, and the director of academic affairs would definitely earn himself a black mark in the record book. Yet in his heart, the director was already hatching little schemes. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the vice principal. If he did not fawn over the principal a bit, when would he ever rise to the position of vice principal himself? Even if no student awakened in a great ability, it did not matter. At the very least, it would show that he was a steadfast member of the principal's camp. Besides, his gaze turned towards Shi Che. Generally speaking, the better one's body and mind, the higher the probability of awakening a high-grade ability. Shi Che possessed a perfect memory, a sharp mind, and had long dominated the top of Jiangnan province's rankings. Though he looked slender, his body was actually quite formidable. After running 3,000 meters, he would not even be out of breath, and with nothing but a stick, he had once single-handedly taken down 10 thugs. He had even reached the level of mastery in dancing youth. And that face of his, so handsome, it seemed to break through the heavens. No matter how one looked at it, he did not seem like someone who would awaken a low-grade ability. Shi Che, I'm betting you will definitely be a great ability user. As for Scrade, he did not dare to hope. That was one in several million. A staff member on the high platform spoke loudly. This awakening will proceed with 10 students per group. Students whose names are called, please come up onto the platform. I hereby declare the ability awakening ceremony officially begun. Zhonggui, Xietsai. 10 anxious students walked up onto the high platform and placed their right hands on the purple crystals. The 10 crystals immediately flared with light, 2 strands of cyan and 8 of green. 2 great abilities, 8 great abilities. The purple crystals could discern the quality of ability energy. Golden, red, orange, blue, cyan, green, and white light corresponded to the 7 grades from S to F. The 10 students could not help but lower their heads in disappointment. Without awakening an ability of at least grade, they were not the protagonists of this stage. Under the guidance of the staff, they slowly released their abilities. Zhang Gui's arm skin turned a darker bluish-black, while Xietsai could stir up a faint breeze. The staff quickly confirmed the abilities of the 10 students and announced in a loud voice. Zhang Gui, great ability, enhancement type, steel hardening. Xietsai, a great ability, elemental type, dust stirring. The school leaders looked on with disappointment, having not achieved a single success. A student began to awaken on stage, with over half already tested. Only 1 level ability and 11 level abilities had been revealed. This was the norm, yet the previous cohort had produced a level ability, which had raised the hopes of the school leaders immensely. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The principal remained calm, but the atmosphere had turned tense, and the director of education dared not say anything further. The students' spirits also sank, accompanied by faint sobs. The sound of shattered dreams for reality was indeed too cruel. In the subsequent tests, 2 more level abilities and 21 level abilities emerged. Only a few dozen students remained, and their results were even worse than the previous cohort. The principal sighed softly, having lost hope. He began to draft a speech in his mind, preparing to console the students and himself. At that moment, a staff member called out Shi Che. All the students, jolted with energy, the room fell silent, and eyes turned to Shi Che. Most people at Tianming University did not know who the principal was, but Shi Che's name was widely known. Everyone had heard it so often that their ears had grown calloused. He represented the students in the school's opening ceremony. He was also the top performer in the literary arts showcase. In sports like sprinting, long-distance running, and table tennis, he always claimed the first place. During breaks, the girls talked about him the most. When grades slipped, teachers used him as a benchmark, looking to the exemplary Shi Che of Class 1. If trouble arose and parents got angry, the first words were always, "Look at Shi Che from your school." Shi Che had cast a considerable shadow over them. Regardless of whether they liked Shi Che or not, everyone knew he was an outstanding and handsome genius, the one most likely to awaken a high-level ability. If Shi Che awakened an ability of a level or above, they too would gain considerable benefits, as the Ability Association would distribute resources before the Eastern Xia Holy Exam to aid students' growth. The more students at the school who awakened high-level abilities, the more resources would be allocated. The teachers also looked to Shi Che. He was the perfect student in their eyes. With excellent grades, attentive in class, well-behaved, and cheerful, he could assist teachers in management. Countless teachers envied Class 1's homeroom, teacher who needed to do nothing to reap rewards. Managing students with Shi Che's assistance required little effort. The director of education's gaze was especially fervent. Shi Che, go for it. The principal's heart raced. Shi Che was now his only hope. Although his expression remained calm, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists at the thought of the students' disappointing awakenings. Otherwise, in the coming year, among the principals of other universities, he would be left with no confidence, feeling miserable. Under the scrutiny of all, Shi Che slowly ascended the stage. The staff member gazed at the handsome young man before him, his tone involuntarily softening. "Student, please give me your ID card and place your right hand on the amethyst." A student in the front row noticed a blind spot. Damn it, the staff member had been cold when awakening him earlier. This world truly judged by appearances. Shi Che slowly extended his right hand and felt a warm current entering his body. In a mysterious sense, he sensed a golden seed within his dantian. In an instant, a brilliant golden beam shot into the sky, blinding everyone present. After a moment of silence, cheers erupted like a tsunami. The entire square erupted into a frenzy. Golden legend, it's a golden legend. Slevel ability, it's an Slevel ability. Awesome, Shi Che, you are my god. I envy you so much. Che Gu, you are too strong. Shi Che, sob, you are truly infuriating. It's over, the chance to support Shi Che is gone. I awakened in Slevel ability. Before Shi Che could revel in his excitement, he felt a powerful suction force within him frantically absorbing the amethyst's energy. The deep and enchanting amethyst became transparent at a visible speed. As the golden light dissipated, the amethyst also turned completely clear. Shi Che's mouth twitched slightly. It shouldn't be broken, right? With a crack, the staff member stood up excitedly. Slevel. I've discovered in Slevel. I can already see the bonuses calling to me. The next moment, upon seeing the completely transparent amethyst, he felt dazed. He had never encountered such a situation before. His face turned pale. How would he write a will? Heaven and hell could be separated in an instant. Fortunately, at that moment, a young man appeared on stage out of thin air, his eyes filled with excitement. Student, release your ability. Shi Che did not hesitate. He communicated with the golden seed within him, and a bronze book emanating a mysterious and ancient aura slowly appeared in his right hand. The young man's eyes sparkled. Congratulations, student. You have awakened in Slevel ability, the Book of Duplication. Shi Che pointed at the amethyst. Is this okay? The young man chuckled. It's fine. Awakening and Slevel ability absorbs a large amount of energy, which is quite normal. He thought to himself that the energy absorbed by the Book of Duplication was several times greater than that absorbed by other Slevel abilities. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking out. Shi Che's Slevel ability special system, the Book of Duplication. His voice was deafening, audible throughout the school. Another round of thunderous cheers and applause erupted. It truly was in Slevel. Until the staff member personally announced Shi Che had awakened in Slevel ability. Only then did the director of education completely relax, excitedly stating, this is all thanks to the principal's guidance. The principal is truly blessed. The principal, all smiles, enjoyed the praise. Laughing, he said, I cannot take credit for the guidance. It is thanks to Teacher Jiang. It is indeed a fact that Shi Che appearing at our school is a stroke of luck for me. He was already looking forward to the next principal meeting in Tianming City, thinking in Slevel from our school. Do you envy us? The vice principal mused, having indeed produced in Slevel. Looking at the dazzling young man on stage, he felt quite pleased. He shot a disdainful glance at the director of education, thinking small-mindedly. He was already considering whether he had any eligible young ladies in his family who could interact more with Shi Che. Unfortunately, he had no beautiful daughters, only a troublesome son. His son, the vice principal, pondered for a moment, deep in thought. The other teachers felt a wave of bitterness, yet they continued to congratulate Teacher Jiang. Even the usually stern Teacher Jiang was flushed with excitement, realizing that his student was in Slevel ability user. The radiant golden light also drew the attention of everyone outside the campus. In golden hues, someone has awakened in class ability. All the parents are filled with excitement, hoping it is their child who has awakened. The lazy reporters armed with long guns and short cannons suddenly shudder. This is the first occurrence of its class awakening in Tianming City, and it is big news. If they can obtain first-hand information, promotions and raises are guaranteed. A bright future lies ahead. They are like great white sharks catching the scent of blood, their eyes narrowing as the thrill of gossip invigorates them. 7 reporters appear outside the school gate, filled with hostility towards each other. In the next moment, a sharp whistle pierces the air. The security team leader appears at the entrance, his gaze cold and fierce as he bellows, everyone get up. Anyone who lets these paparazzi in will face extra training every day. Instantly, the 5 security guards who were drinking tea, reading newspapers, and chatting have a glint of cold light in their eyes, appearing at the school gate like a gust of wind. Captain, leave it to us. If they want to charge into the campus, they must cross over our dead bodies. Anyone who dares to disturb their relaxed life will face dire consequences. The 2 groups lock eyes, sparks flying. The wind rustles and leaves flutter down. Give us some face, we just want to enter for an interview. It won't take long. You want to smash our rice bowl, yet you still want us to give you face. Why don't you give us some face and wait obediently for the students to finish school? Then there's nothing to discuss. 7 against 6, we hold the advantage. And in this day and age, you dare to take on 7, yet still want to be security. Bring it on. In the next moment, the 7 reporters display their unique abilities, some coiling their legs like springs launching into the air. Others create multiple illusions and charge forward. Some sneer with their heads down as mist begins to rise. The security guards are not to be underestimated. One guard's eyes emit a powerful light, like a flashlight. One guard inflates to 3 meters tall, like a small giant, grinning as he approaches. Another guard extends his right hand, white silk threads bursting forth. The parents have also gathered around, eagerly commenting. This young reporter has impressive footwork. The ghost shadow step has reached a masterful level. That security guard is formidable as well. The silk threads are sticky and have excellent tensile strength. It seems he is a high-level ability user. My goodness, a high-level ability user working as security. Is it that competitive? The ability levels are divided into 9 tiers, with each tier further categorized into early, mid, late, and perfection stages. The first 3 tiers of ability users are referred to as initial, intermediate, and advanced ability users. The last 6 tiers are Master, Grandmaster, Legendary Monarch, Saint, Sovereign, and Supreme. Additionally, there are transcendent beings. The reporters and security guards engage in a fierce battle, both groups panting heavily. The security team leader rests one hand on his knee while waving with the other. Ceasefire. Present your press credentials for registration and you can go in. The 7 reporters are momentarily stunned, then display victorious smiles. In the next moment, 2 teachers appear with a banner beaming as they hang it at the entrance. Congratulations to our student Shi Che for awakening this class ability Book of Replication. The students behind them excitedly exit the school gate, and the awakening ceremony comes to an end. The action has begun. Some reporters rush into the campus to interview Shi Che and the school leaders. Others eagerly pull classmates aside to conduct interviews. Classmate, do you know Shi Che? What kind of person is he, and what are your thoughts on his awakening of school? A male student replies, of course I know him. He is the academic deity of our school, ranking first in academic performance. He is excellent, but I haven't interacted with him, so I don't know his personality. As for my thoughts, I am super envious and jealous. It's one thing to be a tall, rich, and handsome guy, it's another to have such good talent. I want to beat him, but of course I know I can't. A female student with bright eyes exclaims, I know him. He is the school hunk. Who doesn't know him? I tell you, he is so handsome and a really nice person, multi-talented. For him, awakening in class ability is very normal. By the way, Shi Che, I love you. A classmate with yellow hair filled with adoration says, I know him. He is the king of soldiers in our school, incredibly strong. My thoughts. Brother Che, please take me as your little brother. I beg you. The reporter, curious, asks, oh, why does Shi Che have the title of king of soldiers? The yellow-haired classmate thinks for a moment, pulls out his phone, and plays a video. 10 punks with dyed yellow hair corner Shi Che on the street looking arrogant and yelling something. Then they charge angrily towards a young man. The young man with a calm expression takes out a stick about 10 centimeters long from his backpack. With a slight shake, the stick directly extends to 3 feet long as he strides forward. Countless stick shadows fill the air. The young man continues forward nonchalantly. Though shaking the stick again, he returns it to its original form and places it back in his backpack. Only 10 figures roll on the ground, groaning in pain. It should be noted that these 10 figures are at least initial ability users, their physical strength surpassing that of unawakened individuals. The 10 yellow-haired figures in the video, although they did not use spiritual energy, could not be dealt with by unawakened youths. Shi Che handled them so easily, it seems those unawakened soldiers are nothing to worry about. The yellow-haired classmate beams, saying, so how is it? Brother Che is handsome, right? The reporter responds, handsome classmate, some of the yellow-haired people in this video look a bit like you. That's my big brother, second brother, cousin, and second cousin. How could they not look alike? My crush confessed to Brother Che and was rejected. I felt sorry for her. I originally wanted to scare Brother Che into accepting my crush's confession. If that doesn't work, as long as Brother Che accepts her, I can offer him money. Being a little brother doing laundry, folding blankets, I can do it all. Oh, I can be quite useful. I didn't expect to be shown up by Brother Che. The reporter remarks, classmate, your actions. I don't know how to comment on this. After this incident, I figured it out. A man like Brother Che, what is my crush worth? How can she be worthy of Brother Che? He alone is more than enough. It is his destiny. Reporter. What grudge, what grievance, wishing someone to be single for a lifetime. In the distance, the yellow-haired brothers widen their eyes, their bodies stiff, glaring fiercely at their good little brother, their eyes burning with fury. This little brat deceived them, bullied by that handsome guy, making them stand up for him, causing them to suffer for 3 days. Filming a video and being a sycophant is one thing, but telling the reporter this. Do they think it's not fast enough for them to die? Sure enough, their bodies chill as they feel 2 cold, ruthless gazes, 2 tigers, 1 male and 1 female, extremely brutal and bloodthirsty. The suppressed whispers of anger echo in their ears. So you've learned to lie, huh? You dare to bully your classmates. Go home and wait to die? The 2 tigers look at the yellow-haired classmate with even sharper gazes, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. A disgrace to the family, the shame of the family, how embarrassing. How will they face others in the future? The yellow-haired brothers swallow hard, looking at their yellow-haired classmate, wishing they could eat him. Foolish little brother, may you perish together. After finishing the interview, the yellow-haired classmate feels satisfied, thinking that he didn't perform well enough earlier. Given another chance, he is sure he can do even better. At this moment, he sees his yellow-haired brothers in the distance, excitedly waving at him. He feels quite proud, thinking, brothers, parents, do you see? I am successful now. Oh, I am going to be on TV. The yellow-haired brothers also wave back, smiling in a rather eerie manner. The yellow-haired classmate inexplicably feels a bit cold looking towards the fiery sun. The bright sunlight must be an illusion. He walks briskly towards his family with good news to share. At this moment, Shi Che had already put on his beloved little backpack and returned to his family's grand villa. Sitting on the soft, large bed, he fell into deep thought. He was organizing the information he had received. After awakening his ability, he would receive some basic information about his unique power. In Shrank ability, the Book of Replication had appeared 3 times in history, all belonging to renowned powerful individuals. For every level he ascended, he could replicate one unique ability theoretically capable of replicating all abilities, which was extraordinarily incredible. However, the reality was that he could only replicate abilities below a rank. It was said that replicating Shrank abilities required some extremely special conditions which no one knew at the moment. The condition for replicating abilities below a rank was simply physical contact with the target for 1 minute. The downside was that if the person whose ability had been copied died, the replicated ability would also disappear. He opened his phone and first sent a message to his brother. "Bro, I awakened in Shrank ability, the Book of Replication." No immediate reply. It seemed his brother was quite busy. After thinking for a moment, he also sent the message to the group, "One Family Under Heaven." This group contained only him, his brother, and his parents. Before long, there was a reply. "The world's #1 handsome man, not bad, keep it up." This was his father, who was even more narcissistic than him, and a workaholic. "The world's #1 beauty, son, well done." This was his mother, the epitome of beauty. Both of them had their careers and had hardly ever paid attention to him, and they rarely met. He was raised solely by his brother, who had taken care of him during infancy, feeding him milk, changing diapers, and bathing him. A minute later, Alipay received 10 million yuan. He had already received several tens of millions from his parents. Suddenly a ding echoed in his mind. Shi Che's vision was filled with a burst of... He was directly overwhelmed by the money, transforming into an academic overachiever, making his peers cry. Over the years, he served as the class monitor, participated in various activities, and collected awards endlessly, consistently achieving remarkable results. He had already received several tens of millions from his parents. Suddenly a ding echoed in his mind. Shi Che's vision was filled with a burst of fireworks. A cute little penguin on a skateboard jumped and spun 360 degrees before landing and bowing in salute. Kneeling on one knee, it presented a rose and cheerfully said, "Honorable and dear master, your loyal system reports for duty." At the same time, a transparent panel appeared before him. Name: Shi Che, age 22, ability Book of Replication, realm complete, awakening, energy value 999, talent skill bond, life skills, basic swordsmanship, proficient culinary arts, proficient basketball, proficient painting, skilled writing, skilled. Unique abilities, none. Skill proficiency is divided into 6 levels: beginner, skilled, proficient, master, transcendent, and Tao entry. Beginner can be achieved with a few months of focused training. Skilled requires several years of training. Proficient needs a bit of talent combined with over a decade of effort. Master requires decent talent and several decades of effort. Transcendent demands top talent and a lifetime of dedication. Tao entry relies on luck and opportunity. When the realm first awakens, it is at the awakening level capable of sensing the ability seed. Then one must continuously absorb spiritual energy particles. This allows the seed to take root, sprout, bloom, and bear fruit corresponding to the abilities of 1st to 4th rank practitioners. The massive, gentle energy of the amethyst directly led to his complete awakening. Most people typically awaken at the initial stage because their ability seeds have already been well fed and need some time to digest. The energy value indicates how much spiritual energy the body contains. Generally, a 1st rank practitioner has an awakening limit of 100 for Frank abilities and 700 for Shrank abilities. He had already broken the limit. Each level ascended can increase the maximum energy value by 10 times. If the energy value is too low, it becomes impossible to train in high-level unique martial arts. Talent skills mean that for each level ascended, the body may undergo a transformation with the chance to generate a talent or comprehend a skill. Shi Che smiled slightly. "I thought so. Without a golden finger, how could I be called a transmigrator?" He modestly asked System, "What functions do you have?" The little penguin stared at him with clear, innocent, and foolish big eyes. Shi Che had a bad premonition and tentatively asked System, "What about the newbie gift package?" The little penguin squirmed shyly and replied, "None." "What about the shop?" The little penguin quietly said, "None." "No check-in or lottery functions either." The little penguin's voice grew lower. "None." Shi Che took a deep breath. "Then can I at least add some points?" The little penguin clasped its hands nervously. "No." Shi Che's expression turned blank as he suppressed the urge to spit blood. Coldly he said, "So you can't do anything at all? Uninstall it." Let's undergo training for a few years and learn more from that deep blue system. We'll meet again if fate allows. After thinking for a moment, he felt it was a bit impolite. You are a very excellent system with many advantages, such as being cute. Thank you for recognizing me, but your current abilities do not match my needs. I'm sorry. The little penguin began to cry. Master, please don't abandon the system. The system can learn, give it a chance. Shi Che hesitated for a moment. Raising a QQ pet did seem quite nice. He stroked his chin. System, where did you come from? The little penguin immediately replied, Master, the system was created by you. It could be considered another one of your unique abilities. Shi Che was taken aback and carefully sensed that it was indeed true. He could freely modify the panel information, although it was not particularly useful, and he could easily erase the little penguin's existence. However, this system ability did not have an ability seed. It originated from his soul and would evolve along with it. Its function was to amplify and strengthen his own unique abilities, so his Book of Replication already had a talent skill at the awakening level. It was reasonable for a transmigrator to possess two unique abilities. Shi Che's eyes sparkled. Did this mean he could replicate strength abilities without needing those special As for unique abilities, one should ask the system. The system knew his physical data better than he did. However, this little penguin had just been born and did not have a clear understanding of its own capabilities. System, from now on you'll be called Xiaojio. Can I replicate strength abilities? Try sensing the Book of Replication. Xiaojio was momentarily stunned, then closed its eyes to sense properly. It had to perform well. It really sensed something. The master was impressive. Yes, master, but there is one condition. The target of replication must have a momentary goodwill of 100 towards you, and during that moment you must touch the replication target. There's also good news. The unique ability you replicate now will not disappear, even if the target dies. For abilities below a rank, you only need to be within 5 meters. Master Xiaojio can see others' goodwill towards you. Xiaojio is very useful. The grading of goodwill: 100, unwavering, until death. 100, favorability. Is this a joke? Shi Che was speechless. Even for close friends and family willing to die for you at most, it only reaches the level of being intimately close. Moreover, those with class abilities are all full of pride. Gaining their favor is incredibly difficult. However, he doesn't necessarily need to replicate in class ability, and as he levels up, Xiaojio will also advance. At that time, the difficulty of replicating class abilities will decrease significantly. What time is revered? Space is king and power is supreme. It is clearly about replicating divinity. 9 class abilities. Who wouldn't be confused? Shi Che pondered for a moment. Xiaojio trembled nervously, looking at him with anticipation. He slapped the big bed. Seriously, he said. To be honest, Xiaojio, your abilities are quite limited. I didn't initially intend to employ you, but your attitude is fairly sincere. You will first intern for 3 months, so work hard and study well. Xiaojio was so happy that he almost fainted, colorful fireworks blooming behind him. He stood at attention and said, Thank you, master, I will work hard. I will never disappoint master's expectations. Shi Che looked at the talent skill bond, his expression peculiar. Bond allows the user to gain 10 of the cultivation speed and 10 of the skill comprehension of the bound target and temporarily acquire 10 of the target's strength for 1 minute. Bond, the power of friendship. What a passionate talent skill. He took out a transparent, colorless stone from his beloved little backpack. Placing it on his forehead, a series of profound characters imprinted themselves in his mind. This was the Shrank Cultivation Method, Heavenly Yuan Guidance Method. The stone shattered with a crack. At the same time, a line of text appeared on his ability panel. Heavenly Yuan Guidance Method, Entry Level. Cultivation methods and various abilities are categorized from S to F across 7 levels. Martial arts below C rank can be purchased with money. For those above B rank, merit points are required for exchange. Merit points are non-tradable and can only be earned through contributions to society. For example, through tax payments. There are also many publicly available free martial arts online, mostly some abilities from before the Star Era. Most abilities from before the Star Era are difficult to cultivate with high entry requirements and significant spiritual energy consumption, leading to few practitioners. However, charged martial arts require payment and registration to study. Even if obtained for free from other sources, one cannot practice them. If caught, the penalty is a fine at best or imprisonment at worst. Intellectual property is sacred and inviolable. In Dongxia, there are 23 Shrank cultivation methods, with 1 being free. The intellectual property of 1 is owned by each of the 2 top holy schools, while the remaining Shrank methods are scattered among other factions. The Heavenly Yuan Guidance Method that he was cultivating was precisely the Shrank method owned by his family. The stone was called Cheng-Yi Stone. Strong individuals could infuse their insights into it to help others quickly comprehend, making it a consumable item. This one cost him 100 million even at a discount, yet its effects were powerful enough to allow him to reach the entry level directly. It is known that even those who awaken strength abilities need 1 to 2 years to reach the entry level when cultivating compatible strength methods. Most people start by practicing low-level methods, transitioning to higher-level methods only after becoming high-tier ability users. Spending money directly allowed him to outpace his peers significantly. It could be said that very few nationwide could enjoy such treatment. Even his brother, the future leader of the Shi family, did not have this privilege. Primarily because the cost-effectiveness was too low, Chung-E stones were too precious and not worth inscribing with strength entry-level insights. He took out a first-tier energy crystal from his little backpack. A crystal containing 1,000 energy points. First-tier energy crystals contain gentle spiritual energy particles and are one of the most suitable resources for first-tier ability users, costing 10,000 yuan each. A novice ability user working hard for a month earns only about 6,000 yuan, while mid-level ability users earn over 10,000 a month. For ordinary families, seeing Shi Che being so extravagant would surely leave them drooling with envy. What kind of family is this? So extravagant, do they have a mind at home? He sat cross-legged and began his first cultivation as countless spiritual energy particles entered his body. As the cultivation method operated, a unique force continuously flowed into the golden seed. After a quarter of an hour, the seed began to swell, with several golden roots breaking through the skin and deeply embedding themselves in the dantian. A breakthrough. He exhaled a breath, revealing a slight smile. It was indeed in strength method. If it were in a rank method, it would take several days to break through. The panel updated. Realm Beginner, 10 energy points, 11, 21 talent skills, Bond Heaven's Path, rewards diligence, life skills, basic swordsmanship, proficient 35. Ability Martial Arts, Heavenly Yuan Guidance Method, entry level 2, the condition to replicate strength abilities, favorability decreased from 100 to 99. Bond allows the user to gain 20 of the cultivation speed and 20 of the skill comprehension of the bound target and temporarily acquire 20 of the target's strength for 3 minutes. Heaven's Path rewards diligence, effort yields rewards, your sweat will not deceive you, and there are no bottlenecks in your realm or skills. Shi Che swallowed, realizing that this was simply the ultimate skill for the ambitious. He summoned the Book of Replication. A bronze book covered in mysterious patterns appeared in his hand. With a thought, it opened to reveal a blank page suspended in the center. What a rank ability should he replicate? Mind reading, telekinesis, space, cutting, time stopping. After much deliberation, he still couldn't decide. Oh, why couldn't he replicate them all? He sighed. Shi Che took out a bottle of blue pills from his little backpack, something he had wanted to eat for a long time. Blue spirit pills of first-tier resource, 10,000 yuan per bottle, containing 36 pills with functions to nourish and replenish the kidneys. The cultivation effect is inferior to energy crystals, but it is favored by many male consumers. Each pill contains 100 energy points. He didn't actually need the nourishing and kidney replenishing effects of the blue spirit pills, as he was already very strong, truly very strong. He simply wanted to taste the flavor. Crisp with a hint of sweetness, the taste was quite pleasant. Given his current refining speed, it would take about 2 hours for one pill. With 8 hours of daily cultivation, he could become an advanced mid-tier ability user in 22 days. In contrast, other ability users without sufficient resources and guidance from renowned masters would take about 100 days to become a beginner ability user. He was preparing to refine the medicinal power. Xiao Zhou popped out excitedly, saying, "Master, I remember the cultivation route. I can help you with your training." Shi Che became interested and decided to give Xiao Zhou a try. Xiao Zhou quickly controlled the medicinal power to operate along the cultivation route, flowing smoothly and swiftly, much faster than Shi Che's own cultivation. It could refine one pill in an hour and a half. Moreover, when he operated the Heavenly Yuan Guidance Method, once his proficiency increased by 2, while Xiao Zhou's would increase by 4. Xiao Zhou beamed with pride, saying, "See, Master, Xiao Zhou is very useful." Shi Che had a thought flash through his mind. He felt he had struck gold. He changed to a gentle expression. "Xiao Zhou, how long can you maintain this?" Xiao Zhou was taken aback. "Master, I can maintain it for 4 hours a day." Shi Che frowned slightly. Can he really only work 4 hours a day? With only 4 hours of work, how could he manage? Even struggling authors wouldn't dare take such a break. Xiao Zhou was almost in tears, worried that Master would dislike him again. But it had truly reached its limit. There was no excess energy left. After sensing for a while, Shi Che lamented how honest this child was. If he pushed any further, his soul power would be exhausted and Xiao Zhou would faint. His soul power was the energy source for Xiao Zhou. However, if there were enough potions to restore soul power, wouldn't he be able to relax completely? With just potions he had plenty of money, he would ensure the potions never ran out in the future. Whether Master can ascend to godhood depends on you, Xiaojio. He was very sincere, pondering how to motivate Xiaojio to work even harder. With a cheat who would still be willing to struggle through training. Thank you, Xiaojio, for taking the initiative to share my burdens. It makes me very happy. Xiaojio, I admit I raised my voice a bit before and my attitude wasn't the best. Did I scare you? I now realize I can't do without you. Having you is my greatest fortune in life. Xiaojio, with great power comes great responsibility. Oh, I have high hopes for you. A series of compliments followed. Xiaojio was moved to tears, feeling warm all over. Being just a blank slate, he felt incredibly bright inside. I knew Master was the best. Master Wu, Xiaojio will work even harder. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, causing the cultivation to accelerate. Shi Che revealed a hint of a smile, cheering for Xiaojio. Xiaojio was working hard, and Shi Che couldn't afford to be idle either. He took out his phone and started scrolling through videos, estimating that the news of his awakening of this level ability should have hit the trending list, wanting to see how others praised him. Sure enough, videos had already surfaced. A young man in a blue and white school uniform full of vitality stood tall, his gaze gentle, exuding a fresh and natural charm. He stepped onto the high platform under the gaze of the crowd. In the next moment, brilliant golden light enveloped him, making him appear like a celestial being. When the golden light dissipated, the young man unconsciously revealed a faint smile. When he smiled, the entire world lit up. That smile was like a spring rain, quietly entering everyone's heart, plucking at the strings of their souls, striking at the core of every heart. Shi Che was momentarily stunned. Did he smile at that moment? Never mind, I am truly handsome. He opened the comments section, flooded with praises. What should I do? I want to take him home. Help. This smile I melted. Post more, I love watching. Aunt loves watching even more. Brother loves watching even more. Get lost, this is for my sister. Sure, Yuan, my dear, forgive me, I still want to take a younger one. To the one above, I want to wake you up. Who delusions have their limits, he's clearly mine. Sure, Yuan and Shi Che both have the surname Sure. They can't possibly be related. Shi Che's heart was bursting with joy as he rolled around on the soft bed several times. He saw a bunch of clickbait titles. Shocking. This year, Tianming City actually has 2 level ability awakeners. It's terrifying. Handsome and gentle academic genius vs cool and aloof academic devil, the battle of gods and demons, who will prevail. Shi Che was astonished. There was actually another person in Tianming City who awakened in level ability. He directly ignored the rest of the title and clicked to see a handsome, stern face come into view. The young man's expression was indifferent, his lips pressed tightly together, his body slightly trembling, appearing somewhat nervous as he placed his right hand on the amethyst, a rich golden light bursting forth. He relaxed slightly, still keeping his lips pressed tight, as a wisp of golden flame appeared in his left hand. A staff member shouted, Su Ze's level ability, elemental type, Golden Crow True Flame. The Golden Crow True Flame is a fire of utmost rigidity and positivity, said to be the source flame of the legendary divine beast, the Golden Crow, wielding unfathomable power. Shi Che gazed at that wisp of flame, feeling quite envious, revealing a faint smile, truly a fateful encounter. He made a phone call. Check on Su Ze from Tianjin University. 5 minutes later, basic information regarding Su Ze was sent to his phone. Su Ze is a student at Tianjin University with outstanding grades, ranked 2nd in Jiangnan province, and has a cold personality, a true study fanatic. His father passed away 5 years ago, his mother is paralyzed, and he has a younger sister 2 years his junior, who is currently in her 2nd year of university. He is still at Tianjin University. The reason is that the principal of Tianjin University has gone mad with joy, unable to contain his desire to express himself. For years they have been at the bottom of the social hierarchy of universities in Tianming City. Every annual principal meeting, he couldn't describe how awkward it was. Now with level awakening, the school finally stood up. Meanwhile, the poor students stared blankly at the principal's passionate speech, feeling that the human world was not worth it. Originally, the awakened abilities weren't impressive, which was already annoying, and now having to listen to the old man's rambling was even more vexing. They were eagerly wanting to study their abilities with no time to listen to nonsense. In fact, the principal of Tianming University also had a lot to say. He had just started. Seeing Shi Che with a hint of impatience, he immediately stopped and let the students go. Shi Che is now his precious gem, and he couldn't let him feel even the slightest bit of annoyance. Shi Che decided to meet Su Ze immediately. A wild level ability user was too enticing. And besides, he was a student, he might be easy to persuade. Even if he couldn't be persuaded, making a friend would be good. During their first meeting, he had to leave a deep impression on Su Ze. He took out a white shirt from his beloved small backpack, put on a set of dark gray suit, donned a pair of sunglasses, slightly pulled open the collar, and with a cold smile at the mirror, he looked cool and slick. Still a bit dissatisfied, feeling he wasn't as handsome in a suit as his brother. He slung his beloved small backpack on his back and called Brother Zhang to ask him to bring more people. Shi Che drove a pure gray top-tier convertible sports car, speeding down the road, followed by a dozen pure black sports cars heading towards Tianjin University. Along the way, he attracted countless gazes of men and women alike, couldn't help but exclaim. Some were because of the car, others because of Shi Che. A handsome man in a luxury car, clearly powerful women found it impossible to resist such a man. On the playground of Tianjin University, the principal finished his speech with lingering excitement, leaving some time as he still needed to accept interviews from reporters. The students also beamed with bright smiles. The applause was thunderous, and it finally ended. The principal smiled even brighter, seeing that the students enjoyed his speech, thinking he could give more in the future. The crowd began to disperse. Shi Che originally wanted to go home immediately, but was stopped by reporters with cameras. The students with eager footsteps involuntarily stopped, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Those who had walked far away ran back uncontrollably. They could study their abilities later, they absolutely couldn't miss the gossip. Perhaps they would hear some juicy news about this level ability user. Long guns and short cannons were all aimed at him, continuously taking photos. Student Su, how do you feel after awakening your level ability? Student Su, do you intend to join any particular faction? Student Su, do you think level ability users should bear more social responsibility? A male reporter asked with a broad smile. I heard your mother is paralyzed. Are you upset? Do you think your mother is a burden? Su's expression turned cold, his lips tightly pressed, and his fists clenched. The male reporter smirked internally, urging, come on, hit me. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky, and the male reporter was sent flying several meters by a single punch. His psychological demands were satisfied. Before Shi Che stood a striking figure, exuding a sharp aura. The crowded people were forcibly pushed aside by a group of burly men in black suits and sunglasses. The handsome figure turned around and bowed. The 3-year period has ended. Please return to the family, young Master Zhe. A group of burly men simultaneously bowed, shouting, please return to the family, young Master Zhe. The voice echoed across the playground. Shi Che was momentarily stunned as he was forcibly pulled away and directly pushed into a luxury car. The roar of the vehicle erupted, and a row of cars sped away. Only a group of bewildered individuals were left behind. Then chaos erupted. What's going on? Isn't Shi Che a poor student? Why such a grand setup? Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of a wealthy family, and now that Shi Che has awakened his level ability, he has come to claim his heritage? Why did you see that Lamborghini? It's worth tens of millions. Shi Che has struck it rich. Well done, that dog reporter deserved to be hit. Did no one notice that the man in the dark gray suit is an exceptionally handsome guy? The male reporter with a tooth knocked out collapsed on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his face filled with rage, shouting, I think no. Soon he saw a group of cold-faced men in black bowing to Shi Che, and his voice was drowned out. Especially upon seeing that tens of millions worth gray luxury car, his confidence dwindled, and the latter part of his words was swallowed back. He prepared to secretly publish a piece, writing a small essay to criticize Shi Che's poor family environment and flawed character, but those thoughts vanished. Finally, he muttered softly, do you know hitting someone is against the law? Shocked and angry, he thought this script is off. In his mind, he intended to mock, then get hit, and graciously state he did not blame Shi Che. It was his own bluntness and inappropriate words, not intentional. It was his fault, and everything would end. Then he would secretly publish a series of out-of-context statements online, stirring up public discourse. Leveraging the hype of level ability users, he could harvest a large amount of traffic without attracting any hatred. He was very familiar with this operation, having done it countless times. Oh, why did something go wrong today? The phone rang, and the editor-in-chief called. He answered tremulously. Editor-in-chief, I. The cold and emotionless voice of the editor-in-chief came from the other end. Don't say anything, you are fired. You can forget about working in this industry. The male reporter burst into tears, his wails echoing through the air as he repeatedly slapped his own face, thinking, how could I be so worthless? He also blamed Shi Che in his heart, thinking, I merely inquired about your mother. Was it necessary to be so harsh? Other reporters were also filled with fear, thankful they hadn't asked sensitive questions. Meanwhile, the school leaders and teachers who were celebrating with champagne in the principal's office rushed over upon receiving news, but unfortunately Shi Che had already been taken away by Shi Che. In the back seat of the car, Shi Che hung up the phone and noticed the male reporter's press card on his chest. He was actually a reporter from Xingho Entertainment, the company owned by his cousin. Since he also knew the editor-in-chief of the Xingho Entertainment branch in Tianming City, he simply had him removed as the bad apple. Su Che's expression softened slightly as he pressed his lips together. Thank you, Shi Che. Shi Che was somewhat surprised that Su Che actually recognized him. He knew he was quite well known among students, but wasn't Su Che an indifferent person who cared about nothing but studying? Taking a glance at Su Che's favorability towards him, it surprisingly reached 72. He thought Su Che was cold-hearted and would be hard to approach. Shi Che extended his right hand with a light smile. It's nothing new. I found that reporter quite unpleasant. Nice to meet you for the first time. Oh, I hope to learn from you in the future. Su Che hesitated for a moment before extending his right hand and shaking it. In his heart, he thought we are not meeting for the first time. He had bet with the principal that if he could achieve the top score in Jiangnan province, the school would reward him with 100,000 yuan. But every time there was the Jiangnan Provincial Unified Examination, he was thoroughly crushed by Shi Che. Unwilling to lose apart from eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, he studied desperately to the point of obsession. His classmates called him a study demon. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't escape the fate of being overshadowed by Shi Che. While feeling despair, he also grew curious about Shi Che, frantically searching for his information online, studying him, understanding him, and ultimately defeating him. Little did he expect that Shi Che not only excelled in academics, but also had impressive achievements in sports, painting, and music, winning numerous awards. Is he even human? To know how he studied, he even went to Tianming University in person, hoping to ask him directly. However, he saw him confronting 10 yellow-haired thugs. He initially wanted to help so he could smoothly ask Shi Che for his study secrets. But just as he took a step forward, everything came to an end. That was the first time he felt a complex admiration for his peers, which even turned into yearning. He who disliked interacting with others hesitated for a long time, ultimately just watching Shi Che leave from afar. After awakening his ability, he searched for Shi Che online and learned that Shi Che also awakened in level ability, feeling both disappointed and delighted. Disappointed that he couldn't surpass Shi Che, but delighted that the power of the Book of Replication in the early stages couldn't compare to the Golden Crow True Flame. That meant he could crush Shi Che during the martial arts examination. Although Shi Che wore sunglasses, he recognized him at first glance, which is why he followed Shi Che into the car. Shi Che casually placed a hand on Su Che's shoulder, leaning in with a handsome face filled with curiosity. How does it feel to awaken your level ability? If it were anyone else asking, Su Che would naturally be too lazy to answer. But since Shi Che had just helped him, Su Che reluctantly replied. Awesome. So awesome. Really awesome. Shi Che chuckled. He was indeed adorably blunt. Heroes see eye to eye. He felt the same, absolutely ecstatic. Su Che paused, his clear black eyes staring straight at Shi Che. Are you from the direct line of the Shi family in the imperial capital? Shi Che did not hide it, nodding with a smile. Su Che's black eyes brightened slightly as he pressed his lips together. Then you must be here to recruit me. Give me a share of the water of life, and I will serve the Shi family. The driving bodyguard Zhang Feibai couldn't help but scoff upon hearing this. Kid, it seems you have only heard of the name of the water of life, and have no clue about its true worth. The water of life is brewed by the Supreme Wood Spirit using her extraordinary abilities to fuse various precious resources. It possesses miraculous effects such as curing all ailments, regenerating severed limbs, extending lifespan, and enhancing one's innate talent. It is a treasure that even an 8th-tier sovereign would covet. There are only 50 portions produced each year. Its value is beyond estimation. And class ability user is far more valuable than you might think. Su Che's expression dimmed slightly. He certainly understood the value of class ability users, but he never expected the water of life to be so precious. And class ability user can grow into a legendary ruler without bottlenecks, making them the target of recruitment by various factions. If he were to join a major faction, he would receive tens of millions in financial support along with access to martial arts skills, luxury cars, and villas, but that would be the limit. Afterward, he would need to pass tests, perform excellently, integrate into the faction, achieve results, and earn recognition before being considered for a second round of investment. Zhang Feibai glanced at Su Che. He had seen Su Che's profile and knew that the young master wanted to recruit him. If you were to join the Shi family, once you become a legendary ruler and make significant contributions, you would be qualified to exchange for the water of life. Su Che fell silent. Even as in class ability user, becoming a legendary ruler would take at least a decade. By then his mother would likely be. Shi Che patted Su Che's shoulder, offering comfort. I understand you want to cure your mother's paralysis, but it may not necessarily require the water of life. I can ask someone to help you look into it. Affection 779. A glimmer of hope rose in Suze's eyes. Thank you. The Lamborghini entered a desolate, dilapidated street and stopped in front of an old house, while the other black sedans returned to their respective homes. The three of them got out of the car. Zhang Feibai frowned and whispered, "Young master, someone is tailing us with ill intentions." Shi Che said calmly, "Bring them here." Zhang Feibai moved swiftly, and a scrawny man was thrown to the ground. The man's eyes flickered with panic as he exclaimed, "Help! Someone is attacking." "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll call the Ability Bureau right away." Shi Che kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying several meters with a cry of agony. He said coldly, "You have one chance if I ask you answer." The man shivered, his face pale, glancing at the luxury car, and then at the noble-looking young man. He trembled. "Sir, whatever you ask, I will confess." He knew these wealthy heirs could kill without blinking. Their methods were even more ruthless than his, and even if he lied, he would eventually be found out and killed. "Who is behind you? Why are you here?" "Sir, I am from the Black Tiger Gang, a subordinate of Brother Hu. I came here just to follow orders, keeping an eye on when that kid returns. I never intended to oppose you." "Who is behind you? Why are you here?" "Sir, I am from the Black Tiger Gang, a subordinate of Brother Hu. I came here just to follow orders, keeping an eye on when that kid returns. I never intended to oppose you." The man pointed at Suze. Suze's expression changed as if he recalled something. Zhang Feibai remained unfazed, his tone somewhat disdainful. "Young master, the Black Tiger Gang is merely an underground faction in Tianming City, a second-rate group involved in loan sharking and gambling. The leader Wang, who is just a high-tier ability user, and behind him is a master-level ability user named Jiang Long, who runs a real estate company. This small fry is likely after that kid." The man's body trembled slightly. The Black Tiger Gang was the underground king of Tianming City. Just mentioning the name instilled fear in many. How could it be considered a second-rate faction? Moreover, the powerful individual who easily subdued him was at least a fourth-tier master-level ability user. In a Tier 3 city like Tianming, there were no more than 10 master-level ability users. Which of them was not a renowned powerhouse surrounded by followers? But this powerful individual referred to the person before him as young master, which was chilling upon reflection. The Black Tiger Gang had probably hit a brick wall. Suze quickly opened the door to the house and found that his mother and sister were missing. On the floor lay a shattered phone, a broken glass, and a blanket carelessly thrown aside. "Something must have happened to my mother and sister." His face turned pale, his heart raced, his eyes quickly became bloodshot, turning a light golden color as madness surged within him and faint golden flames enveloped his body. The spiritual energy surged. Shi Che entered the room and understood what had happened at a glance. Zhang Feibai shouted, "Kid, calm down. Your mother and sister are still waiting for you to save them." Upon seeing Shi Che, Suze felt as if he had found a lifeline. His golden eyes lit up, filled with a pleading gaze as he hoarsely uttered, "Sure. Shi Che, help me. I beg you." Only Shi Che could help him now. Reporting to the Ability Bureau and waiting for them to start investigating could very well be too late. Shi Che spoke in a deep voice, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Suze calmed down, his eyes turning back to black, and he thanked Zhang Feibai. If it weren't for him reminding Suze once the spiritual energy surged, he would have been severely injured and fainted. At that point, he would miss the chance to rescue his sister and mother, and he would regret it for a lifetime. Zhang Feibai looked at Suze deeply, as expected of his class, to be able to quickly control the raging spiritual energy after just awakening his abilities, and to remain calm. Ordinary ability users would probably have fainted by now. Shi Che's clear eyes became profoundly deep as he stepped outside, his expression unchanged, with one foot hovering above the man's vital area. Where were those two women taken? The man dared not move, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Sir, I truly don't know. I only know they were captured about an hour ago." Suze clenched his fists tightly, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Shi Che's gaze narrowed slightly, and his foot that hung in the air came down with the sound of air being split. He knocked the man unconscious, bound him, and tossed him into the house. From his small backpack, he took out a transparent jar containing a beautiful blue butterfly resting quietly. The blue crystal butterfly, a first-tier spirit beast, possesses an astonishing sense of smell, capable of identifying human scents within 100 miles, valued at 1 million, and extremely rare. Suze took a deep breath. As a scholar of magic, he recognized the blue crystal butterfly immediately. He quickly picked up the blanket from the ground and handed it to Shi Che. His mother had just been taken, and this blanket still retained her scent. Shi Che accepted it and said softly, "Little Blue, help me find the owner of this scent." The blue crystal butterfly fluttered its wings slightly, and flew out of the jar, landing on the blanket. Moments later it flew towards the door. The three of them and the butterfly exited, and Shi Che said, "Zhang Gu, it's up to you now." Zhang Feibai grinned. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Shi Che opened his beloved small backpack and beckoned Su Ze to come in. As they stepped into the backpack, they were surprisingly swallowed whole. A space cavern. Su Ze also entered the backpack, landing right in Shi Che's arms. The space inside the backpack was approximately 15 square meters, 3 meters high, with luminous pearls emitting a soft glow all around. A row of shelves neatly held a variety of items, and there was a soft, large bed where Su Ze was placed. A pure white dove suddenly flew into Shi Che's embrace, and he smiled proudly while holding the dove. Surprised. "This is my private cavern. Aside from my brother, you are the second person to enter. Don't worry, your sister and mother were taken away about an hour ago. They won't exceed Little Blue's search range. Brother Zhang is a legendary ruler with a speed of 340 milliseconds. At his speed, he can find them in just a few minutes." Su Ze bit his lip, his heart calming down as he told Shi Che about his grievances with the Black Tiger Gang. He didn't want Shi Che to think he was involved with gangsters or had a bad character. The Black Tiger Gang had set their sights on their land, hoping to acquire it at a bargain price, claiming that it was going to be demolished. The surrounding neighbors had all been coerced by the Black Tiger Gang to sell, leaving only their family behind. Su Ze had planned to endure for the time being and take revenge when he awakened his powers later. However, his mother firmly disagreed, insisting on waiting until the demolition or until the Black Tiger Gang offered a reasonable price to sell. Su Ze understood his mother's thoughts. She was paralyzed and no longer able to do anything for her children. She wanted to sell the house to gather a dowry for them. To force Su Ze and the others to sell the house, the Black Tiger Gang resorted to vandalism, breaking glass, singing at night, and using various tactics, stopping just short of arson and kidnapping. Su Ze's mother told the two to move out, saying she could stay and guard the house alone, not believing that the Black Tiger Gang would dare to cause a fatal incident. Su Ze's mother likely already had thoughts of dying. Once the Black Tiger Gang forced her, she would die to create a commotion and obtain compensation. She wanted to remove the burden of herself from her son and daughter. Even if they awakened low-tier abilities in the future, their lives would still have a safety net. Such is the heart of a parent. Shi Che stroked his chin. If the Black Tiger Gang knew that Su Ze had awakened class abilities and still dared to kidnap his sister and mother, it would be amusing. Instead of reconciling, they struck first. However, if something happened to Su Ze, none of the Black Tiger Gang members would survive. This would be a provocation against the Ability Users Association. The association explicitly states that as long as a class ability user is a student and has not entered society, they have not committed any crimes. They cannot be forced into joining any faction nor harmed along with their immediate family. This is a gesture of goodwill towards every class ability user, and every class ability user will protect this regulation. There was once a case where a major faction held a grudge against a student's class ability user and attempted to eliminate them beforehand. As a result, before the association even intervened, they were obliterated by other class ability users. Hiring others to do the dirty work is also prohibited. Due to the existence of causality abilities, it can be traced back directly. While there are many areas that can be manipulated unless it is a true vendetta to the death. Otherwise, no one would intentionally target a student's class ability user. In recent years, there have been no reported cases of students' class users being harmed. Sitting in the off-road vehicle, Jiang Long closed his eyes, yet he felt his blood boiling, a thrill he hadn't experienced in a long time. The last time was when he conquered his sister-in-law and sent his brother to enjoy life in the afterlife. From then on, he defied fate and took control of the Black Tiger Gang. With the resources of the Black Tiger Gang, he successfully broke through to become a master-level superhuman. He transformed from darkness to light, becoming one of the top figures in Tianming City. But this was already the limit. Tianming City was too small to support him in becoming a fifth-tier master. With his capabilities, he couldn't advance into other second-tier cities. Just then, an class superhuman with no power or influence appeared. He knew this wasn't a stroke of luck. Was it his second chance to defy fate? He had to seize the opportunity before this class superhuman attracted nationwide attention and take control of Su Ze. With Su Ze, there was hope to become a master and perhaps even advance further. Those who are timid die of hunger, while the bold die of excess. What if it's in class superhuman? They're just a fledgling who hasn't left school, who as long as he grasped their weaknesses, he could easily manipulate them. Even if it were a deity, as long as he held their weaknesses, he would dare to exert control. As for the other class superhuman, just a glance at their impressive resume indicated they were extraordinary. Their surname was Shi, and they lived in the Dawn community. He had no chance. If given the opportunity, he wouldn't mind training two class superhumans together. The Dawn community belonged to the Dawn Group, which is one of the Fortune 500 companies in the world, immensely powerful. In comparison, the Black Tiger Gang was like a dragon facing an ant. Zhang Long coldly asked how long until we arrive. The driver replied, "Boss, 5 minutes. An abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. On several sofas, a dozen burly men sat watching a small film, emitting lewd laughter with a strange scent pervading the air. On the table lay a pile of props, surrounded by 16 cameras. There was also a large bed where a young girl and a beautiful woman leaned against each other, both bound at the hands and feet, their mouths sealed, wearing blindfolds, their bodies trembling slightly. A burly man swallowed hard, anxious. Tiger brother, when will Dragon brother come? I can't wait. These two women are truly exquisite. What's the rush? Dragon brother will definitely be first in line. Don't worry, Dragon brother is always generous. Just line up when the time comes and don't disappoint him." Seeing the two on the bed, the men couldn't help but swallow hard, their bodies feeling hot. A burly man grinned slyly. "Tiger brother, you don't know us. We will ensure they submit willingly. Wherever Dragon brother directs them, they will never dare to go against it. I heard that family has a male college student too, also delicate and tender. I wonder if there's a chance." The group of men burst into loud laughter. Wang Hu took out 2 pink syringes from the table and tossed them to a burly man. "Dragon brother should be arriving soon. Give them each a shot to warm them up." "All right, Tiger brother. Incoming, little beauties." The girl and the beautiful woman struggled desperately, their faces pale, tears streaming down, uncontrollably muffled sounds escaping their mouths as they curled up helplessly. This only excited the burly man further. He removed their blindfolds, and the 2 pairs of tearful eyes looked at him with hatred. The burly man was undeterred, feeling even more heated inside, raising the syringe in his hand and licking his lips. "Little beauties, you'll find out soon what the big brothers are like." He stepped closer, the syringe slowly descending, touching their fair skin. Their tears flowed like a breached dam, their eyes filled with panic and despair. A hint of determination appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes. Just then the warehouse door was violently flung open, flooding the space with sunlight. "Who is it?" Wang Hu shouted. The burly men stood alert, unleashing their powers. Silent bullets easily struck the foreheads of each burly man. Thud! One by one they fell to the ground. A handsome young man in a white shirt holding a silver-patterned energy gun emerged from the sunlight. He looked just like a deity descending from heaven. The ropes were cut, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "It's all right now." Tears poured from Su Xiaoxi's eyes once more. Encountering such a situation was more terrifying for her than descending into hell. If not for this, her entire life would have been ruined. Shi Che comforted her, "Don't be afraid, your brother is here too." With a small backpack, panting heavily, Su Zhe also arrived, taking a small knife from Shi Che's hand to cut the ropes binding his mother. Zhao Mingman wiped her tears and felt relieved upon seeing her son. Su Zhe comforted her. "Xiaoxi, it's all right now, you're safe." Su Xiaoxi felt completely at ease upon seeing her brother. She quickly squatted down to support her mother. "Mom, are you all right?" Zhao Mingman, pale-faced, shook her head, looking at her 2 children with a hint of regret in her eyes. Su Zhe introduced, "This is Shi Che." After a moment of hesitation, he added, "My friend." Glancing at Shi Che, he realized that he wanted to befriend him, not knowing if Shi Che considered him a friend, especially since they had just met. Shi Che shook his head, smiling. It's more accurate to say a close friend. He checked his favorability levels and was quite satisfied. Su Zhe favorability 92. Su Xiaoxi favorability 85. Zhao Mingman favorability 82. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Su Zhe's mouth. Zhang Feibai walked in holding 2 men, laughing heartily. "Young master, this is the mastermind behind the Black Tiger Gang, Zhang Long, and another driver." 8 minutes earlier, Zhang Feibai had grabbed a backpack, soared into the sky, and guided by the blue crystal butterfly, located the warehouse. After pulling Su Zhe and Shi Che from the backpack, he sensed Zhang Long trying to escape in the distance and decisively pursued him. Inside the warehouse, there was only Wang Hu, a high-tier superhuman whom the young master could easily deal with. He chose to stay back and give the young master a chance to shine. Shi Che took off his coat, picked up the energy gun, and charged forward, kicking open the warehouse door. Su Zhe, slightly injured from the surge of energy, couldn't run fast and lagged behind a bit. With Zhang Feibai providing intel from the shadows, Shi Che effortlessly took down Wang Hu and his men. The energy bullet that had missed also got caught by an invisible force. Zhang Feibai threw the 2 people he was holding onto the ground. Zhang Long, with a crew cut and a rugged appearance, looked somewhat handsome. Even though he had become a prisoner, his expression remained calm, and his sharp gaze pierced through to Shi Che. Having held a high position for many years, he exuded an aura that could suffocate students who had yet to step out of school. Without this person, his plans might have already succeeded. The driver was sweating profusely, yet he remained defiant silent. Shi Che didn't care about Jiang Long's gaze, his expression still carrying a hint of mischief as he spun and twirled the silver energy gun in his hand. He pointed the gun directly at Jiang Long's forehead and spoke to Shi Che. Do you have any more questions? If not, I'll send him on his way. Shi Che shook his head, took the energy gun from Shi Che's hand, and said, "I'll do it." A flash of admiration crossed Zhang Feibei's eyes. The silver patterns on the gun lit up, and the silent bullet struck Jiang Long's chest, staining his clothes with blood. He let out a muffled groan, furrowing his brow in pain. Gritting his teeth, he said, "In this game of kings, I accept defeat. Can you grant me a swift end?" Shi Che pressed his lips together, gripping the energy gun tightly, his toes instinctively digging into the ground. He had clearly aimed at Jiang Long's brow. He fired 6 shots in quick succession. 6 blood blossoms erupted from Jiang Long's thighs, arms, and sides of his waist. Zhang Feibai looked at Shi Che in surprise. This seemingly frail boy turned out to be ruthless. He clearly aimed for the brow, but struck non-lethal areas repeatedly, tormenting Jiang Long's psyche. Truly vengeful, indeed worthy of being a young master's subordinate. Jiang Long's calm expression shattered, unable to contain his pain any longer. He cursed loudly. Shi Che maintained his aloof demeanor, though his body stiffened. Why couldn't he hit the head from just 2 meters away? What to do? How should he proceed? He also cared about his dignity. Should he continue shooting, or inch closer quietly? Perhaps he should just shoot directly at Jiang Long's forehead. That way he couldn't possibly miss. Why was shooting so difficult? Shi Che seemed so relaxed and at ease, hitting every shot with flair. In his indecision, Shi Che stifled a laugh, having seen through Shi Che's embarrassment. He leaned closer, holding Shi Che's hand, wanting to show off a bit. Infusing his energy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said softly, "Right middle finger, right forearm, left calf, hit the brow." He casually fired 24 shots, each one hitting the mark, breaking Jiang Long's defenses. In his last moments, Jiang Long's eyes fixed intensely on the two, refusing to close, a traitorous scoundrel. The driver turned pale, his expression filled with fear. These 2 devils made his body tremble uncontrollably. The energy gun pointed at the driver. Beside him, Su Xiao, she bit her lip and suddenly said, "Brother, let me handle this." Shi Che was taken aback of Shi Che's younger sister, looking so delicate and weak, surprisingly had such determination. He released Shi Che's hand and quietly observed Shi Che's expression. It was his first time killing someone, and it was so bloody. Wasn't there any fear or dread? She must be putting on a brave face. Shi Che didn't stop his sister. Instead, he encouraged her to embrace the bloodshed. The world of abilities seemed peaceful, but that only applied to ordinary ability users. He was an class ability user destined to be anything but ordinary. His family would enjoy the benefits he brought, but they would also inevitably fall into the crises he created. He would do his utmost to protect his family, but it would be even better if they could defend themselves. He said confidently, "Xiaoxi, you haven't awakened your ability yet, so you can't use the energy gun. Hold my hand, and I'll teach you." Feeling Shi Che's casualness, Shi Che thought he might actually manage to learn some techniques. However, just like this, he felt he could definitely do it. Su Xiao, she hadn't replied yet. The driver, however, used every last ounce of strength to pull out a small knife from his waist, smiling as he committed suicide, casting a cold glance at them, as if to say, "You won't get the chance to torment me." Shi Che regretfully handed the energy gun back to Shi Che, feeling it was a pity. He felt good in his hands now, and he would try again later. He was determined to become a master marksman. Zhang Feibai observed the behavior of the siblings and quietly admired them. Killing for the first time, yet remaining so composed, their mental fortitude was truly terrifying, almost innate killers. Ordinary people witnessing such scenes and experiencing such events would have long since been paralyzed with fear. This girl might also have the potential to awaken its class ability. Research indicates that class ability users seem to inherently possess cold-blooded genes, showing significantly less empathy for the deaths of their kind than ordinary people. Or rather, they simply do not care, not considering ordinary people as their kind. In matters they do care about, their possessiveness is often stronger than that of ordinary people. This research has not been publicly announced, as it could lead the public to view class ability users as outcasts, causing social unrest. If Jiang Long knew he wanted to tame Shi Che, Zhang Feibai would probably laugh uproariously. History has shown that class ability users are inherently rebellious and cannot be tamed. After a brief compromise, they unleash even more frenzied revenge. Some may not feel threatened at all. Even if they appear closed, when faced with a choice, they will abandon without hesitation. In contrast to the indifference and nonchalance displayed by class killer Shi Che when he killed for the first time, hid and cried for a long time. Yuan Shao had to comfort him for a while before Shi Che was able to emerge from his psychological shadow. Thus, even though Shi Che's mind and body were exemplary, due to his non-cold-blooded nature the clan did not have high hopes for him to awaken its class ability. Well, he didn't have high hopes either. Now that the news of the young master awakening its class ability has spread, it will surely drop many jaws. You just thinking about it is amusing. Suze looked at the pile of corpses and pursed his lips. Shi Che, won't this bring you trouble? Zhang Fei snorted with a laugh. Kid, do you think the Shi family in the imperial capital is what it seems, eh? These small fry aren't even a problem. The young master could resolve it with just a finger. Shi Che shot a glance at Zhang Fei. You are justified in this. As for the troubles with the Black Tiger Gang, from today onwards, there will be no more Black Tiger Gang in Tianming City. If you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to force it. I can help you through it. Suze shook his head, feeling no discomfort at all, but rather a sense of exhilaration. Su Xiao, she also shook her head and said, thank you, brother Shi Che, I can handle it too. Shi Che sighed inwardly. Young people truly love to show off. Of course, Suze wouldn't show weakness in front of such a soft and sweet sister. His soft and sweet sister wouldn't want to show any signs of weakness, either not wanting to burden her brother, but she would probably hide away later to cry secretly. As for feeling no discomfort at all, how could that be? How could that be possible? Even for a natural killer like him, known as the heartless, cold-blooded young master, there was still a hint of discomfort during his first kill. Shi Che removed the small backpack from Suze's body and took out his phone. He extended a finger and pressed a series of numbers on the phone, and a flattering voice came from the other end. Young Master Che, what instructions do you have? Uncle Chun, I have eliminated several members of the Black Tiger Gang who dared to kidnap class ability users' family members. Please act according to the law and eradicate the Black Tiger Gang. Understood, young Master Che, your sense of justice truly impresses me. Your heroic actions should be recorded in the annals of Tianming City, ensuring your legacy for generations to come. Shi Che shuddered slightly. Uncle Chin, you're busy, I'll hang up first. Zhao Mingmen, who had been quietly observing, cast a deep glance at Shi Che. She kept a close eye on Tianming City's policies, waiting for the moment of relocation. She was quite familiar with the voices of the leaders of Tianming City and could naturally recognize that Uncle Chun was the stern and authoritative mayor of Tianming City on TV. The most powerful figure in Tianming City, the 5th-level Master Chunin. With the surname Shi, it is no wonder that Chun-un as the mayor is so flattering. Shi Che must be the direct descendant of the prestigious Shi family in the imperial capital. Regarding her children's act of killing, she was rather indifferent. These scum deserved to die, and knowing that her children were so strong gave her peace of mind. What surprised her was that her son, who usually ignored outsiders, actually had friends. Xiaozi had grown up too. Zhao Mingmen, unable to move freely, could only slightly bow her body. She expressed her gratitude. Young Master Che, thank you for saving me otherwise. Xiaozi Xiaozi, remember the life-saving grace of young Master Che, and be sure to repay it well in the future. Suze nodded slightly. I will. Su Xiaozi also nodded earnestly. I will always remember the kindness of Brother Che, and will never forget it. Shi Che smiled, and said, no need for formalities, Aunt Zhao, can just call me Xiao Che. Let's leave this place first. We can talk at home. Zhao Mingman revealed a hint of a smile. All right, let's go home. The next moment, a hint of dark color suddenly appeared on her face, and she coughed out fresh red blood, her hair turning gray and her wrinkles deepening. Suze and Su Xiaoxi's expressions changed dramatically, filled with anxiety, as they tightly grasped Zhao Mingman's arm. Mom, what's wrong? Zhang Feibai furrowed his brows and quickly appeared in front of Zhao Mingman, lightly tapping her brow with his finger. Then he shook his head, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. She has used the life-burning technique, and time is running out. The life-burning technique, as the name suggests, is a forbidden method that burns one's life force to unleash immense combat power. Once executed, it will consume all life force, causing the body to wither and die, which is exceedingly cruel. It has long been banned by the association, with only a few ancient families still having records of it. It is unclear where Suze's mother learned it. Zhao Mingman forced a smile. I thought I could hold on until we got home, but I didn't expect to be so weak. I thought there was no hope and used this technique thinking that if I could take one down it would be worth it. I didn't expect to do something so foolish. After I die, Xiaozi and Xiaozi, you two siblings must get along well and support each other. Xiaozi, what ability have you awakened? Suze answered hoarsely, class ability Golden Crow True. Zhao Mingman laughed heartily. That's great. My son is truly amazing. Now I can die with no regrets. Xiaozi, you must take good care of Xiaozi in the future. Do you understand? Xiaozi, you also need to keep an eye on your brother. With his temperament, I really worry about how he will marry a wife in the future. Suze's eyes reddened as he nodded solemnly. and Su Xiaoxi silently shed tears, also nodding seriously. Zhao Mingman's breath grew fainter, looking lovingly at her two children. She wished she could continue accompanying them to see them both step into the halls of marriage. Her hands slowly drooped, and her eyes gradually closed. Shi Che's eyes brightened as he finally found what he was looking for. He hurriedly took out a green syringe from his backpack and injected it into Zhao Mingman's arm. "Aunt Zhao, perhaps there is still a chance for rescue." Zhang Feibai's eyes widened in shock, heartbroken, as he said, "Young master, you." "Son." Su Zhe and Su Xiaoxi's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope, their bodies trembling nervously. Zhao Mingman's body burst forth with a rich green light. Her gray hair turned back to deep black, smooth and shiny. Her pale face regained color, and her skin became tighter and fairer. She slowly opened her eyes, her expression filled with confusion as she felt her body brimming with strength and vitality. It was as if she had been rejuvenated, and instinctively she stood up astonished. Looking at the syringe, she immediately understood and knelt before Shi Che. Shi Che hurriedly supported her. Seeing that she really couldn't kneel down, Zhao Mingman could only stand up again and bow once more. "Xiaocha, I am truly grateful. This medicine is precious beyond imagination. I have nothing else to repay you with." She smiled. "My son has decent talent. Would it be acceptable for him to be your bodyguard?" "Oh, oh, oh, oh." The four of them exclaimed simultaneously. Shi Che's eyes sparkled, and Sklas bodyguard seemed like a fine idea. Su Ze's eyes widened. Shi Che's bodyguard seemed like a fine idea. Su Xiaoxi's expression was strange. She was selling her brother out like this. Zhang Feibai glanced at Su Ze as if to say he was trying to steal his job. Zhao Mingman covered her mouth and laughed. "Just kidding, just kidding. Anyway, thank you, Shi Che. If there's anything Aunt can do, just say it." After this incident, her mentality had also become youthful. The five of them exited the factory gate. Zhang Feibai held a ball of flame in his hand and casually threw it away. A fiery dragon roared out instantly, turning the warehouse of over 200 square meters into a sea of flames, obliterating everything. Su Ze felt a tremor in his heart. Is this the power of a legendary king? If he wanted to be Shi Che's bodyguard, he realized he had to work even harder. He would definitely protect Shi Che well, so he could properly repay Shi Che for his kindness. The five of them rode in Jiang Long's off-road vehicle, returning to Su Ze's home. Returning to the Su family, Zhao Mingman and Su Xiaoxi hurried upstairs to freshen up. Zhang Feibai handed over the man who had been bound to the supernatural bureau. Shi Che and Su Ze sat on the sofa in the living room. Su Ze pursed his lips, unsure of what to say. Expressing thanks felt meaningless now, as he preferred to let his actions speak. As for the potion, he would find a way to repay it. He pondered deeply, wondering what topic would be suitable for conversation. He had always been a lone wolf, living a monotonous life with little to discuss. Thus he fell silent. Shi Che, meanwhile, eagerly checked Su Ze's favorability, rating 98. 98. How could it be 98 when he had even taken off his pants? Just one more point in favorability left him feeling choked up and uneasy. He suddenly stood up, striding aggressively to sit beside Su Ze, his dark eyes fixed intently on him. "Is there any conscience? Helping you this much and still not reaching 99. Su Ze was baffled, sensing that Shi Che seemed angry. He wondered why. The innocent and bewildered dark eyes also stared straight into Shi Che's. Filled with confusion and a hint of grievance, they were undeniably compelling. Shi Che couldn't help but laugh, but he was still just a child. He reached out and affectionately ruffled Su Ze's hair. Forget it, there would be plenty of time ahead. His mood brightened. Su Ze was no pushover either. He sidestepped Shi Che's playful attack and gave his head a gentle pat in return. Shi Che pouted slightly, confirming that he was indeed still a child. He pulled out a contract from his small backpack and became serious. "Su Ze, I formally invite you to join my hunter team. This is the contract. It's not about joining the Shi family in the capital, but rather joining my team. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. I am destined to become a god. By following me, you won't be at a loss." Su Ze took the contract and examined it seriously, quickly pointing out unclear conditions. He suggested that he could also serve as a bodyguard, and the remuneration should be increased. "Oh, there's some skill there." Shi Che squinted his eyes. A bodyguard with level powers was quite impressive. How many people nationwide could enjoy such treatment? He felt tempted. The two began to haggle, revising the terms several times. In the end, Su Ze signed his name on the contract. Shi Che stood up and extended his hand. "Welcome to my invincible team." Su Ze also stood up and shook Shi Che's hand. Ding Xiao Jiu prompted, "Master favorability has been maxed out. Do you wish to replicate this level ability, Golden Crow True Flame?" Shi Che was overjoyed and replied in the affirmative. An invisible wave surged into Su Ze's body. The supernatural seed within him stirred slightly, sensing that Shi Che was taking action, but Shi Che did not stop him. Ding, replication successful. Shi Che coughed lightly and laughed. Xiaozi's, your ability is excellent, now it belongs to me. The bronze book appeared in his right hand, and a majestic three-legged golden crow emerged on the blank pages. Surrounding it glimmered with golden-red light, and a strand of gilded flame ignited in his left hand. Simultaneously, he also saw Shi Che's panel data. Name: Shi Che, age 22, ability Golden Crow, True Flame Realm complete, awakening, energy value 6, 99, talent skill, none, life skills, cooking mastery, organization mastery. Ability martial arts, none, favorability 100. He smiled in satisfaction and gave Shi Che a big, see you tomorrow. He'll help you move. As for the various forces that will call you tomorrow morning, don't rush to agree, let me advise you first. Shi Che replied with an ahu, his eyes glimmering with a faint golden hue, and he realized that it was indeed for his ability. He wondered why Shi Che had treated him so well upon their first meeting. Shi Che opened the door and drove home. Su Xiaoxi heard the sound of the door opening and ran downstairs with her wet hair. Brother, has Shi Che left so soon? Shi Che glanced at his sister. Pack your things, we are moving into the Dawn community tomorrow. Su Xiaoxi looked puzzled. What's going on? Shi Che replied, according to Mom, I sold myself for a good price. Su Xiaoxi was utterly confused. Upon returning home, Shi Che was in high spirits, realizing that he was indeed a sheltered student. It was easy to gain favorability, helping out once or twice, and saving a life or two would max it out. If he were out in society, even saving a life would increase favorability, but it would never rise this quickly. Some people would even feel entitled to help without gratitude. If help wasn't sufficient, they might even resent you. Such opportunities to lend a hand were rare. Filling the tub with hot water, Shi Che lounged in the bathtub, cheering Xiao Jiuan and striving to cultivate. A flame flickered at his fingertips, extinguishing and igniting, playing with it merrily. At the same time, he contemplated which forces Shi Che should join. The stronger Shi Che became, the stronger he would be. The Shi family was not the best choice. A family power was always the most reliable. Even if Shi Che were to marry, and his training level would at most be on par with the Shi family's direct-level practitioners. The phone rang, and he casually picked it up. A gentle, deep, and magnetic voice sounded. Xiao Che, sorry to bother you. Congratulations on awakening your level ability. After an hour, the gift I sent you should arrive. Please sign for it. Shi Che happily replied, thank you, brother. My ability is not an ordinary level ability. I'll tell you more after the martial arts exam. Shi Yuan said, okay, enjoy your bath, but don't soak for too long, it's not good for your health. I'll transfer some money to you, buy whatever training resources you need. A pleasant voice came through. 100 million yuan has arrived in your Alipay account. What more could Shi Che say? Thank you, brother, love you to death. An hour later, Shi Che weakly crawled out of the bathtub dressed and casually popped a blue spirit pill, feeling a bit high. A young man's voice echoed, Mr. Shi Che, your Kong delivery has arrived at the door, please receive it. Shi Che opened the door to find a masked Kong delivery personnel waiting with a silver box. After verifying his identity, the delivery personnel vanished into thin air. Every Kong delivery person possesses spatial abilities, delivering items worth billions. The Kong Delivery Company is also one of the Fortune 500 groups. After verifying his iris, the box unlocked. Inside were a pair of black-framed glasses, a watch, and 2 pairs of sneakers. 10 badges, a belt, and a bow tie. A skateboard, 10 training suits, dozens of miniature insect-like trackers, and an invisibility cloak. Shi Che began to read the instruction manual. The black-framed glasses were the latest realm detection device, capable of scanning powers below the 6th-level legendary king, equipped with heat perception and tracking functions. The watch has an energy shield that can withstand 5 minutes of attacks from a 6th-level legendary king, with built-in positioning and health monitoring functions. The sneakers stimulate foot muscles, enhance foot strength, and provide 10 minutes of flight time. The badges have communication and positioning functions. A storage belt with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. A bow tie that can change its voice. A skateboard capable of reaching speeds of 150 milliseconds for 5th-level masters, lasting 30 minutes. 10 training suits that are cold-resistant, heat-resistant, shape-resistant, and impact-resistant. The miniature trackers come in varieties like spiders, bees, and butterflies. The invisibility cloak can conceal its wearer and hide their presence. All of these are psychic energy equipment. Shi Che was somewhat astonished. Together they are worth at least $1 billion. His brother is so thoughtful. He only mentioned it in passing when he was young, and all these items were developed. He had to return a gift in kind. After thinking for a while, he felt deflated. His brother, as the future leader of the Shi family and president of the Shuguan Group, is the youngest legendary king possessing class ability Absolute Zero, and is consistently ranked among the top 3 in the world perfect male god list. He lacked nothing. He came to Tianming City originally because he read in an ancient book that this place once had one of the top 10 miraculous locations, the Ice-Fire Miraculous Land. The Ice-Fire Miraculous Land is highly likely to produce 9th-level resources, Ice Spirit Pearls, and Fire Spirit Pearls, treasures coveted by 9th-level Supremes and fiercely contested by 8th-level Masters. He wanted to find an Ice Spirit Pearl to gift to his brother. Unfortunately, after 3 years of searching, he had scoured every corner near Tianming City and found nothing. Knowing that the chance of finding the Ice-Fire Miraculous Land was minuscule if it truly existed, the city records of Tianming should have documented it, and the people of Tianming would not be oblivious. But who said Shi Che was an adventurer with blind confidence? Just because they couldn't find it doesn't mean he could. The treasure can only be discovered by the wisest and bravest adventurers, who would then reap countless treasures and embark on a life of happiness. Who else but me? Damn it, the fairy tale dream has shattered. Forget it, what is a mere Ice-Fire Miraculous Land? He is destined to become a god, right? Xiao Jiu. The little penguin jolted and almost jumped up excitedly, saying, Master Xiao Jiu will never dare to slack off again. Without being prompted, Shi Che felt heartbroken. How could Xiao Jiu dare to rest when the master hasn't become a god yet? Energy value 1355. He then realized that Xiao Jiu had been working for almost 4 hours and was nearing its limit, with its consciousness naturally dispersing, equivalent to a person working tirelessly to the point of near collapse. Feeling somewhat guilty, he said, Xiao Jiu, you've worked hard, you should rest now. The little penguin's eyes were teary. Thank you, master. With that, it closed its eyes and fell asleep immediately. Shi Che took out a bottle of concentration capsules, swallowed one, and regained some spirit, lighting a calming incense. The depletion of soul power only made him feel a bit tired and sleepy. Xiao Jiu's rest could also restore soul power. He could restore it even better on his own. He opened his computer, logged into the family website, and checked for psychic martial arts. Level Little Fireball requires 20 energy points per cast. A level chain Little Fireball can launch up to 9 at once, consuming 120 energy points. As for other low-level martial arts, he had no intention of learning them. He preferred to level up. If it weren't for the martial arts exam, he wouldn't want to study martial arts at all, only wishing to level up quickly. Thus, he chose only the 2 simplest and most easily mastered psychic martial arts, which nonetheless pack a punch, paving the way for him to learn advanced martial arts later. Level Little Fire Dragon, Level Chain, Little Fire Dragon. Level Big Fire Dragon, a level chain, Big Fire Dragon. And level Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Explosive Meteor. Firepower is king, and he has a fear of insufficient firepower. He is prepared to become a noble mage, casting brilliant ranged attacks rather than being a sweaty melee fighter. Holding 10 bottles of second-level psychic potions, he entered the training room, watching instructional videos while beginning to practice. The second-level psychic potion can restore 1,000 energy points and costs 10,000 per bottle. Medicine is 3 parts poison. Taking too much of various potions will lead to resistance, increasing the difficulty of breaking through realms, necessitating periodic detoxification. However, Shi Che was unfazed. He was a man without bottlenecks. Dusk fell. Shi Che walked out looking exhausted. Psychic Martial Arts Little Fireball Mastery 1. In less than 4 hours, he mastered the Little Fireball to the point of instantaneous release, which would shock many. The world record for mastering the Little Fireball is 3 days. Instant release is the mastery realm. Instantaneous release is the transcendent realm. He wondered if he could reach the instantaneous release within these 100 days. He made a phone call and ordered 8 dishes ready to savor the spirit meal. 8 dishes made from fierce beast meat and psychic plants were steaming hot and incredibly delicious. The spirit meal helps improve physical fitness, enhance immunity, and increase training speed, among other benefits. Each dish costs thousands. This is an expense ordinary families cannot afford. But Shi Che wanted to eat, so he ate. The extravagant lifestyle of not having to count every penny was simply amazing. Lighting another calming incense for better recovery, Shi Che lay down on the soft bed and fell asleep. At exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, Shi Che put on his black-framed glasses, checked his watch, donned a gray sports outfit, and slung his beloved little backpack over his shoulder. A sunny, handsome boy next door was ready to go. After popping a blue spirit pill, the little penguin was revived and ready to work, much to Shi Che's delight. He chose a low-key gray sedan and drove towards Suze's house. As for going to school, that was out of the question. In the last 100 days, wealthy young masters would hire special teachers to create tailored training programs, arranging practical combat training with fierce beasts, which made the meager resources provided by schools utterly insignificant. This was also the reason why those students were pleased that Shi Che awakened his level abilities as the school received more resources. As a rich and handsome young man, Shi Che would not attend school, allowing them to gain more resources and a greater chance of being admitted to a prestigious academy with combat training. On the other hand, commoners with S-level abilities would receive key resources for training from the school, which would lead to resentment and jealousy from other students. This is because they received a bit less in resources, even though these resources were earned by the S-level ability users through their own talents. Only interests are truly tangible, though genuine feelings do exist, albeit rarely. Students' jealousy is less pronounced. At most, they may feel a bit disgruntled, but would not express it openly, with some even feeling admiration and respect. As a good student, Shi Che still took 98 days off, which the principal readily approved. Arriving at Su Ze's house, he rang the doorbell. It wasn't long before Su Xiaoxi opened the door. Shi Che greeted her. Xiaoxi, good morning. Su Xiaoxi sweetly smiled and said, good morning, Shi Che. Please come in. Su Ze and Zhao Mengman were already seated in the living room. Zhao Mengman, feeling anxious, kept glancing at the phone on the table, while Su Ze quietly read Self-Cultivation of a Professional Bodyguard. Seeing Shi Che arrive, Zhao Mengman warmly greeted him. Su Ze lifted his dark eyes and said, good day, young master. Shi Che couldn't help but chuckle as he quickly slipped into character and sat down beside Su Ze. After Su Xiaoxi handed Shi Che a cup of hot water, she sat beside her mother and began looking at her phone. According to customary rules, at 8 o'clock the next day, any factions interested in inviting S-level ability users would call. At 10 o'clock, various schools would call in advance to recruit. With only 10 minutes to go until 8 o'clock, the wait was the most excruciating. Shi Che quietly checked their favorability ratings. Su Ze favorability 100. Su Xiaoxi favorability 86. Zhao Mengman favorability 85. After a night of cooling off, the favorability hadn't dropped, which surprised Shi Che. Normally, the highest favorability would be right after a life-saving moment. Afterwards, it would gradually decline over time, which was quite normal. If it could stay around 80, he would be very satisfied. It seemed that the Su family was very sentimental. At 8 o'clock, the phone on the table rang. Su Ze picked up the phone and pressed the speaker button, and a loud voice came through. Is this Su Ze? I am Zhang Zhentian, the general manager of the Fire God Club. Yes. Zhang Zhentian continued, I want beat around the bush. Join our club, and you'll receive 50 million of villa and access to all level and below martial arts and skills you wish to learn. After you graduate, well, reassess and draft a new contract based on your achievements. Thank you, I need to think it over, Su Ze replied. Zhang Zhentian said, all right. Su Xiaoxi was taking notes on the side, while Zhao Mengman wore a bright smile. The phone rang incessantly. After more than an hour, the ringing finally stopped. A total of 23 factions had extended invitations to Su Ze. Shi Che picked out 3 of the most generous and suitable factions for Su Ze: the Fire God Club, the Heavenly Fire Hall, and the Shao family from the imperial capital, all of whom dealt with fire. The Fire God Club was the most generous with lenient conditions, but its foundation was the shallowest. The Hall Master of the Heavenly Fire Hall, an 8th-tier ruler, was willing to take Su Ze as a disciple, ensuring ample resources. The downside was that in the future Su Ze would have to follow the Hall Master's arrangements, which wasn't necessarily a drawback, since it would ultimately be for Su Ze's benefit. As for the Shao family in the imperial capital, if Su Ze was willing to marry into the family and have a son or daughter, they would provide him with the treatment of a direct S-level heir. The Shao family had the deepest foundation, but the conditions were the strictest. If he refused, he would only be offered a level heir treatment and would become a servant. Shi Che thoroughly introduced the strengths and weaknesses of these 3 factions. Adjusting his glasses, he asked, what do you think, Xiao Ze? After listening carefully, Su Ze pondered for a moment and solemnly stated, I don't choose any of them. Shi Che's expression turned blank and his fists clenched. After all that effort, he was met with a none of them response. Su Ze gave his reasons, saying martial arts and skills can be obtained at the Holy School. The resources I get while being a bodyguard for the young master, and the previous salary is enough for me to buy resources. After graduation, the young master will establish a hunter squad to hunt fierce beasts, and I will also be able to obtain advancement resources. What is the significance of joining other factions? You are thinking too simply. Before reaching the 6th tier level ability, users do not rely heavily on factions, but after reaching the 6th tier, without the support of a faction, it will be difficult to progress further. Level and above martial arts rare equipment and various precious resources are not easily obtainable for a lone wolf. If you want to learn a level martial art, you will need a long time to gather enough merit. How can you improve? Even if you want to join other factions later, you will only be an external member and will not enjoy core benefits. Even if you learn level or higher martial arts at the Holy School, if you haven't registered upon entry, once you leave the school, you won't be able to practice. Otherwise, you will definitely be pursued for the crime of stealing martial arts. Leaning against a big tree provides shelter. This is an unchanging truth. For me, if it weren't for the Shi family supporting me, I would also choose to join a faction. If not, you could also join the Shi family. I will try to secure the best conditions for you. Suze was silent for a moment, then softly said, I want go. Shi Che gritted his teeth. This troublesome kid refused to take the road laid out for him. If Suze were his child, he would be infuriated. In today's world, power dynamics are essential. Chapter 16, Two top-tier holy schools, Aunt who loves melodramas, and the unexpected fiancé. When children are disobedient, they can be spanked. What to do when they grow up and don't listen? You can only let them be. Well, it's alright at worst, he could become Suze's support. Raising and level ability user isn't too shabby. Shi Che leaned back against the sofa and snorted coldly, do as you wish. He pondered what skills and martial arts Suze should learn. Level fire guidance, level flame palm. Did he want to become a warrior or a mage? Better to let him cool off for now and ask later. Su Xiao, she hurriedly went to pour another cup of hot water, saying, Shi Che, my brother is just a silly donkey, don't take him seriously. Shi Che nodded in agreement, taking a small sip. Thank you, Xiao Shi. Suze shot a cold glance at Su Xiao Shi, but she was unafraid and made a face at him. Zhao Ming Man felt a bit helpless, also hoping Suze could join a faction to avoid taking too many detours. But since her son had already made his decision, she could only support him. At exactly 10 o'clock, both Shi Che and Suze's phones rang simultaneously. In Dongxia, there are two top-tier holy schools, the Tianxia Holy School and the Kunxing Holy School. The Tianxia Holy School has been established for over 500 years, rich in history and depth, ancient and profound. The Kunxing Holy School was established after the era of the Kunxing, being more modern and open. The two top-tier holy schools are equally powerful, each having its strengths and weaknesses. However, their faculty is exceptionally strong, with every formal teacher being at least 6th tier and equipped with advanced gear and training facilities. They are on an entirely different level from other holy schools, a goal that countless students can only dream of. Graduates are at least high-level ability users. Those from the combat department are almost all master-level ability users. Should he apply to Tianxia or Kunxing? This is a dilemma many have faced since childhood. As they grow up, they no longer struggle with it. It becomes a joke as they realize they can't get in at all. Shi Che had already made up his mind. Tianxia only had one level ability user with the power of a giant. On the other hand, Kunxing had two level ability users whose powers were the Divine Halo and Shadow King. As a noble mage, he would never choose to replicate a brute's ability. He would choose Kunxing. As for the generous conditions offered by both top-tier holy schools, Shi Che didn't really care. No matter how generous, they couldn't compare to what his brother offered. Taking out his phone, he saw it was his aunt calling. Stepping outside, he answered, and a sweet voice came through. Xiao Che, come to Tianxia. Don't you want to follow in your brother's footsteps? Your brother also joined Tianxia before. Yi Ruoyun had a knowing look, fully aware that this kid was overly attached to his brother. Once she said that he would definitely be putty in her hands. I don't want to. Yi Ruoyun was taken aback. What was going on? Could it be that the brothers who were once as close as hands and feet were now at odds? She imagined various dramatic scenarios, the brothers falling in love with the same woman, leading to a falling out or fighting over the position of head of the Shi family and ending up as enemies. Xiao Che suffering from unrequited love, resulting in a feud. Who should she help? Both sides were equally dear to her. Yi Ruoyun said seriously, Xiao Che, is there a misunderstanding between you and your brother? Shi Che frowned. Annie, what are you imagining? My relationship with my brother is just fine. His aunt was incredibly fond of watching dramas, especially melodramatic love stories. The more over the top, the better, and she loved to imagine. She felt that the dramas on the market were not melodramatic enough. To remedy this, she even learned to write scripts and produced a TV series titled The Temptation of a Wealthy Heiress, which surprisingly became a small hit online, albeit for being criticized. The initial reviews were, who the hell made this garbage drama? My eyes are going blind. My worldview has collapsed. Ooh, I've ascended to heaven. How brainless must the writer be to come up with these plots? Crazy. The subsequent reviews were, it's good, very good, too good. The story is tightly woven and the character development is exceptionally well done, a rare gem of a drama. Family, I strongly recommend this to your friends and loved ones. After watching, my thoughts have been elevated. You know, I have to say, the more you watch, the more intriguing it becomes. These reviews led countless people. Most importantly, when he was a child, he had a cameo role as the male lead's childhood self for a mere 10,000 yuan, becoming an irretrievable black history. God knows how much regret he felt after watching that show. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Yi Ruoyun coughed, shifting the topic. What can I think? I'm just concerned about you brothers. Got it. You don't want to come to Tianxia because your fiancé is at Kunxing. Shi Che was taken aback. He had a fiancé. Why had no one told him? He couldn't help but ask fiancé. Annie, what's going on? I had no idea. Yi Ruoyan replied, this was decided before you were born, so of course you wouldn't know. It's quite normal for families to marry into each other. If your brother doesn't want to, no one can force him, so don't worry, your fiancé is super pretty, the third young lady of the Jiang family, who awakened the level ability of the divine halo. She is absolutely worthy of you. Shi Che was speechless, so his brother was not easy to bully, but he was Indeed, compared to his brother, he was much easier to deal with. This is also a drawback of being part of a prominent family. Marriage is not self-determined. However, he could try to date and back out if it didn't work. Now that he had awakened level abilities, he was not someone to be trifled with, and his brother would definitely support. Yi Ruoyan chuckled lightly. Since you've chosen Kunxing, then go for it. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on awakening your level abilities. Let me send you a red envelope. 1 million has been credited to your Alipay. Yi Ruoyan lazily leaned back in her chair. Meow. My nephew has chosen Kunxing. Miaoyin frowned slightly, feeling a bit regretful. That's too bad. She headed to the admissions office, determined to secure the other level ability user for Tianxia. She would personally take action. Shi Che entered the room and sat down, exhaling slowly to suppress the complex thoughts in his heart. Suze had just hung up the phone. Su Xiaoxi replied. Qingxing offers free tuition, 100 credits per year, level access, and an opportunity to enter the secret realm once a year. 1 credit equals 10,000 yuan. Although Shi Che didn't care much for money, 1 million yuan was still a significant amount. After all, this was an opportunity without cost. Just needing to join in the school would nurture you without any extra burden. Level access allows free access to learn martial arts below level. The cultivation quota for the secret realm is the most precious. Shi Che remarked, this condition is quite standard and not bad. Their phones rang again. This time Shi Che did not avoid the three and answered the call, asking proactively, is this a teacher from Qingxing? Yes, Shi Che. We from Qingxing. Teacher, if you are here to invite me to join, I accept. Oh, Shi Che, what did you say? Please say it again. I accept. Good, Shi Che, welcome to join us. What is your email? I will send you an electronic contract. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can communicate with me at any time. My email is. Thank you, teacher. Wang Nan, the admissions teacher from Qingxing, felt slightly excited, having completed the school's quota task, making things easier from here on. This was his first time recruiting and level ability users so smoothly. Usually he had to sweet talk and deceive, tirelessly belittling Tianxia, saying many good things just to secure a student. Next, he occasionally checked the computer, wondering why the contract wasn't signed, yet fearing that an old timer from Tianxia might intercept it. Shi Che glanced at the benefits similar to Suze and quickly signed the contract. With a ding, Wang Nan felt assured and delighted. With a guaranteed quota, he wouldn't have to lower his head in front of Zhang Jinbei, as all the level ability users from the past 2 years had chosen Qingxing. He had not refrained from making sarcastic comments in front of Zhang Jinbei. At this moment, Zhang Jinbei, the admissions teacher from Tianxia, confidently stated, Suze, our Tianxia is the best elemental academy in the country, unlike those poor souls from Qingxing who are so stingy. As long as you join us, tuition is free, 200 credits per year, level access, and not only do you get 1 chance to enter the secret realm each year, but also an opportunity to soak in the Qingling sacred spring. The conditions for recruiting level students at Tianxia and Qingxing are actually quite similar. However, they had not successfully recruited level students in the past 2 years, and given that Suze came from an ordinary family, he would receive certain benefits, prompting the school to raise the offer this time. He believed that Suze would not refuse. Vice Principal Mu personally went to recruit another level ability user, which would surely be a sure thing. This old fellow Wang Nan, I wonder how he would act this time. Sorry, teacher, I choose to join Qingxing. Zhang Jinbei was stunned and quickly said, Suze, do you want to reconsider? If there are any other concerns, feel free to bring them up. Mu Miaoyin, who just entered the admissions office, heard Suze's refusal and frowned slightly, saying, Teacher Zhang, please hand me the phone. Vice Principal Mu had arrived. Zhang Zhenbai's face lit up as he handed over the phone. A soft and gentle voice, sweet enough to make one's heart flutter, came through. Suze, I am Mu Miaoyin, Vice Principal of Tianxia. If you are willing to join us, I am willing to perform Tianhua melody for you once. Zhang Jinbei showed a shocked expression. Vice Principal Mu's offer was grand, as she could only perform Tianhua melody once a year. Someone once offered 100 million, but Vice Principal Mu did not agree. He feared that Suze did not understand what Tianhua melody represented. He hurriedly explained, Suze, Vice Principal Mu's Tianhua melody is priceless, allowing you to comprehend martial arts below a level at a speed 10 times faster within 3 hours. Shi Che, Su Xiaoxi, and Zhao Mingman all felt their hearts flutter at this sudden voice, their bodies trembling. The voice was so beautiful it was intoxicating. Shi Che also recalled the information about Mu Miaoyin. She was the vice principal of Tianxia, possessing this level ability of mystic, sound a 7th-tier saint, and consistently ranked among the top 3 on the world goddess list with talents not inferior to his own brother. Tianhua Melody was also incredibly valuable. One of his uncles was willing to spend 100 million just to hear it once, but unfortunately Mu Miaoyin did not agree. Tianxiao valued Su Zhe so highly that Shi Che felt a pang of jealousy. If he were offered such conditions, it wouldn't be impossible to join Qingxing. Hey, it seemed he didn't give Tianxiao a chance to propose conditions either, and had signed with Qingxing instead. How infuriating, his speed was too fast. Su Zhe replied calmly, "Thank you for valuing me, Vice Principal Mo. I'm sorry." Zhang Jinbei was stunned. How could a man refuse Vice Principal Mo? Was this kid still unaware of the situation? What kind of potion had Qingxing given Su Zhe? Though a bit presumptuous, he couldn't help but ask, "Su Zhe, are Qingxing's conditions better than ours? Why not join Tianxia?" Su Zhe replied, "No, it's just that I am Shi Che's bodyguard. Wherever he goes, I go." Zhang Zhenbai's heart trembled. Shi Che, even Vice Principal Mu, couldn't secure him. These young people were completely incomprehensible. He stole a glance at Mu Miaoyin. Her charm had not diminished. Zhang Jinbei sighed helplessly. From now on he would keep his distance from wherever Wang Nan was, absolutely not giving him an opportunity to showcase his superiority. Seeing Su Zhe able to refuse such a great temptation, Shi Che felt a sense of admiration. His anger dissipated. Su Zhe's salary as a bodyguard for 10 years wouldn't match the opportunity to listen to Tianhua Melody even once. This kid with his calm and composed demeanor was quite handsome. "Brother, I won't let you down. You won't regret joining my team." His eyes flickered again. Oh, perhaps he could have the best of both worlds. Su Zhe also signed with the stars. Wang Nan, with a beaming smile, eagerly called Zhang Jinbei, but it went unanswered, which he didn't mind. In the coming year they would undoubtedly meet. He got up and headed to the principal's office, eager to report the good news of successfully enrolling 2 class students and claim credit. Next, a few schools called to extend invitations, but Shi Che and Su Zhe politely declined one by one. The moving company would only arrive in the afternoon, so Zhao Mingman decided to showcase her culinary skills and prepare a delicious feast to celebrate. After moving, they would hold a grand celebration for Su Zhe and Shi Che's successful admission to the stars. Hearing that Zhao Mingman would cook personally, Su Xiaoxi frowned and instinctively said, "Mom, how long has it been since you last cooked? Besides, your cooking is notoriously bad. You're just not cut out for it. It's better left to me and my brother." Zhao Mingman's smile faded as she shot her daughter a sideways glance, her expression one of disapproval. Realizing she had misspoken, Su Xiaoxi hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "Mom, I meant to say that your leg has just healed and you need to rest well. There's no need for you to tire yourself out, of my brother, and I can handle this." Zhao Mingman snorted, acknowledging her daughter's sense. "All right then, let's go, Xiaoxi, let's go buy groceries together." Su Xiaoxi was somewhat unwilling, it seemed like this was something her mom could do with her brother. Reluctantly, Zhao Mingman dragged her along. The living room fell silent as Su Zhe continued reading quietly, while Shi Che connected his phone to headphones, watching a tutorial video on the little fireball. Little Gio was diligently training. Shi Che kindly let little Gio take a break and took a spirit concentration capsule. He would need the energy to continue working hard in the afternoon. After more than half an hour, the two returned from grocery shopping. Su Xiaoxi washed, trimmed, and cut the vegetables, while Su Zhe entered the kitchen to start cooking. The two worked together with practiced ease. In an hour, 6 dishes and a soup were ready, filling the air with a delightful aroma. The 4 gathered around the table, and the atmosphere was warm and cozy. Shi Che also enjoyed this ambience. At that moment, a loud and cheerful voice rang out. "Xiao Zhe, Xiao Shi, godfather and godmother are here. Hurry and open the door." Su Xiaoxi quickly went to open the door, sweetly greeting, "Godfather, godmother." A middle-aged couple wearing glasses entered, carrying fruits and milk. Kuqing sniffed the air. "It smells so good. Just by the scent it seems delicious. Xiao Zhe's cooking skills have really improved. Ooh, just in time, since godmother and godfather haven't eaten yet." Su Zhe stood up and called out, "Godfather, godmother." Seeing his good friend Zhao Mingman was also filled with joy and stood up. Upon seeing Zhao Mingman standing, Kuqing screamed, her fruit slipping from her hands, her eyes red, as she rushed into Zhao Mingman's embrace. "Sister. Sister, you're better now. I'm not dreaming, right? Pinch me." Zhao Mingman gently patted Kuqing's head, her expression tender as she said, "You're not dreaming." Then she pinched Kuqing hard. Kuqing gasped in pain. "Sister, you really pinched me. I'm just so happy it's not a dream." Sister, you're better now, and Xiao Zhe has awakened his class abilities. It's double happiness. How about we make it triple happiness? My daughter can be Xiao Zhe's wife. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. Never mind, our Xiao Zhe is so handsome and talented, and my daughter is not worthy of him. Zhao Mingman lightly tapped Kaching's forehead. How can you say such things about your own daughter? Nanqing is cheerful and outgoing. She's a good girl. Kaching's eyes widened, her lips curling up. Zhao Mingman smiled again. Such matters depend on whether Xiao Zhe and Nanqing have mutual feelings. We cannot force it. Su Zhe straightforwardly replied, there's no mutual feeling. Kuqing pretended to cry. Xiao Zhe, that's just too blunt. You should be more tactful. I don't mind, but I worry that your godfather might feel hurt. Huan Anyang chuckled. No worries, I think Xiao Zhe is right. If there's no mutual feeling, just say it directly. That's quite interesting. Su Xiaoxi laughed. Godfather, godmother, don't worry about it. There's no mutual feeling. Ooh, let's eat. Kuqing and Huan Anyang took their seats. Only then did Kuqing notice Shi Che praising. What a handsome young man. Let me guess, is he Xiao Zai? Su Xiaoxi's face turned red. Godmother, don't say that randomly. He's my brother's friend, and also a lifesaver for me and my mom. Kuqing's expression changed as she asked for clarification. Zhao Mingman did not hide the truth. Kuqing gritted her teeth, wishing she could charge directly at the Black Tiger gang with a knife ready to kill. She sincerely thanked Shi Che. The two chatted animatedly at the dinner table, reminiscing about the past, laughing and crying, and as the mood lifted, they even brought out drinks, toasting one after another. Sister, we must be good friends for life. You can't leave me behind. All right, I promise you. Shi Che listened with great interest. Kuqing and Zhao Mingman were from the same orphanage. Upon graduating from university, they fought together in society, tackling lecherous managers and reporting troublesome colleagues, facing all difficulties together. Their bond was like that of sisters. They shared meals, lived together, cared for each other, and depended on one another, pledging never to part ways. Zhao Mingman was the first to find Su Zhe's father, after which they lived separately. Later, Kuqing also found her true love. Their relationship was genuine. Zhao Mingman had always cared for the timid Kuqing in the orphanage. After entering society, it was Zhao Mingman who taught her to be strong, how to work, and how to navigate relationships with others. When Kuqing faced work issues, Zhao Mingman took the burden. In the year Su Zhe's father died, it was Kuqing who accompanied Zhao Mingman through her low point, taking care of Su Zhe and Su Xiaoxi. After Zhao Mingman became paralyzed, it was Kuqing who taught Su Zhe and Su Xiaoxi how to do housework and take care of Zhao Mingman. She would come by whenever she had the time to keep Zhao Mingman company. The bond between the two sisters was extraordinarily deep, perhaps reaching a level of unwavering loyalty, which was truly enviable. Shi Che glanced at Su Zhe again. He wondered if this guy would ever change his heart, as he truly regarded Su Zhe as a close friend. Huan Anyang supported Kuqing, while Su Xiaoxi assisted Zhao Mingman upstairs. After a hearty meal, Shi Che lazily leaned against the sofa, thinking that Su Zhe's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Afternoon time always brings about a sense of drowsiness. Having taken a spirit concentration capsule earlier, he couldn't help but yawn. Su Zhe gently suggested, "Young master, would you like to take a nap on my bed for a while?" Shi Che did not hold back. Su Zhe's room was clean and tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors, with the windows slightly ajar. He skillfully laid out the neatly arranged bedding. Shi Che praised truly a capable bodyguard, skilled in both literature and martial arts, able to navigate the hall and the kitchen. Taking advantage of Su Zhe's absence, he glanced around, even peeking under the bed, but found nothing, feeling a bit disappointed. Su Zhe was indeed a model student. He lazily lay on the bed, the warm spring breeze caressing his cheeks, creating a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere as drowsiness slowly overcame him. Su Zhe entered, sitting quietly on the chair, while reading, hearing Shi Che's relaxed breathing. Drowsiness washed over him as he leaned on the table, drifting into a nap. "Young master, it's time to get up." Shi Che, half awake, opened his eyes, slightly paused for 10 seconds, covering his head with the blanket as if he hadn't heard. The blanket was lifted. Shi Che was furious. How dare a mere bodyguard disturb his sleep? His eyes glinted coldly as he clung tightly to the blanket, refusing to let go. Su Zhe pursed his lips, finding the young master truly childish. After a minute of stalemate, lively sounds emerged from downstairs. The moving company had arrived. A gentle knock on the door sounded. "Brother, has Shi Che woken up?" Shi Che sprang up in an instant. "Him up." He first went to wash his face, feeling more alert. Zhao Mingman was holding a box, instructing the movers. Kuqing yawned, looking puzzled. "Sister, where are you moving to?" "To the Dawn community, the villa area." Kuqing's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth. She exclaimed, "The Dawn community? Sister, did you win 5 million? You can't be that lucky, right?" The Dawn community was the most expensive district in Tianming City, with the cheapest unit costing over $1 million. Luxuriously decorated with tranquil surroundings, only the wealthy resided there. A villa in the area was worth several million, and one could hardly acquire it without power. Zhao Mingman slapped her hand down. You silly girl, I told you not to call me that. It's all thanks to Xiao Zhe. I thought so, how could you have such luck? It's all because my son is exceptional. Shi Che and Su Zhe came downstairs. Zhao Mingman was smiling, handing the box to Su Zhe. The box was seamless, exquisitely crafted with a beautiful golden crow totem engraved on it. Shi Che looked at the box in astonishment. It was a bloodline sealing box crafted by ancient families to preserve their heirlooms. Only those of direct bloodline could open it. This box could only be made by an 8th-stage dominator using extremely precious materials. Such materials for crafting sealing boxes had become extinct. What background did Su Zhe's family have? The surname Su, could they be from the Tianhe Su family? No, the Tianhe Su family's totem was not the golden crow. Could it be the descendant of an ancient family that had long been extinguished? He was extremely curious about what was inside. Suppressing his excitement, he whispered the origin of the sealing box into Su Zhe's ear. Su Zhe clutched the box tightly, his expression equally perplexed. This is my father's heirloom. He never told me this box was a bloodline sealing box. Once we finish moving, you'll ask my mother. Shi Che contemplated, was the lineage already severed, or was there another reason? Su Zhe seemed dazed, recalling that his father was just an ordinary man. He was a house husband who enjoyed experimenting with food. An initial level ability user, his awakened power was E-class yellow flame, lacking any aura of a strong person. After moving, Huan and Yang had matters to attend to and left early, while Kaching planned to stay a few days in the big villa. Shi Che briefly explained the matter of the bloodline sealing box. The 5 of them skipped dinner. Except for Su Zhe, the other 4 surrounded the box on the table with gleaming eyes. Su Xiaoxi swallowed hard, wondering if her father had some astonishing background. A descendant of a secret family. A city dragon king. Mom, what exactly is my father's background that he possesses such a treasure? Zhao Mingman was taken aback, turning left and right, pondering for a while. She replied with certainty, your father is just a vagrant. When I met him, he didn't even have an ID card and could barely afford to eat. How could he have any background? He never mentioned the origin of this box, only telling me to give it to Xiao Zhe once he awakened his abilities. Su Xiaoxi's eyes widened, shocked at how miserable her father was. Mom, please tell me in detail about how you met my dad. Kuqing urged, equally curious. She actually didn't know how the two met. She had just gone on a business trip, and when she returned, her sister had brought back a handsome man refusing to share the details. Shi Che raised his hand to pause, taking out various snack, seeds, and soda from his small backpack. Aunt, please begin your performance. Zhao Mingman fell into deep recollection of some things she once deemed shameful, now seemed a bit sweet in hindsight. At that time, she was still an urban beauty. With a monthly salary of 5,000 forced to work overtime at night, she bought some skewers to reward herself. While driving her newly purchased second-hand car, she vented her frustrations about her cold-hearted manager. Passing by a small park, a figure suddenly darted out from the side of the road, colliding with a loud thud. She was terrified, cursing her luck. Was it a scam or a desperate act? It was over as she hadn't bought a dash cam. If he died, it would be troublesome. She hurriedly got out to check the situation. A tall figure lay motionless in the middle of the road, dressed in tattered clothes like a vagrant. There was no blood. He should be fine. As she approached, she realized it was a young man in his 20s. He had a handsome and strong face, bronze skin, and tattered clothes that revealed his robust, wild muscles. He was quite attractive, standing at a height of 188 centimeters. At first glance, he didn't seem like a bad person. The young man suddenly shot up, confusion evident in his eyes as he uttered philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? His stomach grumbled, gazing longingly at a spot in the car where the barbecue was located. Awesome, the young man seemed to have a concussion. No, that's bad. How did he get a concussion? A sly smile crept across her lips. Zhao Mingman, taking responsibility for her actions after hitting the young man, used barbecue as bait to let him sit in her car. At this point, Zhao Mingman felt a bit thirsty and took a sip of soda. Kuqing had a complicated expression. That man was indeed handsome, but her sister was too. Zhao Mingman's image as a caring older sister was completely shattered in her mind. Su Xiaoxi's mouth fell slightly open, unable to believe her mother's antics. Shi Che was also stunned. It turned out that Su Zhe's father was picked up. Zhao Ai's actions were hard to evaluate. Su Zhe bit his lip, feeling a bit itchy, wanting to bite something. The young man regained his senses after the tremor. Zhao Mingman subtly probed him, and the young man obediently responded. This young man is named Su Tianqi, who was abandoned by his parents since childhood and has been wandering ever since, often going hungry. Without even an ID card and having never attended school, he is unaware of many common facts. It seems he rarely communicates with others and his speech is stuttering. Zhao Mingman couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion for this poor young man as she wanted to warm him up. She wished she could support him, but she could barely sustain herself. She lamented that she was not a wealthy woman, unable to treat him to good food and drinks. Fate had brought them together. She decided to treat him to a grand meal before parting ways. As for other thoughts, she was a proper person, a graceful lady who never indulged in gambling or drugs, which was the best proof of her character. Upon returning home, she sighed softly and suggested that he take a shower. She discovered that the young man didn't even know how to use the shower, and she kindly taught him, feeling the firmness of his muscles. She went out to buy clothes and food, fearing she might burst in if she heard the sound of water. Upon returning home, as soon as she walked in, her eyes widened, and she covered her eyes, breathing rapidly. This young man was truly unreserved. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "Young man, you are playing with fire." Afterward, Zhao Mingman smoked a cigarette, feeling satisfied. Yet the next moment, she prepared to pull up her pants, unwilling to recognize him. The young man seemed to guess what she intended to do, looking at her with a pitiful gaze and calling her sister, resembling an abandoned puppy. With lust comes a sharp edge. Zhao Mingman was confused and deeply regretted losing control. Now that things had come to this, she could only take responsibility. Afterward, Zhao Mingman began to work hard to earn money, while teaching Su Tianqi to read. Su Tianqi had a strong learning ability. After mastering reading, he started self-learning through the computer. He even took the initiative to take on all household chores, impressively skilled in cooking, making her feel comfortable and cared for. As time went on, they fell in love, eventually marrying and having children, Su Zhe and Su Xiaoxi. 5 years ago, Su Tianqi suddenly died of a heart attack. This is the general process of their acquaintance and understanding. My Tianqi is so well-behaved, there can't be any problems. Zhao Mingman gulped down her drink, speaking with unwavering confidence. The four of them exchanged glances. This wasn't a problem, but it could get serious. Kuqing adjusted her. There must be something wrong with the brother-in-law. Although you are a bit lecherous, you know your limits. At most you would go to a hotel, but you wouldn't bring a man you just met home. But Zhao Mingman thought to refute. Su Tianqi is no ordinary man. That face, that figure, that endurance. What woman could resist bringing him home after meeting him? After hesitating for a moment, she recalled that when she first met Su Tianqi, she had no intention of bringing him home. She merely wanted to leave quickly, fearing being taken advantage of. Yet upon seeing those innocent, bewildered eyes, her desires unexpectedly intensified, and she confusedly brought him home. Su Xiaoxi hummed softly. My dad must have a problem. Which homeless person isn't undernourished and emaciated but possesses such a physique? Shi Che deeply believed that a good physique requires not only training, but also proper care. Zhao Mingman hesitated. People's physiques differ. What if that man possesses extraordinary talents? Su Zhe spoke up. My dad must be lying. If he truly had exceptional learning abilities, he wouldn't be a homeless person who can hardly express himself. Zhao Mingman reflected on various aspects, growing increasingly suspicious. She paused, murmuring to herself, but what significance would that dog man gain from deceiving me? When she met him, she was just an orphan, having just bought a car. Her savings were less than 10,000. Did he fancy her beauty and want to rely on her? Shi Che narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Zhe's father was indeed no simple man. Aunt Zhao had fallen into a trap. He was a fire elemental ability user capable of utilizing mental suggestion, at least a 5th-tier master. And is the life-burning technique you used taught by uncle? Zhao Mingman nodded slightly, her complexion a bit pale. He previously said it was a survival secret learned while wandering, to be used only in emergencies. He repeatedly cautioned me never to use it, as it would be fatal. I should forget about it. Shi Che pondered, already understanding much. Kuqing embraced Zhao Mingman, comforting her. Su Tianqi may have had ulterior motives at first, but he surely developed genuine feelings later. Now that I think about it, sister, do you remember why that fat manager suddenly stopped bothering us, and our obnoxious colleague also ceased to set traps for us? Why this house was sold so cheaply, almost given away, or it's likely because of Su Tianqi's interventions. Zhao Mingman wasn't as weak as she seemed. If she had been deceived, then so be it, if she had not lost anything. However, she felt she owed a debt to Su Tianqi, yielding to him in everything, not realizing she had become a fool. Had Su Tianqi truly died? The 5 of them stared at the box. Perhaps all the answers lay within. Su Zhe did not hesitate to let a drop of blood fall, and the box absorbed the blood without any reaction. Kuqing was taken aback. Sister, you cheated. Zhao Mingman slapped her, stating that Su Tianqi was a brute, and she didn't have the strength for that. Shi Che suggested try using the golden crow true flame. Su Zhe's finger emitted a wisp of golden flame, cautiously bringing it closer to the box. The box devoured the flame. The next moment, the box's golden crow patterns glowed with red light accompanied by crackling sounds. The top layer of the box opened. Inside was a colorless stone, a red bead, and a jade pendant. Zhao Mingman felt a bit disappointed as she had expected a letter from Su Tianqi, or at least some precious treasures. What were these? Can I appraise them? Shi Che asked seriously. Of course. Shi Che examined them, his eyes filled with little Zay. This colorless stone is a Qingyi stone, this bead is a fire spirit pearl, and this jade pendant is a 10 cubic meter spatial equipment filled with energy crystals and ferocious beast cores worth around 1 billion. Shi Che further explained the functions of the fire spirit pearl. The fire spirit pearl, a 9th tier resource, is a coveted treasure for fire elemental ability users. Owning it greatly enhances the user's speed of cultivation and fire elemental abilities, comprehension of fire elemental martial arts, power of ability release, and resistance to fire elements. Zhao Mingman gritted her teeth. That dead guy is so wealthy, yet he made me go out to work and support him. Is he even human? Kuqing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, feeling a bit dizzy. 1 billion, my brother-in-law is so wealthy. With her monthly salary of 20,000, it would take her hundreds of years without eating, drinking, or cultivating to save that much. The money from my sister rounded off is essentially her money. She now has 1 billion. Brother-in-law, you can rest assured. I will take good care of my sister and the children. Su Xiaoxi also widened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape. Dad has hidden this well. Why, I've become a rich second generation. Su Ze's brow also relaxed slightly. Over the years, he understood the importance of money. With money, he could grow faster and better protect Shi Che. The fire spirit pearl, an ancient secret technique and an ancient artifact. Without an identity, Su Tianqi knew where Su Tianqi came from. Within the small world containing the peculiarities of ice and fire. A treasure sought far and wide, obtained without effort. The ice spirit pearl is within reach. Shi Che's eyes flickered slightly. Small worlds are created by powerful beings or formed naturally by heaven and earth. They can be classified by size as cave heavens, fortunate lands, and secret realms. Small worlds typically contain dense particles of spiritual energy, serving as sacred places for cultivation rich in precious resources. Even the lowest level secret realm is worth over 10 billion. A world containing the peculiarities of ice and fire must be a cave heaven. Only 3 cave heavens have been discovered in Eastern Xia. They are controlled by the abilities association, the Moon Temple and the Star Temple. If the news of a cave heaven were to leak, even the gods would descend. Shi Che stared blankly at Su Ze for a moment, wondering if Su Ze was the legendary protagonist. A mysterious father, an engagement broken by his fiancée, a sister, and a house. He was here to seek opportunities and encountered the protagonist delivering the first bucket of gold to the young lady. Repay, young master. Su Ze picked up the fire spirit pearl and handed it to Shi Che. Young master, you've copied the golden crow true flame. You should need this. Zhao Mingman and Su Xiaoxi did not stop Su Ze. Kuqing hesitated for a moment and remained silent in her view. Su Ze also needed this, but giving it to Shi Che was acceptable too. We are all family. How generous this guy is. The fire spirit pearl is a priceless treasure. Owning it increases Su Ze's chances of becoming supreme by 10%, far more precious than his share of the life water. If he were a woman coupled with Su Ze's good looks, she might have been moved and offered herself in gratitude. Shi Che shook his head, not accepting it. If it were the ice spirit pearl, he would have shamelessly accepted it. Through the bond, Shi Che could gain 20 of Su Ze's insights and cultivation speed. The fire spirit pearl would be used more effectively by Su Ze. He wasn't a true fire element ability user, so cultivating with the fire spirit pearl wouldn't perfect the fit. Seeing Shi Che refuse, Su Ze pursed his lips and said nothing. Shi Che, feeling helpless, leaned closer and whispered the effects of the bond to Su Ze. Su Ze felt relieved. Under Shi Che's guidance, he dripped blood into the fire spirit pearl, which then automatically flew into his dantian. He began to refine the acceptance stone. A moment later, his eyes shifted to golden pupils, and his body ignited with golden flames, an eerie, high-pitched roar seemingly sounding from around him. Su Ze finished his cultivation and informed Shi Che that the acceptance stone recorded a technique, the Great Sun Golden Crow Guidance Method. Shi Che then looked at Su Ze's panel. Name: Su Ze Realm. Initial stage. Energy value 1001. Talent: Skill Explosion. Ability: Martial Arts. Great Sun Golden Crow Guidance Method. Beginner favorability 100. The Great Sun Golden Crow Guidance Method. I haven't heard of it, but with a name like that it shouldn't be too weak. Shi Che logged into the family intranet, quickly searching for information on the Great Sun Golden Crow Guidance Method. There was no record, but he found some stories about the Golden Crow. Over 2,000 years ago, a human tribe found the fallen land of the divine beast Golden Crow, inheriting a trace of its primal power, transforming into this great ability Golden Crow True Flame. This tribe thus called themselves the Golden Crow tribe, one of the strongest tribes of the human race at the time, but later the entire tribe mysteriously vanished. Many powerful beings have searched for the Golden Crow tribe, but found no clues. Shi Che speculated that perhaps the people of the Golden Crow tribe discovered the peculiar small world of ice and fire and all migrated inside. For reasons unknown, they ceased communication with the outside world. Su Tianxi, coming from the small world and lacking identity, found it difficult to navigate in eastern Xia. To obtain a legal identity, he targeted Zhao Mengmen, an orphan who was easy to manipulate. As for why Su Tianxi left the small world and later faked his death, perhaps it would be revealed once the bloodline sealed box fully opened. He did not believe that a powerhouse of at least 5th rank would die from a heart attack. This bloodline sealed box has 2 layers. Su Zhe had already tried the lower layer where the Golden Crow patterns only faintly lit up, requiring a stronger Golden Crow True Flame to open. Looking at the brightness of the patterns, at least Su Zhe would need to become a legendary king to open it. However, with this resource, it was only a matter of time before Su Zhe became a legendary king. Shi Che didn't worry about the guidance method and resources. He let Su Zhe choose martial arts. For some low-level martial arts, he still had the qualification to let Su Zhe learn, but for grade and higher-level martial arts he lacked the authority. It would have to be his brother. Su Zhe chose 4 martial arts: Small Fireball Chain, Small Fireball Flame Blade, and Flame Strike, indicating he wanted to pursue both martial and magical cultivation. If it were anyone else, Shi Che would advise against it, saying that one's ambitions should match their abilities, but Su Zhe, perhaps he could manage. Time was getting late. Shi Che called to prepare a lavish dinner. Returning to his villa, it was already past 10. He first checked his energy value. Energy value 1700. He tried to cultivate, and indeed the speed increased. His cultivation speed was originally 1, now it was 1.5, while Xiao Jiu's speed was now 2. That kid Su Zhe with the Fire Spirit Pearl had a cultivation speed of 2.5. Damn, is it really that strong? No wonder it's the treasure of fire element ability users. A strong sense of crisis arose within him, his eyes blazing with flames. He was used to being first, and did not wish to be overshadowed by Su Zhe. It's just about being competitive. He had never admitted defeat. He picked up the energy crystal and began to cultivate. At 2 in the morning, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His mind scattered and his gaze blank. Energy value 1920. Have you seen the night sky at 2 in the morning, Su Zhe? Su Zhe could never outdo him. Satisfied, he fell asleep. In the early morning, the bright sunlight poured into the room. The alarm on his phone rang, and Shi Chun groggily glanced at it. 7 o'clock. Still early, 10 more minutes of sleep. He continued sleeping peacefully, but when he opened his eyes again, it was already 8 o'clock. Time had flown by so quickly. One blink, and an hour had passed. He struggled to get up, brushing his teeth and washing his face in a daze. It seemed he really shouldn't stay up late. He took a blue spirit pill and finished breakfast, then lazily opened the Book of Replication. Shi Chen's eyes widened instantly, and he snapped to alertness. Name: Su Zhe. Realm: Early Initiate Stage. Energy value 2024. Talent: Skill: Explosion, Supernatural Martial Arts, Great Sun, Golden Crow Guidance Technique, Beginner: Small Fireball, Proficient Flame Blade, Proficient Flame Assault, Proficient Affinity 100. Su Zhe hadn't slept all night, spending it all on cultivation. Good grief, Shi Chun gritted his teeth. So competitive. His energy value had already surpassed Shi Chen's, and he had even reached the proficient level in 3 martial arts. What was going on? He quickly called Su Zhe and rushed to the next room. Su Zhe was sitting on the sofa waiting for him quietly. Good morning, young master. Shi Chun had already dashed over and sat opposite Su Zhe. He carefully examined Su Zhe's face. No dark circles, no bloodshot, eyes looking perfectly refreshed. No signs of staying up all night. Xiao Zi's, were you cultivating all night? Su Zhe shook his head in denial. I slept for 3 hours. Shi Chun said seriously, experts say adults need at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep a night. You'll drop dead like this. An early-stage superhuman's body isn't made of iron. Though physical fitness improves, adequate sleep is still necessary. Young master, don't worry. I know my limits. People have different constitutions. I used to stay energetic on just 5 hours of sleep. After obtaining the Fire Spirit Pearl, 3 hours is enough. Shi Chen's pupils dilated. Even with the aid of sleep medication, he needed a full 6 hours to stay. Su Zhe had 3 more hours than him every day, and his cultivation speed was faster. How could Shi Chen ever catch up? He was deeply skeptical of Su Zhe's extraordinary stamina. After observing for 3 days, Shi Che confirmed that Su Che indeed only needed 3 hours of sleep. But it wasn't just his frightening energy levels. Su Che's concentration was even more terrifying. Apart from eating and using the bathroom, he could cultivate non-stop. Cultivation wasn't easy. Activating the technique required entering a focused state. Ordinary superhumans could typically sustain continuous cultivation for about an hour, which was considered decent. After that, most would do other things to relax. Even with nothing else to do, the total cultivation time in a day wouldn't exceed 8 hours before their energy was depleted. Even he himself could only manage 4 hours of continuous cultivation at most. After that, his mind would grow sluggish, his gaze dull, and he wouldn't want to move, needing a break. He and Xiao Jiao took turns cultivating and frantically consumed pills to recover, managing at most 15 hours a day. Excluding time for meals, bathroom breaks, and sleep, Su Che could cultivate for 18 hours. He was practically a beast. How could he be so overpowered? No wonder he was called a study demon. He could be dubbed the god of grinding. Who could compete with him? Was the Fire Spirit Pearl really that powerful? Or was it Su Che's talent and willpower? Probably both. After obtaining the Fire Spirit Pearl, Su Che's results far exceeded his imagination. Among everyone he had ever met, no one cultivated faster than Su Che, not even his own brother. Shi Che's expression turned serious. Xiao Zi's, don't you feel bored or distracted when cultivating all the time? Su Che gave him a complex look and said calmly, yes, but I'm used to it. During the 3+ years of university, he had lived under the terrifying shadow of Shi Che. He forced himself to stay focused, thinking that every extra moment of study was a chance to surpass Shi Che. Most of the family's money went to treating his mother. Winning first place in Jiangnan province would bring a scholarship of 100,000. He needed that money to ease the burden on his family. Not good at communicating with others and lacking other skills, the only way to earn money was through studying. And he refused to give up. Many times he nearly broke down mentally, but he persevered, pushing beyond his limits again and again. Thus he developed astonishing focus. Now enhanced by the Fire Spirit Pearl, he didn't even know the limit of his endurance. He also saw a chance to surpass Shi Che. Before the martial arts exam ended, he would never slack off. The top spot in the exam was his to claim. Even if a god came, it wouldn't matter. He said so. Su Che calmed his mind and continued cultivating. Shi Che was stunned. Boundless energy focus with no visible limit. Even Su Che's speed in comprehending martial arts left him utterly astounded. And great fire martial art took only half a day to reach the mastery level, and that was without Su Che using potions to restore energy. It was almost as fast as Shi Che's potion chugging method. With talent, hard work, resources, and the Fire Spirit Pearl as a cheat, Su Che had become a true cultivation monster. Now Su Che's stats. Name: Su Che realm, early mid-stage, energy value 7203, talent skills, explosion breath, concealment, supernatural martial arts, great sun, golden crow, guidance technique, beginner, small fireball, mastery, flame, blade, mastery, flame, assault, mastery, chain, small fireball, proficient, affinity 100. Thanks to Su Che, though he hadn't trained much in martial arts these 3 days, his proficiency hadn't grown slowly. But even though Shi Che bought a level 2 clear spirit potion to restore focus, allowing him to cultivate longer, and took turns with Xiao Jiao, his progress was still overtaken by Su Che, who had pulled far ahead. Name: Shi Che realm, early stage, 60, energy value 6001, talent skills, bond, heaven, rewards, diligence, supernatural martial arts, heavenly origin, guidance technique, beginner 7, small fireball, mastery 51, flame, blade, mastery 12, flame, assault, mastery 21, chain, small fireball, proficient 21, great sun, golden crow, guidance technique, uninitiated 30. Seeing that he was being overtaken by Su Che, Shi Che began to scheme. He tried to distract Su Che with novels, games, TV dramas, and such, but it had no effect. Shi Che pulled out his ultimate move. He sent his treasured learning videos to Su Che. Seeing that they had been downloaded, a mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The next day, he found Su Che seemed unchanged. No signs of exhaustion or physical fatigue, and his cultivation efficiency hadn't noticeably declined. Was Su Che that innocent? Shi Che's pupils dilated as he probed. Did you watch them? Su Che replied seriously. Yes. Good grief, this kid was a closet pervert after all. He confirmed again, black stockings or white stockings. Su Che said flatly, white. Shi Che squinted. Great minds think alike. He preferred white too. Did you take action? Su Che was very straightforward. Yes. And how do you feel now? The corner of Su Che's mouth lifted slightly. Great, don't worry, young master. I'm strong. It won't affect my cultivation. Just keep sending them. It was clear he understood Shi Che's malicious intent. Shi Che wanted to spit in his face. Putting on airs. How could he be stronger? He'd whip it out and scare you to death. Wait, why had Suze's energy value increased even more than before? Realm early mid-stage energy value 9145. Holy shit. That works too. Shi Che's pupils dilated again. His data had become part of Suze's cultivation play. He slumped lifelessly on the sofa and started searching online for Suze's information. Study him, understand him, defeat him. There was little information. Only his second-place result in Jiangnan province last time, and the news of his grade superpower awakening. Shi Che clicked to take a look. Biology 100, history 100, geography 100, chemistry 100, physics 100, mathematics 150, Chinese 135. Total score out of 800, 785. Shi Che had also scored full marks in other subjects, but his Chinese was 143. Thanks to the cultural foundation of a past life, a few golden phrases easily earned full marks in essays, widening the gap with Suze. The more he looked at this guy, the more he seemed like the protagonist. If not for his photographic memory, years of hard work since childhood, guidance from renowned teachers, and the cultural heritage of a whole world, he might not have been able to surpass Suze in academic performance. Putting down his phone, Shi Che closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, his heart racing wildly as blood flowed rapidly. The immense pressure brought by Suze had him in a state of extreme excitement. He felt even more exhilarated than when he had been sneaking a look at study materials, plunging into an unprecedented state of activity. It had been a long time since he felt such pressure. It was thrilling and interesting. Suze could break through limits. He could too. Confidence was never something he lacked. Calming his mind, he stopped focusing on Suze's cultivation and devoted himself entirely to his own training. In the stillness of the night, Shi Che hesitated. Would that really enhance his cultivation speed? After trying for a whole night, Shi Che felt lethargic, his face pale, with two prominent dark circles under his eyes and his limbs feeling a bit weak. He determined one thing: Suze was lying. A faint cold smile appeared on his lips. It was truly cunning, a clumsy deception. Anyone who believed this nonsense was a fool. With firm resolve, he deleted all the study materials. His heart bled slightly as he thought, Suze, just wait. I am determined to be the top scorer in the martial arts examination. What he said, even if a deity came, it would be useless. He downed a bottle of spiritual elixir, fully revitalizing himself, and began his training with an energy crystal in hand. 7 days later, Shi Che's complexion was haggard and spiritless, looking particularly fatigued. However, there was notable growth. His concentration had improved significantly, allowing him to train continuously for 5 hours instead of 4. Breaking through the initial limit was relatively easy, but to further improve from here would be comparatively difficult, requiring persistent training. Name: Shi Che. Level mid-tier 15. Energy value 15,501. Talent: skills bond, hard work, pays off, violence for violence. Special abilities: Tianyuan guiding method, beginner 20, small fireball mastery 80, flame blade mastery 40, flame strike mastery 40, chain small fireballs mastery 10, great sun golden crow guiding method, beginner 1. Violence for violence: when taking damage, potential is triggered, greatly enhancing strength. The more severe the injury, the greater the strength increase. This talent skill seemed quite impressive, but Shi Che felt it did not suit him and would just gather dust. He was not a masochist. Rubbing his aching head, his thoughts became a bit muddled. He confirmed that he was not like Suze, a robot constantly tense in training, which did not suit him. Relaxation was essential for faster cultivation efficiency. He needed to unwind and let his mind relax. He pondered what activities would allow him to quickly release tension and restore energy before resuming his training. At this moment, the phone rang. It was the security of Shuguan community. Young Master Che, there is a student from Tianming University named Qin Mingho claiming to be your little brother who wishes to see you. What do you think? Qin Mingho, Shi Che recalled, was the blonde kid from Tianming University who had awakened the great ability Mysterious Hand. Mysterious Hand items made by hand have a certain probability of producing marvelous effects. With decent looks and being a sycophant, he was quite well known in school. Shi Che opened the surveillance screen. A young man appeared with blonde hair, thick eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face marked by bruises. He held a bag of green dates and a box in his hand. Shi Che paused for 3 seconds at the sight of the green dates. Let him in. Green dates, a spiritual food, sweet and fragrant with an excellent taste, were a specialty of the 100 Fruit Garden, limited to 100 pounds per day, with each person allowed to buy only 1 pound. Having never tasted these spiritual fruits before, he had forgotten to sample them while focusing on training. Now they were delivered to his door. It might be worth it to offer to buy Qin Mingho's green dates. The security guard was slightly surprised. He really was young Master Chi's little brother. Go on in. Qin Mingho, quite pleased, took a deep breath and proudly walked into the community. He felt somewhat angry. To show sincerity, he originally planned to come find Shi Che the next day and ask him to take him as a little brother. However, his parents upon returning home misunderstood the situation and without any reason gave him a double dose of punishment, making him lie at home for 3 days. Once he healed, his brothers struck again, forcing him to lie down for another 7 days. Just because he wore a mask didn't mean he didn't know it was them. Qin Mingho's eyes flashed with coldness. Seeing Shi Che was young and easy to bully, he vowed that when he grew stronger, none of these people would escape. Kung Fu can't hit below the belt. Now that he was healed, he eagerly prepared gifts to find Shi Che. Shi Che sat on the sofa, his eyelids feeling heavy. After entering, Qin Mingho looked at Shi Che, his eyes brightening. A figure sat lazily and elegantly on a pure gray sofa, propping his chin with one hand, tilting his head slightly, and looking at him with half-closed eyes. So handsome. He bowed his head and said, "Boss, the first time I saw you, I knew your future achievements would be limitless with the talent of a deity. Please take me as your little brother. Most importantly, you are just too handsome." Shi Che perked up at this kid had good taste. He had his own domineering aura, and with a slight shake of his imposing figure, little brother bowed down to him. Glancing at the blonde kid, he was surprised to see a 90 in the favorability rating. This kid seemed sincere, not with ulterior motives. Upgradability was also quite impressive for a talent, and his way of speaking was pleasant. Unfortunately, he was busy training and had no time to take in little brothers. He slightly raised his eyes, stating, "I don't want to take in little brothers right now." Qin Mingho had anticipated this. He took out his resume from his pocket and presented it with both hands filled with confidence. "Boss, here is my resume. Please take a look." Shi Che took it and began to read it carefully. Name: Qin Mingho. Height: 181 centimeters. Age: 21, July 13th, 127. Special skills: master level cooking, proficient in massage. Ability: grade mysterious hand. Family background: father is a master level ability user, chairman of Haitian group. Mother is a high level ability user, manager of 100 Fruit Garden. In Tianming City, he is considered a top-tier rich second generation. What surprised him was that this Qin Mingho had reached master level skills at such a young age, truly a genius. Shi Che's heart stirred slightly. Especially with master level cooking skills, as a food enthusiast, Shi Che was intrigued. There were no more than 5 people in Tianming City with master-level cooking. Although the chef who cooked for him also had master-level skills, he wanted to taste the creations of another master-level chef. The more gourmet food, the better. With the ability of mysterious hand, the dishes he made might be even more delicious. A look of indecision crossed his face. Qin Mingho, reading his expression, presented the box, saying, "Boss, this is the chocolate I made. Please taste it." Shi Che became interested. Opening the box revealed chocolates shaped like truffles, looking exquisite and carrying a faint fragrance. After eating one, it was fragrant, sweet, and crispy with a smooth texture. Ding! Master, your soul power recovery speed has increased by 5 for 5 minutes. Shi Che was genuinely moved. Oh, anyone who could create food that restored soul power was someone he couldn't afford to miss. Tasting gourmet food was also the best way to relax. Qin Mingho might be an opportunity for him to surpass Su Zhe in cultivation speed. Noticing Shi Che's silence, Qin Mingho displayed a nervous expression. To win a woman's heart, one must capture her stomach. A good culinary skill could greatly enhance a man's appeal, so he had worked hard to learn cooking since childhood. His superb culinary skills even earned praise from his grandfather, who possessed master-level skills. Even his goddess had only ever rejected him as a person, but never the food he made. After awakening his ability, he felt that the dishes made using his powers were even more delicious than those made by his grandfather. As a devoted fan of Shi Che, he frequently mingled within the circles of Shi Che's fans at school. Knowing Shi Che loved gourmet food, especially chocolate and green dates, he specifically selected these two as gifts, confident that his culinary skills would leave an impression. Yet he had lost confidence now. It made sense. The boss had an extraordinary background and must have tasted all kinds of delicacies. What if the boss refused? Should he pretend to cry and cling to him? Shi Che pondered for a moment. "I can accept you. But tell me honestly, why do you want to acknowledge me as your leader?" Qin Mingho came from a decent family background and couldn't believe it was simply because he was handsome. Such a superficial reason. Qin Mingho was determined to be his underling. With excitement on his face, he exclaimed, "Boss, do you remember the chubby kid you saved at Donghu Park 2.5 years ago? I've been searching for you, and it was quite difficult." At Donghu Park, Shi Che was taken aback. His remarkable memory quickly recalled that day. He exclaimed in surprise, "You are that yellow-haired, chubby kid." That day at Donghu Park, he had climbed a tall willow tree, enjoying the breeze while searching for clues about the ice fire wonder. He saw 2 students starting to fight. One was a yellow-haired, chubby kid, and the other was a crew-cut boy. He wasn't very interested in children's fights, so he leaped away after a few jumps. After wandering around the area, he found the crew-cut boy with a face full of fear screaming loudly as he fled. Shi Che, curious, jumped back to the previous spot. Two drunken men were severely beating the yellow-haired, chubby kid. The drunkards were oblivious to holding back. The kid was already battered and bruised, bloodied, and on the verge of collapse. He casually broke off a branch, performed a somersault down from the tree, and struck the two men. He tied them to the tree, called for an ambulance, and notified the Ability Bureau to apprehend them. By the time the paramedics arrived, he had already left. Shi Mingho nodded heavily. When he was on the brink of death and in utter despair, it was Shi Che who had descended from the sky to rescue him. At that time his vision had blurred, and he could barely make out the shadows of sticks and a figure before he. Afterward, he had always wanted to find Shi Che, but could not locate him. The hospital and the Ability Bureau refused to disclose who had saved him. He learned from the two drunken men that his savior was about his age and rather handsome. They couldn't remember the specifics of his appearance. It wasn't until Shi Che dealt with his 10 older brothers that he recognized him from the similar shadow of sticks and figure. From then on, he became a loyal follower of Shi Che, constantly keeping an eye on his updates. Shi Che mused inwardly the chubby kid was indeed a potential asset. He remembered the yellow-haired chubby kid as being plump and fair, a stark contrast to his current lean and handsome appearance. To avoid complications at the time, he had the Ability Bureau hide the kid's information. He had simply acted on impulse and didn't need anyone's gratitude. Shi Che looked at him oddly. "You've changed quite a bit." Shi Mingho scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Boss, I'm sticking with you. Don't send me away." He had been training hard for years, honing his skills, all to repay his benefactor one day. Becoming Shi Che's underling was also something he willingly accepted. Not just for the sake of gratitude, but he truly saw Shi Che's potential. After all, gratitude didn't necessarily mean being a subordinate. Why not hold on to a strong ally? Shi Che quickly drafted a document. "This outlines the job and benefits. If there are no issues, just sign it." Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Mingho signed it. "I believe the boss won't deceive me." Darn it, Shi Che felt he was being manipulated, a wave of emotion rising within him. One must admit the feeling of being unconditionally trusted was wonderful. Shi Mingho cheerfully said, "Boss, I ran away from home. Where am I going to stay?" Shi Che's lips twitched slightly. Running away from home at his age, still in a rebellious phase, he was quite the problematic child. It seemed his parents had issues, the family was disjointed. "Your parents are not good to you." Shi Mingho let out a sigh, his lips curling slightly. "They're okay. Oh, I just don't want to see them recently." Shi Che nodded slightly. As long as it wasn't a family issue, that was fine. He sighed helplessly. "Give me your phone." Shi Mingho obediently handed over his phone. He dialed Shi Mingho's father's number. The communication surprisingly went smoothly. "Oh, Qin," he specifically instructed him to call directly if Shi Mingho was being disobedient. He understood why Shi Mingho had not returned home. "You can stay with me for a while. Your parents and brothers are tough on you for your own good. They're helping you cleanse your marrow and strengthen your bones. Now that you're healed, don't you feel much stronger and your senses sharper?" Shi Mingho was taken aback. It seemed to be quite true. He should treat them better in the future. "Your father has already set up a strength enhancement plan for you. They'll give you an account. You can find instructional videos on any techniques or martial arts you don't understand there. If you feel confused, you can come ask me. They'll find a teacher to answer your questions. If you lack any resources, just tell me. Fully commit to enhancing your strength. If you can't get into Chuanxing, don't say you're my underling in the future." Shi Mingho became serious. "Boss, I will definitely get in." Then Shi Che took him on a tour of the 6-story villa. He hung up the phone, feeling a sense of relief. His son was doing well and had learned to curry favor with influential figures. He knew a bit about Shi Che's background, which was deep and unfathomable with exceptional talent, and he was his son's lifesaver. It wasn't shameful for him to be Shi Che's underling. It could be considered an opportunity for his son, who might one day become a grandmaster. However, he still needed to confirm whether it was true to avoid being fooled by his son and ending up disappointed. After choosing a room, Shi Mingho prepared to showcase his skills by preparing a sumptuous feast, which Shi Che naturally agreed to. A total of 10 dishes rich in color, aroma, and flavor, but unfortunately Shi Mingho had only awakened to the mid-stage of his abilities and could only prepare one dish with a marvelous effect each day, the effect being rather weak. Moreover, the marvelous effect would disappear after an hour. Shi Che was not surprised, as he had anticipated this. What mattered to him was Shi Mingho's future. Also, he was tempted by the food. The current weak marvelous effect was inconsequential. Any benefit to him was welcome, and not having gourmet food was also a form of relaxation. He called Suze over. Zhao Mengman and Ku Qing wanted to open a cosmetics store and had been busy these days, hardly staying in the villa. Su Xiaoxi recently enrolled in a martial arts training class and was only available on weekends. The villa had only Su Zhe. Cooking was too much of a time waste, so the two usually dined together. Su Zhe arrived, and Shi Che introduced them to each other. This is my new little brother Qin Mingho, an exceptionally skilled chef. This is my dear friend Su Zhe, also my bodyguard. Qin Mingho was taken aback upon seeing Su Zhe, the strength ability genius. He pounded his chest with bravado, saying, "Little brother can also be a bodyguard. Boss, I will protect you too." Shi Che smiled broadly. This little brother was truly thoughtful and spoke nicely. Su Zhe maintained a calm expression, coolly stating, "Young master, I just broke through to the mid-stage of the intermediate level and need to replenish my nutrition." "Thank you." Qin Mingho's body trembled, and he gasped in shock, his eyes wide. It had only been about 10 days, and he had just grasped the basics of his guidance technique. This person, no, this monster, had actually broken through to the intermediate level. Was there any justice in that? A strong sense of crisis arose within him. This was a formidable opponent. If he did not work hard, he would soon find himself marginalized in the boss' eyes, and he must prove himself. When it came to perseverance, diligence, and flattery, he had never feared anyone. Every day at 5 o'clock, he got up on time, rain or shine, running 4 kilometers to buy breakfast for the goddess that she liked. At school, the goddess was always available. As soon as school ended, he focused on culinary training, learning various recipes, and thinking of ways to prepare delicious food for the goddess. In the evenings, he also made time to study. Known as the most devoted student in the school. Yet why was he always at the bottom of the class during exams? It was quite unscientific. Shi Che pursed his lips contemplating this news about Su Zhe. His good mood was almost ruined. He still needed 8 days to advance to the mid-stage. Truly a monster. Thankfully, there was gourmet food to comfort him. He picked up a piece of golden braised chicken. The aroma was enticing, and it was tender and juicy. Shi Che squinted his eyes in delight, reveling in the experience. Little Hao's culinary skills had likely reached a master level, surpassing even his own chef. With the potential to achieve divine culinary skills, there were hardly more than 10 people in the entire imperial capital who could reach such a level. He did not hold back in his praise, saying, "Tender and crispy Little Hao, you have the talent of a culinary god. In the future, boss, just tell me what you want to eat. Once I advance to the initial stage of an ability user, I can handle spiritual energy ingredients and create spiritual cuisine, which will be even more delicious then." Su Zhe swallowed a piece of chicken and nodded secretly. Indeed, quite good. Should he also learn some culinary skills? After a moment of thought, he shook his head. The most important thing now was the martial arts examination to keep the young master under control. The rest could be considered later. Shi Che smiled, saying, "You should focus on your training and break through to the initial stage as soon as possible. Don't rush to cook. I am very much looking forward to your future dishes." Qin Mingho revealed a delighted smile. "Boss, there's no need to worry. I cultivate the grade heavenly craft guidance technique, which requires constant honing of my culinary skills. Cooking for me is like practicing my craft." Shi Che nodded slightly. The guidance technique doesn't necessarily require meditation. Some can be cultivated faster in conjunction with a particular skill. With master-level culinary skills, Qin Mingho's cultivation speed of the guidance technique would certainly not be slow. "Then I'll put in the effort for you." Qin Mingho clenched his right fist against his chest. "Serving the boss is my fortune." Su Zhe frowned slightly. This kid was a bit annoying. Shi Che smiled as he sent a phone number to Qin Mingho. "By the way, Xiao Hao, when you call this number, you can tell the butler anything you need for daily life." Qin Mingho happily responded, "Thank you, boss." Su Zhe was taken aback. This kid would be living here, which was indeed bothersome. He felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, as if his treasure was about to be taken away by someone else. He stood up, wanting to cultivate, but the discomfort in his heart grew stronger. After a pause, he said, "Young master, I've realized that the distance from here to my home is quite far, and I have to run back and forth for meals, which is too troublesome. Can I stay here?" Shi Che was speechless. Using spiritual energy to travel only takes a minute or two, yet he still had to argue about that. He truly deserved to be called the Scroll God. "You are already familiar with my home. Feel free to choose a room to stay in." Su Zhe nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't sure about Qin Mingho's character, but having the young master and Qin Mingho in the same room was too dangerous. With him keeping watch, there would be no danger. After enjoying the meal, Shi Che felt elated and quickly returned to his room to cultivate. In the following 2 months, Qin Mingho was left dumbfounded. He thought he was already working hard enough. Unexpectedly, the boss and that monster had become a whirlwind. Their talent surpassed his, and their diligence made him shiver, drenched in sweat, as if he were sitting on a hot stove. He also began to lose himself completely, pushing himself to the brink, even cultivating to the point of exhaustion, fainting multiple times. Shi Che was somewhat astonished at what was happening in this world. Everyone seemed to be going crazy. With only a month left until the martial arts examination, his strength underwent a tremendous transformation. Shi Che took a deep breath and checked his status panel. Name: Shi Che, Realm High Stage, 12, Energy Value 1, Talent Skills Bond Dao Rewards Diligence, Violent Retaliation, Named Blade Special Abilities, Heavenly Origin Guidance Technique, Proficient, 10 Small Fireball, Masterful 1, Flame Blade Master 20, Flame Strike Master 40, Chain Small Fireball Master 20. Great Sun Golden Crow Guidance Technique, Beginner 10, Named Blade can withstand 1 fatal injury. Perhaps combining it with Violent Retaliation could create miracles. However, he really didn't want to have the opportunity to experience the effect of the named blade, let it gather dust along with Violent Retaliation. He checked Su Ze's data. Name: Su Ze, Realm, Early High Stage, Energy Value 1, Talent Skills, Explosive Breath Control, Unyielding Special Abilities, Great Sun Golden Crow Guidance Technique, Beginner Small Fireball, Masterful Flame, Blade Master Flame, Strike Master Chain, Small Fireball, Master Favorability, 100. His energy value was just slightly higher than Su Ze's. Thanks to the breakthrough in the guidance technique, his cultivation speed was now comparable to Su Ze's, reaching 2.5. While Xiao Jiu's cultivation reached 4. Together they could barely match Su Ze's cultivation speed. Qin Mingho also successfully broke through to the intermediate ability user level, comprehending 2 talent skills, Insight and Sharpness. In the following month, no amount of effort in cultivation would allow a breakthrough to the master level. The increase in energy levels does not significantly enhance one's strength. They need to hone their practical combat abilities and enhance their martial arts proficiency. Engaging in battles with others is far more effective than solitary training. In Shi Che's eyes there was a spark of eagerness. Su Ze and Qin Mingho also had bright expressions, eager to test their own strengths. The city has various places for combat, including martial arts schools, dojos, and the arena of the Ability Users Association. Most martial arts schools and dojos are where young novices compete against each other, primarily consisting of beginner ability users. Senior students who have just awakened their abilities usually prioritize practical training here. It would be too unfair for Shi Che and the others to participate. It wouldn't serve the purpose of honing their skills. The arena is much more complex, hosting individuals of all ages, and those daring to compete are typically intermediate ability users or above. Beginner ability users who dare to enter the arena would be eliminated in an instant. Shi Che contemplated for a moment and decided to first go to the Ability Users Association for an assessment to obtain a high-level ability user certificate before heading to the arena for combat. The registration requirements for the martial arts assessment state that one must at least be a beginner ability user and possess a certificate. It is an eventual necessity. Su Ze and Qin Mingho had no objections. Online registration is available starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The registration fee for beginner ability users is 1,000, for intermediate it is 2,000, and for high level it is 3,000. Fees will be refunded upon passing. Those who do not pass will have their fees submitted to the government. This measure is to prevent individuals from carelessly registering and wasting resources out of boredom. Before long, a text message arrived. Qin Mingho's candidate number is 71, Su Ze's is 72, and Shi Che's is 73. The date is May 7th, 145 of the Starry Era, at 8 a.m. Shi Che and the others drove to the Ability Users Association. The premises of the Ability Users Association are vast, bustling, with a continuous flow of people. The three entered the lobby, preparing to find a staff member to inquire about the assessment location. A young lady in uniform approached them, her eyes brightening. She internally screamed with excitement. 2 dashing young men and 1 somewhat handsome young man. The frustrations from the early morning shift seemed to dissipate instantly. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The young lady took a moment to observe the youthful faces of the three, feeling that the 2 handsome young men looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. She couldn't quite recall the specifics at that moment. After all, 70 days had passed, and the novelty of Shi Che and Su Ze had faded. The young lady didn't dwell on it too much. Shi Che replied, "Hello, I am here to participate in the ability user assessment. Could you please direct me to Fei Hua Tower?" The assessment venues for high, medium, and low-level ability users are all located at Fei Hua Tower and are conducted together. As for master-level ability users, they need to be certified at the Ability Users Association in the secondary city. Upon hearing that they were young participants, the young lady immediately understood. These 3 are all senior students. Recently, some talented senior students have gradually broken through to become beginner ability users and started to come for certification. She had received several batches before. Now that they had just broken through to beginner ability users, it seemed these three handsome young men were at least clever or above in ability, with decent talent and handsome looks. How she wished to indulge in youthful charm. Fei Hua Tower. They'll take you there right away. The young lady was very enthusiastic. Which university are you all from? He and I are from Tianming University, while the other is from Tianqing University. This year, both Tianming University and Tianqing University have produced one S-level ability user each. Wait a moment. The young lady suddenly realized, quickly taking out her phone to search, filled with excitement. You are Shi Che, you are Su Zhe. The young lady smiled and said, haha, I know you too. You want to be Shi Che's little brother, the yellow-haired boy. I have seen your interview. Shi Che's cold demeanor was suddenly broken, and he smiled, feeling delighted. The young lady silently smiled to herself, realizing he was a not-so-smart, infatuated young man. Curiously, she asked, Shi Che, may I ask what level of power you currently possess? She had received many senior students, the strongest being a grade superpowered boy with mid-level initial strength. Not knowing how far the gap was between grade and grade superpowers, Shi Che did not hide. Su Zhe and I are at high-level initial, while Qin Mingho is at mid-level initial. Qin Mingho's expression became a bit dejected. He had worked hard, but had just broken through to mid-level. The young lady was stunned. Hiss. She gasped in shock. Stammering, she said, Hi, Evel. It was hard for her not to be astonished. Last year's a grade superpowered Luo Chun was only at mid-level initial during the martial arts exam. In Tianming City, a high-level superpowered individual holds a respectable position no matter what profession they pursue. The worst can still enjoy a 9-to-5 job with weekends off and full benefits. Her dream was to become a high-level superpowered individual before turning 50, but she wasn't sure. Yet Shi Che and Su Zhe had managed to become high-level superpowered beings in just 70 days. What door had the heavens closed on them? The young lady looked up at the sky, speechless and choked with emotion. They were all human, yet the disparity was too great. Her heart felt heavy. After hesitating for a moment, she made up her mind, her eyes shining with fervor. Can I take a photo with you? This was normally not allowed during work hours, but these two were grade future big shots. If she missed this chance, she would regret it terribly. Even if the supervisor found out and scolded her, it would be worth it. Shi Che breathed a sigh of relief. Such a simple request was naturally agreeable. The young lady handed her phone to Qin Mingho, clasping her hands together. Please, Qin Mingho. Qin Mingho stiffened. Was there such a distinction? He became a mere tool. With a mix of indignation and frustration, he snapped a few photos. Qin Mingho felt cold inside again, reverting to his aloofness as the young lady had no discerning eye. He was a man gifted with culinary skills. The young lady continued to lead the way cheerfully. Soon she brought them to the exterior of a tall building where a sparse crowd had already gathered. Most were young people absorbed in their phones, while some middle-aged individuals chatted and boasted. There were still over 40 minutes until the assessment. With nothing to do, Shi Che decided to start a round of glory games to relax. After all, Xiao Jiao was diligently cultivating. Su Zhe, initially uninterested, was drawn to a dual-gun hero and felt a surge of excitement. Su Zhe did not have this game on his phone. No matter, Shi Che had plenty of phones and casually took one out for Su Zhe. The three formed a team. Shi Che played the jungle role, Su Zhe as the marksman, and Qin Mingho took the solo lane. Qin Mingho confidently declared, Boss, I'll carry you. 6 minutes later, the surrender screen appeared on time. Shi Che looked speechlessly at Su Zhe's score of 050 and Qin Mingho's score of 031. At least he was a top student. Even if it was his first game, he shouldn't be this bad. Su Zhe's face flushed slightly as he explained, I was a bit unaccustomed the first time. Qin Mingho fell into a state of self-doubt, seriously saying, Boss, that was just an accident. He played decently, pressuring the opponent, but kept trying to show off, either dying to the tower or being caught by enemy teammates. After 3 games, Shi Che felt hopeless. He couldn't carry. His mind wasn't relaxed, his head was spinning, and his mentality was about to explode. Su Zhe and Qin Mingho remained expressionless, typing furiously. Marksman, can you play more cautiously? You just feed when you go out. Are you delivering takeout? Solo lane, have some self-respect. Just look at your stats. You never support and are still so bad with a big mouth. Mage and support, I beg you, just surrender. Rarely did both agree on whether to surrender. They refused to admit defeat. Boss, let's play one more round. Young master, one more round. Shi Che shook his head frantically and tactfully said, There are 6 minutes until the assessment starts. If we can't finish, let's take a break. All right. It is exactly 9 o'clock, Beijing time. The voice announcement echoed in the hall. The speaker, a young lady, took a sip of water to moisten her throat as the assessment began. With a hint of regret, I gazed towards the direction of Feihua Tower, wishing to witness the assessment scene of Shi Che and his peers personally. I wondered how others would react to Shi Che and Su Zhe, two fourth-year students achieving high ranks so swiftly. It must be quite spectacular. At 9 o'clock the main gate opened on time. Shi Che and the others entered the tall building together where the first floor was the machine room, and they took their seats according to their candidate numbers. The assessments for the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels consisted of only 2 parts. One was a written test, and the other measured the growth status of the ability seeds. The written test was quite simple, consisting of 100 multiple-choice questions on moral and ethical reasoning with 3 options to choose from. As long as one has a sense of morality and does not falter in thought, it would be quite difficult not to pass. A score above 95 out of 100 would suffice to pass. The assessments for the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels only need to be taken once. After confirming his information was correct, Shi Che began to answer the questions. Assuming your good friend Xiao Ming shares an unhealthy video with you, what would you choose? A. Refuse and sternly admonish him. B. Report him. C. Be happy and ask him to send more. This question clearly indicated option B, and Shi Che smiled gently. Su Zhe did not hesitate and decisively chose C. Qin Mingho chose A, believing that a good friend should provide proper guidance. Reporting him was not what a brother would do, and being addicted to unhealthy videos was wrong, ruling out C. Assuming your good friend Li Hua sees that you are struggling to find a job after graduation and decides to support you financially, giving you 10,000 per month to accompany him in playing games, traveling the world, living in a villa, and enjoying luxurious cruises, planes, and mechas, your choice would be A. Refuse and sternly admonish him, telling him that you are not the kind of person who would fall into depravity and you want to rely on your own efforts to lead a happy life. B. Break off the friendship, as this clearly indicates ulterior motives. C. Be happy and gladly accept. Naturally, Shi Che chose the positive energy of A. Su Zhe didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose C. Qin Mingho also hesitated between A and C. Since they were good friends, B was definitely not an option. Although C was very tempting, he still chose A. The test papers were graded by machines, and once completed the results would be available. A few minutes later, all 3 successfully passed. They made their way to the second floor where the testing area for ability seeds was located. On the high platform stood a silver testing chamber resembling a gaming pod, but oriented vertically. Standing inside would allow for accurate detection of the bonus energy data and the development status of the ability seeds. It was extremely valuable, costing 10 million each. 3 staff members were organizing the materials. Before it started, Shi Che and his companions quietly took their seats in the front row waiting. Others began to arrive one after another. At 9:30, a staff member stood up and said, "Everyone please quiet down and listen carefully to what I have to say. Those whose names are called, please step forward and stand in the testing chamber. Do not bring any metallic objects or spiritual energy devices. Remove watches and glasses as well, otherwise the test results may be inaccurate, affecting your scores. Do you understand?" Shi Che froze for a moment. He was covered in spiritual energy devices. However, fortunately, he had a spatial belt with spare clothes inside, so he could change in the restroom later. Everyone nodded. "Is there any other question?" Everyone shook their heads. The staff member nodded in satisfaction, pleased that he didn't have to explain further. Another staff member held the roster and began to call out names. Candidate number 1, He Lecking. A young man in his 20s walked nervously onto the stage. The last staff member operated the computer to open the chamber door. He Lecking stepped inside. After a while, the display screen above the testing chamber began to show data. Name: He Lecking. Ability level: early mid-tier. Energy value: 3,115. The data on the staff member's computer was even more detailed, including height, weight, bone age, and a black and white photo of the ability seed, which showed a seed sprouting roots and tender shoots. Shi Che thought to himself, with an early mid-tier level and an energy value of only 3,115, it seems this young man has awakened a level ability. The chamber door opened, and He Lecking stepped out. Seeing the information on the screen, he smiled. A mid-tier ability certificate would allow his salary to double directly. The staff member operating the computer handed He Lecking the printed data. The first staff member also handed him the 2-star badge representing a mid-tier ability user. As for the certificate, he would need to come back in the afternoon to collect it or choose to have it mailed. One after another, people began their tests. Most of the results were for early stage and mid-stage ability users with ability levels either E or D. As there were still a dozen people before it was Shi Che's turn, he went to the restroom to change his clothes. A white shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers made him look clean and fresh. Returning to the scene, he heard the discussions of the crowd. "Wow, a high-tier powerhouse is finally here. With over 400 energy value at early heightier, this must be a clever ability genius. How enviable. Looking at the screen, Shi Che saw displayed name Zhao Conqing. Ability level early heightier. Energy value 41250. A short, stout, middle-aged man stood proudly on the stage, clearly enjoying the amazed gazes of the crowd. A heavily made-up woman rushed onto the stage blowing a kiss and sweetly said, "Darling, you are amazing." Zhao Conqing grinned. "Baby, this is nothing. Wait until tonight to see what amazing really is." The heavily made-up woman was extremely disdainful in her heart. Even a 3-second man had the audacity to say such things. Yet on the surface, she looked at him with admiration, saying, "How annoying." Shi Che felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, wishing to wash his eyes. The noise in the venue fell silent. The eye-watering scene made everyone twitch at the corners of their mouths. After a while, a few men began to shout again. "Zhao Gu so handsome. Zhao Gu, what a real man." There was no way around it. The world is vast, but the boss is the biggest. They had professional ethics, no matter how disgusting. They had to get the job done. The staff member also trembled all over, rubbing his eyes. All right, you can go down now." Zhao Conqing proudly embraced the woman and walked past Shi Che and the others. He deliberately lingered for a moment. A loud and piercing voice rang out. "What use is it for a man to just be handsome? Strength is what counts. Some pretty boys will probably never reach height here in this lifetime. Right, baby?" The heavily made-up woman stared at Shi Che and the others, momentarily mesmerized, thinking how handsome they were, 2 exceptional ones, and 1 slightly inferior. "Once Aunt earns enough money, she will come looking for you." Zhao Conqing looked confused. "Baby?" The heavily made-up woman swallowed hard, coming back to her senses, and said, "Darling, as long as you're happy." The middle-aged man was instantly filled with superiority, provocatively glancing at Shi Che and the others, his eyes scanning Shi Che's trio with a hint of heat. Unbeknownst to them, the area around the three was already filled with girls. Facing Zhao Conqing's provocation, Shi Che felt a bit bored and even wanted to laugh. Suze maintained a blank expression, but his heart was eager to try as spiritual energy began to circulate. Qin Mingho let out a cold laugh and had already stood up. The staff member watched this scene, frowning deeply, ready to step in to stop Zhao Conqing. Countless critical voices had already sounded out. "What are you barking about? Are you just jealous that others are handsome while you are ugly? What strength do you have to make excuses? These 3 young men are simply handsome. I truly admire you. Even looking this ugly, you dare to face people. You really have guts. Short, fat, and ugly with a brain like a hole. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago." Puffy face, dark circles, weak constitution, and a 3-second man. Zhao Conqing was momentarily stunned, touched at a sore spot, his face turning red in an instant. I am a high-tier ability user. Ugly man, ugly man, ugly man. I am a genius with clever abilities worth over 1 million. What do they have to compare with me? Fake man, fake man, fake man. The girls had a strong protective instinct for handsome boys. Zhao Conqing gritted his teeth in frustration, completely at a loss for words. He glared fiercely at Shi Che and the others, reluctantly pulling the heavily made-up woman to sit in the back row. He wanted to see what these 3 pretty boys were made of. If their talent level was below D, he would mock them to his heart's content. A man without strength and talent was simply useless. He hated pretty boys the most, and remembering the green hat atop his head only fueled his anger. Using money and strength to slap pretty boys in the face would grant him unparalleled pleasure. He had tried and tested this numerous times. Shi Che stood up, his brow relaxed, his dark eyes narrowing, and a radiant smile blooming on his lips. "Thank you, everyone." The group of girls was momentarily stunned, their faces filled with excitement, yet they shyly replied, "No need to thank us, no need to thank us. It's only natural." Then they became excited again. "3 young gentlemen, how old are you this year? Where do you live? What color of sack do you prefer? Young gentleman, my cat can do backflips. After the assessment, would you like to come over to my house? Young gentlemen, want to get married? I'll give you a house, a car, and I'll take care of the kids myself." Other boys looked at the 3 with a hint of envy and jealousy. Zhao Conqing snorted coldly, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Looking this handsome, it's clear that he possesses formidable strength. He must be at least a mid-tier ability user. His talent must be at least crank. No way. No way. TSK. Could he be a silver gun candlehead?" He then exchanged glances. Several men around immediately joined in. "Hiding behind women doesn't make you a man. A man shouldn't say he can't do it. It can't be that he really has low strength and poor talent. He only has a face to show for it." The girls were furious, and although the boys weren't fond of the middle-aged man, they now looked on with amusement. "Are you looking for trouble?" The staff was enraged. "Everyone quiet down. This isn't a market. If anyone continues to shout, they'll be blacklisted by the association. The scene immediately fell silent. Shi Che gently shook his head, thinking that if they couldn't control their mouths, even as adults, he might as well give them a small lesson. Sending a message, he allowed the bullets to fly for a little longer. The assessment continued, and soon it was Qin Mingho's turn. Candidate number 71, A. Qin Mingho. Name Qin Mingho. Ability level early mid-tier. Energy value 7234. The staff operating the computer was equally surprised by Qin Mingho's specific information. At 21 years old with brank abilities, he seemed to be a senior student. Having cultivated for only 70 days, he had already reached the early mid-year, a cultivation speed comparable to that of an rank ability user. A stir erupted among the crowd. He really is at the early mid-year, and his energy value is double that of He Leking. Qin, young gentleman, is probably a brank ability user. Because He Leking was the first to be tested, people had a deep impression subconsciously comparing him to Qin Mingho. He Leking felt a wave of grievance. There were so many testers, why did they remember him? He didn't want to be the green leaves that adorned the red flowers. Brank abilities, the pride of heaven. Our city has only about 10 awakenings each year. Young gentleman Qin is amazing, so handsome. Zhao Kangqing's expression fluctuated. How could he possibly be a brank ability user? Because the staff had warned against arguing, no one directly mocked him. Instead, countless mocking and taunting glances were cast his way, making his expression even more unsightly. Qin Mingho calmly returned to his seat. There was nothing he could do with the boss and the monster around. Candidate number 72, Suze. Name Suze. Ability level early high-tier. Energy value 124110. As soon as the data was displayed, the crowd erupted in exclamations. What the hell, oh my god. A high-tier big shot. At this age, a high-tier. This is outrageous, my head. Suze, this name, so young with such an energy value. Oh my god, he's the unparalleled genius who awakened strength abilities this year. Oh. Young gentleman Su, I love you. The crowd's excitement could no longer be contained as they began to discuss fervently. The three staff members stopped their actions, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even if he were a genius with strength abilities, to reach high tier in 70 days was simply astonishing. They had spent over 20 years to barely break through to high tier, and comparing themselves to him made them want to cry. No one strength ability user should have an energy value of over 70,000 right after breaking through. 12,000 means he must have been at this level for some time. Oh, completely unable to comprehend the cultivation speed of a peerless genius. As for the testing device malfunctioning, that was almost impossible. Since the detection device was invented, there had been no reports of such an instance. It's also impossible for Suze to cheat to fool the detection device. One would have to be a master level. Zhao Kangqing's expression turned pale. As senior students, instead of preparing for the same examination and studying diligently at school, they were wandering around and skipping classes. How could he be this unlucky? Shi Che raised his hand, smiling as he said, "Isn't it my turn now?" The staff finally snapped out of it. Candidate number 73, A. Shi Che. Shi Che, my heavens, isn't that the name of another strength ability genius? What the hell, what kind of day is it today that I can encounter two strength users? Shi Che entered the testing chamber, feeling something scanning his body. Name Shi Che. Ability level early high tier. Energy value 124130. Suze's brow furrowed slightly. His energy value didn't surpass the young master, and he still needed to work harder. The crowd was almost numbed by the stimulus. After a moment of silence, it erupted again. Is it really Shi Che? Insane, insane. Another high tier. Shi Che, my idol. Awesome, handsome. Handsome. Various shocked and stunned expressions were focused on Shi Che and Suze. Qin Mingho sighed, helplessly drawing circles with his finger. He knew that as soon as the boss and the monster appeared, his spotlight would be gone. Although the three staff members had anticipated this, they still felt an indescribable shock. It seemed there hadn't been such monstrous strength users in past Saint examinations. This was truly outrageous. Zhao Kangqing's face had turned a sickly green, his legs trembling, his expression filled with panic. Baby, help me. I feel weak. No one. Zhao Kangqing looked around. He didn't know when he had become completely alone. The heavily made-up woman looked regretful. This old man was quite wealthy, but having offended strength ability users, he could only draw a line. Even if those two young gentlemen didn't intend to retaliate, merely having offended two strength ability users would cause countless people to trip him up. The gazes of those around him shifted from mockery to sympathy, pity, even admiration. Who else could offend two strength ability users at once? Two agents from the Ability Bureau walked in through the door. Their gazes were sharp, their demeanor imposing. They headed straight for Zhao Kangqing and displayed their credentials. Zhao Kangqing felt uneasy, sweating profusely as he forced a smile. You are Zhao Kangqing, right? Yes. A pair of handcuffs snapped shut. Zhao Kongqing panicked. What do you two agents want with me? I'm a good citizen. You're evading taxes and gaining followers. Your secretary has already confessed. If you turn yourself in now, you can receive a lighter penalty. Please come with us to the bureau. Zhao Kongqing's face turned ashen, his posture slouched, his expression desolate. After the investigator took Zhao Kongqing away, the venue fell into silence. The crowd looked at Shi Che and the others with strange expressions. They would not believe that the investigator's capture of Zhao Kongqing had nothing to do with these three. Revenge is best served cold. What a great male god. The girls were entranced. Shi Che blinked his innocent big eyes. This matter had nothing to do with him, as he intended to suppress Zhao Kongqing. To make him a pauper, yet it had only been half an hour and his subordinates hadn't even had the chance to act. Zhao Kongqing knelt down. With the precedent set by Shi Che and the others, the upcoming test seemed rather dull to the crowd, who lacked interest. Shi Che had originally wanted to stay a bit longer. Around them, the girls' faces flushed as they whispered. However, in front of those with keen senses, the chatter was no different from loud discussions. Shi Che's energy level is higher than Su Ze's. Shi Che is on top. No, Su Ze is taller. Su Ze is on top. Don't forget about Qin, our little brother. The three of them together. How thrilling. The conversation grew more absurd. Shi Che's face darkened. He pulled the two away directly. After passing the assessment, they could leave immediately. Most people, if they had no urgent matters, would take the opportunity to look at others' scores and compare them with their own, to see which level they were at. Shi Che did not choose to have his certificate mailed. He would simply pick it up later in the afternoon. The crowd regretfully watched Shi Che and the others leave. Shi Che casually flipped through Su Ze's report, noting his height was 187 centimeters. Is this kid really that tall? Does he still have room to grow? Forget it being 183 centimeters. He was quite satisfied. What was so great about being that tall? Perhaps he should take some calcium supplements and exercise more. His thoughts drifting. It was better not to know. Before, he hadn't felt this at all. Now he felt like he was a head shorter than Su Ze. By noon, Shi Che's stomach began to growl. He chose the only 5-star hotel in Tianming City, the Halian Hotel. It had a master chef with exceptional culinary skills. The prices were quite expensive, with a simple meal costing thousands and a meal with spiritual energy ingredients costing tens of thousands. Halian Hotel isn't this owned by Qin Mingho's family. Shi Che was a frequent visitor here. When it came to food and drinks, Shi Che was never stingy. He picked up the menu and began ordering, filling the table with dishes. 67,000. Qin Mingho's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the menu prices. So expensive, this hotel is outrageous. If it were him cooking, 17,000 would be more than enough. Shi Che looked at Qin Mingho with curiosity, realizing this foolish boy had no idea and didn't care about his own family's business. He didn't order any alcohol. He and Su Ze didn't like to drink. Qin Mingho, however, liked it and brewed several types of liquor. However, in the afternoon, they planned to have some fun at the arena. They only ordered a few pots of tea and orange juice. Although the food wasn't as good as what Qin Mingho cooked, it was still quite tasty. Just as they were leisurely enjoying their meal, at a nearby table, two girls were also savoring their food. One was a cute girl resembling a little potato, while the other was a tall, graceful beauty. The tall one was Qin Mingho's goddess Li Yuanshuang, while the petite one was Li Yuanshuang's best friend Tang Xian. Finally broke through to the initial stage of being a superhuman. Our training speed isn't too slow for a class superhuman, right? We should properly treat our little stomachs. Tang Xian picked up a piece of fish. Tender and delicious, fragrant and mouth-watering, it was quite appetizing. Her movements were elegant, yet her hands moved swiftly, making the chopsticks appear to blur. In no time, half a fish had disappeared into her stomach. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you, Li Yuanshuang said affectionately, continuously putting food into Tang Xian's bowl. Who understands the joy of feeding? You eat too. Tang Xian mumbled with her mouth full, yet her hands moved even faster. My best friend is really adorable. The meal was finished. Li Yuanshuang waved to summon a waiter. Bring me another strawberry cake. 1. Tang Xian exclaimed where was hers. When Tang Xian saw Li Yuanshuang push the strawberry cake towards her, she realized it was for her. Tears of gratitude welled up. Oh, she felt so happy, so warm. Xiao Shuang, I love you. I love you too. Li Yuanshuang turned to prepare to settle the bill. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the trio of Shi Che at the next table. Tang Xian took a bite of the cake and glanced over. Mumbling, she said, Xiao Shuang, isn't that your childhood sweetheart Qin Mingho? How could he be eating with Shi Che and that Su Ze from Tianming? No. 5. Li Yuanshuang's face showed disbelief. Xiao Haozi, that guy can't really have become a little brother of the god Shi Che, right? Did he really get to lick it? Tang Xian's face lit up with excitement. Let's go find Qin Mingho. You've always wanted to meet Shi Che, and this is a perfect opportunity. She could also ask for the signatures of the two strength superpowered individuals. Li Yuanshuang felt a bit tempted, but shyly said, "Isn't that inappropriate? They don't know us anyway. What's so embarrassing about it?" Tang Xian looked at Li Yuanshuang's pitiful expression, feeling exasperated. "Come on, I'll take you there." Little Potato dragged Li Yuanshuang fiercely towards Shi Che and the others. The closer they got, the more nervous she felt. With an unchanging expression, she bypassed Shi Che's table, turned a corner, and returned. Li Yuanshuang was speechless. She knew her best friend had a guilty conscience. A giant in words, but a coward in action. Tang Xian chuckled awkwardly. "Let's wait a bit longer. We'll talk after finishing the cake." She rolled her eyes and urged, "You send a message to Qin Mingho, asking him to come over." Li Yuanshuang's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. She took out her phone and quickly sent a message. Qin Mingho's phone vibrated slightly. Upon seeing the message, he raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the two women waving at him. "Boss, I need to go to the restroom." Shi Che focused on his food, picking up a piece of tender tofu and placing it in his mouth. "Go ahead." Qin Mingho walked over, and as soon as he sat down, Li Yuanshuang eagerly asked, "Xiao Haozi, tell me honestly, what merit do you have to eat with my god?" Li Yuanshuang and Qin Mingho grew up together. Their bond was deep, and they were both longtime fans of Shi Che. Qin Mingho proudly said, "I am now Shi Che's little brother, his exclusive chef." Li Yuanshuang blinked. "So does Shi Che still take in little sisters? If even Xiao Haozi could do it, perhaps she could too." Qin Mingho shot her a sideways glance. "You can forget it. You can't carry anything, and with your looks you aren't even qualified to be a vase." Li Yuanshuang was furious. "Xiao Haozi, have you gained some skills? Have you forgotten who protected you all?" Qin Mingho, who had been a chubby child and often teased or bullied by peers, was always defended by Qin Mingho's momentum surged. Heaven knows how touched he was at that time, seeing the woman in front of him as a goddess. He later realized Li Yuanshuang's true nature and how cruel she could be. "You still have the nerve to say it was you who wanted to fight. After mocking me, you run away. Every time I face injury, you stab me in the back, and am the one always getting hurt and having parents called in." Li Yuanshuang defended herself. "As a girl, how could I go head-to-head with a boy? You see, I was just Tang Xian was shocked. "Xiao Shuang, so you actually have a rebellious side inside you." Qin Mingho crossed his arms and said, "Then I buy you breakfast every day, making delicious food, being at your beck and call, so my debts are cleared." Li Yuanshuang scoffed coldly. "You buy me breakfast and make such delicious food just out of jealousy for my figure, wanting to fatten me up. Moreover, I haven't skimped on your errand fees." Tang Xian's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. This Qin was surprisingly malicious. Qin Mingho was angry. "You are measuring a gentleman's heart with your petty thoughts. A man dares to do, but not admit it. Now look me in the eyes and tell me you don't have such thoughts." Qin Mingho turned his head away, snorting coldly, seemingly disinterested in arguing with Li Yuanshuang. Li Yuanshuang added, "Being at your beck and call is because you want to copy my homework. That's an equivalent exchange." Tang Xian, who was eating cake, suddenly stopped, looking a bit suspicious. "Xiao Shuang, tell me honestly, are you feeding me all the time to make me fat to highlight your figure?" Li Yuanshuang's heart sank. "Xiao Shuang, what are you thinking? Am I that scheming? Now look me in the eyes and tell me you don't have this idea." Li Yuanshuang gazed deeply at Tang Xian. "I promise." Qin Mingho interjected, "Let her swear to the boss." Li Yuanshuang glared fiercely at Qin Mingho. "I refuse. Well, I know I have a clear conscience." Tang Xian squinted, her eyes expressionless. These two are bad people. She was determined to lose weight. She hesitated to look at the cake. In the next moment, she decided since it was bought, it shouldn't go to waste. She would lose weight tomorrow. She picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Li Yuanshuang gritted her teeth, wondering how Xiao Hao had become increasingly infuriating in such a short time apart. Qin Mingho stood up. "Let's go. Didn't you always want to meet my boss? He'll introduce you to him. However, don't even think about making a move on my boss. You're not worthy of him." Li Yuanshuang felt both surprised and delighted, but she was more focused on the latter part of Qin Mingho's words. She had never considered herself worthy of Shi Che. Tang Xian raised her hand. "I'm not going, just get me 2 autographs, Xiao Shuang." She was hesitant, wanting to back out at the last minute, and Li Yuanshuang felt frustrated. She picked up the little potato. As a good friend, she had to go together. She wouldn't dare to go alone. Tang Xian's feet left the ground, her eyes wide with indignation, as she had to break off their friendship. How could they insult her like this? Once she got Shi Che and Suze's autographs, she would definitely end their friendship. The two girls linked arms and followed Qin Mingho to the dining table. "Boss, this is my good friend Li Yuanshuang and her bestie Tang Xian. They want to meet you." Shi Che swallowed a piece of chicken, wiped his mouth, and gave them a brief glance. One was a delicate and easily toppled lawful lowly, and the other was a tall and elegant school belle. He recognized these two. They were ranked first and second on the Tianming University school belle list. Hello. Li Yuanshuang mustered her courage, her cheeks slightly flushed, and took out a notebook from her pocket. Shi Che, my bestie, is a fan of you, and Suzea, could you give me an autograph? Qin Mingho chuckled. Even this fierce woman had such shy moments. Tang Xian was equally unyielding. She raised her hand and said, my bestie feels the same. I also want an autograph. She pulled out a small notebook, her face full of anticipation. Shi Che smiled and said, of course. He took the two notebooks, his pen flowing gracefully as he signed his name. His handwriting was stylish and beautiful. He handed the notebook to Suze. Suze pondered for a moment and wrote his signature above Shi Che's using slightly larger letters. The two girls received the notebooks with delight. Thank you, we won't disturb you while you eat anymore. Tang Xian and Li Yuanshuang sat on their chairs, exhaling with satisfaction. Li Yuanshuang stared at Shi Che's signature, her eyes filled with infatuation. Xiaoshuan, my idol's voice is so pleasant, he looks great while eating, and his handwriting is beautiful too. Humph. Tang Xian snorted coldly, remaining silent. Still holding a grudge, Li Yuanshuang lifted her up with a quick motion. Li Yuanshuang chuckled. Oh, after so many years she knew how to cheer her bestie up. Waiter, bring me another strawberry cake. Tang Xian gulped, extending two fingers as she would start her diet tomorrow, so today she would indulge a little. Li Yuanshuang was in a good mood. All right, I'll treat you. Waiter, bring us 2 more strawberry cakes. Tang Xian ate the cake, saying, I'll forgive you this time, but if there's a next time, humph. Li Yuanshuang was unfazed, stroking her smooth chin. She pondered, Xiaoshuan, do you think my idol came here to see the guidance match of the golden level hunter Lu Yang? Hunters specialize in hunting ferocious beasts and exploring the world. They are the strongest combat profession. According to the Hunter Association's ratings, they are classified as Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond King, and King of Kings. Lu Yang is the only high-level hunter in Tianming City who has become a golden-level star hunter, graduated from a prestigious academy, young, handsome, and famous, with an awakened level ability. He has many fans and is said to be on the verge of breaking through to the master level, possessing the potential of a king. His guidance match has attracted many young people to watch. Tang Xian muttered, why not just ask Qin Mingho? Li Yuanshuang nodded and sent a message. Qin Mingho felt his phone vibrate, glanced at it, and quickly edited a reply. What? Li Yuanshuang showed a shocked expression. Xiaoshuan, my idol, and Suze are already high-level ability users. Even Xiao Hao is a mid-level ability user now. It's over, I can't beat Xiao Hao anymore. Tang Xian's fork shook in her hand, a bit of cake landing on her nose. She was utterly astonished. Is he really that freakish? Both she and Li Yuanshuang awakened level abilities and thought they worked hard every day, barely becoming beginner-level ability users. Moreover, it was one thing for the two level powerhouses to train at an unreasonable pace. Why was Qin Mingho progressing so quickly as well? From what she knew, besides Qin Mingho, the other two level ability users in the school had just barely broken through to the mid-beginner stage. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. The cake didn't even taste good anymore. Tang Xian got angry and decided to turn her sorrow into appetite, eating another piece. Li Yuanshuang reached out and wiped the cake off Tang Xian's nose, eating it herself. With just 2 or 3 bites, she finished off the rest of Tang Xian's cake. She proudly declared, my idol is just that strong. This afternoon he will fight at the arena. It's his first battle debut, and I absolutely can't miss it. Let's go back and grab the camera. Oh, I want to capture my idol's battle prowess. She picked up Tang Xian and a princess carry, quickly settled the bill, and headed home. Tang Xian lay in Li Yuanshuang's arms, feeling utterly resigned, her cake. After the ability assessment concluded, 3 staff members entered the president's office with the list of successful candidates. President Wang and was leisurely sipping tea in a cheerful mood. This was the young man who had appeared out of nowhere during the awakening scene of Shi Che. During his tenure, Tianming City produced 2 strength ability users, making him immensely powerful. He even dared to speak boldly in front of the president of the Strength Cities Ability Association. Especially the jealousy from the presidents of the 2nd and 3rd tier city associations only added to his delight. One of the staff members spoke up, President, this time, we have 5 high-tier ability users, 23 mid-tier ability users, and 71 low-tier ability users who passed the assessment. And both the strength ability users, Shi Che and Suze, came to take the test. These 2 are simply monsters. Oh, Wang An's eyes lit up. My 2 little treasures have arrived. He savored his tea again with great pleasure. Let me guess, they have already reached the mid-stage of the mid-tier. This cultivation speed is considered fast, even among strength ability users. The 3 staff members shook their heads. Late stage. The 3 staff members shook their heads again. Wang's eyes widened. Perfected. The staff member replied they are at the early stage of high tier, and their energy value has already reached over 100, with hopes of breaking through to mid-stage before the martial exam. Wang suddenly stood up from his chair, spilling the tea in his cup onto the floor, his face filled with astonishment. His smile grew wider, unable to conceal his ecstatic joy. This cultivation speed had exceeded his imagination. How is this possible? My two little treasures have divine potential. If Tianming City could produce two divine-level great beings in the future, wouldn't Wang and also make a mark in history? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, trying hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips, but his body was completely out of control. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, letting out a chuckle. The three staff members swallowed hard. Their president was quite lewd. By the way, are their certificates going to be mailed, or will they come to collect them themselves? They will come to collect them in the afternoon. Alright, I will personally hand them out. At the Ability Association's cafeteria, a young lady exclaimed that today was her lucky day and treated herself to an extra chicken leg. Happily, she carried her tray towards a curly-haired girl in uniform. The curly-haired girl was engrossed in her phone, her mouth slightly agape, her face displaying an expression of shock. The young lady waved her hand in front of her. What did you see that left you looking like that? The curly-haired girl snapped out of her daze and mysteriously said, guess. The young lady rolled her eyes. Do you think I can't guess? The curly-haired girl giggled, swiped her phone, and showed the chat log to the young lady. The young lady glanced briefly at the information from the Tianming Ability Association chat group. A user named Shi Che exclaimed, shocking. I heard that Shi Che and Suze, both strengths, have advanced to high-tier ability users. Haha, are you kidding? Who would believe such absurd news? If they really became high-tier ability users, I would livestream myself eating poop while standing on my head. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. A user named Mu2 replied, I saw it with my own eyes. Another user, Shui Niao, added, it's true, it was crazy on site. Diving in, Wang smiled slightly and sent a message. Tianming by Long, it's true. The president firmly confirmed the authenticity of the news. Everyone was dumbfounded, frozen in place, and after a few seconds of silence, a series of incredible and astonished emojis flooded in. The most shocked was a young man wondering how someone could break through to high tier in just 70 days. He hurriedly tried to retract his message, but a minute had passed, and it was too late. I love drinking milk. When will you livestream? I'll send you gifts. I love drinking milk. Speak up. Surprised or not, unexpected or not. I love drinking milk. The young man's face turned green. He sent a 500 yuan red envelope, trying to smooth over the situation. The young lady casually returned her phone. Indeed, the young man hadn't lied to her. She softly uttered an "oh," seemingly not very surprised. The curly-haired girl, not noticing the young lady's shocked expression, felt quite unwilling. When did this girl become so composed? She was utterly stunned. Hesitating, she asked, did you take something wrong? The young lady shook her head, pursed her lips, and smiled lightly. I was the one who received them this morning. How could I not know? As she spoke, she handed over her phone, displaying her photo with Shi Che and Suze. The curly-haired girl's pupils dilated in shock, rendering her speechless. After a long pause, she managed to utter, ah, how could you lucky girl, be so fortunate? The young lady happily gnawed on her chicken leg, feeling extremely satisfied. After Shi Che and the others had eaten their fill, they patted their bulging bellies and left the restaurant. Looking at their phones, they realized they had to wait until 2 o'clock in the afternoon to collect their certificates, leaving them with over an hour to spare. Qin Mingho suggested, boss, there's still plenty of time. How about we play a few games? He had been too impatient last time, resulting in a poor performance, but this time he was determined to lead the boss to victory. Otherwise, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction. At the very least, he wanted to win a game. Shi Che shook his head, saying they shouldn't play anymore. If they continued, he might just develop high blood pressure. He solemnly stated, with 30 days left until the martial arts exam, every moment counts. We cannot afford to slack off. Let's return to the car and practice. All right. Qin Mingho's expression dimmed a bit. Shi Che couldn't bear it and said, fine, let's just play one game. After all, it wouldn't take long. Qin Mingho nodded excitedly, feeling that the boss had him in mind. Back in the car, Shi Che felt the space was a bit cramped. Having eaten, he only wanted to lie down, but the three of them couldn't stretch out properly. Let's go into my spatial cave and practice. He opened his beloved small backpack and directly dove inside. Suze did not hesitate and followed him in. Qin Mingho was momentarily stunned before becoming excited. A spatial cave was incredibly cool. As he dove in, everything went dark and he felt weightless. Soon the surroundings brightened, revealing Suze's indifferent face. He realized he was actually in Suze's arms. He shivered a bit, feeling a little disdainful. Before he could even thank Suze, he was casually tossed onto the ground. Rubbing his sore bottom, he looked around with eyes full of curiosity. A spatial cave, a legendary item, could only be created by an 8th level spatial ability user. The boss identity was truly extraordinary. The three of them lay on a soft bed. Shi Che reiterated, just one game, quick and decisive. Qin Mingho replied, boss, leave it to me to lead the charge. Ice cube face, just don't get in the way. Suze said, mindless fool, take care of yourself, and don't charge in recklessly. 10 minutes later, only 3 paths to the high ground remained. Boss, we're counting on you. The boss is truly fierce. The horn of counterattack begins to sound. Defend the home, defend the home. Boss, we need you again. The boss is so cool, the counterattack begins once more. Come on. We can definitely hold on. The final counterattack begins. The sound of failure rang out. Qin Mingho was the first to throw blame and charge in. Ice cube face, can you even play support? Why are you playing marksman? You just know how to feed, you always vanish instantly in team fights. Suze replied, mindless fool, charging in mindlessly. Shi Che lay on the bed feeling utterly disillusioned. Playing one game was even more exhausting than practicing for an entire night. Stop the noise, let's practice. 2 noob dogs, evenly matched. He tossed each of them a crystal of energy. Why you come here? The pure white dove flew into Shi Che's arms, playfully teasing him, which lifted his spirits considerably. Releasing the dove, he settled down and began to practice. He let Xiaozhu rest for a while. Time always flew by during practice. The three of them returned to the Ability User Association. As soon as they entered the hall, a woman in a suit with glasses exuding an elite aura approached them. She scrutinized the 2 handsome young men. In her heart, she praised, no wonder they are S-level ability users with their dragon-like demeanor and extraordinary presence. Shi Che, Suze, hello. I am Ning Shui, the secretary of our Tianming City Ability User Association, and the president wishes to meet you. Qin Mingho coughed softly. Ning Shui then realized there was another handsome young man. She adjusted her glasses. A flash of white light reflected off the lenses. He was a mid-level ability user and also a genius. Who is this? Qin Mingho, the little brother of boss Shi Che. Ning Shui suddenly understood that sycophant. Ah, the blonde little brother, I've seen your interview. Qin Mingho proudly nodded. Indeed, participating in the interview was the right choice. His fame was now only slightly inferior to the boss and Ice Cube face. Ning Shui led the 3 of them to outside the president's office. Qin Mingho and Ning Shui came to a halt. Boss, I'm waiting for you outside. Shi Che nodded slightly. The 2 entered the office. A young man dressed in sportswear, handsomely featured, was sitting on a chair, looking only a few years older than Shi Che and the others. His gaze was fiery as he smiled and said, Come, 2 great talents, please take a seat. My name is Wang. Speaking of which, I also graduated from Tianming University, and I have taught at Tianqing University before. Shi Che and Suze took their seats. Senior Wang and Shi Che greeted. President Wang, Suze said in a calm voice. Hearing the title of Senior Wang and felt quite pleasant. He didn't mind the slightly unfamiliar address from Suze, having collected information on him and knowing that Suze had a somewhat aloof personality. He was more concerned about the local-born Suze. Wang squinted his eyes, feeling very pleased, and poured a cup of hot tea for the 2. The reason I came to see you is mainly to ask if you have any needs. He knew that Shi Che was a disciple of the Shi family in the imperial capital, but the specific information was beyond his access. He was puzzled as to why Shi Che would come to a remote city like Tianming City and stay for 3 years. Tianming City was resource-poor, lacking even a single secret realm, making it quite impoverished. If he weren't from Tianming City, he wouldn't really want to serve as president here. Could it be that Shi Che was an illegitimate child of some big shot from the Shi family, or a side-branch disciple who had fallen out of favor? He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Now, with the clouds parting to reveal the moon, he awaited Shi Che and Suze to grow. Even if nothing else was done, their fame alone could drive the economic development of Tianming City, giving it hope to become a second-tier city. The Tianming City Ability User Association could also become a second-tier association, and as its president, he would have opportunities for growth and promotion. Thus, he was bound to support the growth of Shi Che and Suze. Since Suze was with Shi Che, he should also be joining the Shi family. Resources shouldn't be lacking. He hoped to see if he could assist in other matters. After all, he was the 3rd most powerful figure in Tianming City at the peak of the Master Realm, still having a say in this patch of land. Shi Che pondered slightly. He truly didn't have any specific desires, and what he wanted would likely be beyond what the Tianming City Ability User Association could provide. His gaze turned to Suze. Suze shook his head slightly. The young master had his meals, lodging, and resources taken care of, and he had also inherited a substantial fortune left by his father. There was really nothing he lacked. Shi Che felt a spark of inspiration and spoke up. I actually have a request for Senior Wang. Could you provide me with a complete map of the ferocious beast terrain in the Tianming mountain range? The Tianming mountain range is the largest source of ferocious beasts in Tianming City. The deeper one goes, the more dangerous it becomes. The outskirts are mostly occupied by low to mid-tier ferocious beasts, while high-tier and tier 4 leader-level beasts lurk in the depths. Inside, there are numerous rare treasures, and many hunters enter to take risks, engaging in battles for training. The final practical training for fourth-year students before the martial arts examination is held at the outskirts of the Tianming mountain range for 3 days. This allows students to see blood so they aren't frightened into weakness by ferocious beasts during the examination. Only the Ability User Association, the city government, and the Hunter Association possess a complete map of the ferocious beast terrain. Shi Che and Su Zhe are looking to train in the Tianming mountain range, Wang thought to himself, which is also a great opportunity to build a closer relationship. That's not difficult, Wang nodded. This terrain map isn't classified. Only as long as one's ability level reaches master, they can obtain it by paying a hefty fee, though the review process is a bit troublesome. Shi Che and Su Zhe, if you want to train in the Tianming mountain range, I can take you there. I'm very familiar with it, he said confidently. Don't worry, with me around you will be absolutely safe and can engage in battles with peace of mind. My ability is Brank Space Ability Teleportation, and my realm is at the peak of master. The highest level of ferocious beasts in the Tianming mountain range is only tier 4. He could suppress them with a raise of his hand. He also didn't feel at ease letting the 2 precious gems go alone to the Tianming mountain range. If anything happened to them, the hope for the rise of Tianming City would be gone. Shi Che was taken aback, not expecting Senior Wang and to be willing to act as their bodyguard. Moreover, Senior Wang An's ability was a rare spatial power. Teleportation for escape and rescue is top-notch. He wasn't afraid of fierce beasts at all. The various spiritual energy equipment on him could withstand even a 6th-tier king-level beast for a while. Plus, he had life-saving cards from his family, so even a 7th-tier sacred beast wouldn't be able to take his life. Moreover, he also planned to call Zhang Fei by, but it seemed unnecessary now. A 4th-tier master of the spatial system was enough to help them traverse the Tianming mountain range. Additionally, President Wang was familiar with the terrain, making him the best choice for a bodyguard. Thank you, Senior Wang. Wang suggested, however, I believe Shi Che and Su Zhe shouldn't rush to Tianming mountain range. It would be better to train in the arena first and accumulate some combat experience. There are still quite a few skilled fighters in the arena where we can learn a lot. Shi Che nodded slightly. He thought, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, the golden-level hunter Liu Yang will come to the arena for a guidance battle. This kid has keen intuition and rich combat experience. You should take the time to watch. I'll listen to you, Senior Wang. Wang felt quite pleased. He hadn't expected Shi Che to take his advice so seriously. Without a trace of arrogance typical of a genius, they chatted for a while longer and learned that Shi Che and Su Zhe wanted to battle in the arena. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang's mouth as he stopped the conversation. He handed Shi Che and Su Zhe their high-tier ability certificates and exchanged contact information, then sent them out the door. Ning Shui walked in. Wang took a camera from the drawer and tossed it to Ning Shui, who was full of questions. What is this, President? Wang smiled. Later, when Shi Che and Su Zhe enter the arena to battle, contact those 4 top experts of high tier to intercept the 2 and test their strength. They are class high tier. I'm sure they will be very interested. Isn't that unnecessary? Ning Shui showed a look of doubt. Although class abilities have strong energy quality, Shi Che and Su Zhe are just university students. It's unlikely they will reach the high-tier realm so quickly. They probably haven't even mastered a martial art, lacking any combat experience. They fundamentally cannot exert their advantages. Any high-tier ability user in the arena could likely defeat the 2. Combat power depends not only on ability quality and energy value, but also on combat awareness, mastery of martial arts, and other factors. She felt that even she in her administrative position could take on both and beat them to a pulp, which excited her. After all, they are class still in a weak and helpless state. If they missed this opportunity today, they might never get another chance. Her eyes glimmered. She was tempted. Should she give it a try? Don't underestimate class. Just their energy quality means that even a casual strike from them is not weak. Other high-tier ability users may not easily defeat them. And I want to record their awkwardness during their first battle. He wanted to keep it as a keepsake. Ning Shui frowned, suspecting that President Wang just wanted to see the 2's class being beaten because Shi Che and the others arrived outside the arena. The arena was directly opposite the Ability Users Association. The staff at the front desk looked at Shi Che and Su Zhe with eager eyes, accompanied by a strange smile. He had just received a call from the president's secretary instructing him to arrange these two ranked individuals for the four others, hoping they could withstand the challenge. Shi Che was oblivious, his eyes still gleaming with excitement. He politely asked, "Hello, how does the competition proceed?" The staff began to explain in detail. There are two competition modes. One is random matching and the other is challenge. Each match one earns the victor 100 points, while the loser loses 100 points. These points can be exchanged for resources at the Ability Users Association. Mid-tier ability users start with 500 points, while high-tier users begin with 1,000 points. Once the points are depleted, anyone wishing to compete must recharge with 100 points costing 100 yuan. These points can also be used at the Ability Users Associations in other cities. The staff said there are discounts for first-time recharges. You can exchange 100 yuan for 120 points, and today our association is running an event where 100 yuan grants you 130 points. The more you recharge, the more you earn. Would you like to recharge a bit? Shi Che raised an eyebrow, refusing to fall for any tricks to part him from his money. He had no intention of recharging, as 1,000 points were sufficient. Qin Mingho displayed a look of delight as he took out a card. Really? I'm so lucky. I'll recharge 1,000 yuan first. He smiled broadly, taking advantage of the 3,000 points. The staff smiled, thinking that a fool with money is a pleasure. All right. Please scan this QR code to enter the Tianming Ability Mini Program, where you can fill out your registration information. In the future, you can recharge and make match reservations, as well as exchange resources. Shi Che and the others filled out their identification information. They also needed to choose a title. The three fell into contemplation. Shi Che felt that Unrivaled Under Heaven was too conspicuous and loud, so he chose the name Dugu Qiubai. Qin Mingho chose the name Haori Tiankong. Su Zhe chose the name Nameless. Shi Che thought their names were a bit pretentious and might attract a beating. Su Zhe felt that his young master was perhaps looking to get beaten. It was a bit juvenile. Qin Mingho thought he might have been too conservative. He should have called himself Invincible War God. Shi Che clicked on random matching in the mini program. The staff stole a glance at the titles of the three, his eyes curving in a smile. They were truly youthful. The more flashy the title, the greater the embarrassment in defeat. In the past, his title, Holy King, did not last more than a day before he was crushed by his own shame and changed it. You can go to the rest area or the spectator area. When matched with an opponent, you will receive a text message and an announcement. There is a map in the mini program. Shi Che nodded slightly. Thank you. He opened the map, following the directional signs on the wall. The three turned and walked towards the spectator area. The staff watched their departing figures with regret, hoping these polite kids wouldn't be psychologically scarred from getting beaten. Suddenly, he slapped his palm in annoyance, having forgotten to ask for signatures and photos. He felt like he lost a fortune. The arena had 10 battle zones and 1 rest area. They randomly chose Zone 3. Upon entering, they were greeted by thunderous cheers. There were many people in the audience, about 1,000. It wasn't even the weekend. Oh, why were so many people not at work? The battle platform was large, measuring 70 by 100 meters. Above it was a huge display screen showing Violent Bear versus Fire Wolf, along with their basic information. Title: Violent Bear. Level: Mid-tier Perfect. Wins 5,259. Total matches 7,512. Title: Fire Wolf. Level: Mid-tier Perfect. Wins 4,351. Total matches 7,251. The three found a well-positioned spot to sit. Shi Che adjusted his glasses, looking at the two figures in the arena who were locked in a fierce battle. Beginning the scan, 2 mid-stage ability users emerged, one wielding fire abilities and the other earth abilities. Spiritual energy surged in their eyes, enhancing their vision. A thought occurred to him: to learn a martial art that focuses on the eyes. The eyes play a crucial role in combat, allowing one to perceive the opponent's intentions and flaws in their techniques, thus gaining the upper hand. However, it is extremely difficult to practice, consuming time and resources, and with a careless mistake, one might even go blind. Yet if one possesses abilities that enhance their eyesight, the difficulty of practicing eye-focused martial arts would significantly decrease. This led him to a new idea. After copying an ability, he could delete it, but it would require a month's cooldown after deletion. In other words, in his future martial training, he could first copy abilities that would benefit this particular martial art, achieving results with half the effort. Once he successfully cultivated the martial art, he could then delete the ability. Just like how, without copying Su Ze's Golden Crow True Flame, he couldn't have mastered the small fireball in less than 4 hours. For eye-focused martial arts, he thought of a grade martial art suitable for him, and Su Ze called Fire Eye Golden Eye. This martial art was not available at his home, but it should be recorded among the stars, and he would have the opportunity to practice it. As his thoughts swirled, the spiritual energy of the two combatants, the violent bear and the fire wolf, was nearly exhausted, and they began to engage in close combat. Shi Che watched intently. The fire ability user had his fist enveloped in a layer of crimson spiritual energy. He threw a punch, and a violent booming sound echoed through the air, showcasing immense power. The grade martial art cannon fist had reached mastery level. The earth ability user similarly had his palm wrapped in a layer of gray spiritual energy, adopting a defensive stance, immovable as a mountain. The grade martial art bear paw was also at mastery level. The fire wolf launched a frenzied assault, fists and palms colliding. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds reverberated across the arena. The intense hand-to-hand combat sent the audience into a frenzy, erupting in cheers and screams. Fire wolf, take him down, make the violent bear call for his mommy. Violent bear, crush him. The heated atmosphere in the arena stirred the emotions of Shi Che and his companions, their hearts racing. They watched closely as the battle unfolded. After 5 minutes, the fire wolf's aggressive momentum faltered, and the violent bear seized the opportunity, launching a fierce strike. A palm struck the fire wolf's chest, causing him to spit blood. His face contorted in rage as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, dust billowing. 10 seconds later, the fire wolf did not rise. The referee announced loudly, "Violent bear wins." Applause and cheers erupted. Violent bear. The violent bear waved to the audience, acknowledging them before turning to leave the arena. The medical team entered, carrying the grimacing fire wolf away. A young man in a white coat used his abilities, sending specks of green light into the fire wolf's body. Moments later, the fire wolf stood up energetically again, paying 500 points with a wince. He muttered to himself that guy violent bear was too ruthless, improving too quickly. It wouldn't be long before he broke. The violent bear's defense is truly tight. His strength should be among the top tier of the second rank. So strong. Shi Che heard discussions around him, blinking in suspicion. In his view, the movements of both were slow and filled with flaws. He could resolve it all with a small fireball. However, observing from the sidelines was different from being in the actual battle. Perhaps because he was in a spectator's position, he could easily spot their flaws. After all, he had hardly fought against ability users before. "Xiaozeze, what do you think of their strength?" Suze spoke honestly, "A bit weak. I feel a bit weak too." I could slice through the violent bear's defense. He could discern the flaws of the violent bear and use his sharp talent to make the cuts. An uncle nearby overheard this and couldn't stand it. He was a fan of the violent bear. Moreover, he despised those who talk big. "3 little yellow-haired kids, have you grown up enough to talk big here? If you're capable, why don't you give it a try?" Shi Che smiled, not responding. Saying such things was indeed inappropriate, even if it was the truth. Xiao Hao having said that, it seemed it really wasn't just his illusion. Indeed, these were just two mid-stage ability users. It's normal for them to be a bit weak. The higher-tier ability users might be extraordinarily strong. The referee called out loudly, "Next match, Divine Monkey vs. Golden Spear, please. Yen Z and Fatty, get ready." At this moment, the three also received the matching notification. Shi Che looked down and said, "My opponent is the Lone Wolf in Area 4, and my turn will come after one more match." Suze replied, "My opponent is the Spirit Fox in Area 5, and I still have 2 matches to go." Qin Mingho said, "My opponent is Huang Mao by Sea in Area 1, and I also have 2 matches left." Qin Mingho's expression was innocent. Oh, what was wrong with Huang Mao? He was so handsome, loyal, and obedient. Why would anyone want to target him? The nearby uncle couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, his eyes filled with a hint of pity. "You youngsters are just bragging. Now you're going to suffer for it. I've been in the arena for 10 years, and am quite familiar with the experts here. The Lone Wolf is the most successful fighter in the arena, ruthless and merciless with a one-strike kill potential. He is highly likely to become the second high-tier golden hunter in Tianming City. The Spirit Fox ranks second in win rate with agile movements and a captivating mental allure that works on both men and women. Often her opponents fall prey to her charm, left dazed and easily defeated, or they fail to react in time and find themselves knocked to the ground. These young people are likely to be mesmerized the moment they see her. Huang Mao by Sea is a top expert in the second tier, cool on the outside, but warm-hearted, usually pulling his punches, and is known for guiding newcomers. His previous name was Xiao Ji Li. However, he changed his name 2 years ago. When facing someone named Huang Mao, he tends to go berserk, unleashing 120% of his strength, seemingly having his home raided by Huang Mao. That Huang Mao is probably going to be targeted severely. In any case, these 3 young people are bound to lose. The uncle's face showed a puzzled expression as the Spirit Fox, Lone Wolf, and Huang Mao by Sea hadn't appeared in the arena for a long time. How could they be matched against such novices? Could it be that they are lying and boasting? After searching on the app, he indeed found their matches looking at the three with a strange expression. Such a disgraceful name, what a show-off. It was clear they hadn't faced the harsh realities of society. Now starting out like this feels like a hellish beginning. Ew, I just hope their Tao heart doesn't shatter. Especially the name Duga Chiobai, it's so pretentious it invites hatred. He probably won't last 3 days before changing it. Unknowingly feeling a pang of nostalgia, he remembered that his title Knife Emperor didn't last more than 3 days before he changed it. So many predecessors who wielded blades loved to bully novices. He sighed twice and kindly suggested, youngsters, if you can't win, just surrender, it's not shameful. Shi Che smiled shyly. All right, thank you, uncle. This took the observing uncle by surprise. He stroked his beard, realizing this young man was quite polite. They just love to boast. Shi Che and the others stood up and headed to their respective combat areas. They had never heard of the names of Lone Wolf and the others. Even if they had, they wouldn't pay much attention. They came to challenge the strong. If their opponents weren't strong, they wouldn't be happy. Losing is part of the game. They are young enough to afford a loss. The observing uncle checked the basic information of these three on the app. Sure enough, they were novices, having just registered not long ago. In the next moment, his pupils contracted. 2 were early high-tier abilities users, and 1 was a mid-tier early abilities user. How could they be so young? Perhaps they just look youthful. Or are they geniuses from a big city visiting here? His old face turned red, realizing they might not have been bragging, but rather he was the one with a narrow perspective. He pondered for a while, feeling these three seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Such outstanding young people, he shouldn't have forgotten them. He slapped his head. The more he thought about it, the less he could remember. Forget it, he stood up and headed to Area 4, eager to witness their strength for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Li Yuanshuang carried her backpack and brought Tang Xian to the outside of the arena. She sent a message to Qin Mingho, but he did not reply. Qin Mingho had already arrived at Battle Area 1. The cheers of the audience completely drowned out the vibrations of the phones. His eyes sparkled with spiritual energy as he intently focused on the 2 fighters on the stage, looking for weaknesses in both sides to cut them off. Li Yuanshuang ground her teeth. This guy was utterly unreliable at critical moments. Tang Xian also carried a small backpack. She took out a snack, bit into some beef jerky, and said, let's ask the staff. That makes sense. Li Yuanshuang's eyes lit up. She quickly ran to the front desk. Hello, have you seen 2 handsome guys with a little follower? The 2 male gods were too obvious. The staff had seen them and wouldn't forget them in a short time. The staff member replied, are you asking about Shi Che and them? Li Yuanshuang nodded vigorously. I don't know which area they are in now, but I know their names Duga Chiobai, Haori Tiankong, and Wuming. You can search for their battle matches on Tianming abilities or check in the rest area. Li Yuanshuang froze for a moment upon hearing the names and quickly figured out who they corresponded to. Duga Chiobai, so arrogant, a Chinibu male god, she liked him too. She opened the mini-program and checked. The next match was Shi Che's debut. There wasn't much time left. She immediately lifted Tang Xian, holding her tightly, as they rushed towards Area 4. Tang Xian's eyes were filled with rage, but she was determined to end their friendship. She bit off a piece of beef jerky and chewed silently. She would not forgive Li Yuanshuang without at least 100 bags of beef jerky. Adjusting her position for comfort, it made it easier for Li Yuanshuang to carry her. In the rest area, the large screen displayed the battle schedules of various combat zones. As the battles of Duga Chiobai versus Galang Wuming versus Linghu and Huang Mao Bizi versus Haori Tiankong refreshed, the crowd torn between which battle to watch began to stir. Is it really Gulong? He hasn't fought in over a year. This is his comeback. Who was his opponent? Such an arrogant name. Oh, this Duga Chiobai is a new account, early stage hider. Could he be a newly emerged expert? What a pity a newcomer is facing a god of the arena barbecue. Gulong has won over 100 matches consecutively. Let's go, hurry to Area 4. If we're late, the opponent will be taken out in an instant. What day is it today? Look at screen 5. A Linghu is making a move. How can a Wuming nobody possibly fight my goddess? Let's hurry to Area 5 and grab a good spot. I want to appreciate my goddess elegance. I have my materials for spellcasting tonight. Compared to the first 2 battles, the latter one isn't as eye-catching, but many are still drawn to the gossip about Huang Mao Bizi, this veteran. Huang Mao Bizi is making an appearance too. Wasn't he chasing after that Huang Mao? His opponent is also a newcomer. His battle skills are quite decent. Now, after watching the first 2 matches, I might check it out if I have time. Seeing Huang Mao annoys me. I want to go support Huang Mao Bizi. Tisk tisk, why do I feel like that brother has a story? Get lost. Most people in the rest area were drawn to the first 2 matches and began to flock towards areas 4 and 5. Shi Che sat in the contestant area quietly watching the battles, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the young man beside him. He was a slender young man wearing half a wolf mask that covered the upper half of his face. Just looking at the lower half, the contours were distinct, revealing a ruggedly handsome face with a cold and dangerous aura. Height near perfect completion, he seemed quite tough to deal with. Encountering such an opponent in the first match, he couldn't believe there was no foul play. Senior Wang truly puts in a lot of effort. Once his strength improves, he could spar with Senior Wang more often. A smile tugged at the corner of Shi Che's mouth. But isn't that what makes it interesting? The peripheral vision of the lone wolf was also scrutinizing Shi Che, his gaze slightly solemn. He merely wished to witness what extraordinary abilities this glass genius possessed. He held no expectations for the combat prowess of the student baby Shi Che. Yet now his class psychic ability of danger perception sensed a hint of danger emanating from Shi Che. His keen intuition told him that this boy had seen blood. He was not a flower in a greenhouse. Beneath his seemingly harmless appearance lay a beast that preys on others. Moreover, if Shi Che were to replicate 3 types of a class abilities, space-time, and other rare powers, playing around might indeed lead to an unexpected downfall. But who could blame him for encountering someone like himself? As a lone wolf, he would strike without mercy even against a harmless rabbit, delivering a fatal blow. At the entrance, new spectators continuously poured in, creating a lively scene. Ning Shui adjusted her glasses, a flash of white light shining as she analyzed the combat strength of Shi Che and the lone wolf. The energy value of the lone wolf had already exceeded 400,000, 4 times that of Shi Che. Having been through countless battles, he possessed rich combat experience and mastery in several martial arts, with one sword technique reaching a master level. He was a fierce and cautious gray wolf. Although Shi Che's psychic energy quality was high at the higher levels of ability, this advantage did not create a significant gap. The lone wolf's 4-fold energy value was enough to bridge that difference. As for combat experience, Shi Che, the well-behaved good student, probably had never even been in a fight. It was easy to deduce that his martial arts were all at an entry level. So gentle and pitiable, like a little white rabbit. The only possible reversal might come from the combination of the 3 abilities that Shi Che replicated. But at higher levels, various class abilities also had limited might, and with Shi Che's combat awareness, how much power could he truly unleash? The ever-cautious lone wolf would not give Shi Che any opportunities. Gray wolf versus little white rabbit. It seemed that the little white rabbit had no chance of winning, so they might as well take more pictures of the little rabbit being trampled. A nearby uncle stared intently at Shi Che, gradually recognizing him. Or had he seen him before? Li Yuan Shuang, holding Tang Xian, also arrived at the audience seats. Seeing that Shi Che's battle had not yet begun, she let out a sigh of relief and excitedly took out her camera, snapping away at Shi Che and the lone wolf at the contestants' area. Tang Xian angrily took out a pack of pork jerky from her bag, thinking that eating more would help her grow taller and no longer suffer such humiliation. After more than a minute, the audience seats, which could accommodate 3,000 people, were already full, with many others squatting in the aisles. Seeing that the flow of people had not decreased, the staff were forced to close the entrance. Those who had not yet entered began to grumble. The hum of discussion among the audience was already rising. Countless burning gazes were directed toward the audience seats, while the other contestants quietly distanced themselves from Shi Che and the lone wolf. Indeed, it's the lone wolf. Who is the one seeking defeat in solitude? Could it be that handsome young man? So handsome, and with such a high rank, I don't even know whom to support. So young, is he really a high level? Wait, isn't that Shi Che? The unparalleled genius who awakened this class ability of the replication book. What? It really is him. How long has it been since his awakening? And he's already a high-level ability user. Sklas is truly impressive, incomprehensible. Sklas with such rapid training speed, no wonder he's so arrogant, taking the name seeking defeat in solitude. If it were me, I might be even more arrogant, so lone wolf give him a real taste of defeat. No wonder the lone wolf would take action, and who wouldn't want to toy with a young Sklas? What a pity, why wasn't it my wild wolf matched against the Sklas? Oh heavens, I hope the next battle against the Sklas is mine. If I can defeat and Sklas, my father would have no regrets. I on the thorny path would be willing to trade my best friend's lifelong singlehood for a chance to battle against an Sklas. The observing uncle suddenly realized that it was that Sklas ability genius. He didn't follow the trending news, but out of curiosity, he had glanced at the photos of the 2 Sklas ability users from Tianming City. However, Sklas ability users were simply not someone he could intersect with. He had cast it aside from his mind. Li Yuan Shuang's face bore a look of concern. Hearing the discussions nearby, she also understood that the lone wolf was a formidable expert. Her male god might not necessarily win. A strange excitement stirred within her. Even a bruised and battered male god would still be quite handsome. The audience was almost entirely focused on Shi Che and Gu Lang, with all eyes in the arena fixated on the two competitors. With weak punches, kicks, and evasions, Fei Tian, who simply raised his hand in surrender. I concede. Sun Tianho, relieved, hurried back to the contestant seat. He had long wanted to quit. If it weren't for the fact that he had already handed in his salary this month, he wouldn't want to lose this 100 points. The referee smiled broadly. These two amateurs were finally done. Sun Tianho wins. He looked forward to the next match. Even if it was just out of the starting gate, it would still be class and might be exceptionally exciting. Next match, Dugu Xiaobai versus Gu Lang. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Gu Lang crushed this little brat. Beat him. Beat him. Dugu, go for it. Gu Lang. Gu Lang. Most people were cheering for. In terms of popularity, even though Shi Che was class, he was overshadowed by Gu Lang. Shi Che took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. The big screen began to display the information of the two competitors. Title: Gu Lang, Realm High Stage, Perfect, wins 1-1-2-5-9. Total matches 1-2-3-5-1. Title: Dugu Xiaobai, Realm High Stage, early wins 0. Total matches 0. Shi Che revealed a bright smile. Politely he said, "Please guide me, senior." Gu Lang replied indifferently, "Be careful, I won't go easy on you." Shi Che nodded slightly. With a win rate of 91, he was indeed a formidable opponent. The referee called out start. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Lang darted forward like a cheetah. Whoosh! A fierce wind roared, and in an instant Gu Lang's figure appeared beside Shi Che. A slicing punch struck toward Shi Che's chest like a giant hammer. Bang! A loud crash echoed and golden sparks flew as Shi Che was sent flying. The audience erupted in astonishment at the sight of Shi Che being knocked away by a single punch. Many women even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Shi Che's contorted face from the beating. Was it over? Even its class was too much for Gu Lang. Ning Shui was suddenly startled, her brows furrowed, her eyes shining with a white light. This speed was the master-level E-class martial art shadow step. Gu Lang's movement technique had broken through. What shocked her even more was Shi Che. The referee and a nearby uncle both stared at Shi Che in shock, their expressions serious. That was the master-level E-class martial art flame strike. How could this be possible? After years of hard training, they had not achieved a single martial art at the master level. Ning Shui bit her red lips. This was simply outrageous. Gu Lang's pupils constricted, his punch did not hit its target and missed. His gaze filled with shock, such keen perception and fast reflexes. That was the master-level E-class martial art flame strike. He, known as a martial arts genius, had to endure years of life-and-death training. Only then did he manage to master an E-class martial art gale blade to the master level, establishing his fame as the one with the highest win rate. Recently, he had just broken through to the master level with Shadow Step and was confident of becoming a gold-level hunter. But this kid, how long has he been training, and what kind of trials has he gone through? He has already mastered an E-class martial art to the master level. Gu Lang felt a surge of defeat and envy. He even felt fortunate that he met Shi Che now. If it were later, he probably wouldn't even have the qualification to stand in front of Shi Che. Perhaps this kid would surpass him at an astonishing rate. A smile crept across his lips, his eyes growing more serious and cold. But for now, let him enjoy the thrill of trampling a genius. Thoughts flickered in an instant. His right palm opened slightly, and a long knife of condensed spiritual energy formed. The materialization of spiritual energy was a technique that only a few high-level practitioners could master, consuming a massive amount of energy. Stepping forward, he raised the knife and launched a reckless attack. Seeing Gu Lang condense a blue long knife, Ning Shui's gaze sharpened. Gu Lang was going too far. He was using Gale Blade against a student. Shi Che was finished. Relying solely on Flame Strike could not defeat Gu Lang. The referee sensed the situation to the utmost limit, ready to intervene at any moment, fearing Gu Lang might cut Shi Che down. The audience also noticed that Shi Che seemed uninjured. Some were confused. They couldn't see clearly what Shi Che had done. Then excitement surged as expected of his class. He still had some skills. Shi Che's gaze was calm. Gu Lang's speed was astonishing. If it weren't for his physical fitness and his premonition of danger far exceeding that of ordinary people. Using Flame Strike to create distance, he would have truly been knocked out in a single hit. His right hand reached forward and clusters of fist-sized golden fireballs burst forth instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The flames roared faintly, transmitting a menacing sound. The audience fell silent, their hearts momentarily stopping, mouths agape in astonishment. This time they saw it clearly. The instant-fired fireballs were masterfully controlled. What was happening? Even the mayor of Tianming City, that master, didn't have a martial art at the masterful level, did he? Ning Shui froze, her face a mix of crying and laughing, almost going crazy. How long had it been? How long? Gu Lang was hitting him, she couldn't take it anymore. This was no innocent little bunny, it was clearly a super tyrannosaurus. She couldn't help but feel relieved she hadn't gone on stage. Li Yuanshuang trembled involuntarily, a blush creeping onto her face. So awesome, my idol. Tang Xian stared blankly, mechanically chewing on her snacks, utterly incredulous. This beautiful girl had only just started with class martial art. The blazing fireballs shot towards Gu Lang, who was equally shocked, firing instantly. It was truly exaggerated. However, to defeat him, he was still far from it. Gu Lang, who intended to slice the fireballs, suddenly felt a deadly danger. What level of flame was this? Sliding his feet, his danger perception activated fully shadow step. His steps were erratic, dodging the fireballs. The fireballs exploded on the ground, creating massive booming sounds. The incredibly hard arena was blasted into deep pits, the charred floor emitting billowing black smoke. The spectators couldn't help but swallow hard. Such powerful fireballs. Gu Lang was going to lose, the thought crossed their minds uncontrollably. The referee was somewhat speechless. If he were to face the power of these fireballs directly, he would probably be finished. The current situation was that he couldn't intervene in the battle between the two and could only rely on the healer. Did Gu Lang lose? A shadow darted through the thick smoke like a ghost, reaching Shi Che's back, the blue long knife slashing down fiercely. Shi Che, who had remained vigilant since Gu Lang's presence the moment he appeared. A golden flame long knife materialized in his hand, radiating a scorching aura as it slashed towards the blue long knife. Master-level flame knife. The clash of knives produced an astonishing crisp sound. The scorching flames surged along the blue long knife towards Gu Lang, even causing cracks to appear on the blue long knife. This was the gap in energy quality. Lacking quality, quantity had to make up for it. Gu Lang, already at high stage perfection, had an astonishing energy value of 48000. The surge of spiritual energy erupted and countless streams of blue energy emerged from the long knife, extinguishing the flames one by one. Master-level flame knife versus master-level gale blade. The two engaged in an astonishing battle. Bang! Bang! The fierce sounds echoed like steel clashing. Shi Che had also comprehended the master-level E-class martial art flame knife. Stun numb, let the world be destroyed. This was truly boring. He came to this world just to make up the numbers, and he didn't want to live anymore. The audience's pupils reflected the figures of the two in combat, their eyes unwilling to blink. Golden and blue intertwined, the thunderous roars reverberated above the arena. Sparks flickered and the wind howled. The battle intensified, and both began to breathe heavily. Hot sweat poured down their bodies, only to evaporate instantly. Their fighting spirit grew stronger, burning like fire. Shi Che's mind became clearer, and he could catch the flaws in Gu Lang's sword techniques. But whenever he tried to attack Gu Lang's flaws, Gu Lang would always evade in advance or even counterattack. His stamina and energy were almost depleted. He had to settle this quickly. Moreover, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had broken through. Flame knife, masterful one, battling against someone truly yielded great rewards. Gu Lang, on the other hand, wanted to drag it out, wearing Shi Che down before dealing with him. But suddenly, an uneasy feeling surged within him. Flames flashed by. The flickering sparks were absorbed by the golden long knife, cleaving down onto the blue long knife. Hidden currents swelled, with an overwhelming force pouring out like a tsunami. Gu Lang's complexion changed, a deadly sense of crisis emerged. He wanted to resist, but couldn't. He had already exerted all his strength. The blue long knife snapped with a crack, shattering under the immense force, and sending Gu Lang flying to the ground. The golden flames burned away Gu Lang's sleeves, revealing his bronze skin, but did not harm his flesh, showcasing Shi Che's extraordinary control. Gu Lang stood there in a daze, his gaze incredibly complex as he murmured, breaking through in battle, masterful flame knife, geniuses really drive me mad. I lost, he said with difficulty. He realized that Shi Che still had two abilities he hadn't used. He hadn't forced Shi Che to go all out. He was extremely unwilling, agitated. Gu Lang had lost. The referee didn't expect Gu Lang to suddenly lose. His voice became hoarse and cracked. Dugu Chobai wins. Shi Che extended his hand, smiling. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Gu Lang gripped Shi Che's hand, rising with the leverage. The audience was still in shock, their faces filled with various expressions: doubt, astonishment, disbelief. How did Gu Lang lose? Most people lacked the insight to notice Shi Che's martial arts breakthrough. They were merely lamenting that he had just defeated an undefeated warrior who had won over 100 matches. And just like that, he had fallen defeated by a student who had only recently awakened his abilities. Even as in class, it was too surreal. My idol won. Li Yuanshuang rubbed her eyes vigorously. It was real, not an illusion. She let out a piercing scream. Dugu Dugu. The audience erupted with thunderous roars and applause. Dugu. Dugu. Shi Che's strength completely conquered them. Ning Shui was in a daze, groaning, masterful flame knife. What kind of monster was this guy? The nearby uncle was also impressed and applauded. Shi Che waved to everyone, feeling quite satisfied. Sitting in the contestant seat, he gulped down a bottle of water as Gu Lang approached. A bit hesitant, he took out his phone. Dugu, my real name is Meng Yunqi. Can I add you on Feishin? Shi Che nodded slightly and took out his phone to add him. He had a good impression of Gu Lang. After all, he had helped him break through to the masterful level with his flame knife. At this stage, he was a good sparring partner. If they sparred a few more times, perhaps it would help him break through in other martial arts as well. Gu Lang spoke. You want to go to Area 5, right? The entrance there should be closed. Follow me, and it'll take you through the internal entrance. Thank you, senior. Shi Che responded, troubled about how to leave as the entrance was heavily blocked by eager gazes. If it weren't for the protective net around them, it felt as if they would have charged down already. Don't call me senior, I can't bear it. Gu Lang shook his head. Having lost so badly, the title senior made him feel a bit choked up. Shi Che readily complied. Then he'll call you Meng Gu. Gu Lang nodded, glad not to be called senior. Taking out a silver-white card, he led Shi Che out through a side door. The audience looked on regretfully as Shi Che left. Walking through the corridor, Gu Lang removed his mask, revealing a handsome face with sharp features and a naturally cool aura. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. Meng Gu, what is your ability? Shi Che asked curiously. Level danger perception, Gu Lang replied. This was not a secret. Shi Che understood. No wonder Gu Lang could dodge his instant fireballs and easily evade his attacks. Although this ability was not of a high level, it was quite practical in battle, allowing for preemptive insight into enemies. It made him consider replicating it, but after thinking, he chose not to. Compared to other unique abilities, danger perception was still a bit lacking. Shi Che took out his glasses and a flat-brimmed hat. Putting them on, his popularity was likely through the roof and needed some disguise. He didn't want to be blocked by anyone later. The two quickly arrived at Area 5A, and looking through the window, they indeed saw a sea of people outside. Gu Lang led Shi Che effortlessly into a luxurious box. Inside, it was unexpectedly lavish, featuring a bar, KTV, television, mahjong table, and bath. Seeing the bathing area, Shi Che felt sticky all over. He simply went in for a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and felt much more comfortable. After washing up, he noticed Gu Lang's tattered clothes and felt a bit embarrassed. With a thought, he took out a new set of sportswear and handed it to Gu Lang, who was about his height. Gu Lang eyed Shi Che's spatial equipment with envy. He accepted it without hesitation and also took a shower. Gu Lang opened the small fridge in the box, asking, "What do you want to drink? Orange juice or cola?" Shi Che replied. Gu Lang tossed him a bottle of orange juice. He opened a bottle of beer for himself. The cold beer instantly alleviated some of his restlessness and heat. Shi Che also took a sip of the chilled orange juice. He casually took out various snacks made for him by Qin Mingho and began to eat. The lone wolf also grabbed a beef stick, which tasted quite good. Pressing a button on the remote control, the windows of the private room became transparent and the noisy sounds began to come through. Spirit Fox, Spirit Fox, Goddess, Goddess, I love you. As spiritual energy surged into his eyes, Shi Che also saw two figures in the contestant area. Suze was looking down at his phone. The other figure was a stunning beauty, sitting gracefully, her radiant and charming face exuding allure with every smile. She quietly watched the battle on the stage. Sighing silently in his heart, Shi Che thought, Suze seems destined to be single. Even the beauty of the spirit fox does not seem to attract him. Yet Suze remained indifferent to such beauty, still engrossed in his phone. The two fighters on the stage were battling fiercely, both eager to impress in front of the spirit fox. However, in reality, no one was paying attention to these two. The food healed the wounds in the lonely wolf's heart. He spoke calmly, the spirit fox is not easy to deal with. How strong is your friend? Just a bit weaker than me, Shi Che said with a smile, swallowing a piece of peach meat jerky. He silently added, without the fire spirit pearl. Once the fire spirit pearl is used, Suze's strength might double. The calm expression of the lone wolf shattered his heart, aching. Another freak. Are all Slevel beings monsters? Shi Che blinked, having not seen many Slevels, and uncertainly replied, I suppose so. The lone wolf twitched his lips, wanting to smile, but unable to. What are the spirit fox's powers and how strong is she? Shi Che asked curiously. The lone wolf pondered for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat grave. Her ability is Blevel Mental Charm. It's hard to say how strong she is. She has mastered a master level, a level spiritual martial art called the Realm of Charms. If her composure is strong enough, an ordinary high-level early-stage ability user can easily defeat her. If not even master-level ability, users might fall under her charm. Thinking of the realm of charms, a slight blush appeared on his face. If it weren't for his ability to sense danger and high mental strength, his resistance to allure would have likely failed against the spirit fox. A test of composure. Shi Che pouted, losing interest. Suze's composure was even slightly stronger than his. He couldn't imagine Suze falling for the realm of charms. If the spirit fox were a combat expert like the lone wolf, he might have a bit of worry. After all, Suze wasn't like him. He had been trained since childhood, experienced in combat, and had rich battle experience. Seeing Shi Che's indifference, the lone wolf opened his mouth to say something. This realm of charms is a natural enemy to spirited young men. After some thought, he decided to keep quiet. What if he got slapped in the face? Level beings really can't be understood by common logic. He still felt his face was swollen. On one hand, he also harbored a mindset of wanting to watch the show. Whether the spirit fox fails or the other level ability user fails, he could find a bit of solace in it. The two fighters on the stage had also reached the final moments, their fists colliding. The sound of punches echoed as one person was thrown off balance and fell to the ground, helplessly conceding when faced with fists so close. The referee announced loudly, the leopard wins. Next up, Nameless versus Spirit Fox. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Was it finally over? The goddess would be on stage. As Suze was about to take the stage, Shi Che sent him a small penguin emoji to cheer him on, adding, "I won. Oh, it's your turn now." Suze lifted his head, sensing something, and glanced in Shi Che's direction. He replied, "Thank you, young master. Just watch me." Suze walked towards the stage, calmly looking at the girl across from him. The audience erupted with thunderous roars and screams. Spirit Fox. Spirit Fox. Why isn't it me on the stage? I wish the goddess would whip me hard. Goddess, I love you. Spirit Fox, kisses, hugs. I want kisses and hugs. You little brat, what good luck. The popularity completely crushed Suze. The spirit fox looked at the expressionless Suze, her eyes sparkling with mischief, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. Still a cute little boy who hasn't awakened. Great, teasing such a little boy is even more interesting. Against these little boys, she only needs to use a bit of her charm to make them surrender. You go first. The spirit fox's voice was melodious and charming. She was here just to experience the power of level abilities. If she attacked first, Suze would be instantly defeated, leaving no chance for him to strike. Suze was not polite either, and had nothing to say. Golden flames erupted from his body in an instant, his eyes burning with golden flames, the aura of destruction and heat permeating the air. Like the son of the sun, Suze stepped forward. Boom! A loud explosion resonated. His figure transformed into a streak of fire, lunging towards the spirit fox, his right hand forming a golden long knife, golden sparks flickering and jumping on the knife, fiercely slashing at the spirit fox. Master level flame strike. Master level flame knife. This familiar scene made the lone wolf's pupils contract. How could this kid feel even more fierce than Shi Che? Moreover, he looked at Shi Che with astonishment. A thought flashed in his mind. Shi Che could replicate level abilities, and it was a flame ability of the same color. The audience was equally shocked, looking at this scene with expressions filled with doubt and disbelief. A nameless nobody was turning the tide. The spirit fox's expression changed, her pupils filled with apprehension, her spirit frantically warning her. Two master-level martial arts. This was a monster. She could no longer hold back. Staring at the Suze who was so close, she unleashed a pink light that engulfed him. The mental attack arrived in an instant. The knife Suze wielded stopped his eyes vacant, stunned on the stage. The audience sighed in relief. The terrifying aura Suze displayed made them feel worried. They were truly afraid the spirit fox would be careless and get defeated. She even forced out the spirit fox's realm of charms. The nameless one, though defeated, still has honor. Oh my goodness. Is this the key point? Did you see that? That was a master-level flame strike. A master-level flame. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into a suffocating silence, hearts feeling extremely uncomfortable, nearly gasping for breath, tears nearly coming from their eyes. Those who practiced martial arts understood best the difficulty of mastering them, akin to a tortoise crawling. It requires relentless practice day after day to feel a bit of progress. Among those present, only a few had reached mastery in a martial art, while this boy had only practiced for a few days and already had 2 martial arts at the master level, which truly infuriated them. Quick training speed is forgivable, being handsome is also forgivable, but the ability to comprehend martial arts is so monstrous. Is this person really of the same species as them? In the blink of an eye, Suze found himself in another place. A splendid hall with bright green lamps on. Not far away was a white jade pool, steam rising from it. Behind him was an enormous jade bed. Ding ding. Clang. The pleasant sound of bells rang, followed by enticing moans. Several stunning women emerged from the pool unadorned with snow-white skin, seductive eyes, and graceful figures. Only their key areas were shrouded in white mist, partially hidden, utterly alluring. On their white, jade-like feet they wore bells, and with each step a light, pleasant sound rang out. Their ruby lips parted slightly, a soft and charming voice emerged. "Great King, you are so strong, oh I want you. Great King, you are so amazing, oh I want you too." Suze suddenly recalled a memory that he was the supreme emperor, the ruler of the world. Here he could do anything he wanted, free to indulge. Hidden in the shadows, the spirit fox revealed a slide, using this to test men which man could resist. She thought Suze would be shy and flustered. After all, Suze should be just a pure university student, having never seen such a spectacle. Back in her university days, she would blush and stammer at just a few teasing words. However, time has not spared her. Now she has become an experienced seductress, accustomed to various situations. Yet Suze's gaze was bold, his eyes not blinking at all. The spirit fox was somewhat puzzled. The memories she inserted were flawed, only slightly obscuring their memories, giving them an excuse to indulge, unable to cover their true nature. With her current strength, she couldn't achieve this. The illusions she wove only accomplished visual and auditory effects. But it was enough to make those men deeply captivated. What man hasn't fantasized about being an emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? They would indulge in their imaginations, satisfying themselves in a spring dream. She initially thought Suze would be different, a pure little boy, but it turned out his true nature was that of a little lecher. This left her somewhat inexplicably disappointed. Is this what Slevel is? The spirit fox left the illusion and walked slowly towards the stunned Suze. Her right fist clenched, swinging towards Suze's cheek. Teach this Slevel a lesson. A knife hangs over the head of lust. As the spirit fox woke up, the audience came back to life, realizing they could breathe and gasping for air. I knew the spirit fox would win. Nameless is still too young. In the mental illusion, Suze's eyes were as cold as ice and snow, criticizing the immaturity of the illusion. The allure was insufficient. The transformed women were not seductive enough. The scene was crude, and the plot lacked immersion. It wasn't even as seductive as the learning materials given by the young master. His eyes gazed into the distance, seemingly seeing the spirit fox approaching him. He stepped forward, right hand grabbing a woman's hair. The woman's eyes were filled with spring, her gaze hazy, ruby lips slightly parted. Great King. In the next moment, terrifying flames surged forth. The beauty was instantly turned to ash, the flames licking and destroying everything around. The illusion shattered. The spirit fox's raised hand froze, her head spinning. This was the backlash from the broken illusion. Before she could fully regain her consciousness, she was hit hard in the face and collapsed to the ground. The intense pain brought the spirit fox back to her senses. Her face was already swollen and her body was burning with pain. Her eyes were filled with disbelief mixed with anger, wishing she could chop Suze into 1,000 pieces. She had never suffered such a loss in her life. What made her even angrier was that this dogman had actually struck her. The audience once again held their breath, their mouths opening, but unable to produce a sound, their eyes filled with utter confusion. If it were a normal time, anyone who dared to hit their goddess would have been met with a flurry of curses and attacks. But now the reversal was too swift, their minds couldn't keep up. As they watched their goddess on the verge of victory, how could she suddenly be countered? Who could explain this situation to them? The referee was also in a daze, not understanding what had happened. Shi Che clicked his tongue. Suze was too ruthless, hitting people in the face. If it were him in the ring, various vital points would flash in his mind. Eyes, forehead, throat. Suze still lacked enough combat experience, so a slap to the face wouldn't render the spirit fox completely incapable of fighting. What if the spirit fox countered him? That said, Suze's first battle was already quite impressive. A faint smile appeared on Shi Che's face. As Suze's benefactor, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Suze's growth, progress, and victory filled him with a sense of achievement. It was time to meet Suze. The lone wolf silently chewed on snacks, completely uninterested in speaking. Fortunately, he didn't speak too much before. He looked at the spirit fox with a hint of pity. The spirit fox was about to rise in resistance when she saw Suze's hand suddenly conjuring a small fireball, the scorching and explosive ball, distorting the air. Looking at the small fireball above her head, she recalled the scene of Suze mercilessly annihilating the women. Her body stiffened. This dogman would not show mercy. If that fireball hit her, she might be disfigured. This dogman, a violent man, a scumbag. Suze looked at her in confusion. Oh, was she not surrendering yet? Did she still want to be hit? The spirit fox stared deeply at Suze, remembering him fiercely. Struggling to say, I concede. Frustration and regret intertwined in her heart. She had lost before, but this time the humiliation of being slapped in the face and not being able to retaliate drove her mad. The referee, feeling a dry throat, announced nameless wins. There was no reversal. The spirit fox lost. The audience remained silent, unsure how to react. Although Su Che's performance was shocking and mind-numbing, having struck their goddess face, they couldn't cheer or applaud. Though Su Che struck their goddess face, his performance was too stunning. 2 master-level martial arts, a fireball cast instantly, and an unthinkable composure shattered the spirit fox's realm of charms. He was audacious. So outstanding that they felt unqualified to condemn him. Seeing the spirit fox concede, Su Che did not show any excitement and turned to leave. He had already seen Shi Che waiting for him at the side door, waving at him. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and his brows relaxed unconsciously. Shi Che smiled, raising his right hand. Su Che understood and raised his right hand as well. They high-fived and cheered. The two vanished into the crowd. The spirit fox got up and saw Su Che and Shi Che, so happy that her molars nearly ground to dust. I will remember this grudge. Next time I will definitely slap their faces hard. Indeed, she planned to slap Shi Che's face as well, hating them to the bone. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, do not bully a poor girl. Thinking of the astonishing training speed of Slevels, a sense of urgency surged in her heart. She must slap their faces once before the martial arts examination, or else. Sadly, she thought that she could only win against them in her dreams. Shi Che brought Su Che to the private room. They introduced each other. This is Gulang, very strong in combat. He is Su Che, my friend. Gulang extended his hand. Hello, let's spar sometime. Su Che shook his hand briefly, sure. Gulang took his leave after watching this class battle, feeling an overwhelming pressure. He needed to seize the time to train intensely, or perhaps he could defeat in class before the martial arts examination. After the martial arts examination, he sadly anticipated that he might not even see their backs. Shi Che handed Su Che a can of orange juice. Xiao Che, did you bring clothes? Yes, what's wrong, young master? Su Che opened the can and took a sip. There's a changing room over there. Go change your clothes. We're too conspicuous right now. Su Che responded with an oh. The cold water poured down, gradually extinguishing his fiery spirit. Su Che emerged wearing a black t-shirt and black sports pants, looking quite neat. Shi Che handed him a pair of black-framed glasses. The glasses perched on Su Che's high nose, his bright black eyes exuding calmness. Shi Che clicked his tongue, a cultured beast. He then took out a cap and placed it on Su Che's head. Let's go. Xiao Hao's match is about to start. In the battle area number 1, the crowd was of a normal size, over 1,000 people. Li Yuanshuang's side, having missed Su Che's debut battle, the number of people in Area 5 was too overwhelming to get in. Tang Xian consoled her. Let the bullets fly for a while. Someone must have filmed it, and it will be posted online. It was the only option. Watching online couldn't compare to the live experience, plus she wanted to take photos for memories. She raised her camera, now only able to take silly photos of Xiao Hao for comfort. Meanwhile, Ning Shui felt disappointed, as well as she hadn't seen Su Che's battle either, as there were simply too many people. She was stuck in the middle of the audience, surrounded by people unable to escape. By the time the crowd dispersed, Su Che's battle had already ended. From the discussions among the crowd, she learned that Su Che had also won, and had mastered 2 master-level martial arts and a quick-fire fireball. This made her even more regretful. She decided to watch Qin Mingho's battle instead. After finishing a large meal, a little dessert afterward wouldn't be bad. Plus, this battle was also arranged by her, so she couldn't miss the excitement. Although Qin Mingho seemed somewhat overshadowed in front of the 2 classes, he was indeed a top talent in Tianming City, deserving of special attention. Onlookers were also there to enjoy the spectacle. Shi Che and Su Che arrived. On the contestants' bench, Qin Mingho was fixated on the fierce battle on the field. 2 female ability users displayed agile moves, their leg techniques fierce, their punches sharp as blades. Next to Qin Mingho sat a middle-aged man with a strong aura, meditating with closed eyes. After a few minutes, the battle on the field concluded. The referee announced, Zizhu wins. The next match is Hao Ritian versus Huang Mao by Si. The audience erupted with applause and cheers. Zizhu is so cool. Zizhu is really strong. Qin Mingho and the middle-aged man went on stage. In the audience, someone looked at Qin Mingho's blonde hair and burst into laughter. This spirited guy is doomed. Why dye your hair blonde? So childish, he's going to suffer for it. What bad luck to face Huang Mao by Si. He's a real loser. Defeat Huang Mao by Si is doomed. If Qin Mingho heard this, he would protest that his blonde hair was inherited natural. There was laughter. I think this young man looks quite sunny and confident. Huang Mao by Si, not in a hurry to fight, looked Qin Mingho up and down. Feeling his appearance was somewhat familiar, he asked, Do you know Qin Mingming? Qin Mingho replied without hesitation, Yes, he's my second brother. Huang Mao by Sis' expression turned cold as he moved his body, his joints cracking ominously. So he is that brat's younger brother. He couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Go back and tell your brother, don't appear in front of my daughter again. If you do, I'll hit you once. Upon hearing this shocking news, Qin Mingho's eyes widened. His second brother actually wanted to date, and not a whisper had been leaked. However, judging by this uncle's demeanor, his second brother's path to dating would be fraught with challenges. After a moment of silence, Qin Mingho said, Uncle, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I don't know anyone named Qin Mingming. Huang Mao by Si sneered coldly, thinking he was trying to fool him. Then you say Qin Mingming is a turtle bastard? Qin Mingho answered without hesitation. Qin Mingming is a turtle bastard, a skinny bamboo pole, a scoundrel, and as thick-skinned as a city wall. He hit him so hard, oh what's wrong with cursing a few times? This left Huang Mao by Si stunned. These two brothers seemed to be a bit off. The referee coughed. Can we start now? Huang Mao by Si nodded slightly. Qin Mingho had no objections. Then the battle begins. As soon as the words fell, Huang Mao by Si launched the first attack, his body darting like an arrow. Whoosh! His punch, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck directly at Qin Mingho's chest. Having fought hundreds of times since childhood, although he lost most of the time, he had learned quite a bit about defensive techniques from taking hits. He naturally bent his knees and squatted down, his fists guarding the sides of his face. His keen insight allowed him to easily see the trajectory of the straight punch. He didn't dodge, crossing his arms to protect his chest, testing Huang Mao by Si's strength. With a loud bang, Qin Mingho felt a tremendous force forcing him to stagger back several steps. His hands trembled, feeling numb. Oh, what a formidable strength. It seemed that brute force would not work here. Huang Mao by Si was somewhat surprised. His eyesight was quite good. But he had trained for too short a time, and since he wasn't an enhancement type ability user, his physical quality hadn't improved enough, making his strength and speed inferior. He was merely a punching bag. Huang Mao by Si, with both feet and fists enveloped in a cyan airflow, lunged towards Qin Mingho again. Like a fierce leopard, each punch was faster than the last. His speed had increased with the wind aiding him. Was he awakening a wind-type ability? Qin Mingho's arms were filled with a milky white airflow, constantly defending. However, Huang Mao by Si's speed was too fast. He could only barely keep up and had no chance to counterattack. He had only learned an level martial art, Breaking Edge, and was still at the proficient stage, needing to wait for the uncle to exhaust some stamina. Then he could seize the opening for a decisive blow. Staying on the defensive for too long meant he got hit several times by Huang Mao by Si, and he was already bruised and battered, looking like a punching bag. Suze remained silent, gripping the chair tightly. Shi Che's gaze held a hint of suspicion. Xiao Hao was wearing down Huang Mao by Si's energy. At the same time, he was expending minimal energy to resist Huang Mao by Si's attacks. This precise calculation of energy in combat was something many hunters could not master. Li Yuanshuang had initially been quite happy taking photos, but now her brows were tightly knit. She had begun to feel respect for her childhood friend. Ning Shue's expression was focused. She had recognized Qin Mingho's tenacious will. Feeling a bit excessive, she wondered if the disparity in strength she arranged was too great, which might cause psychological issues for Qin Mingho. She would find a way to compensate him later. The audience's laughter at Huang Mao had faded. They shook their heads and sighed. The gap is too large. This Huang Mao hasn't admitted defeat, yet I'm a bit impressed. That's right, if it were me, I would have lost the courage to fight and surrendered long ago. Very spirited. Go Huang Mao. Huang Mao, you're so cool. Huang Mao by Si watched Qin Mingho, who was still persevering under his relentless attacks, and nodded slightly within, recognizing he wasn't a coward. He took a step back, adjusted his breathing slightly, and coldly asked, "Are you going to surrender?" Qin Mingho gritted his teeth, rubbing his already bruised arms, feeling a sharp pain, his eyes fierce, yet calm, his index fingers slightly curled. Old man, bring it on. After being beaten for so long, his anger was through the roof. He didn't care about manners anymore. Even if he lost, he at least wanted to land a punch on this old man's face. You're an ignorant little brat. Huang Mao by Si snorted coldly, launching another fierce attack. During the constant defense, Qin Mingho was gaining a deeper understanding of the old man. His gaze became sharper, his heart calmer, even able to sense what the person before him would do next. The right leg would attack his abdomen. The left fist aimed for his nose. Huang Mao by Si missed 2 attacks, feeling uncertain. He sensed that Qin Mingho seemed to have predicted his assaults. It couldn't go on like this, otherwise he might lose. A thought flashed through his mind. He felt it was ridiculous, yet so real. How could this kid's growth speed be so fast? Shi Che also sensed the changes between the two. Xiao Hao's current state resembled that of a keen observer, able to perceive changes in the surroundings and counterattack, foreseeing the enemy's moves. Xiao Hao's combat skills were surprisingly strong, even feeling slightly stronger than him. The crowd felt Qin Mingho's vigorous fighting spirit filling their hearts with emotion. They couldn't help but shout out, "Go Huang Mao! Blast Huang Mao by sea to pieces! Huang Mao, you're the strongest! Huang Mao, big brother wanna date!" Sympathizing with the weak was a natural instinct of the crowd. Huang Mao by sea had now become the villain. Qin Mingho was already able to sense the surrounding sounds, wanting to roll his eyes at these cheers. Huang Mao, your whole family is Huang Mao. Call me Hao Tian. Huang Mao by Sis' gaze was sharp, his aura imposing, ready to unleash his ultimate move. He hadn't wanted to use this move as its power and consumption were immense, a misstep could seriously injure Qin Mingho. Now his stamina and spiritual energy were nearly depleted. If he didn't strike now, there wouldn't be a chance left. A large amount of cyan energy swirled around his right palm, an astonishing sharpness cutting through everything, swift as lightning. The air emitted an incredible shriek, being directly sliced apart. A proficient A-level martial art wind slice. Even with Qin Mingho's insight, he barely managed to react. In a hurry, he forced his body to twist, channeling spiritual energy to his chest, just managing to evade this strike. However, the air sliced around him caused his defensive spiritual energy barrier and clothes to tear, leaving a bloody mark on his chest. Blood droplets rolled down, staining his clothes. Qin Mingho, however, was unconcerned, revealing a sinister smile. Out of energy now, how old man? It's my turn to strike. The milky white aura on his right palm flickered, containing a fierce sharpness. His proficient level martial art breaking edge combined with his sharpness talent was enough to rival a mastered breaking edge. He dashed forward, easily slicing through Huang Mao by Si's current spiritual energy barrier. Huang Mao by Si sighed, feeling regret, as he sensed his energy was almost exhausted. Suddenly he raised his hand and loudly declared, "I concede." His eyes glinted with a hint of pride. The older ones were indeed more cunning, thinking he could beat him in the next life. Huang Mao won. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers and applause, excitement coloring their faces. Huang Mao, I knew you could do it. So cool. You were amazing. Li Yuanshuang was so excited she stood up, clapping vigorously. Shi Che and Su Zhe also sincerely applauded him. Ning Shui adjusted her glasses, clapping and beaming with a radiant smile. The referee clapped as well, loudly announcing, "Huang Mao wins." Phew. Hao Tian wins. He accidentally got sidetracked. Qin Mingho's raised hand froze, lacking any hint of victory. He still hadn't landed a solid punch on that old man's face or knocked him away in a furious beating. How could the old man concede? He didn't want this kind of victory at all. He bit his lip, feeling very wronged. Why was this old man so spineless? Exhausted, but still fighting, or it should be fight to the death. Huang Mao by Si slowly walked to Qin Mingho's side and patted his shoulder. "I take back what I said before, you're quite good. I won't stop your second brother from pursuing Wan anymore. Happy now." He leisurely walked off the stage. Qin Mingho's expression fell, his heart once again hit hard. Misfortunes never come singly. Why was it that he got beaten and his second brother benefited from it? How could this be right? He opened his mouth to say something. Feeling exhausted and wanting to cry, just as he stepped off the stage, a young healer in a white coat approached him, admiration in his eyes, with a rich green light emanating from his palm. The green light floated into Qin Mingho's body. The wound quickly scabbed over, and the swelling on his face and the bruises on his arms diminished considerably. "Huang Mao, you're quite decent. I'll treat you for free this time." He then handed over a small card. "How about it? My healing effect is quite good, right? This is my business card. With your temper, I feel you'll need it. If you get hurt, find me, and I'll give you a 20% discount. In recent years, these ability users have lost their fighting spirit. Fights should be about restraint, and business has been getting harder. You must come to see me often from now on." Qin Mingho twitched his mouth, wanting to say thank you, but could not. He rubbed his forehead and said, "My real name is Qin Mingho. My title is Hao Tian. You can call me Hao Tian, or just my name." The young healer waved his hand. "Got it, Huang Mao." Qin Mingho quickly reunited with Shi Che and Su Zhe. "Xiao Hao, you're amazing. Forever young." Shi Che gave a thumbs up, wildly praising Qin Mingho. He truly did not expect Qin Mingho to reach such a level. It seems that the marvelous hand is quite helpful for the delicate manipulation of spiritual energy. Shi Che's praise made Qin Mingho overjoyed, dispelling any lingering frustration. It feels great to have a big brother. He brought Qin Mingho to the previous private room, where the lone wolf had been for an entire day. Shi Che took out a tube of ointment and a bottle of potion, carefully applying the ointment for him. Qin Mingho drank the potion, grimacing in distaste. It was both bitter and astringent. Surely no one would buy such a concoction. The cool ointment and the warm currents coursing through him quickly restored him to his usual state. However, his face still looked a bit pale, appearing somewhat weak. Next, they did not continue to match, but instead reflected on the gains from their battle. The first official battle with a superpowered individual had profoundly moved them. Before long, Ning Shui came knocking. She handed Shi Che 3 tickets for the Lu Yang guidance competition, along with 3 golden level cards which serve as proof of membership in the Superpowered Association. Holding this card allows free access to most services of the Superpowered Association, enjoying many internal privileges and discounts. Membership levels include bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple gold, and black gold. The Tianming Superpowered Association can only issue gold memberships at most. There are no more than 10 gold members in the entire Tianming city. The lone wolf is a silver member, and one must at least be a bronze member to book a private room. Given Qin Mingho's talent, he would usually only qualify as a silver member, but his performance has been quite remarkable. Ning Shui wanted to slightly compensate Qin Mingho, so she uploaded his battle video and highlighted his close relationship with 2 ranked individuals successfully applying for a gold membership. Qin Mingho's face lit up with joy. This gold membership was something even his father did not have. He asked his big brother to take a cool photo of him holding the gold membership card. He changed the name of a Tianming University student to gold member and shared the photo in the family group chat, captioning it, "At 21, already a gold member." Chairman of Awaken Group, Dad, you took Shi Che's gold membership as your own. You can fool us, but don't. General Manager of Baiguoyan, Mom, silly son, wake up. It's still bright outside. Coach of Wushuang Dojo, eldest brother, it's over. My little brother has gone mad. Master Chef, Grandpa, grandson, I believe in you. You are the best. Bookstore Manager's second brother, a silent expression of amusement. Gold member, a disdainful expression from a child wearing sunglasses. PE teacher of Tianming, no. 2 high school cousin, damn, it's real. You can search the card number, and the name truly belongs to my little brother. Chairman of Haiding Group, Dad, the sun has risen in the west. General Manager of Baiguoyan, Mom, the world is about to end. Coach of Wushuang Dojo, eldest brother, the Superpowered Association has been invaded by aliens. Bookstore Manager's second brother, the president of the Tianming City Association, must be blind. They mistook the person. Master Chef, Grandpa, my grandson is imposing. My grandson is powerful. Qin Mingho turned off the screen, a cold smile on his face, saying, "You all can enjoy yourselves. On the day of my return, except for Grandpa, everyone else must lie down for me." In a flashy luxury car, a young man dressed in a gray trench coat with sharp features and a spirited demeanor sat back in the seat typing away. Lu Yang is not as impressive as you. Your mouth is so foul that it can be smelled through the internet cable. You must eat shit frequently. Lu Yang cheated to pass the Gold Hunter assessment. Does he think the Hunter Association is easy? With your IQ, clean the water out of your brain before talking to me. He vented his frustrations on a group of little black fans. Lu Yang felt completely refreshed. The assistant sitting in the passenger seat reminded him, "Yang Yang will arrive at the arena in 5 minutes. Pay attention to your image." Got it. Lu Yang tidied his disheveled hair and put on sunglasses. During the upcoming guidance battle, remember to take lots of handsome photos of me. I want to post them on social media. The assistant made an okay gesture but added worriedly, "Yang Yang, don't let your guard down. There are still quite a few strong contenders at the arena." Lu Yang was unconcerned. Aside from the 4 who were slightly worth noticing, the others were not on the same level as him, so there was nothing to be wary of. He actually hoped that a dark horse would suddenly appear to give him a good beating. Is that possible? No way. Being invincible is too lonely. His expression turned a bit melancholic, but then suddenly brightened up cheerfully, saying, "Just relax and watch me show off." The assistant thought after some consideration that perhaps he was overthinking it. He had witnessed Lu Yang's strength firsthand. In the same high tier, he couldn't withstand even a single move from Lu Yang. While there might be many high-tier geniuses with combat power exceeding Lu Yang's in big cities, in Tianming City, Lu Yang was the strongest in the high tier. We have arrived at the Tianming Superpowered Association arena. Outside the door, many young people stood holding banners and cheering sticks, walking back and forth. Suddenly someone shouted, "Yang Yang is here." A luxurious sports car came to a stop and the door opened. A young man dressed in a gray trench coat and wearing large sunglasses slowly stepped out. He stood tall, took off his sunglasses, revealing a sharply defined, handsome face, his expression calm. A gentle breeze blew, making his trench coat rustle and his tousled hair dance, projecting a heroic aura. The scene immediately went a bit out of control as the crowd surged wildly towards Lu Yang. The security guards on both sides quickly intervened. People waved their cheering sticks, shouting with excitement. "Yang Yang, so cool. So handsome. So stylish. Yang Yang, mommy loves you. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint from how handsome Yang Yang is." Lu Yang said nothing, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, his expression remained indifferent as he followed the association staff into the arena. He projected an image of mystery, strength, and handsomeness, embodying the cold hunter dancing on the edge of a blade. His persona must not crumble. The No. 10 battle area is the largest combat zone in the arena. It can accommodate 10,000 spectators and is the platform where Liu Yang will compete. At this moment, the area is packed with people, creating a lively atmosphere. The buzzing sound of discussions fills the air. In the VIP seats ahead, Shi Che and his companions have already taken their seats. Sensing the frenzied atmosphere, Shi Che couldn't help but click his tongue. Liu Yang's charisma is truly terrifying. At 5 in the afternoon, a well-dressed male host with a charming smile stepped onto the stage. He raised the microphone and spoke loudly. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am your beloved Liu Bojian, and today I will host the Liu Yang Hunters Guidance Match. Are you all excited?" As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, with many familiar faces raising their middle fingers. Liu Bojian is the chief judge of the arena, known for his keen insight and humorous demeanor. Many people recognize him. Haha, it seems everyone enjoys being insincere. I know you all love me. Without further ado, I believe everyone is eager. Let's welcome the extraordinary and talented Golden Hunter Liu Yang. A handsome young man dressed in a gray trench coat with a cold demeanor walked onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Liu Yang." He didn't use a microphone, yet his voice was clear and powerful, easily heard by everyone present. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. "Yang Yang, Yang Yang." Liu Bojian chuckled. "Yang Yang is truly popular. Even I, a staunch straight man, can't help but fall for you." The audience burst into laughter. "Yang Yang, be careful and protect yourself, as stay away from this old man. Host, don't get any bad ideas. Yang Yang is mine. Even if you beat around the bush with your confession, Yang Yang won't accept you." Liu Yang's face twitched, nearly breaking his composure. He subtly took a step back, distancing himself from Liu Bojian. Liu Bojian sighed. "Everyone's thoughts are so dirty. I just wanted to make friends with Yang Yang. I have no ill intentions at all." Another round of boos followed. Alas, the world's morals have declined, and people have grown untrustworthy. Let's return to the main topic. Next, I will briefly introduce the rules of the guidance match. This guidance match will consist of 10 rounds, 9 of which will select participants based on randomly scrolling ticket numbers on the big screen. When I say stop, the number displayed on the big screen will be the chosen one. Please come to the stage. If you are unwilling to participate, the big screen will scroll again after 10 seconds to select a new participant. The final round will be personally selected by Yang Yang. Now let's get our big screen rolling. As soon as he finished speaking, the big screen began to scroll rapidly. Everyone in the audience stared at the screen, secretly hoping it would be them. "Stop." The big screen halted, displaying the number 0978. A towering man, 2 meters tall and powerfully built, stood up, his fierce expression capable of scaring a child to tears. Walking toward the stage with a commanding presence, the host commented, "Wow, Yang Yang's luck isn't great today. It's the latest high-level ability, user Xiong Yuan. He has awakened the grade enhancement ability Copper Skin and Iron Bones with formidable defense. Yang Yang is an agile assassin, and dealing with such a tank may not be easy." Liu Bojian expressed. The audience's expressions changed slightly despite their confidence in Liu Yang. The fact remains that assassins struggle against tanks. This is true in games and in reality. The audience shouted, "Host, your luck is really terrible," in response to Liu Yang. Xiong Yuan was very cautious, immediately activating his abilities and copper body technique, his massive body turning a bronze color, resembling a statue cast in bronze and iron. Paired with his fierce expression, he was truly intimidating. With his arms crossed over his chest, he assumed a defensive stance. Xiong Yuan is very steady. He knows his speed is far inferior to Yang Yang's, choosing to defend and wait for an opportunity to counter. What will Yang Yang do? I believe the best approach is to do nothing at all. Xiong Yuan's copper body technique is only at a proficient level and can't be maintained indefinitely. Once it breaks, Yang Yang will easily pierce through Xiong Yuan's defense. Liu Yang's expression was grim. This is indeed the correct tactic. However, he couldn't help but mock internally. If he truly did this, he would face a flood of mockery from critics tomorrow. Liu Yang was like this, not even daring to attack, just staring foolishly. How ridiculous. This was not what he wanted. He came to show off, not to teach. A pitch-black dagger appeared in the palm of Liu Yang's hand. The dagger was streamlined, measuring 20 centimeters in length, with a slightly curved blade and a sharp tip, exquisite and deadly, a true weapon for killing. Liu Yang's body swayed, black mist enveloped him, and he vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage behind. Amidst the heavy illusions, countless bright blades of light emerged. Z. Bang. Boom. The sharp sounds of chaos echoed through the air. Yang Yang is using the great ability Shadow Walker and the Phantom Step to rush in. This is a heating confrontation, which is not a wise choice. Lu Bojian's voice suddenly became passionate. Beautiful. I take back what I said earlier. This is no problem for Yang Yang at all. What am I seeing? Extreme speed, extreme violence, 13 blades striking the same point in 1 second. This is a marvelous combination of the master-leveled grade martial art Phantom Step and the instant blade. Xiong Yuan, that big fool, stood there like a wooden statue, completely unable to react, only to let Yang Yang butcher him. Lu Bojian's words were cut off. The bronze glow shattered, and Xiong Yuan fell to the ground, unable to rise. Amidst the illusions, Lu Yang returned to his original position, calmly dispelling the dagger as black smoke dissipated from his fingertips. Internally, he gave himself a thumbs up. That was so cool. Violence is everything. Lu Bojian was astonished, utterly shocked, his tone extremely intense. How many seconds was that? Just a few seconds. Xiong Yuan is down. He looks robust and strong, but who knew he was so fragile, utterly lacking in resilience? Xiong Yuan, lying on the ground, glared at Lu Bojian with a furious expression. He couldn't defeat Lu Yang, but could he not defeat you, Lu Bojian? After the guidance match, just wait. He can't win, but let you see whether he can or not. Feeling Xiong Yuan's burning gaze, Lu Bojian cleared his throat, feeling a bit guilty. He truly couldn't defeat Xiong Yuan. He relied on his brain for a living. He remedied. It's not that Xiong Yuan is too weak, but that Yang Yang is too strong. Two master-leveled grade martial arts at a high level are top-tier configurations. Xiong Yuan's loss is not unjustified. Ordinary assassins shouldn't learn from Yang Yang's heated approach. They need to learn to find weaknesses for a one-hit kill. The correct approach is to wait for Xiong Yuan's copper body technique to cool down before going in for a combo. If one combo doesn't finish him off, then retreat. The audience had already erupted into cheers, applause, and shouts filled the air. So cool, incredibly cool. Yang Yang's bravado in this round deserves full marks from me. I love it so much. Woo. If we don't get along, let's just fight. Charge in, and that's it. Shi Che's expression became slightly serious. Lu Yang's strength is indeed impressive, ranking among the top tier in large cities. At this stage, even if he used his bonds and the talent of using violence to counter violence, he estimated he couldn't secure a victory. His training time is still too short. Suze would need to use the Fire Spirit Pearl to compete with Lu Yang. Xiong Yuan stood up, dusting himself off and giving Lu Bojian a fierce glare. Lu Yang was measured in his actions, only incapacitating Xiong Yuan for a minute. Lu Bojian smiled and said, "Please welcome the next victim." "No, I mean the next lucky participant." The big screen continued to scroll. "Stop. 0723. A muscular figure stood up, a Barbie at 185 meters tall with bulging muscles and a glimmer in his eyes, saying, "Yang Yang, here I come." It's the Tiger Woman, a high-level early-stage grade enhancement ability user Iron Monkey, who is formidable in speed and strength, making her a tough opponent to face. The Tigress had a delicate face. Upon arriving at the arena, her muscles suddenly bulged, her physique more robust than that of a bear monkey, resembling a colossal woman. She exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fixing her fiery gaze upon Lu Yang, she shyly spoke, "Yang Yang, if I defeat you, come home with me. I will treat you well." Her voice was quite sweet. Lu Bojian swallowed hard, his gaze somewhat dazed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Being handsome isn't always a blessing. He chuckled dryly. Such matters should be consensual. Don't make things difficult for Yang Yang. Brother Bojian is also very handsome. If Yang Yang is unwilling, I might just have to take action against you. Lu Bojian shivered. He hadn't expected to bring trouble upon himself, for he couldn't possibly match the Tigress. "I am not worthy to even compare to a single hair of Yang Yang. This kind of good fortune should be left for Yang Yang. She can handle it." Lu Yang remained expressionless, but internally he was already imagining Lu Bojian being torn to pieces. "Wishing you this kind of good luck every day." Shi Che slightly lowered his cap, trembling, uncontrollably laughing. "Let me see you act cool." Due to the Tigress' fierce demeanor, Lu Yang's fans briefly fell silent. Particularly the male fans covered their mouths, stifling laughter, afraid to attract the Tigress' attention, which they truly could not bear. "Alright, it's starting." Lu Bojian snapped his fingers and quickly retreated to a dark corner, squatting down, fearful of drawing the Tigress' attention again. No sooner had he spoken than the Tigress' body trembled. With a thunderous boom, she charged toward Lu Yang like a cannon. Lu Yang, not wishing to waste time, conjured the night dagger once more, his figure vanishing. With heavy phantoms, the sharp light of the blade flickered and burst forth. The Tigress fell unwillingly, moaning, "Yang Yang, you have such a cruel heart." Lu Yang's gaze was cold and merciless. Internally, he was trembling. Had he known he would encounter such a bizarre situation, he would never have come. 1 minute later, the tigress slowly stood up, her eyes filled with sorrow. With a soft grunt, she returned to the audience. Upon seeing her leave, Lu Yang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Lu Bojian dare to emerge from the shadows. This time, he refrained from speaking too much or explaining the operations between the two, fearing the tigress would fixate on him. However, the audience was unwilling to let him off the hook, with someone asking in a coy voice, "Brother Bojian, how did the tigress perform?" Lu Bojian engaged in verbal gymnastics. "My perspective is too shallow to discern anything. How can I compare to all of you talented individuals? If anyone has insights, I would love to hear them." The audience fell silent. No one wanted to be targeted by the tigress. They felt they couldn't withstand her physicality and feared being greatly bullied. Does no one wish to share their opinions? Then let's move on to the next contestant. The big screen begins to roll. The third round featured a little girl who only sought Lu Yang's autograph, hoping to steal a kiss while he was distracted. She did not succeed. The 4th to 9th rounds were all solo showcases by Lu Yang, with none of the contenders being a match for him. With layers of phantoms, the dazzling and sharp blade light burst forth, sending opponents sprawling. Instant kill, still instant kill. Walking on the edge of a blade, lurking in the shadows, is the lonely king, the ultimate essence of an assassin, so graceful, so romantic. I might really fall in love with Yang Yang. Lu Bojian exclaimed excitedly. The fantastical and stunning blade light was too cool and beautiful. With 9 consecutive victories, that overwhelming strength left the audience feeling incredibly exhilarated, as if they too had transformed into assassins. With ghostly footsteps, the dagger danced skillfully in his palm, striking forth with breathtaking blade light, achieving lethal blows without a scratch, gracefully departing. Adding Lu Yang's high attractiveness coupled with Lu Bojian's passionate commentary made it even more addictive, leaving people unable to resist. Many audience members were already excitedly standing, applauding thunderously. Yang Yang, Yang Yang, so handsome, handsome beyond measure. So impressive, Yang Yang, look at my heart, it's filled with you. Yang Yang is the #1 in the world. The little assistant was also excited, her face flushed, snapping pictures wildly. She knew Lu Yang would never lose. Lu Yang was the strongest. The myriad praises had made Lu Yang's heart swell with joy, his mood delightfully elevated. After the excitement, Lu Bojian gradually exhaled, his face full of spring. Does Yang Yang need to rest for a bit? 9 battles must have consumed quite a bit of energy. Lu Yang shook his head. He had only expended 30% of his energy, more than enough for the final battle. So Yang Yang, who do you choose as your opponent for the final match? Lu Yang slowly surveyed the audience. Some people dodged, some flirted, and some blushed. Lu Yang slowly extended his finger, pointing to a certain area, the VIP section. A deep magnetic voice rang out. That boy wearing a gray cap and a gray t-shirt, he is the one. The crowd's gaze turned toward him. In the VIP section, 3 figures wearing caps came into view. Their faces were unclear. The middle one was dressed in gray. Shi Che stared in bewilderment, looking left to see Su Zhe in black, and right to see Qin Mingho in white. Only he was wearing a gray cap and a gray t-shirt. Out of 10,000 people, why did he get picked? He didn't even know Lu Yang. Lu Yang sneered internally. In the second round, he had laughed the loudest, nearly rolling on the ground. He had a very small heart, and had long remembered that boy. He had initially considered choosing Lu Bojian or the little assistant, but Shi Che's gleeful laughter had completely ignited his hatred. Now laugh again. Why are you not laughing? The joy you expressed earlier will be met with tears of despair. Seeing that Shi Che remained still, the crowd began to stir. Brother, go for it. There's no shame in losing to Yang Yang. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, friend. Face him in battle. I promise I won't laugh at you. Shi Che sighed lightly. He truly did not want to go. Now if he went up, the gap between him and Lu Yang was quite large, with less than a 20% chance of winning. He could lose, but he absolutely did not want to. He wouldn't fight if his chances were below 50%. He had tasted the bitterness of failure enough in his past life. Bitterness, pain, and unforgettable, with not a single benefit. In this life, he only wished for victory, continuous victories, and to win for a lifetime. However, fleeing without a fight was not his style. Thus he placed his hands on Su Zhe's shoulders and said earnestly, "Zhe, I'm counting on you." Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, his dark pupils glimmering. "Young master, do you want me to take the stage?" Qin Mingho raised his hand. "I can do it too, big brother." Shi Che chuckled and shook his head. "I'll go myself." "Wait, Zhe, you'll understand soon." He lowered the brim of his hat and walked up to the arena. The audience gave a warm round of applause for this brave warrior. Due to the lowered brim of his hat, Lu Bojian couldn't see Shi Che's face clearly. Just from the smooth jawline, it was clear he was a young man, likely very handsome. However, there was no suspense in this battle. It could be wrapped up. Lu Bojian chuckled. Wow, this young man looks quite handsome, just a bit shy. Handsome guy, do you want to say something? Shi Che nervously shook his head, appearing quite bashful. If his strength was inferior, then he would feign weakness. Let this pretentious brat lower his guard, and then deliver a fatal blow. Beneath the hat, bright eyes surged with high-spirited battle intent. You kid picked the wrong person. His gaze also carried anticipation. He wanted to know just how strong he could be when he gave it his all. Lu Bojian shook his head with a smile, truly shy. He didn't force the issue, fearing that it would scare this introverted young man. Lu Yang maintained his composure, but felt smug inside, raising his chin. Now you know fear, now you know shame. But it was too late. One must pay the price for their actions. Then let's begin. Lu Bojian stepped aside. Lu Yang's spiritual energy stirred his palm, gathering strands of black mist that coalesced into a dark night dagger. Let him put a perfect period on today's splendid performance. Shi Che also utilized the skill of bond. Bonding can gain 30 of the cultivation speed of the bonded target, 30 of skill comprehension, and can temporarily gain 30 of the bonded target's power for 5 minutes. This was his first time using the bonding skill. Invisible threads connected Shi Che and Su Zhe together. At that moment, the world seemed to stop spinning. The souls of the two radiated light, and they could clearly feel each other's presence. Shi Che's soul laughed heartily as he took Su Zhe's hand. Little Zhe, let us unite our will and fight together. A strange electric sensation coursed through them. The insights between the two began to intertwine. The power within Su Zhe continuously flowed into Shi Che. Shi Che could even wield Su Zhe's 3 talents: burst, concealment, and indomitable. He felt the swirling fire spirit pearl within Su Zhe. The moment he saw the fire spirit pearl, he faintly seemed to hear an ancient majestic cry. Shi Che's thoughts momentarily froze. In a daze, he saw a world of blazing flames. A giant golden-red bird with 3 legs soared amidst the flames, exuding an ancient and vast aura. That was the supreme, most powerful divine beast, the golden crow, and Shi Che's eyes were filled with shock. The divine bird spread its wings instantly, unleashing endless light and heat, illuminating the heavens and burning away everything in the world. Master, wake up! Xiao Jiu shouted anxiously. Shi Che jolted awake, feeling pain all over his soul burning. He wanted to withdraw, but could not awaken. Would he self-immolate and die? Fortunately, a great force dragged him out forcefully. It was Su Zhe. Before he could express his gratitude, all images faded. Shi Che stood dazed on the arena, his mind still slightly aching. Lu Yang had gathered the dark night dagger. Like a ghost, he appeared beside Shi Che, the dazzling blade light erupting. Is it over? In the next moment, he saw that the boy had lifted his head to look at him. His features were even slightly more handsome than Shi Che, with golden flames dancing in his eyes beneath his glasses, exuding an inexplicable authority. He slapped towards him. A golden resplendent crow formed in his palm, its eyes blank, flapping its wings clumsily. It let out a quack 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 sound. It lunged towards Lu Yang. What kind of martial arts is this? Is it an illusion? Lu Yang furrowed his brow, feeling no danger from this golden crow. But something unusual always indicates a trick. This boy actually sensed his position. Just this point alone was not simple. This bizarre golden crow likely had a scheme. He turned his body to dodge the golden crow. To his surprise, the golden crow also turned and struck Lu Yang directly. At this moment, Lu Yang could no longer evade, his expression extremely grave. He could only gather all his spiritual energy to deliver the most powerful strike. The dazzling blade light struck the golden crow. In an instant, Lu Yang's spiritual awareness sensed a suffocating terror. His thoughts became momentarily stagnant. Following that, the blade light was devoured by the crimson gold glow. Boom! His body was sent flying without any power to resist. The sound of the impact reverberated throughout the arena, followed by a fierce, scorching flame tornado erupting, engulfing most of the arena. A 10-meter-wide pit appeared, the arena marked with charred traces and shattered stones. At the center of the deep pit, Lu Yang's mind was blank, his gaze dazed. He trembled as he stood up. He was actually not dead. Under such terrifying power, he had survived. This must be an old trickster. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, is he a master-level or grandmaster-level esper? Acting young at his age, is it fun to bully the younger generation? Lu Yang felt wronged and wanted to cry. Shi Che awakened, his expression tinged with confusion. His earlier actions had been purely instinctive. Naturally, he had conjured a golden crow. He had not anticipated such immense power. Lowering the brim of his hat, he quietly left the combat area. This place was not suitable for lingering. He glanced briefly at Yang Yang's tragic state. He feared Yang might rush over to confront him. Moreover, he was struggling to hold on himself. The pain of the soul, his body was extremely fatigued, weak, and drowsy. In the next moment, he would not be surprised to faint. He had just played the part, and he could not ruin his powerful and handsome image. He sent a message to Shi Che and Qin Mingho saying, "Let's go out." The crowd watched as Shi Che left. No one dared to stop him, not even to speak. With his mouth agape, his face filled with shock, he was still astonished by that fantastical scene. He had originally thought he was just a mundane passerby, suddenly unleashing a terrifying blow that instantly defeated the invincible Yang Yang. This made them feel as if they were experiencing an illusion extremely unreal. Lu Yang pressed his lips into a line. After showing off, he ran away, a shameful act. Suddenly his pupils constricted as he recalled the appearance of that old fellow he had seen before. That was Shi Che and class awakener from this year. It was Shi Che. How could it possibly be him? I must have misseen it. Can't be that little brat. Yet he knew he could not be mistaken. He had lost to a little brother who had only just started cultivating, and realizing this, his mindset crumbled. He felt as if he were dreaming, that everything today was fake, false, and that it would all be fine upon waking. The little assistant rushed over, looking at Lu Yang with concern, wanting to say something, but hesitating. "Yang Yang, are you okay?" Lu Yang forced a smile. "I'm fine, just lost a match." He had truly lost, and his heart ached terribly. The little assistant was about to call out again. The assistant sighed in relief. Yang Yang was still quite strong. He comforted. "Yang Yang, don't be discouraged. Losing to a master-level awakener is nothing to be ashamed of. Your hair and eyebrows will grow back soon." Hair, eyebrows? Lu Yang was taken aback. Trembling, he took the phone from the little assistant and switched to the front camera. Only then did he realize that his hair, eyebrows, and clothes had all been burned off, leaving him in nothing but his underwear. His mind had been too shocked, not yet recovering. This caused his brain to fail to receive signals from his body. His face turned crimson, his eyes brimmed with tears, breaking down. The image he had painstakingly built was completely ruined. No wonder he felt so cold. He had thought it was just his heart that felt chill, but now he realized it was the icy cold of his limbs combined with a chilled heart. Find someone to kill him. His expression gradually twisted menacingly. He vanished from the arena at the fastest speed. "Shi Che, I have remembered you. Just wait, even if I turn to ash, I will smear you with my pain. No matter where you flee to, I will make you taste my suffering. I was truly foolish, really. Wait for me." The little assistant also dashed off. "Yang Yang, no matter what you become, I will support you. You still have me." He closely followed Yang Yang, fearing he might do something foolish. The combatants had both left. The audience's gazes turned towards Lu Bojian. "Old Lu, what's going on? I don't understand at all. Host, what realm is that awakener in? What martial arts was displayed? I have never seen anything like it." Lu Bojian swallowed hard. He also wanted to know. He was not a master-level awakener nor a high-tier spiritual system awakener, and thus did not possess spiritual power to project perception. With his experience of watching thousands of martial arts videos, he could not tell what kind of creature that golden crow was. It seemed to possess spirituality, attacking automatically. Its power was shockingly terrifying, not inferior to a master awakener strike. More surprisingly, it was under perfect control, without causing any harm to Yang Yang, which a typical master would struggle to achieve. Thinking of Yang Yang, he silently mourned for him for a moment. The poor unfortunate child, why did he have to choose such a malicious person? He had originally thought he was a shy good kid, but unexpectedly he had a dark heart. Where did such a big shot come from? Lu Bojian found himself unable to utter a single word. The crowd curled their lips at the incompetent host. Someone suddenly whispered, "Yang Yang is truly pitiful. He probably has a psychological shadow now." Cough cough. Have you noticed that Yang Yang's broken defense looks so cute? It's the first time I've seen such a Yang Yang. Yeah, I saw Yang Yang's six-pack abs. Sisters, do you have photos? After Shi Che drank a couple of potions to restore his soul and physical strength, he felt slightly better. Shi Che and Qin Mingho hurriedly came out. Shi Che widened his eyes, his body swaying, feeling dizzy, as if the whole world were spinning. Upon vaguely seeing the figures of Shi Che and Qin Mingho, he relaxed somewhat. He whispered, "Don't worry, I'm fine, I just need to sleep for a while." As drowsiness washed over him, he closed his eyelids. Shi Che supported the swaying Shi Che, then gently carried him on his back, his brows slightly furrowed. "Boss, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Qin Mingho was filled with worry and unease. That kind of terrifying power, the boss was very likely to have used some forbidden secret technique. Shi Che shook his head. "It's fine, young master, just a quick nap." With the lingering connection of the soul, he sensed that Shi Che was no longer in serious trouble. On the contrary, the fire spirit pearl within him flickered with a faint red light. He took a taxi back to the Grand Villa, placing Shi Che on the bed. He instructed Qin Mingho to keep a good watch over Shi Che. Shi Che returned to his room and calmly said, "Come out." The fire spirit pearl flashed with red light, and a golden crow phantom floated out, its golden feathers seemingly woven from gold, very noble and splendid. It landed on the desk, its ruby-like eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Finally out, it chirped joyfully. One wing slightly waved at Suze. A clear, youthful voice rang out, "Hello, my apostle, I am Jin Huang." Suze silently gazed at the golden crow. It seemed to harbor no malice, which was not the worst outcome. Surely his father would not betray his own son. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "What do you want?" Golden Huang tilted its small head, seemingly pondering how to respond. "This is a long story, so I will just touch on the main points. Long, long ago, I do not know how long ago it was from now, I made a vow with your ancestor. I bestowed upon him a fragment of my primal power, granting him immense potential. He and his descendants are to assist me in resurrecting myself." Golden Huang's feathers glimmered with a golden light as it spoke. Suze's blood began to boil as the unforgettable vow rooted in his veins surfaced in his mind. In a daze, he glimpsed an ancient scene. Within an ancient temple beneath the weathered statue of the golden crow, a valiant young man knelt on one knee, raising one hand with unwavering determination and sincerity, pledging an eternal vow. "God, I wish to forge an eternal vow with you. I will etch my devotion into my bloodline, which even the passage of time cannot erase. I will spare no effort to bring you back and fight for you. God, I will certainly fulfill the mission of resurrecting you and offer you everything." The ancient golden crow statue radiated brilliant golden light as a pure and sacred golden droplet merged into the young man's brow. A grand and resounding voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. "The vow is established." Suze fell silent, realizing that it wasn't his father who was at fault, but rather his ancestor who had ensnared future generations. He couldn't accomplish it himself. He simply sold all his descendants in one go. But if it were him, he might have done the same. After all, children have their own fortunes, if first they must seize the divine opportunity. Moreover, how many people envy the chance to connect with a deity? Without the power granted by this golden crow spirit, their lineage might have perished long ago. Gains and losses are normal. Golden Huang spread its wings and landed on Suze's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. "I didn't deceive you, did I, eh? I have only a wisp of residual soul left. After bestowing my primal power, the little strength I had was completely exhausted, and I fell into a long slumber. Until you were born, my power slightly recovered, allowing me to resonate with your primal essence, and I gradually awakened. I am too weak now, barely able to sense my surroundings, and unable to communicate with the outside world. Your father's bloodline primal power is not strong enough, making it impossible for him to sense me. Your bloodline primal power is sufficient, but the strength of your soul is lacking. You have not developed spiritual power and cannot sense me. Until today, when you and that divine beast cub formed a wondrous connection, your soul's strength greatly increased, allowing communication with me. Only then could I manifest through your power. As for the divine beast cub's soul being injured, that was not my intention. Its innate talent was too great, and it accidentally glimpsed my true form, overwhelming its own soul. Fortunately, you woke it in time, preventing any major harm. Its soul has undergone some refining, and it may gain some benefits." "Is that so?" His wariness began to dissipate, replaced by intense curiosity about another matter. "Is the young master a divine beast cub? What is going on? Could it be that the young master is actually not human?" A variety of strange thoughts flooded his mind. Suze pressed his lips together, his expression no longer calm, with curiosity shining in his eyes. "Golden Huang, what do you mean when you say that Shi Che is a divine beast cub? If he is not human, then what kind of divine beast is he, eh?" Golden Huang blinked its eyes. "He is of the same race as you, but like me, his essence is extremely high. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a deity. Is the young master destined to become a god?" He was unexpectedly not shocked at all. Instead, he felt a bit disappointed that Shi Che was not a divine. "Then how can I help you resurrect?" Suze asked earnestly. "If it can be done, he will certainly try his best. If the cost is too high, then I'm sorry, Golden Huang. The ancestor's vow, you should seek the ancestor. If that fails, just postpone it. The vow that cannot be forgotten feels too weak under the erosion of time. This vow has been passed down to this day, and has actually lost much of its binding power. Otherwise, upon seeing Golden Huang, his bloodline should have reacted instinctively, kneeling and showing respect." Golden Huang shook its head. "Your current strength is still far from sufficient, knowing it is useless. You must become an emperor level, what you call a 9th tier supreme, to have a chance to help me. I will help you grow well. Although I lack power now, I can control the fire spirit pearl to assist you in your cultivation and understanding of martial arts." Looking at Golden Huang's innocent eyes, he felt a bit guilty. He had been influenced by the young master. He only wanted benefits and did not wish to bear responsibilities. Suze made a promise. I will also do my utmost to help you. If you are not trying to cultivate me and then devour me, Suze thought silently. Suze clenched his fists slightly and nervously asked, Golden Huang, you awakened when I was born, so you must know my father's whereabouts. Golden Huang shook its head. I am not clear. I do not remain awake at all times. I sleep for a few days periodically. Your father went missing during one of my slumbers. However, I can vaguely sense that he is not dead and is very likely in the space opened by me and the Ice Phoenix. As for where that space is, I cannot sense it unless it is within 10 meters of me. Suze let out a sigh, his eyes complex. Although he did not know where his father was, the fact that he could confirm his father was alive was the best news. Dad, where on earth have you gone? What is my father's strength? 6th tier, a legendary king, huh? With such strength, it is surprising that my father is content to be a house husband. Golden Huang comforted Suze by patting his head. Then it patted its own chest confidently, saying, Don't worry, with my help reaching the 6th tier in 10 years will be no problem. Surpassing the cultivation speed of that divine beast cub will also be no problem. Suze nodded slightly with joy. Then I will entrust this to you. After all, being a deity, even if broken, should still possess some skills. Facing Shi Che, he has a deep psychological shadow, so the more cultivation assistance the better. Golden Huang instructed, Remember, do not disclose my existence to anyone. That divine beast cub is also not allowed. He means no harm to you, but his strength is insufficient. In the face of true power, he cannot conceal information which would bring disaster upon him. Suze nodded slightly. A remnant soul of a golden crow's spirit, even as a deity, would surely attract great interest. This is something they cannot protect, even if Shi Che is born in the Shi family. Shi Che suddenly awoke from his bed. He dreamed of a fiery divine bird that seemed intent on chasing him, its beak ready to spew flames to burn him. He instinctively swung his hand, slapping it fiercely. Riding atop its head, he made it cower and weep in despair. In his moment of triumph, the urge to urinate surged, and he turned to find a tree to relieve himself, the clear stream shooting out for 7 meters. Suddenly his expression changed to one of terror, fear reaching its peak. No, how could it only be 7 meters? Realizing this was a dream, he jolted awake. Boss, you're awake, a surprised voice exclaimed. Shi Che did not respond. His mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. Discreetly, he touched the bed sheet with his right hand. It was dry. He was terrified. He almost resorted to killing to silence them. 2 pairs of concerned eyes were looking at him. I'm fine, Shi Che said as he intended to lift the bed sheet, but suddenly paused. You all go out first. I broke out in a sweat and need to take a shower first. Xiao Hao, I'm hungry. Prepare something for me. Qin Mingho readily agreed. Sure, boss. Pulling Suze along, he relaxed. In the midst of shock and fear, he had completely awakened. He felt remarkably energetic, even sensing the surroundings with his eyes closed. He indeed closed his eyes, and under his will invisible tendrils of his mind extended outward for a meter. He could clearly perceive the environment around him. This is spiritual power, he marveled. A joyful smile spread across his face. Truly, it was me who could awaken my spiritual power in advance. The effects of spiritual power are immense. In battle, his senses became sharper, allowing him to manipulate spiritual energy with greater precision. His resistance against mental type abilities was greatly enhanced, among other effects. He opened the curtains, and the sunlight was exceptionally bright. Had he really slept through the night? Xiao Jiu, good morning, thanks for earlier. The little penguin bounced up cheerfully, exclaiming, You're welcome, master. Xiao Jiu, is there anything you want? He had been demanding too much from Xiao Jiu, not even allowing a day's break. Even his hard-heartedness could not help but soften. Xiao Jiu shyly replied, Master, I want to watch a historical drama. All right, I'll give you 2 hours of viewing time. You can watch whatever you want. As soon as he said that, Shi Che felt a twinge of regret. What if Xiao Jiu couldn't resist the allure of the drama and didn't want to cultivate? Perhaps he should shorten the time, giving it only 5 minutes each day. Thank you, master. Colorful fireworks began to bloom, and the little penguin jumped over to peck Shi Che's cheek. Forget it, if it loves watching, let it watch. Entering the bathroom, he first squeezed his thigh hard. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Only then could he freely relieve himself, letting out a long breath. He quickly took a hot shower. Checking his phone, it was May 8th, 145-1021. It was so late. Taking the elevator down, the fragrant aroma of porridge began to waft. Suze held a pot in both hands, quickly heating it under Qin Mingho's guidance. In less than a few minutes, fragrant porridge was ready. A few sour cucumbers added to a steaming bowl of porridge made for a simple yet delicious meal. He finally had the time to observe the two, noticing the weariness in Suze and Qin Mingho's eyes. They hadn't slept all night. It was indeed inappropriate for him to have entertained thoughts of killing them earlier. Even if he truly faced social death, he could simply sneak over to their beds at night and sprinkle some water. They were good brothers. If one were to die, they would die together. You all go rest, Shi Che said. Suze and Qin Mingho nodded slightly. They were indeed a bit tired and returned to their own rooms. Shi Che sat on the sofa. Only then did he begin to contemplate the events of yesterday. He summoned the Book of Replication to check the data for himself and Suze. Name Shi Che, realm high level, 12, energy value 12460, 1 talent skills bond cooldown, 10 days hard work, pays off violence for violence, famous blade, powers, martial arts, Tianyuan guidance technique, proficient, 12, a little fireball perfected 15, flame blade perfected 6, flame strike master 61, chain little fireball master 57. Da Jin Wu guidance technique, beginner 76, name, Suze, realm, early high level, energy value 126700, talent skills, explosion breath, control, indomitable powers. Martial arts, Da Jin Wu guidance technique, proficient, little fireball perfected flame blade, perfected flame strike master chain, little fireball master affinity 100. He hadn't expected the talent of bond would allow them to share their insights. Even if the time was short, their proficiency in various fire attribute martial arts had significantly increased. They could even gain Suze's talent skills. After using bond, he became the ultimate form of himself, and Suze combined and evolved. Fierce and unmatched, who could compete with him at this level? Even challenging at higher levels wouldn't be a difficult task. Is this the power of bond? It's simply a divine skill. No wonder the antagonist cannot defeat the protagonist. Unfortunately, the cooldown time is a bit long. 10 days of charging, but he can only show off for 5 minutes. Checking the energy value, that guy Suze loves to sneak ahead. Oh, before he knew it had surpassed him again, which was quite infuriating. Most importantly, the fire spirit pearl and that golden crow. With a thought, he summoned a silly golden crow burning with flames to his fingertip. Is this truly a soul martial art? Soul martial arts refer to those that can be comprehended in a state of enlightenment, also known as law, with a primordial spirit. It is akin to having your soul's magic at your command, as easily manipulated as your limbs. It will also grow in power as your strength increases. There's even a chance for it to gain intelligence practicing and attacking on its own. It is something countless people dream of comprehending. The name Golden Crow is too unattractive. I shall call it Red Radiant Tornado. The Red Radiant Tornado, released yesterday, combined all of his spiritual energy and 30 of Suze's spiritual energy, along with some energy from the Fire Spirit Pearl. That's what gave it such immense power. At first glance it seemed ordinary, but it was Suze's breath control talent that caused the explosion to create a deep pit. It only burnt Liu Yang's hair, eyebrows, and clothes, because Shi Che's subconscious did not harbor the intent to kill Liu Yang. Yet it had a bit of dark humor. More importantly, the precise control of soul martial arts made it possible. Other martial arts, even if mastered, cannot achieve such fine control. The Red Radiant Tornado he unleashed was a fierce golden crow charging forward, instantly erupting in a wide-ranging fiery attack. The more energy put in, the greater the power. He was quite satisfied with this Red Radiant Tornado martial art, as it could be used to eliminate minor threats. He was somewhat suspicious of the Fire Spirit Pearl that unexpectedly allowed him to comprehend the Red Radiant Tornado. It was not an ordinary Fire Spirit Pearl, and he recalled the possible illusion of the Golden Crow spirit within. He speculated that it likely contained a trace of the source power of the divine Golden Crow. If he could refine this trace of source power, Suze's chances of breaking through to the supreme level could increase by 30%. Such luck. Suze is not the protagonist template. He found it hard to believe. He needed to remind Suze that after awakening his spiritual power, he should not use it to refine the Fire Spirit Pearl. Otherwise, he could risk backlash and spontaneous combustion of his soul. Shi Che stroked his chin, suddenly struck by a thought that perhaps the old man's presence still lingered within the Fire Spirit Pearl. Then Suze would truly soar. Let's wait until Suze wakes up. He took out the remote control, turned on the big screen, and prepared to fulfill his promise to Xiaojio. Xiaojio materialized wearing a straw hat, a conical hat, and carrying a sword at his waist, dressed like a chivalrous hero, his eyes filled with anticipation. So handsome. As Shi Che developed his spiritual power, he could project his perception outward. Xiaojio transformed into a phantom and could also appear in the outside world. If Shi Che's spiritual power could manipulate objects, it would interfere with reality. Xiaojio could truly touch reality. The classification of spiritual power realms can be simply divided into 6 levels: projecting perception, manipulating objects, condensing the soul, manifesting divinity, heavenly might, and nascent spirit. Corresponding to levels 4 to 9, he was unsure about the words of the deities. There are 4 methods to enhance spiritual power. The first is daily meditation and training, which yields slow results and minimal improvement. The second method is to reach the master level in martial arts, which significantly enhances the soul's sensitivity, but it is quite difficult. The third method is to break through the barriers of the realm, which will greatly increase spiritual power. The fourth method is to consume rare celestial treasures, which are expensive and extremely rare, making them out of reach for ordinary people. Following Xiao Zhou's instructions, he played an online drama titled Destroying Heaven and Earth: The Legend of the Immortal Hero, a story about a mortal who inherits the legacy of a sword immortal and slaughters his way through. After glancing at it, he found the production a bit crude and lost interest, yet Xiao Zhou was captivated. Just as he was about to take out a 6-flavored heavenly yellow pill to consume for training, he suddenly thought about where his beloved small backpack had gone. After glancing at it, he found the production a bit crude and lost interest, yet Xiao Zhou was captivated. Just as he was about to take out a 6-flavored heavenly yellow pill to consume for training, he suddenly thought about where his Shaolin and Baiyu could not enter the spatial belt. Previously, he could use the small backpack without spiritual energy, which was suitable for him. Now carrying it was somewhat troublesome. However, a spatial pocket can only be created by a level 9 spatial sovereign, a treasure he cannot obtain. He should focus on training and surpass Su Zhe. Yesterday around 7 in the evening, Ning Shui walked into the president's office wearing red high heels. Normally the association closed at 6 in the afternoon, but due to Liu Yang's arrival, a small part of the members had to stay until 8. Wang, who was preparing to leave early, was caught off guard. Ning Shui's brows furrowed. After much effort, she had obtained the high-definition video of Su Zhe, yet the president wanted to leave so early. Although there were cameras in the combat area, the pixel quality was low. Once an ability user utilized their spiritual energy, their speed increased, making it easy to become blurred. There was no choice. The Tianming Ability User Association was poor with limited funds. Whatever could be made do had to be made do with. Other places needed money more. Moreover, there was no need for cameras most of the time. She did not capture Su Zhe's battle video. She had to spend $100 to obtain it from others. She had to skip how many chicken legs, feeling a pang of heartache that made it hard to breathe. As for reimbursement, she felt it was a mistake on her part, and she didn't want to ask. Given the president's stinginess, he probably wouldn't reimburse her anyway. Under Ning Shui's intense gaze, Wang felt a bit guilty. Yet thinking about his position as the president of the association, he mustered his courage but didn't dare reprimand her. Ning Shui was beautiful, hardworking, and capable, and most importantly, she was cheap and useful. He had to coax her for quite some time before he could recruit her. If he drove Ning Shui away, he wouldn't find another capable secretary like her. He pretended to be casual and asked Xiao Ning, has the task been completed? Ning Shui pouted, placed the camera on the table, and sat down on a chair. This is the battle video of the Wang picked up the camera and began projecting the video. Curious, how did they perform? Did they cry from being beaten? Ning Shui smiled mysteriously. President, you can see for yourself. Previously, he had watched Qin Mingho's battle video and was quite impressed. He was a genius in combat. He had somewhat overlooked Qin Mingho before. With Qin Mingho's performance in front of him, he had even higher expectations for Shi Che and Su Zhe. First, he heard the audience's enthusiastic cheers as Shi Che and Lone Wolf made their grand entrance. Next, Lone Wolf threw a punch and Shi Che staggered back. Both their spiritual energies materialized, resulting in a fierce clash of blades. This is, oh my God! Wang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes widening and his mouth agape like a bumpkin seeing the world for the first time. Ning Shui watched Wang's shocked expression with delight, capturing this moment with her phone. She felt elated. With leverage on her boss, he wouldn't be able to find excuses to deny legitimate reimbursements in the future. She wouldn't feel guilty for being ruthless. Soon the video of Su Zhe playing defeating the spirit fox. These two monsters. Wang took a deep breath, trying to calm down. His body trembled with excitement, and he swallowed hard. But the video continued to play. What was going on? There was more of a surprise. What did he see? The boy in the duck bowl hat defeated Liu Yang with a single strike. That kind of power he couldn't produce even with all his might. Though not all features were captured, he could be certain this was Shi Che. Shi Che. Shi Che. Wang grinned foolishly, twisting his body in delight. President! President! Ning Shui couldn't help but shout loudly, seeing the president's lewd expression. The two loud shouts startled Wang awake, and his face turned crimson at a visible speed. Then he quickly returned to a calm demeanor. Ning Shui clicked her tongue in admiration, lamenting that it was a pity the president didn't learn how to change his expressions. Wang said solemnly, Xiao Ning, what do you think? Do they still need to hone their skills in the arena? Ning Shue's ability was a clever white eye, allowing her to observe her surroundings in a 360-degree view and slightly perceive the flow of others' energy. She adjusted her glasses. Shi Che has rich experience in combat, is highly alert, and learns quickly. In the beginning, he was at a disadvantage in the fight with Lone Wolf, but after a few minutes of adaptation, he was able to match Lone Wolf, and even broke through at the last moment, defeating him. This progress was something I wouldn't have dared to dream of. In the battle with Liu Yang, I noticed he seemed to have inexplicably gained a lot of energy and was in a strange state, which allowed him to exert such terrifying power. I suspect it is his innate skill. Innate skills are said to have a chance to be obtained with each level up, but in reality 99 of people never have the opportunity to obtain them, and most are unaware of their existence. A good innate skill can even make a level comparable to an level. Su Ze's will is unyielding, his combat instincts are equally sharp, and his strikes are decisive, showing no trace of a newcomer just entering combat. Is level always this impressive? My suggestion is there's no need. Let them wreak havoc on ferocious beasts. We can't handle it either. Ning Shui took out a report. This is the cost of repairing the arena. Wang took it, and upon seeing the amount exclaimed 1 million. That's right, we underestimated the destructive power of level abilities. Even at a high level, their realm is enough to destroy the arena. If they continue to fight, this year's association won't be able to pay salaries. Wang nodded heavily, his eyes welling up with tears. Losing 1 million for nothing. It hurt so much he felt like twitching. 1 million. With that much money, everyone in the association could have an extra chicken leg for a year, and it still wouldn't be enough. Xiao Ning immediately put them on the blacklist for the arena. These two little brats have no idea how precious household expenses are. They should learn to hold back a little. Ning Shui gave a light snort. The president just wants to strike down on this class to prevent them from developing arrogance and complacency. I think there's nothing wrong with this class being proud and confident. They should possess the courage to break through everything. Can you even imagine what it means to be class? Now they're probably feeling reclusive. Wang An's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed back then you were the least optimistic about Shi Che and Su Ze. You even planned to take advantage of their vulnerability to teach them a lesson. How quickly you've forgotten. Ning Shui continued. With Shi Che's current strength, he's almost guaranteed to be the top scorer in the National Martial Arts Examination, and Su Ze's strength is comparable to those who awaken their abilities independently with hopes of competing for a spot in the national top 5. Aside from using energy purple crystals for awakening, there are some who awaken their abilities due to extreme emotional states or accidentally consuming heavenly materials. Self-awakening is extremely dangerous with a fatality rate of up to 30. The benefit is the ability to cultivate early. During the martial arts examination, their strength generally surpasses that of other students with awakened abilities. However, the reward does not correspond to the cost. No one would willingly choose to self-awaken. Those who self-awaken are exceedingly rare, comparable to those with a class awakened abilities. Usually they are at the mid to high stages of ability. With Shi Che's strength barring any accidents, he is a solid contender for champion. Ning Shui advised, the resources allocated to the association by the headquarters won't be lacking, and whether the association enjoys a prosperous future or endures hardships depends on them. President, you need to take good care of Shi Che and Su Ze, treating them like ancestors, ensuring they are happy every day. Wang An's expression darkened, making him serve Shi Che and the others while they just stay home looking beautiful. What you think is quite nice. Ning Shui shrugged helplessly. President, who else can take on this great responsibility besides you, given your charm and capability? Wang felt a bit cornered and huffed. All right then. The more he looked at Shi Che and Su Ze, the more he liked them. But unexpectedly something else came up. He shook his head. This time it's going to be tough for Shi Che to secure the top scorer. There isn't a class master level early stage ability user with space slicing among the self-awakeners, and I can't disclose his identity, but even I might not be able to defeat him. A master level, a class space ability user. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Ning Shui shook her head regretfully. Even if Shi Che can unleash a master level strike, it's clear he wouldn't defeat a master level space ability user. Master level space ability users must learn clever martial arts for phasing. Facing a master level strike is not difficult. Being second in the nation would be more than satisfactory. The best historical result for Tianming City is 68th in the nation. Wang put away the camera. He contemplated borrowing the holy healing staff from the city government. He would take the 3 of them to the Tianming mountain range for training, doing his best to help them grow. In a villa, Li Yuanshuang and Tang Xian lay on a bed. Li Yuanshuang occasionally browsed news and videos online. She muttered, Xian, why isn't there any battle video of the male god Shi Che and the male god Su Ze yet? Are these people moving so slowly? Tang Xian had an array of snacks in front of her. Eating sweet potato chips, she was engrossed in watching a drama, completely ignoring Li Yuanshuang. Every second now felt extremely precious. Watching Shi Che's battle, she was filled with motivation for her own efforts. She wanted to be that handsome too. Determined, she resolved to work hard on her weight loss and cultivation tomorrow, aiming to get into a prestigious holy school. Today was the last day of indulgence. Time flowed slowly until after 8 o'clock. Li Yuanshuang exclaimed, "Got it. This year's top scorer for the martial arts examination is already reserved. 2's class big bosses are coming. Are this year's examinees ready to be trampled and dominated?" As the martial arts examination approached, keywords like "class" and "martial arts top scorer" instantly caught the attention of countless people. This video quickly went viral, reaching tens of thousands of views in just a few minutes. Someone scoffed, "Reserving the martial arts top scorer, what a grand statement. What's so great about class? It's still too early to say, or I want to see just how strong class really is." The video began. The exhilarating drum beats echoed, making the heart race in sync, building up anticipation. A high-energy BGM played. The first thing that caught the eye was Shi Che's handsome face. His pupils flickered with golden flames filled with suppressed excitement. A confident, flamboyant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Following him was the lone wolf, whose cold visage was partially obscured by a wolf mask exuding an air of mystery. The battle began. Whoosh! The sound of the punch whooshed through the air. Bang! The blade's light was sharp. Golden and azure energies collided, producing thunderous roars and surging waves. Next was the figure of Shi Che, the stern boy's eyes also flickering with golden flames, yet more restrained and determined, like a cold blade hidden in the darkness. The spirit fox was quite calm, with fair skin and red lips, and a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes appearing enchanting and stunning. Handsome guy versus handsome guy versus beautiful girl. With the editor's superb skills, the transitions, timing, and high-energy music made it easy to become immersed, as if watching an incredibly thrilling high-octane action blockbuster. People were filled with enthusiasm as they watched the scenes in the video. Some found it exhilarating while others thought it was just average. But soon someone began to explain these two battles. Shi Che and Shi Che were at the early stages of high-level abilities, while the Lone Wolf and Spirit Fox were at the perfected high-level stage. Shi Che and Shi Che showcased master-level flame blades, master-level flame strikes, and mesmerizing small fireballs. This left everyone dumbfounded. What the hell are these college students? Sorry, I was previously shallow in my understanding. They're monsters. Ridiculous. Absurd. Too absurd. Who the hell released this video? It's messing with my mindset. I haven't even broken through to the initial stage yet. Odd. How can this compare? Even if my 3 generations came together, we would still be defeated in an instant. I'm stunned, my bro. I kneel before the great ones. Little sister wants to be locked up with 3 handsome brothers and be thoroughly dominated. Don't save me. I also want to be charmed and dominated by the beautiful sister. Beat me mercilessly, trample me. The one upstairs quickly say you're here for tourism in Dongxia. While Shi Che was sleeping, he and Shi Che quietly went viral online. Inside a small villa, Lu Yang was scrolling through his phone, feeling a slight sense of relief. The internet was buzzing with discussions about why the 2 shrank individuals were so extraordinary and why their cultivation speeds were so rapid. Their exaggerated martial arts comprehension made them unrecognizably enviable. No one had discovered Shi Che's true identity during his battle with Lu Yang. Although a combat video had been uploaded online, it did not gain much attention, overshadowed completely by Shi Che and Shi Che. The video was mostly viewed by his fans, and surprisingly, there were not many detractors criticizing him this time. Instead, many were feeling sorry for him, encouraging him. He did not lose followers. In fact, he gained quite a few. It made sense. Detractors only criticized him for the sake of attention, and now that he had none, naturally no one was disparaging him. This brought Lu Yang joy, yet inexplicably left a sour taste in his heart. His gaze fixed on a certain direction where Shi Che's villa stood. They both lived in the Dawn community. He rubbed his smooth head and took an energy crystal from his pocket. He had already sensed the opportunity to break through to master. Once he did, it would be the end of Shi Che's golden hair. At that time, he would give Shi Che a good lesson. No, he would guide him. After all, he was also a graduate of Tianming University. He was still Shi Che's senior. He would properly teach the junior. On May 8, 145 of the star calendar, Qin Mingho yawned as he exited the elevator. Shi Che was puzzled. It had only been a little over 2 hours, and Little Hao was already done sleeping. Boss, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Qin Mingho spoke. He was worried about him going hungry, making Shi Che feel like crying. Ooh, what a warm-hearted Little Hao. Spicy chicken feet, braised duck feet. Shi Che listed a string of dishes. As he continued to list, he felt hungrier and unconsciously added several more. Mainly it was because Qin Mingho's cooking was so good that one couldn't stop wanting more. All right, leave it to me. Qin Mingho rolled up his sleeves and hurried to the kitchen. This little brother was worth it. If little Hao left, he would feel like life had lost its flavor without his delicious food. A little over a quarter of an hour later, Shi Che also came down. Having abundant energy was indeed great. Shi Che's eyes brightened as he eagerly pulled Shi Che towards the training room. Shi Che was confused, but followed Shi Che to the training room. Inside the training room, Shi Che said, "Little Che, take out the fire spirit pearl for a moment." Shi Che said solemnly. Shi Che was taken aback. The young master had discovered something. Jin Huang felt a stir of doubt within it. With its abilities, a third-tier individual should not be able to detect it. Even a deity would likely not notice unless they specifically checked. It wanted to see what this divine beast cub was up to. A fiery red pearl appeared in Shi Che's hand. Shi Che solemnly bowed 3 times to the fire spirit pearl, saying, "Junior Shi Che pays respects to the elder." The fire spirit pearl flashed with golden light, and Jin Huang could no longer hold back. It appeared on Shi Che's shoulder, its fiery red eyes shimmering with disbelief. "How did this divine beast cub discover it? How did you find me? Wow, there really is an elder." Shi Che was incredibly shocked, his eyes stealing glances at the golden crow. However, with such a clear and crisp youthful voice, this golden crow was probably still underage. Was it male or female? It made sense, but if it was an elder, it likely wouldn't be easily tricked. Could it be that there was actually a golden crow egg inside the fire spirit pearl? Shi Che had obtained a divine beast cub. Cub is great. Cub is easy to deceive. Divine beasts are full of treasures. However, it is said that golden crows are all black and have 3 legs. Could this be a golden crow? Perhaps this cub was vain, so it dyed its black feathers golden. Shi Che tried to gauge the favorability of this golden crow and found it to be 70. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It should not be a bad bird. Upon hearing the golden crow's question, Shi Che naturally wouldn't admit to trickery. What if this cub got angry? Young people are sensitive. With sincere eyes, he respectfully said, "Junior once witnessed the elder's divine countenance, and my heart is filled with admiration. After day and night of contemplation, I have faintly sensed the elder's magnificent and ancient aura." Jin Huang raised its head, looking quite pleased. The next moment its gaze turned cold, and with a flap of its wings it declared, "You are lying. Deities can easily see through lies." Shi Che's expression froze, and his heart shook once more. It wasn't a cub, it was a deity. There were only 7 deities among humans. Shi Che was not surprised, having known this already and not reminding him. Shi Che shyly smiled. "It was a guess indeed. I cannot hide from the great deity." Jin Huang snorted coldly, sensing that this cub was not a good person. "Apostle, this cub actually knows our secret then." Shi Che gently pulled Jin Huang from his shoulder and stroked its golden feathers lightly, saying, "Don't make a fuss, Jin Huang." Shi Che's mouth twitched. "That was a deity, not a pet you raised." Shi Che recounted Jin Huang's origins. Shi Che pondered, feeling somewhat worried. A cub is fine. As for the remnants of a god, the one who could reduce Jin Huang to a remnant soul would probably not be simple. It was truly uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Jin Huang pondered for a moment, looking towards Shi Che. "Shi Che, let's form a contract." Shi Che felt a surge of intense excitement within, but he cautiously asked, "Contract?" Jin Huang began to explain. "It's quite simple. It's a mutual assistance contract. You help me revive, and I help you grow. After signing the contract, you can ignore mental illusions below the divine level, speed up your comprehension of fire attribute martial arts, and you will also become more compatible with the true flame of the golden crow. There's no need for you to exert yourself. As long as you help a bit after becoming a deity, that's enough. Of course, you can choose not to accept it." Shi Che was quite tempted. He nodded emphatically. "Let's sign." Shi Che also wanted to revive Jin Huang, so he would definitely help. Now that there were benefits to gain with such loose conditions, why not sign? "By the way, Elder, I have one more question." Jin Huang's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and its gaze towards Shi Che became much more affectionate. In its view, Shi Che was destined to become a deity. This promise to exchange for divinity was not a loss. "Just call me Jin Huang, ask away." Shi Che said seriously, "I don't know who reduced you to a remnant soul." Jin Huang was taken aback, then a flicker of anger appeared in its eyes. "Abyssal dragon." It confidently added, "But you need not worry, the abyssal dragon has already been suppressed and sealed by me and the ice phoenix, and there's no possibility of it reappearing." "It hasn't died." Shi Che already had a bad premonition. Jin Huang flapped its wings, and a stream of golden light entered Shi Che's brow. Shi Che naturally manifested the contract's content, and after confirming it, he chose to agree. In an instant he saw that golden divine bird again seemingly nodding at him, letting out a cry afterward. Golden patterns spread from his brow to his cheeks, looking incredibly sacred, and a wave of heat coursed through his limbs, feeling extremely comfortable. However, Jin Huang appeared quite fatigued. This contract had consumed most of its remaining strength. "I'm going to sleep now." It left behind a single sentence before its form dissipated. Shi Che's brow flashed with a hint of worry. Is Jin Huang okay? Now Jin Huang was their elder, no, the little young master. Nothing could happen to it. Suze slightly shook his head, sensing it. The consumption was too great. It will likely sleep for a few months. Shi Che inquired, what does Jin Huang need to recover more quickly? Now their fates were intertwined. Jin Huang's awakening would benefit them greatly. Jin Huang didn't mention it, but I suspect that kind of thing is beyond our reach for now. Suze shook his head. Shi Che fell silent for a moment and sighed. Although they had promising futures, they were still merely novices after 3 months of cultivation, far removed from the treasures related to deities. Shi Che calmed his mind and began to contemplate the changes after the contract. A clumsy golden crow materialized at his fingertips, clearly exhibiting a newfound vitality. When released, the subtle sense of separation from the golden crow's true flames vanished. Moreover, the proficiency of the Tianyuan guidance technique was at 12, while the Great Sun Golden Crow technique was at 10. He looked at his Tianyuan guidance technique with a hint of disdain. He had begged his grandfather and grandmother, spending a fortune of 100 million just to have his great-uncle impart the insights of the Tianyuan guidance technique to him. He practiced diligently every day, pouring in vast amounts of energy and money. Yet it seemed that the inferior Great Sun Golden Crow technique was about to surpass his efforts. This was utterly embarrassing. Indeed, effort could not compare to being overpowered by luck. The Great Sun Golden Crow technique involved visualizing the divine beast, the Golden Crow, to refine spiritual energy and enhance power. With the divine beast Golden Crow by his side to simulate its divine aura, the Great Sun Golden Crow technique could soar like a rocket, leaving the Tianyuan guidance technique far behind. He wanted to switch to the Great Sun Golden Crow technique. He could no longer see the Tianyuan guidance technique. He feared the Great Sun Golden Crow technique might misunderstand. Then he continued practicing the small fireball flame strike and flame blade, noticing his proficiency skyrocketing more than threefold. The rapid and smooth improvement left him completely entranced. Suze beside him opened his mouth slightly. "I'm sorry, young master, I concealed something regarding Jin Huang. When it comes to deities, it is far too dangerous. While uncertain if Jin Huang is truly friendly, I actually hope Shi Che remains uninvolved. If the opportunity presented was genuinely benign, he would naturally share it with Shi Che." Shi Che, unfazed, shifted the shape of the flames at his fingertips. "There's nothing to apologize for. Everyone has their own little secrets, which is perfectly normal. I have them too. Haha, and I absolutely won't tell you guys." Suze pursed his lips, wishing for more honesty between them. "Young master, please continue your cultivation." Suze turned and exited the training room. Shi Che immersed himself in his training, finding the rapid enhancement utterly addictive. Qin Mingho cheerfully brought plate after plate of delicious food to the table. "Boss, it's time to eat." "He's in the training room," Suze replied. "The expressionless one has woken up. All right, I'll go call the boss." Qin Mingho wiped his hands. Upon entering the training room, he witnessed Shi Che's increasingly exquisite fire control skills. A fleeting sense of discouragement crossed his mind. The boss had grown even stronger. His talent was limited. No matter how hard he chased, he could never catch a glimpse of the boss back. If this continued, the gap would only widen, and he would merely become a burden. He had taken on the role of a younger brother to alleviate Shi Che's troubles, not to create them. Gritting his teeth, he realized the only way forward was through the martial arts examination. Those ranked in the top 3 nationally in the martial arts examination would undergo the moon god baptism. Furthermore, if one performed exceptionally in the examination, there was a chance of gaining the moon god's acknowledgement. Undergoing the moon god baptism was the very reason Shi Che, despite being recommended by the stars, still wanted to participate in the martial arts examination. It could enhance an ability user's comprehension of martial arts and increase their cultivation speed for the following year, enhancing potential, extending lifespan, and more. There was even a chance for an ability to undergo a transformation. Many level abilities, and even some below level, had examples of successfully transforming into a level abilities. While there were no examples of transforming into level abilities, if he could transform into an level ability, he would inevitably draw closer to the boss. He still felt too weak. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. He needed to work harder, and a smile crept onto his lips. "Boss, it's time to eat." Shi Che stretched his body, his brow carrying a smile. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Hao. The three sat together eating, while Shi Che browsed his phone as he ate. he discovered that he had actually become popular. There were all sorts of comments. Beasts. Why hasn't heaven taken these two monsters away so they won't wreak havoc in the world? These two should just roll together. Rolling into a twist never to be separated. Cowering in the corner trembling two big brothers, please leave some breathing room for your peers. Are these two level awakeners of the same type of ability? Why does it feel eerily identical? Shi Che has the Book of Replication. He should be replicating flames of the same color. I feel something is off, though I sense that unprecedented monsters are about to emerge. Alarmist. Shi Che was slightly taken aback. Did someone discover it? He didn't mind if someone discovered it, so be it. Dongxia had no habit of persecuting geniuses, as its two deities, the star god and the moon god, were both benevolent. Every year the moon god would recharge the amethyst and grant an opportunity for participants in the martial arts examination to undergo the moon god baptism. The fact that martial arts techniques were not monopolized by powerful families was due to the star god. The vibrant youth and the only free-level technique were also created by the star god. Without the presence of these two deities maintaining a harmonious and stable environment in Dongxia, he certainly wouldn't have exposed himself like this. After finishing his meal, Shi Che decided to select 3 martial arts techniques. A level small fire dragon, a fire shield, and a flame cage. Explosive, defensive, and controlling. He still harbored the dream of becoming a cannon mage. Previously his means were limited, and he could only engage in close combat. Now with time and capability, it was time to supplement his arsenal. Suze also chose these 3, adding a clever flame blade. Alas, compared to blades, Shi Che actually preferred swords. Qin Mingho opted for an 11 wind step and an 11 wind slice. Additionally, Senior Wang and sent a message saying he would take them to Tianming Mountain tomorrow to hunt fierce beasts. Shi Che felt a flicker of excitement, wondering what it would be like to slice and burn a fierce beast. Shi Che instructed Suze and Qin Mingho to choose their weapons. The martial arts examination regulations only allowed one to bring a spirit weapon below level 3. Suze chose a cold glint tang knife, while Qin Mingho picked a sharp kitchen knife. Shi Che was indecisive between a spirit gun, a magic wand, a Han sword, and a tang knife. He felt they all looked quite stylish. In the end, he still chose the tang knife. For him, the spirit gun and magic wand were just embellishments. He didn't lack long-range attacks, and didn't need the wand to reduce consumption. He hadn't learned sword-based martial arts. To play it safe and aim for first place nationally, he could only choose the tang knife. He remained wary of Suze, who as Jin Huang's apostle surely enjoyed greater benefits than him. Now being inconspicuous was essential, he surely harbored ulterior motives in secret. Suze's true strength had yet to be revealed. On May 9th, year 145 of the star calendar at 8:10 a.m., Wang meticulously arranged all matters. He was uncertain how many days it would take to journey to the Tianming mountain range. With a radiant smile and a backpack slung over his shoulder, he said, "Shao Ning, after I leave, the association will be in your hands. As long as you work diligently, when I return, I will give you a raise." He painted a grand vision for Shao Ning to inspire her efforts. As for the raise, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would be a modest increase. He believed in giving his subordinates a taste of sweet rewards. Ning Shui was taken aback, her face filled with alarm. "President, don't set a flag. If you die, that's one thing, but don't drag Shi Che and the others down with you." Wang An's expression darkened. What did she mean by him dying being acceptable? Setting a flag would bring misfortune. Such superstitions were nonsensical. Did she think this was a novel? Even if something were to happen with his strength, he was unafraid of anything. Even if he had to protect those 3 young men with one hand, he could easily suppress the Tianming mountain range. Casting a sideways glance at Ning Shui with an air of pride, he declared, "You know nothing of my strength. If something truly happens this time, I'll double your salary. If nothing happens, then forget about the raise." Without giving Ning Shui a chance to respond, his figure vanished in an instant. He had saved another expense. He truly was clever. Inside the villa, Shi Che handed a badge to both Suze and Qin Mingho. In the mountains, ordinary mobile phones had poor signals and could not communicate. The special badge his brother gifted him allowed for communication. They also changed into training gear. This special training gear could withstand attacks from 4th-tier commander-level ferocious beasts. At 8:41 a.m., Wang quickly arrived outside Shi Che's villa. Upon seeing the 6-story villa, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. He earned a salary of $1 million a year. Although he could also live in a large villa, the maintenance cost for such a place was over $100,000 a year. He preferred to spend those unnecessary expenses on his own cultivation. Energy crystals, equipment, and martial arts all required money. The association's apartment was much better, utilities were free, and there was a maid who cleaned regularly. He felt no envy for those living in large villas. They were spacious and empty, devoid of any warmth of home, and he swallowed hard. He joined Shi Che and the others. Wang An noticed the empty hands of Shi Che and his companions and frowned. They were totally unprepared. The three juniors thought this was a picnic. He intended to give them a good lecture. He gently said, "Junior brothers, where are your belongings? If you're worried about the hassle, I can help carry them for you." Shi Che produced a Tang Dao from thin air, and it vanished just as quickly. "Senior Wang and I have spatial equipment." Wang An sensed the spatial fluctuation and fixed his gaze on Shi Che's belt. His eyes turned red with envy, and he nearly drooled. He wasn't envious at all, not in the slightest. The lowest tier of spatial equipment cost 50 million for a cubic meter of space. The Hong Kong Delivery Company periodically released batches of spatial equipment, and everyone kept a close watch, but they were impossible to snag. The association's spatial equipment upon release was instantly exchanged. He earned $1 million a year. It would take him 50 years of salary to afford it. "Shi Che, I don't want to work hard anymore." Shi Che replied, "Senior Wang, and is your spatial pocket big enough? If not, can I have your backpack?" Every spatial ability user could open a spatial pocket, but they needed to supply spiritual energy from time to time to maintain it. The spatial pockets opened by lower-tier spatial users were pitifully small. It was only the size of a pocket, hence the name spatial pocket. Only 6th-tier spatial ability users had the capability to create spatial equipment. Wang An's spatial pocket was already full with the holy healing staff, leaving no room for anything else. He handed over his backpack. "Thank you for your hard work, Junior Shi Che. Let's go. Let's go." Wang An sighed deeply. Shi Che and the others wore baseball caps and masks. He now in the spotlight wished to avoid attracting too much attention. Wang An donned a blue baseball cap and put on a mask, otherwise he felt out of place. Soon they boarded the exclusive bus heading to the Tianming base. Shi Che sighed with some regret, finding it lacking in novelty. Why wasn't there a spaceship fighter jet or a flying dragon to ride? The Tianming base was established on the outskirts of the Tianming mountain range, and a military force was stationed there year-round to prevent beast tides from invading the city. The Hunter Association was also stationed there to supply hunters, issue missions, and procure material. Over 2 hours later, the bus drove into the Tianming base. Hunters retrieved their weapons, such as battle blades or shields, from the bus luggage compartment, shouldering their backpacks as they headed to the Hunter Association. It was indeed strange that the 4 of them didn't even carry their backpacks. Moreover, they wore baseball caps and masks, looking odd and attracting quite a few gazes. However, in this day and age, one could find all sorts of people. Some were even dressed in black cloaks, wearing Peppa Pig and Ultraman masks. Most glanced at them briefly and moved on, though some eyes flickered with interest. Wang An led them to the hall of the Hunter Association to register as hunters and receive their hunter cards. To enter the Tianming mountain range, one must be a hunter or possess a pass to prevent those lacking strength from meeting their demise. The hall was bustling with people. Registering as a hunter was quite simple, as long as one was an intermediate-level ability user or above. Scanning a QR code to enter the Tianming Hunter Association and filling in the information would suffice. The data of the Hunter Association and the Ability User Association were interconnected, and the titles were the same. If one was a low-tier ability user, they would need to demonstrate their strength and pass an assessment. Since they had not completed any tasks, the hunter cards they received were all bronze level. Shi Che was searching for tasks on a mini-program, hoping to complete some while gaining experience. To establish his own hunter team, Shi Che must first become a golden-level hunter himself. Reaching silver level requires accumulating 1 million points. Golden level demands 10 million points, and high-ranking ability users must also pass an assessment to attain this rank. After all, a golden level hunter is authorized to formally assemble a team. If the captain lacks sufficient strength, the consequences would doom not only himself, but the entire group. Shi Che scrolled through his phone, browsing various missions. Bronze level, collect low-tier beast purple rabbit pelts, 100 points each. Silver level, gather 10 blazing sunflowers, 100 points per flower. Silver level, collect high-tier beast long-haired boar meat, 100 points per gene. Golden level, kill the commander tier beast water python, 100 points. Shi Che committed all the missions to memory. He planned to complete them whenever possible, aiming to directly accumulate enough points for golden level. As for the assessment, he had no intention of tackling it. It offered no benefits and only wasted time. He intended to become a golden level hunter right after breaking through to the master rank. Wang An led them through the blockade entrance, where 2 rows of soldiers armed with rifles stood guard, and over a dozen drones hovered in the sky. The security was formidable. They officially entered the wilderness zone, a buffer area frequently swept by hunters where beasts were scarce. Shortly after they left, a group of 7 also exited the base. Shi Che and his three companions walked across the weed-strewn wasteland. Wang and spoke solemnly. Junior brothers fighting beasts is entirely different from battling in the arena. Stay vigilant and take this seriously. In the arena, weapons are forbidden, and everyone holds back, avoiding vital points. But fighting beasts is a life-and-death struggle. One misstep means death. Be cautious, and again cautious. Even with me nearby, I might not always save you in time. He was confident he could rescue Shi Che and the others if needed. Yet to prevent them from underestimating beasts due to his presence, he deliberately painted a graver picture. Also, once we enter the Tianming Mountains, beware of other hunters. There's no law here. Murder for treasure. Once someone is bloodthirsty, they won't care if you're in strength or a child of the gods. They'll strike without hesitation regardless of consequences. If someone tries to kill you, you must kill them without mercy. He worried these diligent students might hesitate out of kindness and be killed instead. He himself had nearly died once due to a moment of softness. Also, carefully observe your surroundings. Many beasts and plants excel at camouflage and hiding their aura. And another thing. Wang rambled on while Shi Che and the others nodded earnestly like chicks pecking at rice. Qin Mingho, though appearing attentive, was already dazed. Why did fighting beasts require a lecture? And with so much said, who could remember it all? After speaking at length, Wang felt parched, unsure how much had sunk in. Some things, no matter how often told, are best learned through experience. He almost wished Shi Che and the others would stumble into a few traps now. With him around, he could pull them out. Later, such mistakes might cost them their lives. A bottle of mineral water appeared in Shi Che's hand. He offered it considerately. Senior Wang in here. Thanks. The 7 people trailing far behind them saw this, and their eyes gleamed with greed. A crew-cut youth swallowed hard, trembling with excitement. Boss, that's a spatial equipment. Shall we do it? The leader, a middle-aged, burly man, hesitated. Those with spatial gear were no easy prey. But fortune favors the bold. To miss this chance might mean never encountering such a windfall again. 50 million was enough to push him to the master rank. 50 million could let him retire now and live a life of luxury. 50 million. 50 million. And the market price of a spatial equipment far exceeded that, not to mention the treasures it might contain. The burly man's heart pounded wildly, blood boiling. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he asked cautiously, Purple Fox, are you sure they're 3 high-rank early and 1 mid-rank early? A purple-haired woman staring at Shi Che's belt with an almost green glow replied, just that spatial equipment alone is wealth beyond a lifetime of hard work. Why should they toil endlessly while others are born lucky? Letting such an opportunity slip would incur heaven's wrath, striking them down with divine fire. Fearing the burly man might back out, she said without hesitation, Boss, I'm certain. If I'm wrong, let me be cut to pieces. The burly man steeled himself. Purple Fox's ability was the crank green fox eye, capable of seeing through illusions and gauging others' cultivation levels. Even master rank ability users couldn't fool her. She had never been wrong before. The other members chimed in, Boss, kill them, and well, flee abroad. No matter how powerful their backing, they can't touch us. Yes, 7 high ranks against 3 high ranks and 1 mid-rank. We've got this. We're in the shadows, they're in the light. No need to fear. They just registered as hunters, probably intern students from a prestigious holy school. Those naive holy school kids are easy prey. Kill them, and they'll still think I'm a good guy. The burly man made up his mind. The odds were in their favor. He couldn't see how they'd lose. Then we'll go with plan A. The other 6 grinned viciously. The boss was as cautious as ever. Help! Help! Someone save us! A strikingly beautiful purple-haired woman, pale-faced, and a middle-aged man with a simple, honest look rushed frantically toward Shi Che and his group. Catch them. They have a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Don't let them escape. Pretty lady, you can run, but I hope you've got that stamina later. We'll show you what it means to enjoy being a woman. The fleeing purple-haired woman spotted Shi Che and her eyes lit up and tears streamed down her face, a pitiful rain-soaked blossom. With a wave of her sleeve, the wind carried a dose of muscle-relaxing powder toward Shi Che and his companions. Help us, 4 young masters. I'm so scared. There are bad people. The middle-aged man touched the black wooden box in his hand, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. He shouted, Please, 4 heroes, save my young mistress. Well, offer the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma as a reward, and once we're safe, there will be more gifts. Young mistress, go ahead. I'll hold them off. Uncle Lou. The purple-haired woman moaned in sorrow and pain, her eyes pleading with Shi Che's group as she stumbled, falling toward Suze. Joy and mockery flickered in her heart as the short blade in her sleeve was ready to plunge into Suze's heart. Boy, lust is a knife. Remember that in your next life. Wang was slightly startled. Was the game of murder and robbery getting this competitive these days? The act of a hero saving a damsel with loyal master and servant, and the lure of a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. A 1,000-year-old Ganoderma was worth tens of millions. Whether one was drawn by beauty, riches, or sentiment, who could resist helping? The acting was flawless. If he hadn't noticed these 7 tailing them for a while, even he might have been fooled. And they even used muscle-relaxing powder, thoroughly cautious. If he had encountered them at the start of his career, he'd probably be dead by now. Wang An nodded inwardly. A perfect trap, and worth hiding his true strength to lure them out. This bloody lesson would etch itself into Shi Che's memory, teaching him how treacherous the world could be. As the purple-haired woman was about to collapse into Su Ze's arms, Wang An readied himself to intervene. But then a tang saber materialized in Su Ze's hand. A sharp blade of light flashed, and the purple-haired woman's head soared into the air, her joy-frozen eyes dimming. Blood splattered as her body split into several pieces, instantly consumed by golden flames and reduced to ashes. With a clatter, a short blade fell to the ground. The young master's blade is truly sharp, Su Ze remarked calmly. The middle-aged man felt a chill surge from his feet to his crown, terror in his eyes, every hair on his body standing on end. Purple Fox was dead, just like that. Who were these people? Daydreaming in battle isn't a good habit, pal. Be more careful in your next life. Shi Che appeared beside the middle-aged man, his tang saber sweeping across. A bloodline appeared on the man's neck as his eyes lingered in shock and bewilderment. His head slid off. Shi Che snapped his fingers and golden flames engulfed the man's body and the black wooden box. The 5 people pretending to chase the pair halted abruptly, their pupils contracting. Horror spread across their faces. What ruthless bastards! Clean, decisive strikes followed by immediate disposal of the bodies. So practiced, they'd run into real hard cases. Wang An's face was equally stunned, disbelief flooding his eyes. Shi Che had seen through it. How? And even if he had, how had they neutralized the muscle-relaxing powder? Had watched them inhale it. And their strikes, so swift, so brutal. Weren't they supposed to be obedient students? They didn't even glance at the Ganoderma box before destroying it. Were all strengths such freaks? With a thud, Qin Mingho collapsed, his body limp and powerless, eyes still dazed. What just happened? Wang An sighed in relief. At least one normal person was left. Seeing the boss and the ice-cold face kill those 2, Qin Mingho finally realized something was wrong with them. His eyes brimmed with grievance. The ice-cold face was one thing, but the boss hadn't told him either. Everyone was showing off, while he was the one getting knocked down. Shi Che and Su Ze struck simultaneously, launching small fireballs. The burly man's face twisted in fury as he gritted out Srank. No wonder they had spatial equipment. They should have guessed. The other 4 men paled, having heard of the 2 Shrank's reputations. They had defeated Lone Wolf and Spirit Fox. The burly man's eyes blazed with madness as he Shrank or not, they're just 2 high-rank early stages now. The other 2 are down and out of the fight. There's no turning back. We fight. Today you'll cut down and Shrank and defy fate. His long blade and hand, fiery spiritual energy, blazed to life. Whoosh. With a slash fueled by fierce resentment, the air tore like ripped fabric, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Joy flickered in the burly man's eyes. This was the strongest strike of his life. He felt the breakthrough approaching. The other 4 men, inspired by his momentum, lit up with hope. The next moment, their hope shattered, replaced by terror. The burly man's blade clashed with the small fireball. With a thunderous boom, a piercing scream followed. An arm exploded and landed before them, still burning. A charred body fell, consumed by the golden flames. The 4 men turned pale, legs trembling, their will to fight shattered as they fled. What kind of monsters were these? But the small fireballs were already upon them. For bodies dropped, turning to ashes. Wang An's lips twitched as he rubbed his temples vigorously. 1 small fireball takes out a high rank. Isn't that a bit too much? He felt the fireballs in the earlier videos of Shi Che and Su Ze were nowhere near this powerful. Had they been holding back? Or had their spiritual energy quality improved without a breakthrough in cultivation? He shook his head. Achieving that would require the power of a god. They must have been hiding their strength, 2 sly kids keeping it so deep. Shi Che produced an antidote potion and fed it to Qin Mingho. Minutes later, Qin Mingho slowly got up, sulkily drawing circles with his finger. Wang An's expression was complicated. He had intended to teach Shi Che a lesson, but instead, he was the one schooled. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Junior brother Shi Che, junior brother Su Ze, when did you realize those 2 were suspicious, and how did you handle the muscle-relaxing powder? Su Ze said flatly, there were many flaws. First, they didn't have a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Such a treasure requires a jade box to preserve its potency, yet we smelled no herbal aroma. Second, that seemingly honest middle-aged man circled us several times at the base, observing us. Then suddenly he's being chased and happens to run into us. Third, in a desolate place, a stranger throwing herself at you. Anyone would be wary. As for the muscle-relaxing powder, the Golden Crow True Flame incinerates all. The moment it entered my body, it burned away. Wang gave an awkward smile. Sorry, most of what had learned in school had been returned to the teachers. He really didn't know about the Ganodermis storage requirements. That man had appeared around them several times, which was suspicious. But he hadn't noticed either. The comfortable life as an association president had clearly dulled his senses. As for the third point, he disagreed. Wang touched his face narcissistically. A beautiful stranger throwing herself at you. If you're handsome, isn't that just normal? Shi Che rubbed his chin. In truth, he hadn't been suspicious at first. With Suze around, encountering a damsel in distress scene was perfectly normal. Had been too quick to accept the situation, losing vigilance and rationalizing the flaws. Maybe the box was made of special material. In the base, they carried no backpacks, which naturally drew curiosity. So what if someone paid extra attention? And a beauty throwing herself at Suze? That was even more normal. It wasn't until he smelled the muscle-relaxing powder that he realized something was wrong. He hadn't relied on the Golden Crow True Flame to ignore the poison. Rather, he had consumed a heavenly treasure that rendered common toxins useless. He couldn't admit he hadn't seen through it. Suze would then one-up him. So he just smiled mysteriously as secret. The other three rolled their eyes at him. Wang pondered, did this count as an incident? He decided it didn't. Though Shi Che and Suze had been astonishing, everything was still under his control. Ning Shui's salary was not getting a raise. Roars and howls echoed from the Tianming Mountains, now close at hand, as beastly cries rang out from within. Dozens of fist-sized fire sparrows chirped in the sky. With a whoosh, they dove like cannonballs toward Shi Che and his group. Wang slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was a low-level fierce beast, the flame sparrow. This beast was incredibly swift and notoriously volatile, with weak physical defenses. Even a beginner-level ability user could slay it with a single strike, but the key point was that it could self-detonate, and the power of its explosion was no less than an rank martial arts strike. Novice ability users often fail to react in time against such a fast beast, getting directly knocked down by the flame sparrow. It was also known as the rookie killer. Although these dozens of flame sparrows could not harm Shi Che and the others, they might very well cause them to be covered in dust and dirt. At that point, he could say something to them, making sure they didn't think they were just out for a leisurely trip. Go for it, flame sparrow. Shi Che tossed a kitchen knife to Qin Mingho, who immediately recognized the flame sparrow. With the tang knife in hand, he felt invincible. Although the flame sparrow could self-detonate, there was a brief delay before it did. Only as long as one struck its heart in advance, they could prevent its explosion. He didn't remind Suze and the others, hoping they would be caught unprepared. Whoosh! The blade of light burst forth, and the several flame sparrows attacking him were instantly cut in half. With a few thuds, they fell to the ground, kicking up some dust. Suze calmly sheathed his knife, and the bodies of several flame sparrows dropped at his feet. As a student of magic, he naturally recognized this fierce beast. He also glanced at Shi Che. Their eyes met at just the right moment. They averted their gaze in tacit understanding, both sighing regretfully in their hearts. Wang shook his head. This flame sparrow was truly disappointing. With a flick of his middle finger, several gusts of wind easily pierced the hearts of the nearby flame sparrows. At that moment, a series of booming sounds erupted. The academic underachiever Qin Mingho was completely unprepared for the self-detonation of the flame sparrow. Not striking its heart, he was directly stunned by the explosion. The powerful shockwave nearly sent the kitchen knife flying from his hand, and his sleeve was already scorched black. The remaining dozen or so flame sparrows flew swiftly towards Qin Mingho, clearly thinking he was the easiest target. Qin Mingho's eyes widened in anger. How dare they bully him? How dare this little sparrow bully him? After being caught off guard the first time, he had already learned to discern the weaknesses of the flame sparrow the second time. Breaking edge blade. The sharp blade light flickered. The dozen flame sparrows fell to the ground one after another. Seeing the calm demeanor of the boss Suze and Wang, and he couldn't help but curl his lip. No one reminded him, they were all bad people. They stepped into the Tianming mountain range. The jungle rustled as a long-haired wild boar leisurely emerged. The long-haired wild boar was a high-level fierce beast covered in long white hair, with sharp tusks gleaming ominously. In battle, its hair could transform into steel spikes that shot out, posing a significant threat. However, its meat was incredibly delicious, and everyone who had tasted it praised it highly. Therefore, its meat was expensive and highly favored by hunters. Generally, a team of 5 high-level ability users would dare to hunt it. Shi Che had yet to taste this pork. It was noon, and mealtime had arrived. Shi Che felt his stomach starting to rumble, and saliva was about to drip from the corner of his mouth. However, they had just entered the mountain, and a high-level fierce beast had already appeared. Qin Mingho, holding the kitchen knife, charged out with great momentum. "Boss, let me handle this one." He wanted to showcase his skills and regain his lost face. Although he did not recognize this fierce beast that looked very fierce, it surely couldn't be a high-level one to be found on the outskirts, could it? Shi Che hesitated to speak. "Xiao Hao, this is not something you can handle." The long-haired wild boar had now noticed Shi Che and the others, its eyes glinting crimson. Humph. It let out a series of roars, its long hair standing on end as it charged directly at Qin Mingho. Just in time. Excitement flashed in Qin Mingho's eyes. A milky white spiritual energy enveloped the kitchen knife. Breaking edge blade. Qin Mingho sidestepped, evading the charge of the long-haired wild boar. At the same time, a brilliant blade light erupted. The kitchen knife struck fiercely at the boar's neck. Clang. The kitchen knife collided with the steel-like bristles of the long-haired wild boar. The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out. Several white hairs were severed. So tough. Qin Mingho thought to himself, realizing he had kicked a steel plate. The powerful recoil caused him to stagger backward, losing his balance and falling to the ground. The long-haired wild boar halted its charge abruptly, turning fiercely. Its strong limbs trampled the ground, and its crimson eyes fixed on Qin Mingho, baring its fangs for a savage charge. Looking at the frenzied long-haired wild boar charging at him, Qin Mingho remained calm, despite his shock, staring coldly at the beast. He suddenly shouted, "Big brother, save me." Sparks flew. Shi Che's figure instantly appeared in front of Qin Mingho, his expression serene, his pupils glimmering with flecks of gold, his hair and clothing fluttering in the wind. With the knife held horizontally in front, he swept his fingers across the blade. A dazzling, surging golden flame ignited on the tang knife. Flame blade. With a single swing, a torrent of flames erupted, stretching several dozen feet. The blazing, radiant wave of fire engulfed the long-haired wild boar like a golden dragon. Boom. Humph. The long-haired wild boar let out a painful wail. Its massive body was sent flying backward by the impact of the flames, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a stop. The long-haired wild boar was now charred black. After a few more pained howls, it fell silent, and a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Shi Che executed a fiery spin with his blade, extinguishing the flames and sheathing the tang knife. So handsome and cool. Qin Mingho was dumbfounded, his heart racing, swallowing hard. "Big brother, you're amazing. So cool." Su Ze's pupils sparkled with excitement, cheering inwardly. He tightened his grip on the tang knife. Scanning the surroundings, he wondered where the fierce beasts had gone. Wang and similarly exclaimed in awe, nearly drooling with envy. He felt his spatial ability was now insignificant. At the same time, he was shocked that Shi Che's Crade Flame Blade had actually been mastered. Incredible. He had taken a month to grasp Crade martial arts for the first time. He was certain that Shi Che's mastery of the Flame Blade had taken an unbelievably short amount of time. Was it 15 days? Or 10 days? He didn't dare to ask, fearing he might lose his mind and contemplate jumping off a cliff. However, Shi Che was somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that his control over the entry-level combat skill was insufficient. The long-haired wild boar was mostly charred. His delicious meal was gone. Had he known, he wouldn't have shown off, and would have simply cut it down. At this moment, continuous roars of beasts echoed around, and the trees swayed. The enticing aroma of the long-haired wild boar had attracted a large number of fierce beasts. Mid-tier fierce beasts like the dark moon cat, the mid-tier unicorn silver wolf, and the low-tier killer bee. Dozens of fierce beasts drooled, glaring hungrily at the 4 individuals in the clearing. Delicious food. Perfect. Shi Che's eyes lit up. He had been worried about the hassle of collecting materials from fierce beasts, but now they had come to him. He wouldn't be polite. The claws of the dark moon cat, the horn of the unicorn silver wolf, the stingers of the killer bee. Xiao Hao, don't destroy these, they're all points. Understood, big brother. Qin Mingho performed a roll and picked up the kitchen knife. Got it, young master. Su Ze replied gloomily, as he had intended to use the flame blade. To protect the materials, he could no longer use it. Wang jumped onto a nearby tree, becoming ethereal, concealing his aura, and watched the show. Propping his chin with one hand, he thought to himself that something was off. The concentration of fierce beasts was too high. Even if the meat of the long-haired wild boar was fragrant, it shouldn't have attracted dozens of fierce beasts all at once. Moreover, most of them were mid-tier. They were still on the outskirts. How could there be so many mid-tier fierce beasts? The long-haired wild boar shouldn't appear here either. Even if the appearance of the long-haired wild boar could be a coincidence, he had seen the dark moon cat and the unicorn silver wolf active in the inner area show up here as well. That was no longer just a coincidence. There was indeed a problem deep within the Tianming mountain range, just as Ning Shui had ominously predicted. Flame cage. Shi Che was the first to act, flames spreading like dozens of fiery lines underfoot, forming a cage that enveloped most of the ferocious beasts. Shi Che followed closely behind, also casting a flame cage. He trapped the remaining ferocious beasts, leaving only 2 mid-tier beasts, a dark moon cat and a silver wolf, for Qin Mingho. Qin Mingho's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, he was underestimated by the cold-faced one. However, his strength was far inferior to Shi Che's, leaving him to vent his frustration on these 2 beasts. He swung his kitchen knife and shouted fiercely, "Damn beast, take this." The 2 mid-tier beasts glared fiercely, preparing to pounce. Qin Mingho stood ready. These 2 mid-tier beasts indeed posed a significant challenge to him. In the next moment, the 2 beasts fluffed up their fur and quickly turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. Qin Mingho was dumbfounded. You are supposed to be ferocious and brutal beasts. How can you run away without a fight? But it was Shi Che and Shi Che who took action. Shi Che snapped his fingers, and 9 small fireballs shot out, crashing heavily onto the heads of the 9 ferocious beasts. The heads of the 9 beasts exploded simultaneously, blood splattering and staining the ground. Their bodies fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. The surrounding beasts immediately let out terrified roars, their bodies trembling, scared to the point of losing control, turning to flee. But as soon as they touched the flame cage, their fur was instantly ignited. The pain from the burning flames deterred them from approaching the cage. In the next second, another 9 small fireballs were unleashed, and 9 beast corpses fell to the ground. Unable to fight back and unable to escape, the beasts trapped in the cage let out desperate low growls. Shi Che then brandished his knife. His movements were graceful, and bright flashes of blade light appeared, freezing the ferocious beasts in place, shattering their bodies. Some of the beasts, provoked by their wild instincts, swung their claws at Shi Che. A small golden liquid barrier formed. When the claws struck the barrier, they melted instantly, and the chilling roars of the beasts sent shivers down the spines of those who heard. In just a few seconds, dozens of ferocious beasts had been slain. The jungle was filled with a thick Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining beasts dared not fight any longer. They were already scared out of their wits, running as fast as they could. Qin Mingho's hand holding the knife trembled. He suspected that heaven was targeting him. Damn it, why can't he show off just once? Xiaohao, stop dawdling and come help collect the materials. Qin Mingho sighed. Okay, boss. Wang remained calm, expertly casting small fireballs and fire shields. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself speechless. What is wrong with you 2 little brats? Can you share some talent with him? Does the world need one more martial arts genius? His heart is truly exhausted. So tired. The strong smell of blood made Shi Che frown slightly. He put on 2 gloves and quickly began cutting the materials. At the same time, he called out, Wang, and come help. With free labor available, why not take advantage of it? Wang smiled kindly. Sure. Shi Che, I'm coming. He hurried over to help. He decided he must cling to Shi Che's leg tightly. After half an hour of work, they finally finished collecting the materials. Shi Che's face was filled with the joy of harvest, estimating at least hundreds of thousands of points here. With a few more such occasions, 1,000,000 points would not be far off. Wang spoke. Sorry, 3 juniors, but I need to head to the core area of the Tianming mountain range. The appearance of so many mid-tier beasts in the periphery is quite unusual. It is very likely that 2 leader-level beasts are vying for territory, or that a beast tide is about to erupt. I can't be your guide. You should head back first. In a few days, I'll take you to witness the ferocious might of the leader-level beasts. Originally, I planned to have Shi Che and Shi Che fight mid to high-tier beasts for a few days to accumulate battle experience before finally seeking a leader-level beast as their ultimate trial. Qin Mingho had chosen a mid-tier flame tiger. Who knew Shi Che and Shi Che were so fierce, slaying mid to high-tier beasts as easily as chopping vegetables. These mid to high-tier beasts were simply too weak. They could no longer provide any challenge. Let's skip directly to the final trial. He doubted that even a leader-level beast could stand up to these 2 prodigies. Shi Che nodded in understanding and handed his backpack to Wang. This is important. Wang took the backpack and his figure instantly vanished. Boss, are we heading straight back to the base? Qin Mingho said reluctantly. He hadn't killed a single beast yet. Shi Che didn't want to return so early and thought for a moment. Let's eat first, then we'll go exterminate a few high-tier beast nests. All right. Qin Mingho replied happily. Based on the map, Shi Che and the others quickly found a small creek. They cleaned various beast meats, chopped them up, and skewered them. They started a barbecue, just like a picnic. The skewers sizzled over the flames, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, golden and dazzling. Sprinkled with seasoning, a rich aroma wafted out, incredibly enticing. One by one the ferocious beasts were drawn over by the scent of the meat hiding in the jungle, gazing greedily at the barbecue, a stream of glistening drool dripping from their mouths. However, the bloody scent on Shi Che and the others had not dissipated. Their keen senses told them that the three in front of them were not to be trifled with. Ultimately unable to resist the temptation of the meat fragrance, a mid-tier flame tiger stepped out from the jungle, letting out a threatening roar. "Xiao Hao, it's your turn," Shi Che muttered through a mouthful of barbecue, sounding a bit muffled. This barbecue was too delicious. Qin Mingho stood up, his eyes bright with excitement. The flame tiger lunged forward, and Qin Mingho met it with his knife. Claws and blade clashed together. Ding ding ding. The battle between the two sides was intense. Su Zhe handed a skewer of grilled meat to Shi Che, continuously feeding him. Shi Che, unreserved, devoured the skewer in 2 or 3 bites, praising Xiao Zhe, "Your skills are quite good." Su Zhe's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Shi Che once again devoured half a skewer of roasted meat, feeling blissfully satisfied as he rubbed his round belly. He then handed the remaining half of the skewer to Su Zhe. "I can't eat anymore, please help me finish this half skewer, Xiao Zhe." Su Zhe's gaze lingered on the half skewer for a moment before he firmly shook his head. He refused, saying, "No, it has young master's saliva on it, I can't accept it." Shi Che's pupils dilated in shock, utterly astonished. "We are such close brothers, and you actually reject me. This skewer has the best hind leg meat of the long-haired wild boar. I couldn't bear to finish it, so I left half for you. You actually reject me." Su Zhe calmly ate half of the skewer in his hand and handed it to Shi Che. "Young master, you aren't rejecting it." Shi Che's face stiffened. He indeed felt a bit reluctant. "Haha, I'm not rejecting you. I'm really full and can't eat anymore," Su Zhe lightly exclaimed, clearly not believing Shi Che. Shi Che knew this excuse was a bit weak, gritted his teeth, took Su Zhe's half skewer, closed his eyes, and swallowed it in one go. He didn't taste anything special. Su Zhe also efficiently took the half skewer from Shi Che's hand and began to eat it leisurely. Young master's words were indeed correct. The meat was fragrant and crispy, and the flavor was excellent. Shi Che opened his eyes, feeling unclean. He took out a bottle of water and drank a few sips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Mingho was engaged in a fierce battle with the flame tiger. Bang bang bang. Qin Mingho fought more fiercely, feeling incredibly powerful. The flame tiger squinted its eyes, having tested Qin Mingho multiple times. It could only think, is that all? It hadn't even used half of its strength. The flame tiger's gaze carried contempt, having determined that this prey was not very strong. It seemed that the previous sense of crisis was merely an illusion. It was time to let these 3 bipedal beasts witness the terror of the king of the jungle. Cautiously, it let out a low roar, summoning other fierce beasts to join. At the flame tiger's call, dozens of fierce beasts suddenly sprang from the jungle. There were even 2 height-ear fierce beasts. One was a pitch-black demon flame tiger. The other was a black-scaled pangolin covered in black scales, exuding a fierce aura, their eyes greedily fixed on Shi Che and Su Zhe. So fragrant. So fragrant. If they could devour these 2 bipedal beasts, they would definitely break through to the leader level. These 2 were quite formidable, even among height-ear fierce beasts. The black flames of the demon flame tiger were on par with great abilities and carried a potent fire toxin. Once it entered the body, it would cause unbearable pain. The scales of the black-scaled pangolin had astonishing defensive power. Ordinary Tier 3 weapons couldn't penetrate them. It would take high-tier golden hunters to contend with them. Shi Che stood up and stretched. Having eaten enough, it was time to get to work. Su Zhe also slowly stood up, and a line of fire spread rapidly beneath their feet. The 2 lines of fire converged to form a fire circle surrounding all the fierce beasts. Qin Mingho and the flame tiger were both taken aback. They exchanged fierce glances, both feeling that if it weren't for the interference of others or beasts, they would definitely be able to brutally defeat each other. Qin Mingho retreated behind Shi Che. The flame tiger retreated behind the demon flame tiger. "Go, boss!" The demon flame tiger roared, its 4 hooves igniting in black flames. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of black fire, appearing before Shi Che in the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws ignited with black flames, slashing out with a swift black arc. A small golden liquid barrier formed a fire shield. When the black arc collided with the fire shield, it emitted a sizzling sound. The fire shield was left with only a thin layer. A true beast. Shi Che clicked his tongue in admiration, but unfortunately, it was merely a futile struggle. As sparks flashed, Shi Che quickly distanced himself. "Take this." Crimson Radiance Tornado. The dazed golden crow flew out stupidly. The demon flame tiger swung its claws without hesitation. The golden crow erupted violently, and a fiery storm descended. With a loud bang, a heat wave like a tsunami carrying terrifying hot winds, and endless heat swept towards all the fierce beasts. Woo! Countless piercing howls erupted. In an instant, except for the two high-tier fierce beasts, the other fierce beasts felt as if they were in a fiery hell, their bodies experiencing excruciating burning pain. Woo! Countless piercing howls erupted. In less than 3 seconds, one by one, the fierce beasts fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the heat. The flame tiger, being a fire attribute fierce beast, endured for a few more seconds. A thought flashed through its mind. The gap compared to the boss. It fainted. The demon flame tiger and black-scaled pangolin also fared poorly. While they could resist the flames, the suffocating sensation was critical. It left them powerless and slumped to the ground. Qin Mingho trembled excitedly, wielding a kitchen knife, fiercely attacking the black-scaled pangolin's head. Bang, bang, bang. The black-scaled pangolin was stunned and dizzy from the strikes, but sustained no injuries. Qin Mingho awkwardly slipped towards the flame tiger. With a single slash, the massive tiger head fell with a thud, blood gushing forth and staining the ground red. You think you can fight me? He skillfully cut through the claws and skin of the tiger tail and sinews. Suze shook his head. He picked up the tang knife, brushed his fingers over the blade, and a blazing golden flame ignited. Both fierce beasts sensed the aura of danger simultaneously, their eyes filled with fear. Desperately struggling, the fear of death forced their bodies to exceed their limits. They stood up and unhesitatingly chose to flee. 2 streaks of fire flashed by, swiftly severing the heads of the 2 high-tier fierce beasts, and as the blood touched the flames, it instantly vaporized. White mist rose. The corpses fell to the ground. Suze calmly swung his tang knife, extinguishing the flames. Qin Mingho looked on with envy and jealousy, pouting, knowing that showing off would eventually bring disaster. The 3 quickly dissected various materials, the blood staining the ground. The intense smell of blood deterred other fierce beasts from approaching. After spending over an hour, all the cutting was completed. Some materials that were not valuable were directly discarded. Shi Che felt joy in his heart, who just the materials from the flame tiger and black-scaled pangolin were worth millions. The materials from the other fierce beasts were also worth about $1 million. The haul was quite substantial. Let's go, Shi Che called out. The 3 left. On a large tree, a golden monkey leaped down. It wiped the cold sweat from its head. Those 2 terrifying bipedal beasts nearly scared it to death. If it hadn't been vigilant and attempted to be a fisherman, it would be lying on the ground now. It scratched its head, having heard that bipedal beasts enjoyed eating monkey brains. Truly a monstrous breed. Boss, there are indeed other fierce beasts around. Something good. It's a golden sun monkey. The golden sun monkey instantly broke into a cold sweat, stiffly turning around to see the 3 with glimmering eyes. What cunning bipedal beasts! My life is over. Even Qin Mingho, a poor student, has heard of the renowned golden sun monkey. Although the materials themselves are not valuable, the golden sun wine it brews from the fruits it gathers is priceless. Golden sun wine nourishes the body, strengthens the kidneys, and boosts vitality, making one invincible. It can also aid in breaking through to the master level. Just a single cup can bring a woman to tears. 1 pound of golden sun wine is worth 10 million. Many men have attempted to research the formula for this wine, even raising golden sun monkeys to brew it, but all have failed. Each golden sun monkey collects different fruits, and they themselves do not know the ingredients or the brewing process. They simply rely on instinct to begin brewing. The formation of golden sun wine is somewhat influenced by fate. Currently, the only way to obtain it is from the wild golden sun monkeys. Shi Che smiled widely. He hadn't expected such a significant gain. He merely sensed someone watching him with his spiritual perception, unable to pinpoint their location. Then he decided to play a trick, not realizing it would lead to such a treasure. Encountering a wild golden sun monkey in the wilderness is harder than winning the lottery. Once I return, I'll buy a few to try out. Although he does not enjoy drinking, he is curious to taste golden sun wine. After all, it can help him break through to become a master-level supernatural being. With a thud, the golden sun monkey knelt down, banging its head against the ground. Ji, it pleaded for mercy. Shi Che was slightly surprised. This golden sun monkey, although merely a high-level fierce beast, possessed considerable intelligence. Realizing it could not match his strength, it surrendered decisively. Generally, high-level fierce beasts have the intelligence of a 6 or 7-year-old child. If they cannot win, they will simply flee. Only commanding level fierce beasts possess the intelligence of adults. They understand how to recruit followers and claim territory, and they can comprehend human speech. Shi Che kindly took out handcuffs and shackles, fastening them to the golden sun monkey's limbs. The handcuffs and shackles are equipped with spiritual energy, capable of suppressing the little monkey's spiritual energy. He did not intend to kill it. The wild golden sun monkey is a treasure, a source to be harvested repeatedly. Little monkey, do you understand human speech? The golden sun monkey nodded frantically, fearing that these two-legged creatures would chop off its head for a meal at any disagreement. Very well, take us to your den, and rest assured I will not kill you. Shi Che nodded in satisfaction. If it were to act ungratefully, he would let Su Zhe take action. The little monkey kept nodding, its heart slightly relaxing as long as they did not eat its head. The little monkey led Shi Che and the others onward. Along the way, Shi Che occasionally faced attacks from fierce beasts. However, he detected them in advance, turning each into materials. He felt that his spiritual perception was truly remarkable, akin to a mini-map. As long as a fierce beast approached within 10 meters, a small red dot would appear, and no fierce beast could successfully ambush him. Moreover, using his spiritual perception, he discovered numerous spiritual plants. Transforming into a diligent farmer, he harvested. The little monkey witnessed Shi Che killing and dismembering the fierce beasts. A chill surged through his body, and his heart raced in terror. He occasionally touched his head. As expected, KK was right, two-legged creatures are the most terrifying beings. Why did they even come out? Now he could only hope that these 3 two-legged creatures would keep their word. Not long after Shi Che and his group left, a 5-person hunting team cautiously stepped onto this blood-soaked land. They were drawn by the sounds of the fierce beasts running and roaring, having observed that among the fierce beasts there were demon flame tigers and black-scaled armored pangolins. They dared not approach to investigate until there was no movement on this side before they ventured over to see what had happened, discovering the ground littered with beast carcasses. The 5 of them gasped in unison. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard in disbelief, saying, "Captain, those are the corpses of the flame demon tiger and the black-scaled armadillo. Dozens of ferocious beasts have been killed. Which master from Tianming City could have done this? Our team has 2 high-level ability users, and they are quite strong in the Tianming base. However, just 1 black-scaled armadillo or flame demon tiger would be enough to wipe out our entire team." Leading them was a burly man holding a shield who observed the charred markings and the scorched earth. It seems like a fire-type ability master was involved. There are no fire-type masters in Tianming City. It must be a big shot from another city. This doesn't concern us. His eyes lit up with excitement. There are still a lot of materials left here that the big shots won't care for, but for us they are quite valuable, worth at least 100,000. Search carefully, there might be surprises waiting for us. Everyone be quick. Once we gather this batch, we'll leave. The Tianming mountain range feels off. There are too many mid to high-level ferocious beasts appearing on the outskirts. It's better to leave early. Report this to the association, and we can earn some money. The other 4 were equally excited, replying, "Yes, Captain." Low-level ferocious beasts generally cost hundreds to thousands, and creatures like the flame sparrow are worthless. Their meat is not tasty, and their claws and feathers have no value. Mid-level ferocious beasts are worth several thousand to tens of thousands. High-level ferocious beasts range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Even in a trip, they could only earn a few tens of thousands, all while risking their lives. This time they did nothing and picked up 100,000 for free, all showing signs of joy. High-level ability users earn only a few tens of thousands a month by working honestly. A mid-level ability user hunter might earn several tens of thousands in a few days, but if luck is against them, they might just perish as soon as they enter the mountains. Getting through a meal quickly at the village, they could be fined for another 18 years. For ordinary ability users, it's best to work honestly. Being a hunter isn't a child's game, it can be deadly. They were actually quite lucky because the aftermath of the flame demon tiger and the black-scaled armadillo still lingered. Other ferocious beasts dared not approach for now, but with such a strong scent of blood, they wouldn't be able to resist for long. The corpses left from when Shi Che killed the long-haired wild boar had already been consumed by other ferocious beasts. If this small team lingered too long, they too would be devoured completely by other incoming ferocious beasts. Over here, Shi Che found the little monkey was moving too slowly. He removed the little monkey's foot shackles. The little monkey, understanding the situation, did not run away. Shi Che nodded slightly. After all, its handcuffs could explode. It led Shi Che and the others through layers of dense forest until they reached a cliff beneath, which lay layers of bubbling mist. Below was the Mist Valley. Shi Che recalled the map of the Tianming mountain range in his mind. This place had been explored before. Below was a deep pool inhabited by some first-level aquatic ferocious beasts, but aside from that there was nothing particularly unusual. Basically, no hunter would come here for no reason. After all, there are no ferocious beasts to train against nor any resources to gather. The golden sun monkey resides here, and with the mist obscuring it, it is indeed hard to be discovered. The little monkey raised its handcuffs and pointed to a spot on the cliff. Shi Che walked over to take a look, Several green vines were rooted into the cliff wall, clearly indicating that the little monkey's cave was just beneath the cliff. He became excited, thinking that if he fell down the cliff and obtained the legacy of an elder's cave along with the chance for divine weapons, wasn't that just what he came for? Young master, will take this little monkey down to have a look. Shi Che volunteered for this potentially dangerous task. Qin Mingho, this foolish boy is useless. I can't let the young master be in danger, so he must go instead. This is the duty of a bodyguard. Qin Mingho opened his mouth, wanting to probe ahead. After thinking for a moment, he closed his mouth again. His strength was too weak. If there were problems below, he would only add to the chaos. It's better to stay above. Shi Che extended his right index finger and shook it. What arrow is it? Of course we use robots to scout ahead. He took out a pair of black-framed glasses, and 2 bionic bee trackers appeared in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little bees flapped their wings and flew down along the vine. Shi Che adjusted his black-framed glasses, and the view from the 2 little bees was projected in front of the 3 people and the monkey. The mist in the mist valley was just ordinary thick fog visible within 50 meters. The projected screen clearly showed the rugged and steep rocks, the slender and dense vines growing closely against the mountain wall. The little monkey and Qin Mingho were both amazed, gasping in surprise. How incredible! The human and the monkey stared at each other for several moments, sharing a sense of camaraderie. Shi Che was also momentarily stunned. Ordinary bionic robots are expensive, and once they enter the forest with poor signal, they would just become a pile of dead objects. It seems the young master has a strengthened version. His spatial belt seems to have everything. I'm a bit curious and want to take a look. Glancing at Shi Che's spatial belt, which was silver with dragon patterns, it looked quite cool. The little monkey pointed at the screen, making chirp-chirp sounds to direct the way. Descending over 200 meters, a dark cave appeared before them. The entrance of the cave was covered in vines, and if one did not look closely, they would not notice the cave opening. The 2 little bees squeezed through the gaps in the vines and entered the cave. After moving forward for 7 or 8 meters, light began to emerge from within. Inside was a space of nearly 10 square meters. Several glowing white stones were placed on the walls. The ground was dry and tidy, indicating that it was a clean, loving monkey. The cave's arrangement was also quite simple. A stone bed was covered with dry grass. A stone table was piled with fruits. There was also a small pit containing a golden clear liquid with a few fruits and some unknown spiritual plants floating on top. The little bees flew around again, confirming there was no danger. Shi Che first tested the toughness of the vines to ensure they could bear his weight. Let's go. He led the way along the vine, lightly stepping on the mountain wall, sliding down. They reached the cave. Shi Che followed closely behind. The little monkey crouched on Qin Mingho's shoulder, gripping his collar with both hands. From its perspective, this two-legged beast was the silliest and posed the least danger, while the other 2 were far too risky. Qin Mingho didn't mind. He found the little monkey quite silly and adorable. He also wanted to decipher the secret of the Jinyang wine, and he would need the little monkey's help in the future. Once he cracked the formula for Jinyang wine, everyone from the chairman of the Haida group to the general manager of the Baiguoyan would be beneath him. He grasped the vine and began to climb down. The 3 of them and the monkey reached the cave. Shi Che recalled the little bees. The 3 eagerly approached the small pit, their eyes sparkling as the refreshing aroma of floral fruit wine filled their nostrils. It looked quite delicious. However, no one drank it, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing. One couldn't just take out their frustrations on the other 2. Although these 2 were quite good-looking, that wouldn't do. He was very straightforward. The little monkey held back its pain, casting a pitiful glance at the liquid. It took years to brew this, and only yesterday did it complete the process. It hadn't even had a chance to taste it. It wanted to invite KK to drink together. Now it had become the two-legged beast's wedding dress. If it had known today would turn out like this, it would have sprinkled some urine in it. Let you drink it. Shi Che gazed at the golden liquid, lost in thought. His gaze, sharp as a knife, pierced through the little monkey. Little monkey, you didn't sprinkle any urine in there, did you? The little monkey was startled and quickly shook its head. Shi Che squinted his eyes and took out a spoon to scoop a small amount of the liquid. Come here, you taste it first. The sly two-legged beast was lucky it hadn't done such a thing. With a clear conscience, it drank it all in one gulp. Refreshingly pure and delicious, it was well deserving of its effort. Shi Che nodded in satisfaction and took out a wine gourd to store all the liquid. He needed to have this wine properly identified before daring to drink it. He would have to wait until the dead of night when no one was around to sneak a drink. The Jinyang wine was finally in hand. Only then did Shi Che have the leisure to look around. The cave appeared to be natural, showing no signs of human excavation or any legacy left by predecessors. Shi Che was not discouraged. Perhaps the little monkey was ignorant, having overlooked something. Little monkey, when you discovered this cave, did you find any human belongings? The little monkey shook its head. It truly hadn't seen anything. This was merely something it stumbled upon while playing. Because it was hidden and safe, it became its nest. Shi Che remained unconvinced, knocking on the walls. You all try as well, or perhaps we'll find something else. Although Su Zhe and Qin Mingho didn't believe there was anything hidden in this obvious cave, they still accompanied Shi Che in knocking around. The little monkey remained expressionless, secretly snickering. Having lived here for over 10 years, it knew the situation all too well. There was nothing else. If there had been, it would have directly stood on its head to drink urine. Shi Che pushed his spiritual sense to the limit, finding nothing at all. He couldn't help but feel slightly discouraged. Su Zhe and Qin Mingho also shook their heads. They felt no abnormalities either. Forget it, let's go. This time the harvest had already been quite substantial. Shi Che said weakly. Su Zhe thought for a moment, holding a tang knife. The flame blade ignited directly, cutting 3 feet into the mountain wall inside. Shi Che gritted his teeth and also drew the flame blade. Cutting would only waste a little time. Not cutting would leave him feeling regret. He could afford this little time. The two were cutting while one human and one monkey tossed the stones down the cliff. The little monkey secretly cursed, 3 fools. Shi Che coldly swung his knife. His blade was as cold as his heart. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. He swung the knife again. This time the feeling of the blade was different. Shi Che instinctively looked. What met his eyes was a vast expanse of white light accompanied by a powerful suction force. Su Zhe realized something was wrong and instinctively reached out to grab Shi Che. A suction force was coming. Qin Mingho also jumped forward. The white light flashed, and the 3 had already disappeared, leaving a hazy cut in the wall. The little monkey stood frozen on the spot, its eyes wide open. Oh, it truly had encountered an opportunity. It is well known that unspoken words do not count as real. Previously it had only been joking. It then looked at its own hands, still wearing handcuffs, wanting to cry without tears. Unable to channel its spiritual power, it couldn't climb up. It would only be trapped in the cave. How unfortunate. Shi Che felt a moment of dizziness, his body unsteady, and he fell to the ground. In the next instant, something heavy pressed down on him. He looked up. Before him was the handsome face of Su Zhe. With sleek, shiny short hair and pure, translucent black eyes filled with a hint of confusion, he looked like a beautiful youth straight out of an anime. How should I put it? Quite good looking. Off. A startled scream, and Qin Mingho suddenly appeared out of thin air, stumbling and falling on his Su Zhe. Su Zhe's face was forced close to him. Shi Che's pupils dilated, and at a critical moment, he turned his head slightly. Su Zhe's head buried into Shi Che's neck. Shi Che could feel Su Zhe's warm breath by his ear. Soft hair brushed against his cheek. He felt relieved. That was close. He almost lost his first kiss. Qin Mingho stood up, pulled Su Zhe away, and said, "Get away, ice cube face." He helped Shi Che up, a look of concern appearing on his face. "Boss, are you okay?" Su Zhe glanced at Qin Mingho with a cool gaze. What a fool. A glimmer flickered in his black eyes. The young master seemed a bit enticing. Shi Che shook his head, brushed off the dust from his body, his eyes filled with excitement. He didn't expect to truly have an adventure. There must be great opportunities at the foot of the cliff. Novels do not deceive me. He looked around with great interest. It was a vast grassland with fluffy white clouds and lush green grass. In the distance, he could see a few wild wolves wandering across the plain. The concentration of spiritual energy particles here is several times that of the outside world. Boss, where is this? Qin Mingho scratched his head. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Che replied, "It should be a secret realm, but I don't know which type of secret realm it is. There are more than 100 known types of secret realms. There are elemental secret realms like the Thunder Secret Realm and the Flame Secret Realm. There are mental secret realms such as the Valley of Dreams and the Wailing Plains. Such undeveloped secret realms are filled with unknown risks, but also contain exceedingly precious opportunities." Shi Che continued. To leave, there are 3 methods. One is to find the rules for entering and exiting the secret realm. Some secret realms will have entrances connecting to the outside world appearing at intervals. Some will generate one-time secret keys, and others require certain conditions to be met to exit. The second method is to find and refine the core of the secret realm, allowing free access to it. The third method is to break through directly with powerful strength. With our current abilities, we need not think about that. We'll probe around first, and then decide what to do. Shi Che took out all his small trackers and began to scan in all directions. After more than an hour, Shi Che had roughly assessed the size and condition of the secret realm. This secret realm was small, about 100 miles in circumference. It consisted of 3 terrains from outside to inside: grassland, hills, and a pond with increasingly powerful beasts within. The core of the secret realm was most likely located at the pond center. He briefly informed Su Zhe and Qin Mingho of his findings. Boss, let's head to the pond first to take a look, Qin Mingho suggested. Suze nodded slightly, showing no objections. The information they had was too sparse. Going to the core to gather more information was necessary. Just then a loud cry echoed through the sky. Caw-caw. A huge black shadow appeared 1,000 meters in the air. Its feathers were pitch black, gleaming like steel, with a wingspan of nearly 5 meters and a gaze that was extremely sharp and fierce. A high-level fierce beast, the black feather-winged eagle. Shi Che immediately recognized this fierce beast. It was a level above the flame demon tiger and the black-scaled armored beast. The key was that this type of fierce beast was extremely cunning and enjoyed playing with its prey by releasing wind blades from the sky. If the prey doesn't die, it won't easily come down. Hunters that cannot fly find it extremely difficult to kill. Flying fierce beasts are troublesome to deal with. Suze's expression grew slightly serious. Qin Mingho also gripped his kitchen knife tightly, looking somewhat tense. Shi Che's gaze fixed on the black feather-winged eagle, yet his face showed no sign of worry. A pitch-black sniper rifle appeared in his hands. It was the M88A5 large-caliber sniper rifle produced by the Dawn Group, a level 5 spiritual weapon. With an effective range of 3,000 meters, even a leader-level fierce beast would be easily pierced and blown apart. Shi Che loaded an armor-piercing round. Suze looked at the gun with blazing eyes, feeling an inexplicable excitement rise within him. Qin Mingho's eyes were similarly filled with heat. He really wanted to try the boss gun. Shi Che raised the sniper rifle, and with a dull roar, the body of the black feather-winged eagle suddenly exploded into a cloud of white mist. This white mist then quickly merged into Shi Che's body. Shi Che was stunned for a moment, then became delighted. I know what this secret realm is, the Slaughter Game's secret realm. The Slaughter Game's secret realm. Suze and Qin Mingho both showed expressions of confusion, as they had never heard of such a type of secret realm. Shi Che coughed lightly a few times, shaking his numbed hands and rubbing his sore shoulders. This sniper rifle had great power, but the recoil was also exceptionally strong. Only master-level Esper could barely use it. His physical abilities were already far beyond ordinary people. Although his cultivation time was short, he was nearing the level of a master Esper. He could fire a single bullet, but could not use it again in a short time. Boss, I'll help you press it. Qin Mingho leaned over. Shi Che readily agreed and took out a small stool to sit down obediently. Qin Mingho's massage technique had reached a proficient level, and his magical hands had an added bonus in this aspect. It could unblock meridians and promote blood circulation. When he felt tired from training, Qin Mingho would also help him massage his shoulders. It felt quite comfortable. Qin Mingho's hands skillfully rested on Shi Che's neck, beginning to knead rhythmically. Shi Che let out a few comfortable hums. Young master were still discussing serious matters. Suze interjected with a serious expression. Learning to massage shouldn't be difficult. Even this foolish boy could learn it. Oh. Shi Che snapped back to attention. He then explained, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Such secret realms are extremely rare. Our country doesn't have this type of secret realm. Currently, only 2 have been discovered, both in other countries. The Slaughter Game's secret realm, as the name suggests, allows one to quickly level up by slaying ferocious beasts. The beasts here are actually pure spiritual energy manifested. As long as they are killed, there's no need for techniques to refine them. The Esper seeds can absorb this spiritual energy and grow rapidly without any side effects. The downside is that this spiritual energy cannot help break through major realms, and the levels are relatively low. The 2 discovered secret realms are only useful for high-tier Espers and below. In my opinion, this secret realm is of the same tier. He continued, if the conditions to exit the secret realm are met, as long as you quickly slay the ferocious beasts and break through to master level, you will be expelled from the secret realm. Suze and Qin Mingho both felt a shock in their hearts. Such a secret realm actually existed. Slaying ferocious beasts could make one stronger. Qin Mingho was especially delighted, thinking that he could take off directly and overtake the boss. Indeed, the boss is always my god. As the spiritual energy circulated, he exerted more effort with his hands. Shi Che began to hum again. Is it really that comfortable? Suze thought to himself, biting his lip. Just then he spotted an adorable little purple rabbit hopping leisurely while munching on grass. With a flick of his finger, a small fireball shot out, hitting the low-tier ferocious beast, the purple-haired rabbit. With a loud boom, a small pit was created. The passing purple-haired rabbit disintegrated into white mist. As it merged into Suze's body, he estimated that a low-tier ferocious beast could increase his energy value by about 100 points. His current energy value was close to 130,000, needing to slay over 5,000 rabbits to successfully advance. He wondered if there were enough ferocious beasts in this secret realm for them to hunt. Shi Che was startled by the loud noise. He cast a resentful glance at Su Che. He stood up and stretched lazily. Thanks, Xiao Hao. Qin Mingho smiled brightly. It's good to be able to help the boss. Oh, my little brother is so thoughtful. Let's go set off and begin the hunting time. Shi Che's eyes sparkled as he led Su Che and Qin Mingho to a hillside. Not far away, over 100 low-tier ferocious beasts, the wind wolves, were frolicking and playing. He snapped his fingers. 3 silver-gray machine guns and 3 wooden boxes filled with a large number of bullet chains appeared on the ground. Generally speaking, ferocious beasts have tough skins and flesh and are protected by spiritual energy. Ordinary bullets cannot threaten high-tier ferocious beasts. However, these ferocious beasts manifested from spiritual energy do not have the real strength of ferocious beasts. Ordinary bullets are sufficient to penetrate their defenses. Hot weapons are indeed lethal tools. When facing ferocious beasts, cold weapons are actually more advantageous. Shi Che briefly introduced the machine gun. The Thunder Series machine gun B5 from the Dawn Group can fire 1,000 rounds per minute, a level 3 spiritual energy weapon capable of penetrating the defenses of mid-tier fierce beasts. He also demonstrated the usage of the machine gun, explaining how to open the stock chamber of the gun and insert the magazine. He even played a video for them to learn from. Su Che and Qin Mingho were unable to take their hands off the firearm. After just over a minute, the two had roughly figured out the operation. Then let's get started. The 3 of them lay on the hillside, aiming the machine gun at the wind wolf pack, and began to fire. Da-da-da-da. Each bullet, surpassing the speed of sound, poured out frantically, weaving into a fierce metal storm, bringing forth a symphony of death. Over 100 wind wolves were instantly turned to shreds, dissipating into white mist. Awoo, the wretched howls barely rose twice before they abruptly ceased, all exterminated. The 3 of them appeared slightly flushed, their eyes glimmering with excitement. The vast expanse of white mist surged towards them. Most of it flowed into Shi Che's body, a small portion into Qin Mingho's, while a tiny fragment hesitated in front of Shi Che and Su Che. It seemed to hesitate over who had slain them. Ultimately, this tiny fragment was evenly divided into 2 parts, merging into Su Che and Shi Che's bodies. Su Che felt the energy merge into his body. He had only killed 5. Was there a mistake? His face instantly broke into a defensive expression, his eyes rapidly shifting between suspicion, shock, incredulity, and daze. His body heated up, his toes gripping the ground, and his face uncontrollably flushed. That expression was simply too adorable. Shi Che's eyes sparkled with amusement as he couldn't resist snapping a picture with his phone. Little Ze's dark history, haha. Huh. Qin Mingho couldn't help but laugh heartlessly, clutching his ice block face. You. Huh. Your shooting skills are so terrible. Huh. A complete failure. Shi Che had intended to give Su Che a bit of face. However, Qin Mingho's laughter was too infectious, and he ultimately couldn't hold back. Huh. Sorry, little Ze. Huh. I really couldn't help it. He had let his guard down. Su Che's expression fluctuated, gripping the gun tightly, wanting to silence these 2 with it. Little He took note. There would be plenty of time in the future. The most important thing now was to obliterate the dark history. His gaze swept over Shi Che's right hand, holding the phone. Young master, watch out from behind. Su Che exclaimed in terror. Shi Che and Qin Mingho were both startled and turned around. Su Che had already lunged forward, executing a fiery strike, attempting to grab the phone in a flash. Shi Che chuckled, also using a fiery strike, dodging Su Che's attack. With his spiritual perception, Su Che couldn't deceive or sneak up on him at all. He was just teasing Su Che a bit. The impulsive Su Che was too amusing. He stored the phone in his spatial belt, chuckling triumphantly. Little Ze, you are just too young. Su Che froze, a wicked thought arising for the first time. What to do if the young master is disobedient and mischievous? Pull down the belt and give his but a hard smack. He shook his head, shaking off the chaotic thoughts. Having reached this point, his expression returned to calm. He walked over leisurely and whispered a few words in Shi Che's ear. Shi Che's pupils dilated in shock, gazing at Su Che in disbelief. Indeed, Su Che also held leverage over Shi Che. During the time when Shi Che was in a deep slumber, he couldn't help but take a few photos. Young master, you wouldn't want your drooling, sleeping face to go viral, would you? Faced with Su Che's threat, Shi Che gritted his teeth. His image as a sunny and handsome young man must not be ruined. He compromised, silently grinding his teeth. Brothers share a bond, yet you play mind games with them. Fortunately, he also had leverage over Su Che, which brought them to a temporary stalemate. In the next round, the outcome remained uncertain. Young master resolved. Su Che coldly glanced at Qin Mingho and said expressionlessly, no brains, wait until you break through to master, and we shall spar. I won't bully you, oh, I will spar with you using advanced strength. You won't use your master's level to fight a useless hightier, will you? You can't be that useless. He needed to set this brainless guy straight. If one's strength is inferior, one must speak cautiously. Moreover, why not work hard on cultivation instead of trying to gain presence in front of the young master? Qin Mingho's heart sank, his smile vanished, and he was displeased. He had brains all right, and was quite clever. He knew to cling tightly to the boss' thigh and never let go. But he had to admit in a fight he definitely couldn't beat this ice-cold useless guy. Even if he was a whole realm higher than this ice-cold useless one, it would still be precarious. But he also valued his face. Losing to a person, but not losing in demeanor was important. Especially in front of the boss, he couldn't show weakness or lack of resolve. Besides, he might not necessarily lose. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. A glint of light flashed in Shi Che's eyes. No, that wouldn't be fair unless Xiao Zhe you don't use martial arts of D grade or above. He couldn't just watch Su Zhe bully his own little brother. If Su Zhe could take a hit, that would be even better. Su Zhe deeply glanced at his young master. Very well, two people are bullying him alone. Good. He readily agreed, deciding to strike a bit harder. Qin Mingho felt touched. His boss was the best. With full confidence, he said, "Boss, watch me beat this useless guy." Su Zhe's eyes turned cold again, letting out a cold laugh. Shi Che's lips moved a couple of times, wanting to advise Xiao how to hold back. Su Zhe was a freak. He wasn't confident of winning against him. After thinking, he still chose not to speak up. It's better not to undermine Xiao Hao's confidence. Well, losing isn't a big deal anyway. Suddenly the ground shook with the sound of numerous beast roars. The three of them changed their expressions simultaneously. They saw ferocious beasts rushing towards them from all directions. Thousands of low-tier ferocious beasts like wind wolves, purple-haired rabbits, and gray-haired mice appeared, along with dozens of mid-tier ferocious beasts such as one-horned silver wolves, shadow rabbits, and greateth mice. There were even more than a dozen high-tier ferocious beasts like swift-wind giant wolves, bloodfawn rabbits, and blood-colored giant mice mixed in. The one commanding such a massive group of ferocious beasts was a leader-level beast. He quickly detected three massive figures over 2,000 meters away, their crimson pupils coldly staring at them. One was a silver giant wolf 5 to 6 meters high, walking upright, with a silver horn on its head. A leader-level silver-horned ferocious wolf. Another was a giant purple rabbit, also 5 to 6 meters tall, equally walking upright, with sharp teeth and fangs. A leader-level purple, ferocious rabbit demon. The last one was a 7 or 8 meter long mouse covered in red fur with blood-red eyes radiating a strong killing intent. A leader-level bloodthirsty demon mouse. Shi Che narrowed his eyes slightly. The ferocious beasts had actually come to him. It was unclear whether it was due to the mechanism of the secret realm, or if these beasts were quite intelligent, knowing to unite and annihilate their enemies. However, their arrival was timely, saving him the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Shi Che took out a box of spiritual explosive bombs and tossed it to Su Zhe. The spiritual explosive bomb was a level 2 spiritual energy weapon with a damage radius of about 10 meters. It was easy to operate and could inflict significant harm even on high-level ferocious beasts. He had stronger bombs, but their power was too great, or a misstep could injure them instead. There was no time to train them now. Xiao Zhe, you handle the gaps and deficiencies. Su Zhe's aim was too poor. Giving him a machine gun would be a pure waste of bullets. Shi Che had not anticipated encountering so many ferocious beasts. The ammunition reserves were simply insufficient and needed to be used sparingly. When he had the time, he wanted to properly teach Su Zhe how to shoot a pistol. As it stood, Su Zhe's marksmanship would make even dogs shake their heads. Su Zhe nodded in response. Okay, young master. He also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he was somewhat at odds with firearms. Xiao Hao, keep an eye on the rear, I'll handle the other 3 sides. Understood, boss. Shi Che picked up 2 machine guns and began to unleash a torrent of firepower. There was no need to aim. It was a sea of black beasts everywhere. Da-da-da-da. The spinning bullets, accompanied by a strong airflow, poured down upon the bodies of the ferocious beasts like a torrential rain. One by one, the ferocious beasts fell, their bodies exploding into white mist. Yet there were so many beasts that they could not be completely exterminated. They did not know fear or retreat, roaring as they charged toward Shi Che and the others. Su Zhe was reloading when a few lucky ferocious beasts managed to survive and approached them within 100 meters. They dropped a few spiritual explosive bombs. With a resounding boom, the beasts were blown to smithereens. After more than a quarter of an hour, Shi Che reflexively changed the ammunition belt, but found it empty. The 100,000 bullets he had prepared had been exhausted so quickly. He hadn't prepared enough. For the next time, he would need at least 1,000,000 bullets to start. The results were gratifying, having eliminated over 2,000 ferocious beasts. His energy value had reached 6800, about to break through to the late high level. This was also thanks to the ferocious beasts dying, their bodies disappearing directly. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of bullets. Suze said, "Young master, there is only one spiritual explosive bomb left." Shi Che looked at the still dense mass of beasts, feeling a bit of tension at the back of his head. Qin Mingho's eyes were firm. "Boss, wait for me to cover your escape." He had also successfully broken through to the high level. The bottleneck from mid to high level was nothing for him, as he faced no difficulties. Yet he felt a surge of helplessness. High-level strength was insignificant in the face of such a tide of beasts. When the boss needed help, he found himself powerless. He could only hope to attract a little more attention from the ferocious beasts, giving the boss a bit more hope for escape. Shi Che felt warmth in his heart. "Xiao Hao, you truly make me want to cry." He patted Qin Mingho's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Qin Mingho was resolute. He naturally believed unconditionally in the boss' words. Suze twitched his mouth. This brainless guy, was he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? From his days with Qin Mingho, this fool didn't seem to be acting. That made him a loyal dog, which was even more troublesome. Shi Che took out a pair of flying sneakers and briefly explained. By controlling the output of spiritual energy, one could control the speed, and it could also stimulate leg muscles to enhance speed and strength. Unfortunately, they could only fly for 10 minutes, and the internal mechanisms would need to cool down for 5 hours. Who wants to wear them? Suze's eyes flickered but remained silent. They can fly, eh? Qin Mingho's eyes widened, a spark igniting in his heart. Everyone had a dream of flying in childhood, and he was no exception. However, apart from abilities and martial arts related to flight, only a 6th-tier legendary king could overcome gravity and soar freely. Then Xiao Hao, you wear them, and you'll carry Suze. Move quickly, the ferocious beasts are coming. Shi Che urged, stowing away the machine guns and tossing out the last spiritual explosive bomb, obliterating a cluster of beasts. He crouched slightly, saying, "Suze, get on, hold tight, don't fall off." Suze grasped Shi Che's shoulders with both hands while Shi Che wrapped his arms around Suze's legs. "Hold on tight, we're flying." He pushed off the ground, leaping into the air. The spiritual energy was output steadily. The sneakers released a burst of airflow, allowing him to stand firmly in the air. Qin Mingho also put on the shoes, mimicking him. He jumped into the sky, but without mastering the output of spiritual energy, he flitted around chaotically in the air. He let out a series of panicked cries. In less than a minute, countless ferocious beasts swarmed over the hill where Shi Che and the others were. Then they dashed about like headless flies. Shi Che coldly smiled, but it was time for him to act. "Suze, squeeze my waist tight." Suze obediently complied, his legs wrapping tightly around Shi Che's waist. Shi Che freed his hands, revealing 2 silver spiritual energy guns in his grasp. After 2 fierce battles, and using a fire blade to cut through rocks, his energy value had nearly hit rock bottom. Now, having absorbed this pure spiritual energy, he had almost fully recovered. Surging spiritual energy surged into the spiritual energy gun, compressing and condensing, lifting the gun, aiming, pulling the trigger. All in one go. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out. 2 spinning spiritual energy bullets pierced through space, howling as they shot out, and exploded the eyes of 2 purple-haired rabbits. His heart was as calm as still water as he continued to aim and shoot. The continuous bang-bang sounded. With each shot, a ferocious beast was blown apart. As Shi Che kept shooting, he felt his marksmanship improving. He even had a sense that once the bullet was fired, he knew exactly where it would hit. "Congratulations, Master, your shooting skill has advanced from proficiency to mastery." Xiao Jiu's jubilant voice confirmed Shi Che's suspicion. A smile crept across his lips as he strolled through the air, with dual guns bullets raining down like a storm. Wherever he passed, ferocious beasts dissipated into white mist. So graceful and handsome. Suze revealed an envious look in his eyes, a hint of sourness rising in his heart. When would he be able to shoot as accurately as the young master? He had a genuine fondness for firearms. He was determined to practice more in the future. The firearms tormented him countless times, yet he treated them like a first love. He decided he would seek advice from the young master and learn all his shooting techniques. He didn't believe he couldn't master it. He wasn't idle, either, firing small fireballs to kill ferocious beasts. He muttered to himself, "Isn't this quite accurate?" Qin Mingho was still in the air, screaming wildly, swooping around, his head buzzing. Due to his rapid advancement, he couldn't precisely control the spiritual energy, unable to manage speed and direction. Familiarity with controlling spiritual energy required practice. Fortunately, there were no obstacles in the sky, so he wouldn't crash into anything, and there was no danger to life. He shouted with difficulty, "Boss, don't worry about me, you'll be able to control it soon." Seeing that Qin Mingho was temporarily safe, Shi Che calmed down and focused on dealing with the ferocious beasts. As the ferocious beasts fell like cut wheat, they posed no threat to Shi Che and the others. The 3 leader-level ferocious beasts could hardly contain themselves. The bloodthirsty demon mouse was the first to attack, its massive body transforming into a ball of bloodlight. It charged toward Shi Che below, its crimson eyes firing a red laser. The laser was as fast as lightning, instantly piercing through space, striking right in front of Shi Che. He only saw a flash of red light. A strong sense of crisis surged within him, but his body had no time to evade. As he felt the massive energy approaching, the energy shield of his watch automatically unfolded. The eerie blue shield protected him tightly. The red laser struck the blue shield, creating only a faint ripple. It couldn't break through the defense. Shi Che glanced deeply at the bloodthirsty demon mouse, a strong, killing intent flickering in his eyes. He hadn't even reacted to that red laser just now. If the young master hadn't blocked it, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Unable to help himself, he hugged Shi Che tightly. Feeling the warmth of Shi Che's body, he found some reassurance. Shi Che chuckled, thinking Shi Che was scared. After all, he was still young, and no matter how calm and composed he usually was facing a life-and-death crisis, he couldn't remain unflinching. Shi Che, don't worry, I'm here. Shi Che patted Shi Che's back, gently, his tone soft. He also retracted the energy shield. The energy shield could only last 5 minutes, every second was precious. It needed to be used at a critical moment. The bloodthirsty demon mouse's red eyes showed slight confusion, not understanding why its attack had failed. With its red eyes glowing fiercely, it began to gather energy, preparing to launch another attack. Clearly that strike couldn't be easily unleashed again. The silver-horned wolf and the purple demon rabbit also arrived beneath Shi Che. The purple demon rabbit bared its sharp teeth, grinning wickedly to the sky. It casually grabbed a gray-haired mouse and tossed it into the air. With a slap of its paw. With a loud boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending the gray-haired mouse crashing toward Shi Che like a meteor accompanied by a fierce wind. Shi Che was already on high alert, constantly watching these 3-leader-level ferocious beasts. Facing this meteor, he hurriedly increased the output of spiritual energy, greatly boosting his speed. He dodged this attack. When the gray-haired mouse struck the position where Shi Che had been, it suddenly exploded. A violent roar erupted, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. In terms of power, it was several times that of a spirit explosion. Once hit, even a high-level ferocious beast with tough skin and flesh would be reduced to bones. Shi Che's fire shield wouldn't be able to withstand it. His eyes widened, targeting the killing netball rabbit. A whoa! The silver-horned wolf howled in rage. The remaining wind wolves, unicorn silver wolves, and gale giant wolves gathered behind the silver-horned wolf. The silver horn of the silver-horned wolf erupted with dazzling silver light. The silver radiance illuminated the pack of wolves, their ferocious breath connecting, enhancing the silver-horned wolf's power. Its aura became extremely terrifying, faintly possessing the momentum of a lord-level ferocious beast. It let out another loud roar. Suddenly a fierce gale swept through the surrounding area, spiraling upward. The ground rolled, dust flew, and several purple-haired rabbits and gray-haired mice were directly swept away. In an instant, it covered an area of hundreds of meters. Shi Che was also caught within it. The gale sliced at him like knives, but he and Shi Che joined forces with dual fire shields to block this powerful airflow. Shi Che's expression turned serious as he sensed the strong airflow swirling around. The powerful wind resistance made moving require several times the energy he had used before. The purple demon rabbit grinned forcefully, pushing off the ground. The ground collapsed, and the surrounding purple-haired rabbits and gray-haired mice lost their balance, getting swept up by the wind. It swung its rabbit paw, instantly transforming into a 1,000-handed guanine, with countless meteors striking toward Shi Che. However, the strong airflow also affected the speed and accuracy of the meteors. Shi Che flew up and down, easily dodging. It let out a disgruntled grunt at the silver-horned wolf. The silver-horned wolf growled softly, indicating it understood. At this moment, Shi Che realized he had acted rashly. He shouldn't have chosen to let the young master carry the burden. He had overestimated his own composure. With Shi Che's constant rapid movements, clearly still in the midst of the battlefield, his handsome face flushed slightly, and his brain uncontrollably wandered. He tried hard to clear his thoughts, but the more he wanted to think of nothing, the more thoughts surged. However, Shi Che was completely unaware of Shi Che's pain and joy, moving even faster. His attention was solely focused on dodging the ferocious beast's netball. The purple ferocious rabbit demon and silver-horned ferocious wolf had begun to coordinate. With the assistance of the raging wind, the speed of the ferocious beast's netball had reached a new level. It brought immense pressure upon him, and one moment of inattention could lead to being struck. The bloodthirsty demon mouse lurked nearby, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. He had no choice but to move frantically. The thought of retreat had already begun to sprout in his heart. Currently, the coordination between the two leading ferocious beasts was not very synchronized, allowing him to barely dodge. Once they perfected their cooperation, the speed of the ferocious beast's netball would inevitably increase. At that time, even if they wanted to escape, it would be impossible. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. However, he wouldn't even need to wait that long. Within a few days at most, he could bring a sniper rifle and launch a sneak attack, shooting them in the head. He could plant bombs in their path, obliterating them into pieces. Alternatively, after breaking through to the master level, he could slice them apart with a single blow. As long as he had some time to prepare, he had countless ways to slay these three leading ferocious beasts. But Shi Che could no longer wait. He could no longer endure. A rare hint of fear appeared in his eyes. At that moment, he dared not face Shi Che. He was afraid. In the final second, he let go of Shi Che. As the raging wind began to descend, the bloodthirsty demon, mouse purple, ferocious rabbit demon, and silver-horned ferocious wolf revealed sinister smiles on their faces. They seized the opportunity. Red lasers and dozens of meteors shot towards Shi Che simultaneously. At the same time, Shi Che felt an emptiness on his back. Turning around, he saw Shi Che's figure plummeting. In that moment, an overwhelming panic surged within him. Instinctively, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his flying shoes, racing towards Shi Che with all his might, his gaze fixated solely on that figure. Faster, faster, even faster. Shi Che saw Shi Che's rapidly approaching figure, and a smile crept onto his lips. In such a crisis, the flame in his heart burned even brighter. This inner fire stirred the fire spirit pearl within him. It spun rapidly with a dazzling whirl. Caw! He seemed to hear an ancient and majestic cry. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned a magnificent golden crow soaring from the sun, radiating immeasurable light, soaring through the universe. Each feather emitted a dazzling golden glow, mysterious and majestic. Its resplendent wings burned with the blazing fire of the sun. Each flap sent countless golden feathers cascading down, piercing through space. As they fell to the earth, they brought life. In the next instant, they transformed into the heavenly fire that consumed all, burning everything to ashes. A wealth of insights flooded Shi Che's mind, plunging him into a wondrous state. He erupted with a brilliant golden light, and a pair of 3-meter-long illusory golden wings spread from his back. They shimmered with brilliance, exuding a striking aura. He hovered steadily in the air, his golden pupils shining brightly, and golden patterns spread from his brow to his cheeks. He radiated an unmatched, domineering presence. Like the sun god, he was mysterious, noble, powerful, and fierce. The energy of the fire spirit pearl was effortlessly controlled and guided by him. As the golden wings flapped, sparks flew. Transformed into thousands of golden feathers, they sparkled like crystal, akin to exquisite works of art. Yet they exuded a sharp aura capable of slicing through anything. The golden feathers danced around him gracefully. He slightly lowered his gaze and murmured, "If I've worried my young master, then I shall eliminate these bothersome creatures at the fastest speed." With a grip of his hand, thousands of golden feathers trembled, producing a clear ringing sound. Like numerous golden swords, they surged forward with a sharp whistle, crashing towards all the ferocious beasts like a tempest. The raging winds, red lasers, and dozens of meteors were instantly shattered, reduced to fragments in an instant. The golden feathers maintained their momentum, descending upon the pack of ferocious beasts. One by one, the ferocious beasts were sliced as easily as tofu, their bodies freezing in place for a moment before their limbs separated and shattered. The broken limbs ignited with pale golden flames, scattering like stars in the wind. The only survivor was the bloodthirsty demon mouse, which was frantically sliced by hundreds of golden feathers, reduced to 1,000 cuts in an instant. Shaved to the bone, it still wasn't dead, emitting a wretched scream that echoed in the air. In endless fear, it took its last breath. Boundless white mist enveloped the heavens and earth, obscuring Shi Che's figure. This scene was entirely captured in Shi Che's gaze. His racing body suddenly came to a halt, his mind blank. Mouth agape, he stared in shock, his heart trembling with disbelief. This was Shi Che. Was he not too handsome? His heart raced violently. After a difficult swallow, his mind finally began to function. He felt this scene was somewhat familiar. Shi Che had achieved enlightenment. Those golden wings and golden sword feathers were Shi Che's soul martial arts. He had comprehended an offensive flying martial art. The lowest grade for flying martial arts was level, with immense consumption and high difficulty in cultivation. Only masters were qualified to learn. However, among masters, those who mastered flying martial arts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Shi Che felt his mouth watering, his eyes filled with envy. Why was he stuck with a foolish crow while compared to Shi Che's incredibly cool wings? He felt his soul martial arts were utterly inadequate. Just as Shi Che's heart was brimming with sourness, a wisp of golden light rippled through the vast white mist. A figure wielding golden wings and draped in golden radiance, smiling, stood before Shi Che. Shi Che's heart raced once again. A surge of golden light flowed into him, and in that moment his spiritual energy, body, and mental fatigue quickly restored. "Young master, I have returned," Suze gently murmured in Shi Che's ear. Then he fainted with relief. Shi Che caught Suze. Words of reproach lodged in his throat. "Do you know how worried I was?" He also understood that this couldn't be blamed on Suze. Enlightenment was too sudden. The white mist collapsed and fully entered Suze's body. Shi Che cradled Suze and descended to the ground, gazing at Suze's serene, sleeping face. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. The wheel of fortune turns, a retribution came so swiftly. "Little Zay, you have your day too." Just as Shi Che was about to make a move on Suze, a whistling sound erupted. Qin Mingho, who had previously flown somewhere unknown, staggered down from the sky. His face turned pale. He felt as though there were several leaders in front of him, feeling dizzy and terribly uncomfortable. "Boss." The moment he spoke, his stomach began to churn, the gastric fluid rolling in waves. Without time to think, he bent slightly. Ugh! Shi Che's pupils dilated in shock, and in that moment, he blocked Suze in front of him at light speed. Qin Mingho vomited a pile of bile towards Suze. "Boss." Ugh! His stomach churned again, and he vomited once more. Suze's chest was splattered with vomit, emanating a pungent odor. "Boss." Shi Che warily watched Qin Mingho, lifting Suze slightly. Qin Mingho rubbed his stomach. After clearing his vomit, he felt much better, but after taking a step, his head spun, and he fainted. Shi Che hurriedly placed Suze on the ground, fearing he might accidentally bump into him. He looked at the two on the ground with some disdain. Could he still keep this bodyguard and little brother? A hint of a smile crept up at the corner of his mouth. He took out his phone, snapping photos in all directions. "Xiaoze, you can't blame me for this, it's all fate." He sighed again. He couldn't just leave the two of them here. He took out 2 tents, quickly set them up, and laid out. After boiling hot water, he washed Qin Mingho's face. He sent him into the tent and covered him with a blanket. Seeing Suze on the ground, Shi Che pondered for a moment. The golden crow appeared, cawing foolishly, displaying disdain. With a thought, it charged towards Suze, golden flames igniting and burning away Suze's clothes, pants, shoes, and socks completely. He revealed a one-piece gray training suit, which was also stained slightly. Shi Che prepared to strip Suze of his training suit to wash his body. They were all men, so there wasn't much to worry about. After hesitating a few times, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. It was too awkward. He wiped Suze's face with a hot towel and cleaned the stains from his training suit. He sent him into the tent and covered him with a blanket. Checking the time on his phone, it was already past 3 in the morning. The sky in the secret realm remained bright with white clouds drifting lazily. Thanks to the influx of golden light from Suze, he had restored quite a bit of his state, and at this moment, he felt wide awake instead of tired. After a moment's thought, he pursed his lips. Suze's soul martial arts actually had a restorative effect, which was incredibly powerful. He summoned the Book of Replication to check Suze's data. Name: Suze, realm, early master, energy value 701700, talent skills, explosive breath control, indomitable passionate fire, special abilities, great sun, golden crow, guidance technique, proficient flame blade, proficient flame, cage mastery, fire shield mastery, little fire dragon, proficient little fireball, extraordinary flame blade, extraordinary flame strike, extraordinary chain, little fireball, extraordinary soul martial arts, unnamed favorability 100. Upon seeing this splendid panel, Shi Che gasped slightly. He was surpassed by Suze again. He really couldn't afford to slack off. Little 9 named Suze's soul martial arts as Wings of Radiant Sun. Received master. It's a pity that there were no cultivation methods for soul martial arts, otherwise he could also learn this technique. Those wings were too cool and powerful. Wait. Shi Che's heart stirred. His bond talent could share each other's soul insights, so perhaps he could also comprehend the Wings of Radiant Sun. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, stirring excitement within him. Unfortunately, the bond talent had not cooled down yet, and he couldn't try to pull Suze for now. He curiously looked again at the description of Suze's newly comprehended skill: passionate fire. Passionate fire, the stronger the desire, the deeper the love, the more intense the obsession, the greater the explosive power. It was an explosive technique akin to striking back with violence. He wondered which of the two was stronger. He clicked his tongue. As expected of a brute, he actually comprehended such a skill. This skill suited Suze quite well. Despite his calm and reserved demeanor, he was actually quite passionate. The more silent he was, the more vicious he became, almost beast-like. He stroked his chin. Xiaoze was truly becoming more difficult to handle. However, Xiao Zhe had broken through to the master level without being expelled from the secret realm. Was he mistaken in his assumptions, or was there another reason? He only knew some general information about the Slaughter Game's secret realm. The information from various countries was not entirely shared. Moreover, each secret realm couldn't possibly be identical. More information was needed. He would explore further once Su Zhe and Qin Minghe woke up. A flicker of flame appeared at his fingertips, extinguished and reignited. The rapid advancement had caused his control over the spiritual energy in his body to drop a notch. Now he had to seize the time to adjust thoroughly. Year 145 of the starry calendar, May 10th, 9:15 a.m. Su Zhe slowly woke up. His expression was complex and inscrutable. He had a good dream. All his thoughts were buried deep within his heart. Even though he harbored such feelings for the young master, he could not reveal them now. He was still unaware of the young master's intentions. If the young master could not accept it, there would be no room for redemption. This was something he absolutely could not accept, which is why he let go of Shi Che and fell down. He was not seeking death, he was not that foolish. Without enlightenment, he would forcibly draw upon the power left behind by Jin Huang to annihilate all ferocious beasts. The price was that his body would need several days of recovery. This cost he could bear. Moreover, their statuses were not equal. He had to consider far too much. What if he became supreme, or even a deity? Even if the young master was unwilling, he could still force it. His dark eyes suddenly deepened, turning golden and radiant as his thirst for power grew stronger. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. He lifted the covers, removed his training suit and underwear, and took out a bottle of mineral water and a towel from his spatial jade pendant. He began to clean his body. Looking around, a question mark appeared above his head. Where were his clothes, pants, and shoes? After searching in vain, he could only take out a spare set of clothes from the spatial jade pendant. He could not wear his training suit for the time being. He unzipped the tent. The glaring sunlight made it difficult for him to open his eyes. He rubbed his eyes to adjust. Then he saw the young master sitting leisurely on the grass not far away. The warm golden sunlight gently illuminated the boy's pure and delicate profile. His slender fingers danced, igniting sparks of golden fire. It seemed he had noticed him. Shi Che turned around, his beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, his chin raised slightly, revealing a pure and warm smile. So stunning it was almost unbelievable. Upon seeing Shi Che's figure, Su Zhe's heart involuntarily began to race, his body filled with joy, sweet and bright, as if a dazzling light shone before him. A thought flashed through his mind. It's over, there's no going back. The tenacious talent was activated. Tenacious, with a heart as solid as rock, greatly enhancing willpower, resolutely refusing to succumb or be swayed in the face of any temptation or difficulty. It was precisely because of this talent that he could easily overcome the illusion of the spiritual fox. After struggling on Shi Che's back for so long, he finally yielded. Tenacious, the last time it lost, this time it would never concede. His nails dug into his palm, the pain slightly awakening his will. No, he had to fight back a bit longer. Two consciousnesses were battling fiercely. Shi Che was bored playing with flames, wondering why Xiao Zhe and Xiao Hao had not yet awakened. He wanted to eat snacks, play on his phone, and watch videos. After several hours of practice, he was almost able to perfectly control the surging spiritual energy. His concentration had been worn down to nearly nothing, and now he only wanted to entertain himself. However, due to the need to be alert to the dangers around him, he dared not relax. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. Xiao Zhe had awakened, and he smiled from the heart. Finally, he was freed. Sparks flew. Shi Che appeared before Su Zhe. Xiao Zhe, how does your body feel? Seeing Shi Che's thin lips move, Su Zhe could not hear what Shi Che was saying at that moment. Noticing that Su Zhe did not respond, Shi Che frowned slightly, realizing that Su Zhe was staring at him in a daze. He patted Su Zhe's shoulder. Su Zhe's body jolted, and his consciousness instantly cleared. Another consciousness easily suppressed and knocked away the tenacious will. He smiled brilliantly. I'm fine, my young master. Tenacious, a useless thing, incapable of carrying on. Shi Che was momentarily dazzled by Su Zhe's smile. He murmured to himself, this guy really looks good when he smiles. At that moment, Shi Che noticed that Su Zhe was not wearing training clothes. A mischievous smile flashed across his face. Caught in the act of dreaming, let's see how embarrassed you are. Xiao Zhe, why aren't you in your training outfit? Su Zhe remained unfazed. I had a nightmare, broke out in a sweat, and it smelled bad, so I had to change. Tisk tisk, no blush, no racing heart, you have quite the thick skin, lying so easily. He retracted his previous statement, thinking perhaps Su Zhe could indeed trick a foolish wife. A nightmare. I feel like it was a good dream. Shi Che smiled, having seen through everything. Su Zhe frowned slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Shi Che. Young master, if you say that, it sounds like a good dream. I can't quite remember. If only you could enter my dream, see for yourself. and help me recall it. Shi Che was taken aback. Could it be that Su Zhe was experiencing an unconscious natural physiological phenomenon? He had experienced such situations too. Perhaps he was overthinking it, after all he had an unbreakable feud with gambling and drugs. Su Zhe began to interrogate him. Young master, where are my clothes? Burn them. Burn them. At this moment, it was Shi Che's turn to cast a meaningful glance at Su Zhe. He patted Su Zhe's shoulder. Trust me, you wouldn't want to know why I burned them. Su Zhe had an ominous At that moment, the sound of the tent zipper echoed. Qin Mingho rubbed his eyes and stepped out of the tent. Upon seeing Shi Che and Su Zhe, he happily ran over. Boss. Shi Che's body jerked reflexively, hiding behind Su Zhe, even pushing Su Zhe forward by the shoulder. Su Zhe looked somewhat puzzled. Qin Mingho looked a bit wronged. Boss, I'm fine now, not throwing up anymore. By the way, Ice Block Face, I owe you an apology for throwing up on you before. Su Zhe's face darkened, his body shuddered, and he struggled to say what happened. Qin Mingho honestly recounted what had transpired yesterday. His eyes were filled with sincerity. This time it was my fault. What about your clothes? I can wash them for you or compensate you for a few pieces. Shi Che slapped his forehead, thinking, Xiao, how being this honest will get you in trouble, don't you know? Su Zhe's expression soured, feeling uncomfortable all over, desperately wanting to take a bath. Though he wasn't a germaphobe, he absolutely couldn't tolerate being vomited on. Better off not knowing. He coldly stated, no need, burn them. Then gritting his teeth, he said, Young master, if you have even a shred of conscience, a tiny bit of guilt, just delete the photos. Let's just leave it at that. Shi Che scratched his head, looking confused. What photos? I don't know what you're talking. Su Zhe chuckled coldly. Young master, you're so good at pretending, it's a pity you're not an actor. Look into my eyes, touch your conscience, and say you didn't take any pictures. Shi Che laid his cards on the table, his eyes filled with mirth. He truly had no conscience. However, such matters were certainly more interesting if the concerned parties were aware. Xiaozhe, I didn't want this either, but it's fate, I can't help it. Su Zhe spoke calmly. Young master, your spiritual perception is not to be taken lightly. I don't believe you can't avoid it. Shi Che retorted. Who keeps their perception on all the time? It consumes mental energy. I had no defenses against Xiao Hao, and I didn't activate my perception, so of course I couldn't avoid it. Boss. Qin Mingho was moved. Ice Block Face, it was my fault. If anything happens, come at me, oh, boss is innocent. Shi Che sighed lightly, this foolish kid, then laughed particularly joyfully. All right. I admit I had the chance to avoid it, I did it on purpose, and was careless. Qin Mingho stood there stunned, thinking that boss was trying to ease his guilt by saying this. Boss is so nice. Seeing Shi Che's smile, Su Zhe felt somewhat dazed. Indomitable, I'm back, him in charge. A small temptation, how laughable. Master, whether man or woman, can only affect our cultivation speed. Give it up. Su Zhe's mind cleared. The fire of passion ignited. Indomitable's eyes widened, thinking the little vixen wanted to stir up trouble, but could she? The fire of passion also glared, saying, bring it on, you silly rock. The two began to fight fiercely, evenly matched, leaving Su Zhe in a state of confusion. He silently roared in his heart, enough. Since his enlightenment, his innate skills had gained a faint sense of spirituality. Especially since Indomitable and the fire of passion seemed to have developed their own intellect. He could even vaguely sense their thoughts. Of course, he still had absolute control over them and could extinguish their spirituality. However, he thought this was a good thing and did not intervene in their thoughts, allowing them to grow independently. He never expected the two to be so unruly. Su Zhe in anger suddenly made Indomitable and the fire of passion dare not cause trouble anymore. He silently muttered, Indomitable, you go up, fire of passion, step back. Indomitable immediately rejoiced, constantly pounding its chest, expressing joy. Master, you have great discernment. Together we can push through the world without rivals, that's the right path. All matters of love are false. The wise do not enter the river of love, free themselves from romance, focus on cultivation, and defeat love-stricken minds. The fire of passion hid away, wondering why it was treated this way. In the corner it grew more and more aggrieved, tears flowing down, drawing little circles, feeling that the master was biased. With Indomitable suppressing it, Su Zhe became desireless and calm. This power was much greater than before. He said seriously, I am young master's shield, I will block all external threats against young master. If it were me back, then I wouldn't let young master be tainted by anything. He truly meant this. Shi Che stared at Su Zhe for a long time, finding no flaws. He spoke no lies, treating him so well. His conscience began to stir, and he felt a pang of guilt towards Su Zhe. He mumbled, fine. I deleted it. Taking out his phone, he made up his mind and really deleted it. In this round, Shi Che was at a disadvantage, and Su Zhe won. Only Indomitable slowly sent out 2 question marks. I deleted it. Taking out his phone, he made up his mind and really deleted it. In this round, Shi Che was at a disadvantage, and Suze won. It seemed its cultivation was still insufficient. It needed to work hard to save the master without delay. The fire of passion stopped crying, began to admire the master, and started to cultivate diligently, preparing to be the master's strong support. Suze's mouth twitched slightly. These two fools. Shi Che rubbed his belly. It's time to get down to business, cooking and eating. In this vast world, eating is of utmost importance. Only with a full stomach can one have the energy to explore the secret realms. He had energy bars and compressed biscuits to replenish his energy. However, these items were dry and tasteless, as unpalatable as chewing wax. Given the choice, one should indulge in good food and drink. One must not skimp on oneself. Especially at the thought of the delicious meals made by Xiaohao, his saliva involuntarily began to flow, filled with anticipation. Food is the greatest in the world. Qin Mingho smiled readily, taking on the task of cooking. Leave it to me. Finally, it was his turn to showcase his skills. Shi Che took out pots and pans, various ingredients, and with a devout gaze clasped his hands together. Xiaohao, I'm counting on you. Sitting on a small stool, eagerly waiting for food, Suze came over, his eyes brimming with excitement. Young master, let me help you massage your shoulders. Shi Che looked at him suspiciously. You're not trying to take this opportunity for revenge, are you? Suze pursed his lips. Young master, your heart is too dirty, though I'm not that kind of person. Shi Che hesitated for a moment. All right then. With Xiaohao's skills ahead of him, he had a bit of expectation for Suze's abilities. Suze placed his hands on Shi Che's shoulders and began to gently massage. Being inexperienced, he was afraid of hurting Shi Che, so his strength was very light. Your strength is too light, Xiao Ze, haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it, Shi Che complained. Suze remained silent and began to apply more strength. A few minutes later, with an expectant face, he asked, Young master, how does it feel? Shi Che shook. Tasteless to eat, wasteful to abandon. Simply put, your technique is too poor, utterly inadequate. You haven't made me feel even a bit comfortable, far worse than Xiaohao. Suze lightly uttered an oh. Unconsciously, however, he used all his strength in the massage, and this push carried a hint of resentment. Hiss! Shi Che inhaled sharply. He could only feel immense pressure on his shoulders, as if his body was being crushed, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Still claiming he wouldn't take revenge, Shi Che firmly gripped Suze's hands. With a fierce throw, he slammed Suze down on the ground face first. Fuming, he said, Do you realize your mistake? Will you dare to do it again, next time? Suze replied calmly and resolutely. Young master, I know I was wrong, it was an accident. I promise I'll dare to do it again next time. Very good, you know your mistake. Shi Che looked at Suze in disbelief. Has Suze entered his rebellious phase? Why does it feel like something is off with him? What to do if the child is in a rebellious phase? Waiting online, very anxious. Shi Che looked at Suze with a sinister glare. Very well, so you know your mistakes yet refuse to change. Acting so disobedient. Today I must give Suze a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what audacious acts he will commit in the future. For mischief makers, he has always taken a hard approach. He took out handcuffs and directly cuffed Suze's hands together, holding a brush and ink with an evil grin. Seeing Shi Che was really going to take action, Suze felt a bit intimidated. He had been careless, having no guard against Shi Che, and ended up easily cuffed. Restricted by the handcuffs, he couldn't even resist now. His tone softened, he said pitifully, Young master, I really know I was wrong, but you were wrong too. I kindly gave you a massage, but you didn't appreciate it. In a panic, I used a bit more strength. Isn't that reasonable? Shi Che remained unmoved. Reasonable, but too late. He dipped the brush in ink and began to draw a little turtle on Suze's face, also taking a picture. Feeling satisfied, he released the handcuffs and freed Suze. In this round, Shi Che had a great victory. Suze bit his lips repeatedly, overwhelmed with shame. Silently gritting his teeth, he thought, the wheel of fortune turns, there will be plenty of time in the future. When he seized the opportunity, he would repay double. Suze pondered for a moment. The emotional fire stared wide-eyed. The master is a great pervert. Unyielding and relentless, the emotional fire agreed wholeheartedly with the opinion and cast a disdainful glance at Suze. Suze remained silent for a while. Then he slapped both the emotional fire and the unyielding a couple of times. The emotional fire and the unyielding cried out in pain. No crying, all of you go face the wall and reflect. Suze said coldly. Children should be disciplined, they must not be spoiled. The emotional fire and the unyielding felt even more wronged, slowly shedding tears against the wall, their bodies trembling, but dared not make a sound. Suze released his thoughts and shifted his focus. He secretly thought that he must find a martial art to calm his heart to practice. Otherwise, he would eventually explode. A few minutes later, a rich aroma wafted over, and Qin Mingho shouted, Dinner is ready. He had stewed a pot of meat soup. Shi Che couldn't wait to start tasting. The soup was fresh and delicious, the beast meat tender and juicy, and it had a wonderful effect of restoring energy. 2 words: delicious. Even Su Ze's gaze toward Qin Mingho softened a bit, feeling less annoying. After eating and drinking their fill, the 3 advanced deeper into the grassland. Shi Che handed each of them a spiritual energy gun. It was quite effective for killing low and mid-tier beasts. Su Ze took the gun, his face showing joy. The super sharpshooter Su Ze made his entrance. Along the way they encountered quite a few beasts, but only killed dozens. Because as soon as the beasts saw Shi Che and the others, they ran away quickly, completely unlike before when they were so ferocious and fearless. Having just eaten and drunk their fill, they were also not inclined to chase. They merely shot from behind. After firing thousands of spiritual energy bullets, Su Ze was lucky enough to hit one. With the first time being a learning experience, he became familiar before Shi Che and Qin Mingho could mock him. He directly unfolded his illusory golden wings, piercing through the fleeing beasts with hundreds of golden feathers, leaving them riddled with holes. The exquisitely beautiful golden feathers gently floated beside Shi Che and Qin Mingho. Some even landed on their heads and shoulders. They swallowed hard, the corners of their mouths forcibly bending down. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. Su Ze, who had already become a master-level ability user, was currently the strongest among them. Truly angering him would not be a good thing. Shi Che was even more timid, as the incident of handcuffing Su Ze had not yet passed. What if Su Ze tied him up and drew a little turtle on his face, or did something even more outrageous? Low profile, low profile. Once he breaks through to master, he can mock him fiercely. He also confirmed one thing: the secret realm is really only useful for low-tier ability users. After killing the beasts, the white mist did not merge into Su Ze's body, but directly dissipated. It seemed that to escape, one must find and refine the core of the secret realm. Moreover, Su Ze's marksmanship talent had become irreparably poor, and he could not teach it. Even the gun god who had mastered the way of shooting would be helpless. In terms of marksmanship, he could forever suppress Su Ze. They continued onward. They crossed the grassland and stepped into the hilly area. What came into view were the continuous low hills overgrown with weeds. Shi Che's eyes sparkled with excitement. The adorable beasts were here. Qin Mingho's eyes also held strong battle intent as he waved his knife vigorously. Every supporter had the desire to deal damage. Shi Che spoke. Let's make it clear first, Xiao Ze, you are not allowed to make a move. Xiao Hao, stay close to me. The beasts here are at least heightier, which is still too dangerous for you. I'll first beat them half to death, and then you can finish them off, allowing you to quickly advance to high-tier perfection. Su Ze nodded slightly. It was best not to make a move, and he was quite happy to relax. It was just right to observe the young master more closely, find his flaws and conquer him. Qin Mingho felt a bit unconvinced in his heart. After all, he was now a high-level latest stage expert. He might not necessarily lose to a high-level fierce beast in an unknown fight. After some thought, he still chose not to speak up in rebuttal. After all, the leader was worried about him. He obediently moved closer to Shi Che while maintaining a distance. He still harbored a desire to show off, choosing to observe first before deciding whether to take action. He was indeed clever. Shi Che held a tang knife, hoping that the fierce beasts here would possess some spirit. He wished they wouldn't be as spineless as the beasts on the prairie that would flee at the sight of a person. The 3 continued on their journey. They had not walked far when a dark shadow suddenly sprang out from the bushes, launching an attack on Qin Mingho. At the critical moment, Shi Che acted. A fire shield appeared just in time in front of Qin Mingho, blocking the attack. The shadow, missing its strike, turned to flee. In an instant, a golden crow struck it down. Woo! A cry of anguish rang out as the shadow fell to the ground, its fur scorched, and its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Only then did Qin Mingho realize he had been attacked, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What kind of creature is this? Upon closer inspection, he found that the attacking fierce beast was as small as a house cat, with jet black fur and pupils, a dark lump of shadow. It is the high-level fierce beast known as the Shadow Cat, nicknamed Night Assassin. It is extremely fast, adept at concealing its presence, and can blend into shadows. Shi Che provided an explanation. Xiao Hao, kill it. Qin Mingho swiftly struck down the Shadow Cat with a single blow. He then exhaled a breath of relief, saying, Thank you, boss, I'm glad you were here. Still feeling a lingering fear, he glanced around, sensing danger everywhere. Unable to help himself, he moved a bit closer to Shi Che, feeling somewhat reassured. Su Ze strolled leisurely beside them, contemplating and assessing. The young master's red sun tornado was powerful, but that was secondary. The key was its large area of effect, durability, and the suffocating heat it generated. If not exited in time, it would be easy to suffer from heat stroke. However, it posed little danger to him as he had high fire resistance and could fly away from the area. In summary, the young master's soul martial arts did not possess his strength. Next, Qin Mingho began to witness the world's dangers: the human-faced spider, the blade mantis, the demon horn rhino, the demon flame tiger, the black-scaled armadillo. Various high-level fierce beasts appeared one after another. He realized he could not defeat any of them, not even react in time. What was even more infuriating was that they seemed to know he was the easiest target. One by one they all attacked him. Even with Shi Che's protection, his life was not in danger. Amidst the constant fright, he fell into a state of mental tension, his face pale. Any thoughts of showing off had long vanished. This secret realm was too dangerous. He wanted to go home. In a direct confrontation, he was not afraid at all. But the unpredictable dangers that appeared at any moment were the most wearing, easily leading him to frighten himself. It was like walking alone in the mountains at night with darkness and strong winds. Even knowing that there were no ghosts in the world, any rustling sound would send chills down his spine. He moved closer to Shi Che, wishing he could directly cling to him for comfort, feeling safer that way. Shi Che held Qin Mingho's slightly cold hand, feeling a bit guilty in his heart. Xiao Hao had actually done well enough. It was his first time seeing a dead person, his first kill of a fierce beast, and he had faced life-threatening situations several times. He had not complained or shown fear, responding actively, much stronger than Shi Che had been during his first encounter. This was Xiao Hao's first experience with all this, but forget it, a hero shouldn't mention past cowardice. He had to help Xiao Hao overcome his fear, otherwise it would leave a psychological scar that could lead to endless troubles. He recalled how his brother had helped him overcome his psychological shadows in the past. In a hidden corner, his brother wiped away his tears, gently patted his head, and fed him a piece of chocolate. With a calm and firm tone, he said, "Xiao Che, as long as I'm here, no one in this world can hurt you." His brother took his hand and led him out of the small corner. He felt that the chocolate was very sweet and his brother's palm was warm. He wished to hold on to it forever. His brother led him through the battlefield filled with blood and flesh, through the forest of fierce beasts teeming with brutal and bloodthirsty creatures. Wherever they passed, snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell in flurries. An extreme cold spread across the land, instantly turning the world into an ice and snow realm. Those enemies or fierce beasts that he feared and thought he could not defeat were frozen in the blink of an eye, their vitality extinguished, becoming ice sculptures, turning into snowflakes, shattered and obliterated amidst the heavens and earth, easily wiped out by his brother, filling him with a profound sense of security. After that, his brother took him to climb mountains, to see the sea, and to feel the changes of the world. A year later, when he returned, a tremendous strength naturally surged within him, no longer fearing or being afraid, ready to challenge everything and face anything. Reflecting on those experiences, Shi Che couldn't help but smile slightly. Would Xiao Hao still be afraid, or was it that he had not provided enough of a sense of security? He knew what to do. He would follow the example set by his brother. He wanted to pat Qin Mingho's head, but hesitated. He was unsure if Xiao Hao would resist. After all, as children grow up, they often dislike being patted on the head. Instead, he gave Qin Mingho a warm embrace, while not forgetting to stuff a piece of chocolate into his mouth. With a calm and firm tone, he said, "Xiao Hao, with your boss here, no one in this world can hurt you." Qin Mingho, dazed, felt the sweetness of the chocolate in his mouth, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart as he thought of Shi Che. Then he needed to display the strength to crush everything, giving Xiao Hao unparalleled security. But his current strength was far from enough. Shi Che made up his mind and quietly consumed a blood-exploding pill. The blood-exploding pill was specifically used to amplify his violent combat talent. Forcibly burning his blood, squeezing his potential, and enhancing his strength would also injure him. Then using violent retaliation to boost his power would maximize his strength. As his blood burned, the pain was unbearable, as if he were being constantly scorched by flames. Shi Che felt like crying inside, yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. He desired grace, not death. His momentum continued to rise, and his spiritual energy began to surge. It peaked at the mastery level, just shy of breaking through to the grandmaster level. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Not enough, still not enough. "Suze, lend me the fire spirit pearl," he projected with a concentrated spirit. Suze felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. "Young master, you have no heart," he said, tossing the fire spirit pearl to Shi Che with a cold expression. Shi Che was puzzled. Was it about conscience? He didn't delve deeper and decided to act cool before explaining. Grasping the fire spirit pearl, he stirred its spiritual energy. The surging spiritual energy flowed into his body, causing his momentum to rise once again. Reaching the grandmaster level, he held Qin Mingho with one hand and the fire spirit pearl with the other, soaring into the sky. Xiao Let's Go will help you take revenge by fiercely beating the fierce beasts and pushing through the secret realm. Shi Che's aura was overwhelming. He began to visualize the golden huang. The sky was filled with flames. Endless flames burned recklessly, turning the entire world into a sea of fire. A legendary divine beast, the golden crow engulfed in golden flames, was born from the sea of fire, stretching its wings and descending upon the world with flames that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The golden huang, which had been sleeping in the fire spirit pearl, stirred slightly. A trace of faint pressure seeped into the golden crow. The golden crow seemed to come to life, issuing a cry caw. A terrifying aura erupted violently, sweeping outward like a tsunami, crushing the entire. As the divine beast descended, all things bowed in submission. The fierce beasts in the hills instantly felt boundless fear, their limbs trembling uncontrollably, their knees buckling as they lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. Several commanding fierce beasts also trembled. Shi Che was delighted and praised the golden huang. To project the visualized being into reality, his spiritual power had to reach the realm of manifestation. With the help of the fire spirit pearl, he barely managed to manifest a golden crow, enhancing its effects to full Xiao. But in reality, it was just a showpiece, merely infused with a trace of pressure from the golden huang. Thus it gained flesh and blood, appearing lifelike, as if an ancient divine beast had descended, exerting pressure upon the skies. Shi Che proudly stood in the sky holding Qin Mingho. To add drama to himself, he declared, human-faced spider, blade mantis, demon, horn, rhino, demon, flame, tiger, black-scaled armadillo. You dare bully my little brother? All of you must die. He lightly tapped his finger, and the divine beast golden crow unleashed a fiery ray that burned everything. Those fierce beasts melted instantly, turning into sparks and dissipating into the world. Watching the fierce beasts being annihilated by his boss with ease, Qin Mingho felt a surge of immense courage. His eyes filled with admiration, and a profound sense of security washed over him. Indeed, with the boss around, there was nothing to fear. He felt invigorated. Just then a thunderous dragon roar echoed from a distance. Roar! Suddenly the surface of the pond erupted, and an ice-blue serpent leaped out of the water. With a body as thick as a water barrel and over 20 meters long, it had 2 claws and a fearsome head with a small bulge covered in ice-blue scales. It emanated an extremely terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and earth. This was the leader-level fierce beast, the Ice Flame Serpent, which possessed a trace of legendary dragon blood. At this moment it coiled in the sky, an aura of cold spreading in all directions. Its infinitely cold vertical pupils stared at Shi Che, radiating terrifying, killing intent. Qin Mingho looked at this serpentine creature, his eyes reflecting shock. He couldn't help but grip Shi Che's hand tightly, a sense of worry rising in his heart. Dragons have always been among the strongest beings in the world. Even if this serpent only contained a trace of dragon blood, its strength among leader-level fierce beasts must not be weak. Could the boss defeat it? Damn it, it was trying to scare his little brother. Shi Che's eyes flickered with golden flames as he sneered. You really don't know your place. When did a little bug dare to be so arrogant? I hope you have some strength to amuse me. Roar. The Ice Flame Serpent roared in anger, unleashing its dragon might, a massive pressure rushing toward Shi Che like a blizzard. Shi Che stood his ground, the golden crow screeching, erupting with an even more terrifying and grand aura like a volcanic eruption. Boom. The two forces collided violently, gold and blue compressing against each other, causing the sky to illuminate with a blinding white light, even dark cracks appearing. After just a few breaths, the blue aura collapsed directly. An invisible shockwave surged, forming a gas-like circular ring hundreds of meters wide, pressing down on the Ice Flame Serpent. It was sent flying several hundred meters, surrounded by white mist steaming with heat, its head spinning for a moment. Its eyes reflected a look of disbelief. The little bug before it clearly possessed strength at the same level as it. How could it possibly retreat so easily from its pressure? Shi Che chuckled, relying solely on pressure. The golden crow, infused with a trace of golden huang's might, was already comparable to a king. The pressure descended. The Ice Flame Serpent's scales began to ignite with ice-blue flames, turning the surroundings into a sea of ice blue. Raising its head, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a breath of icy dragon breath. Wherever it passed, the cold spread continuously, instantly freezing everything into ice, turning into drifting snowflakes. I'm getting a bit bored, it's time to end this. In reality, his body was reaching its limits, and intense pain radiated from his internal organs. As Shi Che's words fell, a massive golden crow descended, transforming into a flaming long knife that landed in his hand. The fire spirit pearl was embedded in the hilt, and its power flowed continuously into the knife, an incredibly violent force that made it somewhat difficult for him to control. Xiao Hao, watch closely, this strike will be very impressive. He took a deep breath and swung the knife. Letting out a low growl, he commanded, slice for me. A dazzling golden light erupted, accompanied by a massive cry as a powerful golden divine bird soared forth. It radiated immeasurable light and endless heat, exuding astonishing divine might. Under the enhancement of the fire spirit pearl, this strike reached the legendary king level of power. With its wings spread wide, the golden flames ignited and fiercely pierced toward the ice flame serpent. The icy dragon breath collided with the golden crow, instantly dissolving into white smoke that scattered in the air. The ice flame serpent's pupils constricted, a look of fear appearing in its eyes as it turned to flee back to the pond. But it was too late. The golden crow had already struck it, causing its entire body to show fine cracks, cracking and snapping. It shattered into countless fragments, igniting sparks turning to ash as boundless white mist enveloped the area. The leader-level serpent is dead. Just like that, it's dead. Qin Mingho's expression was one of shock, his lips slightly parted, widening further. At that moment, Shi Che deeply impressed him. His heart and eyes were filled with the image of that mighty strike. Shi Che's figure was etched into his heart, leaving an indelible mark. He also realized that the boss was helping him take revenge. The chocolate in his mouth was so sweet and the boss' hand was so warm. Along with that came a strong sense of security, satisfaction, and happiness, making him feel warm, his face flushed and his heart racing. All thoughts of shadows, fear, or terror had long since flown away. In his heart, there was only one thought: the boss was so cool. The boss was invincible. Before Qin Mingho could even cheer, he heard Shi Che casually say, "A little hotshot who doesn't know its place, just warmed up, and it's dead. Truly disappointing. The boss is really awesome." Suddenly, Qin Mingho felt a sharp pain in his head and fainted directly. The show-off was over. Shi Che swiftly knocked him out. He couldn't hold on any longer. Next, Shi Che had no idea what he would do. He absolutely could not let Xiao Hao see him. The image of himself as a wise, powerful, and invincible figure in Xiao Hao's eyes must not be tarnished. The white mist quickly seeped into his body, causing his energy levels to surge. At that moment, however, he had no time to pay attention to these changes. He held on to Qin Mingho and flew down. At this moment, his face was as pale as a sheet and cold sweat poured down. It felt as though all his internal organs were on fire, and it seemed like someone was stirring his brain with a steel rod, causing him to question his very existence. He took out 2 blankets from his spatial belt, placing Qin Mingho on one. He eagerly laid down on the other. The pain made him break out in cold sweat and gasp for breath. He quickly retrieved several bottles of recovery potions and painkillers, swallowing them down. However, they were of no use, and he rolled restlessly on the blanket, writhing in pain. "Young master, had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Why do you always have to show off?" Suze walked over to Shi Che's side, squatting down and making a sarcastic remark. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, and his heart was twisted in turmoil. Shi Che's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, he had forgotten to knock Suze out as well. His image was now completely ruined. Suze silently took out his phone, pointing the camera at Shi Che while smiling broadly. "Young master, look at the camera and give us a smile." He wasn't actually taking a photo, he just wanted to divert Shi Che's attention. As expected, Shi Che's expression turned to one of disbelief. This dog, even in such pain, Suze could still laugh and take pictures. "Our little friendship boat has capsized." He was genuinely angry, his fury rising to the heavens, which temporarily suppressed his pain. Shi Che sat up straight. With one hand, he snatched Suze's phone, squeezing it hard until it cracked and emitted smoke. He then tossed it aside, sending it on a parabolic trajectory before it exploded in midair. He grabbed Suze by the collar, firmly pinning him on the blanket. Suze struggled vigorously, realizing that Shi Che's strength was astonishing at that moment. He couldn't move at all, and was afraid that using his spiritual energy might hurt Shi Che. He could only purse his lips, his expression awkward, and turned his head away in humiliation. Determined, he resolved to learn a physical refinement martial art to enhance his physical abilities. Shi Che lifted Suze's chin, his gaze wild and filled with aggression. He patted Suze's cheek, mocking him. "Smile, why aren't you smiling?" "Huh." The master is experienced with passionate fire and unyielding schadenfreude. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suze shot him a death glare. The passionate fire and unyielding spirit quickly shut their mouths, their bodies trembling as they pinched each other, their faces turning crimson. Then they directly started to fight. This dog was so ruthless. "If you don't smile, I will." Shi Che revealed his white teeth, a radiant smile on his face. Suze released Shi Che's arm. Shi Che had already fallen silent, sleeping peacefully, making soft breathing sounds, looking very well behaved. As he watched Shi Che, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh. When the young master went insane, he genuinely enjoyed it. Suddenly remembering something, he took Shi Che's hand. With a calm and firm tone, he said, "Young master, as long as I am here, no one in this world can harm you." He gently kissed the back of Shi Che's hand, making a promise. Only then did he feel a sense of satisfaction. He carefully and gently moved Shi Che's body away. Struggling to get up, he stood for a moment, his legs trembling. Suddenly, he felt darkness before his eyes, his body turning soft like noodles, collapsing onto the blanket. His limbs felt weak, his whole body was fatigued, and he felt drowsy. Now he couldn't even stand up. Poo-cha-cha. 2 bursts of laughter echoed in his mind. The master is done for. Completely done for. Suze looked at the 2 rascals with an expressionless face. The smiles on the corners of Qinghua and Buchu Naos' mouths froze, and they immediately started blaming each other. "Master, it was this mischievous little fox that laughed first. I merely found it amusing, not you." "Huff, you silly rock, twisting words around. I will always stand by the master. My laughter is simply because I am naturally cheerful. It has nothing to do with you, and you are the one mocking the master's weakness. No, you mock the master for not being strong enough. You said the master is a weakling." The fiery spirit and the unyielding one grew more animated in their argument, their voices rising louder. "Enough." Suze spat the words out, his eyes filled with coldness, exuding an icy aura. "You are all silenced for 3 days. Go reflect on your mistakes. If there's another incident, be prepared to be a mute forever." The fiery spirit and the unyielding one immediately covered their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. They glared at each other, exchanging quick glances. "It's all your fault, laughing so loudly, you little spicy chicken." They had to face the wall, one at each and separated by quite a distance. After over an hour of operating the fire spirit pearl, Suze finally regained a bit of strength. Feeling somewhat humiliated, he knew he had to refine his body's martial arts. He set up 2 tents and casually dragged Qin Mingho inside. He gently carried Shi Che and tucking him in with a blanket. After watching for a long time, he finally turned to leave. May 10th, 145th year of the star calendar, 1815. Shi Che woke up groggily, his head pounding, as if it would split open, feeling as if he had just awakened from drunkenness. He shook his head and took a clear mind capsule, which made his thoughts significantly clearer. To his surprise, he discovered that his injuries had nearly healed. His body felt comfortable, and the previous pain seemed like a mere illusion. Even with recovery potions, he estimated it would take several days to heal. Just replenishing the burned blood was not an easy task. He remembered that he had bitten Suze and then fallen unconscious. Thinking of Suze, he ground his teeth, slightly wanting to take another bite. He felt no guilt about biting Suze, he deserved it. After all, he had laughed mockingly, while Shi Che was in agony. Rubbing his temples, he realized that Suze must have healed him. The effect of the golden light was still fresh in his memory. Never mind, they were even now, he wouldn't hold the previous matter against him. Suddenly, he stretched out both arms and rolled up his sleeves. His arms were fair and smooth, without a single blemish. It seemed to be an illusion. He felt as if his arms had been bitten by a small dog in a dream. Back to the point. He excitedly summoned Xiao Jiao to check his data. Name Shi Che, Realm Master, 1E, energy value 100, 1001, talents bond, cooldown 9 days, heaven's reward for diligence, violence against violence, cooldown 3 days, famous blade, blood absorption, martial skills, Tian Yuan guidance technique, proficient 20 to Jin Wu guidance technique, proficient 51, flame blade mastery 2, flame prison mastery 5, fire shield mastery 6, little fire dragon proficient 58, little fireball mastery 71, flame blade mastery 81, flame strike mastery 79, chain little fireballs mastery 69, soul martial skill crimson radiance, tornado, violence against violence, becomes stronger with heavier injuries but has a longer cooldown. His gaze lingered on blood absorption. Blood absorption absorbs the blood nutrients of living beings to repair oneself. Oh, as long as there is enough blood, even the heaviest injuries can be healed. Seeing the talent of blood absorption, Shi Che's excited expression froze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Isn't this the talent of a vampire? Though powerful, it was completely useless for him. He wasn't a wild man who drank blood raw, nor was he a pervert. When injured, he would take medicine, see a doctor, or consult a healing ability user. Why would he want to absorb someone else's blood to recover? Even the blood of fierce beasts was quite distasteful. Shaking his head, he walked out of the tent. He immediately saw Suze leaning against a tree, resting with his eyes closed. Not far away, Qin Mingho was focused on practicing martial arts. Walking over to take a look, Shi Che regarded Suze with a hint of suspicion. Suze's face was pale, looking weak and frail. He heard a sound. Suze opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused, weakly calling out, "Young master, you're awake." Shi Che smiled with his lips pressed together. "Xiaoze, I have a few bottles of medicine specially for men's issues. Oh, I can see you need them." Suze remained motionless, his gaze, sharpening suddenly, filled with determination, but relaxed the next moment. Lazily he said, "Young master, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Everything must be personally experienced to have a say." He maintained a poker face, but cast a sidelong glance at Shi Che, feeling slightly anxious inside. Shi Che wasn't angry at all. Instead, he wore a smile. "Saying that you're incapable. If you truly were incapable, it would be a mockery. If strong enough, others' doubts would only make you secretly delighted. Because their doubts about your area of expertise could give you a chance to slap their face hard." And Shi Che was strong, really strong, undeniably strong. Shi Che chuckled softly and leaned closer to Suze's ear, whispering a competition item. "As long as you win, you can ask me to do anything, but if you lose, you just have to admit your weakness obediently." He never considered that he might lose. He genuinely had no idea how he could lose. Suze's throat involuntarily moved, and 2 red clouds appeared on his face. Regarding this matter, he was filled with absolute confidence. He was exceptionally gifted. He hesitated. "This. Isn't it inappropriate? You can't. So indecisive." Shi Che shot him a sidelong glance. Suze's face flushed with anger, as if provoked by Shi Che. He blurted out, "Let's compete, then who's afraid of who?" As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to regret it, feeling frustrated as he slapped his head, making a mournful face. His eyes showed suspicion. "Young master, if you lose, will you really do anything? You want back outright? Unless you record it or write a document, how about we just don't compete?" Knowing he would definitely lose, he started to act spoiled. But it was too late. Shi Che scoffed in disdain and immediately agreed. After all, losing was not an option for him. After recording and writing the agreement, the two shook hands, smiling at each other. Suze continued to ask nonchalantly, "Young master, when do you want to compete?" Shi Che casually replied, "Anytime, anywhere, it's up to you." "Can it be anytime, any place?" Suze, "Then let's set it for." Shi Che nodded in agreement. The corners of both their lips curled up, feeling pleasant, both anticipating the moment they would hit each other hard in the face. "Xiao Hao," Shi Che called out. Qin Mingho halted his actions and turned to see Shi Che's joyous expression. With a gust of wind at his feet, his complexion was rosy, and he appeared full of energy. He shouted loudly, "Boss." This was in stark contrast to the weak and feeble Suze. Shi Che was slightly taken aback upon seeing Qin Mingho. Xiao Hao had broken through to the master level. Previously, Qin Mingho was stuck at high-level perfection and couldn't break through. Aside from the Golden Sun wine, he had no other items to help achieve the master level. After all, he and Suze didn't need it. Qin Mingho's strength was too weak, and he was far from the master level, so he hadn't prepared in advance. He didn't dare let Xiao Hao drink the Golden Sun wine without testing it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hao had broken through his own efforts. Shi Che felt a wave of relief akin to the joy of a proud parent. It was worth all the pain he had endured for so long. Now that they had both reached the master level, the secret realm held little significance for them. It was time to leave. Shi Che wanted to go home, take a nice hot bath, and sleep comfortably. "Xiao Hao, Xiao Zhe, let's go to the pond to search for the core of the secret realm." Suze and Qin Mingho nodded slightly. "Boss, I will clear the way." Qin Mingho strode proudly at the forefront. He was no longer the weak figure he had been just a few hours ago, faced with high-level ferocious beasts that seemed like ants. Now he could easily cleave a high-level beast with a single strike. Reflecting on his previous frustrations, he cracked his knuckles, his bones cracking loudly. This time, he was determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost. "Scare them, kill them, come on. Who's afraid of who?" Suze occasionally coughed softly as he walked, his complexion pale, embodying the image of a frail but handsome, sickly man. He looked eagerly at Shi Che. "Young master, I exhausted my energy to heal you, and now I am powerless. I can only rely on young master to protect me. If young master is unwilling, that's fine, I can manage on my own. But if something were to happen, I fear I would break my promise to young master." Shi Che shivered slightly. "I know you did this for me, Su Cha Cha. Please stop being so delicate. He'll protect you, just act normally." Suze was indeed being coy. His previously silent and aloof demeanor was probably all an act. He coughed again, extended his hand, and concealed his breath, hiding his vitality. His energy was considerably drained, but it was not too severe. A few days of rest would suffice. However, he wanted Shi Che to feel a little guilty towards him, so he could ask for some reasonable favors, such as hugging and cuddling. "Young master, take a look for yourself." Shi Che doubtedly held Suze's icy hand. His spiritual energy poured forth, and his brow furrowed. He did not expect Suze to truly be in such a weakened state. His pulse was weak, far more serious than he had imagined. He quickly rummaged through his spatial belt for some energy-boosting and blood-replenishing medicines for Suze to take. His expression softened considerably when treating a patient. "Xiao Zhe, you're hurt so badly, and yet you say nothing." Suze looked resentful. "I thought young master would ask, but it seems young master doesn't care about me at all. Shi Che opened his mouth. It seemed he was in the wrong. Seeing Su Ze looking so weak, he could only mock him. Because of Su Ze's terrifying energy and endurance, Shi Che had always regarded him as something beyond human. Even if he looked frail, he gave off a strong and reliable feeling that one could trust him. He overlooked the fact that Su Ze was human and could also be injured. Not asking means you won't say, did you grow a mouth for nothing? So dramatic. Shi Che rolled his eyes. Realizing that Su Ze was a patient, his tone softened. As if coaxing a child, he wrapped an arm around Su Ze's shoulder. Next time you must speak up, guessing is pointless. In our relationship there's no need for roundabout way. Su Ze's eyes sparkled, his mood remarkably improved, and even his pale complexion turned a shade rosier. Then I want young master to carry me. No. Shi Che ruthlessly rejected him. Carrying someone was exhausting. It was one thing in an emergency, but now Su Ze was not so injured that he couldn't walk. He had no desire to carry him. Unless you call me adoptive father. Shi Che grinned wickedly. Su Ze did not call him that. He also did not insist on being carried. He simply held Shi Che's hand. Shi Che tugged, but couldn't pull away, so he gave up. Sick people tend to be fragile, particularly clingy. He felt the same when he was ill. He wanted company. Moreover, having previously rejected Su Ze, once rejecting him again would not be good. After all, Su Ze had gone to such lengths for his treatment, and he felt a bit guilty. Shi Che held Su Ze's hand and walked slowly, taking care of Su Ze's injury, moving as if they were on a leisurely stroll. Qin Mingho was looking around, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He wondered why he hadn't seen a single ferocious beast. After walking for about half an hour, a small grove beyond the grove lay a pond. At this moment, Qin Mingho sensed the aura of the ferocious beasts. His eyes gleamed with ferocity. Finally found you. You all must die. Boom. The ground trembled and dust flew up. A magical flame tiger sprang out from the grove. Is that all? This is far too boring to kill. Qin Mingho felt a bit disappointed. Huh. The tremors had not ceased. Under Qin Mingho's eager gaze, a human-faced spider, a mantis with a large blade, a magical horned rhinoceros, and a black-scaled pangolin emerged. Over 20 high-level ferocious beasts stared at him with predatory intent. Qin Mingho swallowed hard. He could easily deal with one, would need some effort for 3, must be cautious with 5, and would have to turn and flee from 10. Now with over 20, he wasn't even sure he could escape. But the tremors continued, and 3 commander-level beasts walked out. One was 3 meters tall, completely covered in white fur with blood-red eyes filled with ferocity. Another was as thick as a bucket, over 10 meters long, covered in black scales, hissing purple venom from its forked tongue, its slitted pupils glinting with murderous intent. The third was a lithe, pale yellow leopard with black circular spots, fangs bared, exuding a fierce flame. Numerous ferocious beasts watched their prey mockingly. It was over. Even escaping was a luxury. Qin Mingho remained calm. He had a trump card. Boss, save me. There was no response. He took a deep breath, slowly turned, and glanced back. He saw neither Shi Che nor Su Ze. He had walked too fast. Qin Mingho felt a chill, his legs weakened, and he sheathed his knife. He smiled shyly and sincerely said, "We are all civilized beasts. Fighting and violence are relics of the past. Let's be friends. My meat is smelly and unappetizing. I know someone whose meat is particularly delicious." The ferocious beasts growled low, their expressions fierce as they slowly advanced. They sensed that their prey was not weak in energy themselves and did not rush in. Qin Mingho tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, ready to strike hard if they moved. "Xiao Hao." Shi Che's voice appeared behind him. "The boss has arrived." Qin Mingho felt relieved, straightened his back, and revealed a fierce expression. "A bunch of little chickens, you think you can act all high and mighty? Then let's fight." Yet he slowly retreated, moving next to Shi Che. Seeing Shi Che holding Su Ze, he paused, slightly feeling a faint annoyance towards Su Ze for some unknown reason. However, he had a big heart and did not dwell on it. He quickly brushed off that flicker of annoyance. His gaze became slightly serious as he fixed it on the group of ferocious beasts. So many ferocious beasts were not easy to deal with. He actually understood that the kind of strength the boss had exhibited earlier was abnormal and must have come at a significant cost. It was unlikely he could possess such power again. Now the icy-faced man had become a sickly figure, unable to help. He gripped his knife tightly, hoping to lessen the boss's burden as much as possible in the upcoming battle. Shi Che let out a slight sigh of relief. Because Qin Mingho had run too fast, he had followed closely behind using the little bee tracker. As soon as he saw Qin Mingho in danger, he immediately picked up Su Ze and rushed over. If he got hurt by this group of ferocious beasts, it would truly be difficult to handle. But for now he did not take them seriously. Qin Mingho said, "Boss, I'll carry the ice-faced man." "Good." Shi Che readily agreed. Carrying someone was exhausting. Young master, I'm feeling better. I can protect myself. Shi Che insisted on getting down. He felt a chill at the thought of being carried by this big fool. He would rather expose himself and be scolded by the young master for 3 days and nights. Shi Che glanced at Shi Che. He already knew this guy wasn't that badly injured. After dealing with this group of ferocious beasts, he would settle the score with Shi Che when they got home. He took a step forward about to strike. Suddenly, all the ferocious beasts knelt down simultaneously, their heads bowed, trembling, showing a posture of submission to Shi Che. The three were stunned. Shi Che fell silent, unsure of how this was happening. He felt no pressure of the divine beast Jinwu on him. However, it was better to avoid fighting. Killing these ferocious beasts would serve no purpose, only wasting energy. You all step aside, Shi Che said. He didn't know if these ferocious beasts could understand. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed as if the beasts understood. They did not stand up, but simply rolled away. Qin Mingho looked on in shock. They had not treated him this way before. Shi Che, however, did not mind wanting to hold Shi Che's hand. He was ruthlessly rejected, and even received a couple of painful slaps on the back of his hand. Shi Che, the three of them passed through the grove and arrived at the edge of the pond. The water in the pond was ice blue, and it was unclear what lay beneath. The edges of the shore were coated with a layer of frost. Shi Che picked up a stone and tossed it into the pond. As soon as the stone touched the surface, it shattered into pieces from the freezing cold. The core of the secret realm should be at the bottom of the pond. He wondered if the Jinwu true flame could withstand the icy cold power of the pond water. Just as he hesitated on whether to enter, bubbles began to rise from the lake. The three quickly retreated a few steps, their eyes warily fixed on the water. An ice-blue pearl burst from the surface, transforming into a streak of light, flying towards Shi Che. It stopped before him. A rush of information flooded into his mind. Was this the core of the secret realm? Shi Che was taken aback, reaching out to grasp the pearl. He instantly sensed various information about the secret realm. The first layer's mechanism was that the faster one killed ferocious beasts, the higher the hatred value from the beasts, which would attract them to form groups for revenge. Once you kill a commander-level ferocious beast, you would pass the level. Other ferocious beasts would flee upon seeing you. The second layer's mechanism involved single confrontations where one would only face a large group of ferocious beasts at the path leading from the grove to the pond. The third layer involved killing the ice flame flood serpent to gain the qualification to refine the core of the secret realm. The ferocious beasts of the secret realm would respawn after some time. Their dissipated spiritual energy would only affect those below high-level ability users. The way out of the secret realm was simple. Aside from refining the core, one could leave by being on the brink of death. This secret realm was likely created as a test by a senior expert to train their juniors. However, there were no records related to this senior expert. Oh, there was still an unexpected surprise. Shi Che's lips curled slightly. You all wait for me a moment, I'll be back soon. He took the pearl and jumped directly into the pond. The pearl emitted a faint glow. An ice-blue shield isolated him from the pond water. He descended several hundred meters, soon finding a cave wrapped in the blue shield. Inside the cave there was a stone platform. On the stone platform lay 3 items, a jade bottle, a white pearl, and a ring. He took them all, unable to suppress the smile on his face. The ring was a space ring with a capacity of about 10 cubic meters, containing nothing at all. The jade bottle contained the blood of a level 9 ice-type dragon beast refined by a senior, suitable for 4th-tier ability users to refine their bodies and enhance their physical form. With the jade bottle isolating the outside world, the energy loss was minimal enough for the 3 of them to elevate their physical qualities to the peak of master level. The white pearl was a level 9 dragon pearl, the source of energy that formed the pond's water, which had already lost almost all its energy after years of consumption. It was only equivalent to a level 7 resource, but its rarity could rival that of an 8-level resource. It would make a perfect gift for his brother. It was a pity that this dragon was not a pure-blood divine dragon. If it were, its value would be at least 10 times greater. The dragon blood and space ring were rewards given to the juniors who killed the ice flame flood serpent. However, it seemed that the seniors' juniors were not competent, with none passing the test, which benefited Shi Che. He swam to the surface. Seeing that Shi Che was fine, Shi Che and Qin Mingho also let out a sigh of relief. Shi Che smiled and said, "This time the harvest is great. We'll distribute it when we get home." Shi Che and Qin Mingho did not care about what Shi Che had obtained. Shi Che felt that everything he had belonged to Shi Che. If Shi Che wanted it, he wouldn't mind giving his body to him. Qin Mingho felt he had already acquired enough, and that even selling himself would not clear his debts. He dared not ask for more. "Let's go home." Shi Che focused his thoughts. The 3 reappeared in the cave. A gold sun monkey, sitting on the ground feeling despondent, was suddenly startled. It screeched loudly. After seeing that it was Shi Che and the others, it let out a sigh of relief, revealing a look of joy. It was saved. The next moment its eyes widened in shock. These three bipeds had only been gone for a day. How could they have broken through to Tier 4? It slapped its own monkey face hard. It hurt. This wasn't an illusion. Shi Che closed the crack in the wall that was glowing with white light. Now only he could open this secret realm. He did not intend to privately occupy this secret realm. It no longer held much meaning for him. It would greatly benefit his family, especially the younger generation. If they knew such a secret realm existed, they would surely be clamoring to enter. Who could resist the temptation of quickly leveling up by defeating monsters? Regarding secret realms, those naturally unearthed within the country belong to the state. Secret realms left behind by senior experts, unless you could prove you were their descendant or heir, also belong to the state. Discoveries made within a secret realm do not need to be reported, but concealing them and privately developing them is illegal. Of course, the state also offers compensation, merit, and status, which may include noble titles. Moreover, the faction of the discoverer has priority in development, but they must pay a hefty tax. Shi Che estimated that such a secret realm, which could help those below high-level ability users level up quickly, would certainly be reclaimed by the state. It might not even be publicly announced, as it would lead to social controversy. One need only look at the textbooks, which contain no information about the Slaughter Game's secret realms. The little monkey sat there in a daze, then knelt down, pounding its chest and stamping its feet. Even that foolish biped had broken through to the 4th tier. If only it had gone in as well. Breaking through to the 4th tier meant it could fight alongside KK. Shi Che smiled as he unlocked the handcuffs of the golden sun monkey and tossed it 2 bottles of beast essence. Thanks to this little monkey, he had gained such great rewards. He gave it a sweet date to taste. The beast essence was a highly beneficial nutrient for low-tier ferocious beasts. It was also beneficial for higher-tier ferocious beasts. The key was that it tasted excellent and was loved by spiritual beasts. This was a snack for Xiaolan and Baiyu seemed to have gained a bit of weight recently, so it was just right for it to eat a little less. At this moment he felt happy and kindly reminded the little monkey, "You can go now. Don't come back. This place is no longer suitable for you to make your nest." The golden sun monkey, holding the 2 bottles, took a few tentative steps. Seeing that Shi Che and the others did not stop it cheered and scampered up the vines, disappearing in a flash. Climbing to the top of the cliff, it curiously opened the bottles. A rich fragrance wafted out, and it gulped, dipping its finger in to taste. Its eyes lit up delicious. It hugged the 2 bottles tightly, thinking that such a tasty thing must be shared with KK. With a few leaps, it climbed up the tree and rushed towards Queek's nest. Shi Che and the other 2 followed suit and climbed up. By this time the sky had darkened and scattered stars twinkled in the sky. Shi Che checked his phone and saw it was already 2013. He wondered if Senior Wang An's investigation was going smoothly. If he knew they hadn't returned, he would probably be worried sick. "Let's go home." Home Suze and Qin Mingho also smiled. After a day's battle, their spirits were starting to wear. Only at home could they truly relax and unwind. The 3 infused their spiritual energy into their eyes, and the originally dark vision brightened, allowing them to roughly see their surroundings. Leading the way, Shi Che's speed increased several times compared to when they came. Just as they were about to exit the mountain, a loud sound echoed from afar, accompanied by human shouts and the low growls of ferocious beasts. Shi Che halted, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as he sensed a familiar aura. "That's Brother Meng." Since it was someone familiar, they couldn't ignore it. "Xiaoze, let's go take a look." The 3 lightly tapped their toes and swiftly rushed toward the source of the sound. In a distant thicket, a lone wolf shook its blade, shaking off the spider's silk and blood that clung to it with a surge of blue energy. It swung its blade to block the sharp spider legs that were attacking. With a clanging sound, its hand trembled, slightly forced to retreat a few steps. Surrounding it were densely packed low-tier, ferocious beast wolf spiders. There were also dozens of mid-tier ferocious beasts, the ghost-faced spiders, and 8 high-tier ferocious beasts, the human-faced spiders, as well as a massive leader-level beast, the blood jade spider. A bitter expression crossed his face. It seemed he would meet his end here today. Beside him, a burly man wielding a large cleaver swiftly killed several attacking wolf spiders, causing green juices to splatter. The surrounding ghost-faced spiders spat out white silk from their abdomens. A thin, middle-aged man shouted firewall technique. A blazing wall of fire quickly rose around them, incinerating the spider's silk. Many wolf spiders that couldn't dodge in time were roasted, emitting shrill cries. The other spiders' 8 compound eyes showed signs of fear, and their attack halted. The 3 gained a brief moment of respite. The blood jade spider let out a roar, and the previously timid wolf spiders crazily resumed their assault using their bodies to extinguish the flames. The thin middle-aged man gasped slightly and said, "Lone wolf knife hero, we can't continue like this, we'll be worn down. We must break through, we're not far from the exit, we still have a chance. In a moment, I'll unleash a little fire dragon to burn a path. You two take the chance to escape and call for help." Knife hero shook his head, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. "Inferno, that blood jade spider isn't afraid of fire, you can't hold it back. I'll block that blood jade. Lone wolf, you are the fastest and possess danger perception. Your chance of survival is the greatest. You must escape and convey the message." Lone wolf nodded slightly, not saying any foolish words about not abandoning or giving up. Inferno and Knife Hero's gazes turned fiercely sharp, prepared for death the moment they became hunters. They had long been ready for death. Even in death, they wanted to take down as many ferocious beasts as possible. The firewall gradually extinguished. A fire dragon roared out, engulfing the wolf spiders and ghost-faced spiders in flames. They howled as they lost their life force. A blue figure followed closely behind the fire dragon. 8 human-faced spiders shot out dozens of silk strands toward Lone Wolf, while their 8 long legs swiftly pursued him. A firewall rose, blocking the spider silk and the 8 human-faced spiders. "You little pest, you belong to me." Inferno brandished his spear, the fiery red spear tip igniting in flames, piercing fiercely toward the human-faced spiders. The blood jade spider could no longer remain still, but scarlet eyes spun wildly, shooting out beams of crimson light. Knife Hero shouted loudly, a sharp golden light glimmering on his cleaver. After shattering the crimson light, he mercilessly cleaved toward the blood jade spider. The cleaver struck the blood jade spider's hard shell, creating a sound of metal clashing. To his surprise, the blood jade spider's shell showed no signs of injury at all. Instead, Knife Hero was sent staggering back and couldn't help but curse, "This beast is damn tough." In the next moment, the blood jade spider's sharp spider legs swung down. The air emitted a hissing sound as they pierced through. Knife Hero gritted his teeth and raised his blade to block, but his strength and spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted. A tremendous force sent him flying, and a blue figure caught him. On the other side, Inferno had also exhausted his strength and spiritual energy, forced to retreat. Knife Hero's eyes widened. "Lone Wolf, why the hell are you back?" Lone Wolf gave a bitter smile. "We can't escape. There are 2 more blood jade spiders blocking the way." Moreover, he was now too weak to fight. A rustling sound approached, 2 blood jade spiders with their 8 long legs elegantly closed in. Inferno and Knife Hero fell silent, feeling a sense of helplessness rise in their hearts. They felt like little bugs trapped in the giant web spun by the blood jade spider. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. The 3 blood jade spiders, seeing their prey had lost its strength to resist, revealed their jagged teeth, preparing to take them back to their lair. 3 crimson strands of silk shot out. The 3 gritted their teeth, preparing to commit suicide. They did not want to see their bodies being eaten piece by piece. At that moment, in a life-and-death situation, a loud quack echoed from above. The 3 looked up and saw a silly crow engulfed in golden flames descending. The surroundings instantly turned into a world of flames. Those fire-resistant red silk strands turned to ash under the golden flames. The wolf spiders, ghost-faced spiders, and human-faced spiders melted as soon as they came into contact with the golden fire. The 3 blood jade spiders held out for only a few breaths before turning pitch black, with no breath left. The 3 stood dumbfounded. Those terrifying blood jade spiders, which they had exhausted all their strength to injure, had been effortlessly annihilated just like that. After the shock, they felt an immense exhilaration. They were saved. The sea of fire vanished. A figure slowly appeared before their eyes. Lone Wolf saw the handsome young man. His expression changed dramatically, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Shi Che? For a moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. Rubbing his eyes, it wasn't an illusion. He still wasn't convinced, and then slapped himself hard, leaving a bright red handprint on his face. The intense pain woke him up, yet he still wasn't convinced. He loudly called out to the surroundings, "Thank you for saving us, Senior. May I ask if I could meet you?" The surroundings fell silent. Inferno and Knife Hero looked at Lone Wolf as if he were a fool. He must have been scared silly, his mind was messed up. Shi Che lightly coughed and smiled. "Brother Meng, stop looking, it was I who made the move. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to master level." Lone Wolf tightly pressed his lips together, finally accepting reality as he sensed the master level aura emanating from Shi Che. It was definitely genuine master level. Words could not describe his shock. Clearly Shi Che had just been at the early stage of Haikyuu the day before yesterday. Yet in just over a day, he had broken through to master level. What was happening? It was incomprehensible and unimaginable. How could it be possible? He had thought that once he broke through to Master he could redeem himself, but the gap had only widened. Now he feared he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Shi Che. Inferno and Knife Hero nudged Lone Wolf with their elbows, surprised that he even knew this senior, and he didn't introduce them. Lone Wolf's expression was complex. This is the class Awaken superpower user from our city this year, Shi Che. Shi Che, these two are Inferno and Knife Hero. Inferno and Knife Hero simultaneously rubbed their ears, their eyes wide open, confirming they hadn't heard wrong. They stammered, "These class Awaken superpower user from this year." Lone Wolf nodded firmly. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Slap. Then the two each gave the other a hard slap. It wasn't a dream. Only then did they understand why Lone Wolf was so crazy. They were also about to go mad after over 100 days of cultivation. Breaking through to master level was too insane. Even when faced with reality, they couldn't believe it. This is just unbelievable. Lone Wolf slowly exhaled seriously, saying, "Shi Che, thank you this time. There's one more thing I wonder if you could help." Shi Che replied, "Please go ahead." He didn't say whether he would agree. Lone Wolf continued, "In the Tianming mountain range there is a mutated 5th-tier blood jade spider that has been capturing high-tier ferocious beasts for nutrients to break through to 6th tier. Many high-tier superpower users have also been captured. We almost got caught too thanks to President Wang's rep. President Wang went to investigate the situation of the 5th-tier blood jade spider and entrusted us to. I want to ask you to report this message to the Hunter Association and ask them to send people to exterminate this 5th-tier ferocious beast. Time is of the essence. We are in too poor condition to report." Shi Che was slightly startled. "Is it about to break through to 6th tier?" Lone Wolf nodded. A 6th-tier monarch-level ferocious beast could command beasts of different races. If that blood jade spider were to break through and trigger a beast-tied, Tianming City would suffer greatly, and he didn't know how many lives would be lost. "All right, I agree." Shi Che nodded. It was just a matter of conveying a message, nothing major. Lone Wolf, Inferno, and Knife Hero all breathed a sigh of relief. If Tianming City suffered losses because they failed to report in time, they would feel uneasy and guilty. Lone Wolf took out a seal. This seal is a token to gain the trust of the Hunter Association's person in charge. Shi Che took the seal. Suddenly 2 gusts of wind rushed in. Su Zhe and Qin Mingho arrived. Lone Wolf, Inferno, and Knife Hero saw the young faces of Su Zhe and Qin Mingho, and their pupils constricted. Another young master-level superpower user. What was happening? Shi Che thought for a moment and tossed the seal back to Lone Wolf. In Lone Wolf's puzzled gaze, Shi Che took out 3 bottles of spiritual energy recovery potions. Inferno and Knife Hero's pupils constricted. Spatial items. They looked at Shi Che with great envy. Spatial items were treasures that every hunter aspired to obtain. Thoughtful, they realized that since his surname was Shi Che was likely the young master of the Shi family in the imperial capital. He tossed them the potions, signaling them to drink. Lone Wolf and the others didn't hesitate to drink. They had no doubts about Shi Che's intentions. If he had ill intentions, they would have died long ago. After drinking, they were astonished to find their spiritual energy had recovered by 10%. Potions that could instantly restore spiritual energy were products of superpower users above 6th tier. They had only seen them online before, and a single bottle was worth a whole house. They had not expected to be fortunate enough to drink this today. It was truly generous of him. Was he really the young master of a wealthy family? If they had this potion earlier, they wouldn't have been so embarrassed. What a pity they couldn't savor the flavor properly. Inferno and Knife Hero looked at Shi Che with fiery eyes, wondering if this young master was lacking in ornaments. Even Lone Wolf felt a slight tremor in his heart at Shi Che's generosity, his eyes growing fervent. "All right, Shi Che, I should be calling you brother." Su Zhe and Qin Mingho stepped forward, blocking the heated gazes of the 3. Su Zhe, the young master, only needs 1 bodyguard, no need for younger brothers. Qin Mingho, the boss, only needs 1 younger brother. Inferno, Knife Hero, and Lone Wolf bowed deeply. "Thank you, Brother Che, for saving us. If you need anything in the future, just command us, and we will come at your call." As they spoke, Inferno and Knife Hero provided their contact information and hurried off to report. Knife Hero shouted from a distance, "Brother Che, if there's anything, just call us." Shi Che smiled, not expecting these 3 to be so amusing. He hadn't realized that the spiritual energy recovery potions had shocked them so much. After all, he drank these potions like water. He gazed toward the depths of the Tianming mountain range. He didn't go to report because he was somewhat worried about Senior Wang and wanted to check on him. Shi Che briefly recounted the events to Su Zhe and Qin Mingho. They had no objections to searching for Wang as he had always been friendly to them, and if they could save him, they would. Only 6th-tier fierce beasts can fly, and they couldn't fight them. They could only fly. However, they were unsure of the location of the 5th-tier blood jade spider's lair. Shi Che pondered for a moment and released all the small trackers to probe in all directions. To be cautious, he even went out of the mountain and made a call to Zhang Feibai. As a contingency, they decided to scout ahead. After a little over a minute, a small bee spotted a human-faced spider dragging a phantom cat deeper into the Tianming mountain range. Shi Che and his two companions closely followed the human-faced spider, trailing it all the way. The spider dragged the phantom cat into a dim underground cave. The cave entrance was enormous, about 10 meters wide, with numerous spiders coming and going, dragging various prey. Shi Che narrowed his eyes slightly. Still hunting. That was good news. It meant the fifth-tier bloodjade spider had not yet advanced. But the bad news was that this terrain was very unfavorable for them once they entered the underground cave. They were likely to become the prey instead. They could also burn it from the outside or use bombs to force the fifth-tier bloodjade spider out. However, Senior Wang and might be inside and many hunters could still be alive. This method was not feasible. They had no choice but to enter the cave. Shi Che controlled the small bee to enter the underground cave. As soon as it entered, the bee was ensnared by a web and then swallowed by a ghost-faced spider. Inferno and Knife Hero's pupils constricted. Spatial items. They looked at Shi Che with great envy. Spatial items were treasures that every hunter aspired to obtain. And reckless. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to lose himself in the process. Just as he hesitated, he sensed a presence and turned his gaze to a nearby thicket. Why is that little monkey here? Shi Che and his companions quietly approached a patch of forest. They saw the golden sun monkey holding 2 bottles and a colorful feather, staring at the underground cave with a look of anger and urgency. Shi Che gently walked up behind the golden sun monkey and lightly tapped it. The little monkey's body went stiff, fear flickering in its eyes as it slowly turned around. Upon seeing Shi Che, the look of fear transformed into one of joy. It suddenly dropped to the ground, bowing repeatedly, and then began gesticulating excitedly. Shi Che stroked his chin and listened for a moment, roughly understanding the golden sun monkey's meaning. Its friend had been captured by a spider, and it was asking Shi Che to help rescue its friend. After pondering for a moment, Shi Che said, "I have a way that might save your friend, but you will likely be in great danger. I wonder if you dare to do it." The golden sun monkey showed a determined expression and vigorously nodded. Shi Che was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this monkey to be so loyal. He installed several trackers on the golden sun monkey. His plan was simple: to use the monkey as bait, infiltrate the enemy's territory, and ascertain the cave's environment. These spiders did not kill their prey after hunting. For some unknown reason, they captured them alive and brought them into their lairs. As long as he understood the distribution of the spiders and the situation of Senior Wang and the other hunters, he could devise an appropriate combat strategy. The golden sun monkey, resolute as a warrior, approached the underground cave and was soon captured by a human-faced spider, dragged into the depths. As for the trackers, they remained still like lifeless objects, and the spiders detected no anomalies. In the dark cave, various spiders crawled on the walls, most of them ordinary spiders covered in webs. The entire cave was interconnected and extremely complex. After turning left, right, and proceeding for hundreds of meters, they finally reached a spacious underground chamber. 2 fourth-tier bloodjade spiders guarded the entrance. Invisible waves swept over the human-faced spider and the golden sun monkey. Confirming that they posed no threat, the 2 fourth-tier bloodjade spiders allowed them to pass. In the underground space, white eggs the size of fingertips were densely scattered, looking quite repulsive. The ground was littered with numerous bones, some still bearing flesh and blood. From time to time, a few small spiders would break free from their shells, greedily devouring the flesh off the bones. The golden sun monkey felt its scalp tingle, and then its eyes widened. At the back of the space lay numerous blood-colored cocoons with a blood-red web spread across the ground. It saw a colorful sparrow about the size of a palm stuck fast to the blood-red web, unable to move. Surrounding it were hundreds of fierce beasts, silent and motionless, their eyes revealing fear and despair. The human-faced spider pulled hard. The golden sun monkey flew and landed on the blood-colored web, getting stuck and unable to move. At this moment, it sensed something and began to tremble. A giant spider comparable in size to an elephant slowly emerged from the darkness. Its blood-like exterior, 8 crimson compound eyes, ferocious mandibles, and long sharp legs exuded an aura of terror. It emitted an incredibly frightening presence that made the golden sun monkey lose all will to resist, unable to control itself, waiting for its fate to be devoured. At that moment, a red cocoon burst open, revealing a withered corpse of a fierce beast. The 5th-tier bloodjade spider spat out a blood-colored silk thread, choosing to wrap a larger fierce beast in a giant cocoon. The fierce beast's vibrant life force was extracted and delivered into its body. Not enough, still not enough. It turned around, its gaze filled with greed, its mandibles dripping with viscous liquid. It radiated a terrifying blood-colored aura, continuing to encroach upon a milky white orb. Inside the orb, Wang and held the sacred healing staff, its tip emitting a faint milky light. It enveloped him and dozens of hunters within. This was the sacred healing staff's inherent holy radiance cloud shield, sufficient to withstand a king-level fierce beast for a moment. However, the energy of the sacred healing staff was limited, and under the constant erosion of the blood-colored aura, the milky light was gradually dimming. Anzi, this is not a matter to be trifled with. You should escape. A middle-aged man holding a long knife, his chest stained with blood, gasped. The surrounding middle-aged men holding knives and guns also smiled. Yes, Brother Lu is right. We have lived most of our lives and have long made our peace. Anzi, you are still young. You probably haven't even tasted the pleasures of life yet. Dying here would not be worth it. They had watched Wang grow up, so they couldn't bear to see him die trying to save them. A young hunter trembling in a corner couldn't hold back anymore upon hearing this. No, President Wang, you can't escape. If you do, what will we do? The thought of the fierce blood jade spider's ferocious appearance filled his eyes with boundless fear. He had to hold on to this lifeline represented by Wang. He still had a bright future ahead. He couldn't die. That's right, you can't leave. You are the president of the Ability Association. You must protect us. If you die, you must die in front of us, or I will report you. A female hunter with delicate features and light makeup exclaimed. I tell you, I have 1 million fans on Kuaishing. Be careful, or I will cyberbully you. She was a small internet celebrity on Kuaishing, gaining many fans through her beauty and suggestive content. Originally, she intended to film a few episodes showcasing her battles against fierce beasts to gain popularity and profit. She never expected to encounter such a terrifying situation. Don't you all agree? She did not forget to rally the crowd's support. Immediately, several voices of agreement arose. President Wang, you are a good person and will definitely not abandon us. President Wang, please don't leave us behind. Oh, we still have families waiting for us. I will offer 1 million. Oh, please save me. Most people remained silent, knowing that what they were doing was wrong, yet they truly did not want to die, secretly hoping that Wang would withstand the pressure. They were willing to fight to the death for him. With the support of the crowd, the female hunter suddenly grew more brazen. How can a big man like you not save a weak woman like me? Don't worry, if you save us, we won't mistreat you. I will send you a banner, promote your deeds online, and the headquarters of the Ability Association will surely reward you. You can also get a promotion and salary increase escaping from this cursed place of Tianming City. When it comes to fierce beasts, she was as timid as a mouse, but when it came to her own people, she struck hard. Shut your filthy mouth, bitch. Who cares about your banner? The hunter named Lu shouted fiercely. If it weren't for Anzi, we would have been dead long ago. How dare you make such demands? Anzi's life is not a life. Once you become a hunter, you take responsibility for your own life and death. That's written in the hunter's code. Others have no obligation to rescue you. The female hunter wanted to say more. The hunter named Lu pointed his long knife at her, his eyes filled with killing intent. Shut up, say one more word, and he'll kill you first. The female hunter suddenly turned pale, not daring to speak further. She had seen this hunter in action before, extremely fierce, having killed numerous fierce beasts. She was afraid he would really act. She took advantage of Wang An's docility to bully him. At that moment, a middle-aged man with dark skin sitting on the ground spoke up, his gaze slightly evasive. Brother Lu, I have the right to speak, right? Anzi has also eaten my family's food. I hope he can protect me until the end. Liu's expression turned incredulous as he looked at the dark-skinned middle-aged man. The dark-skinned man lowered his head slightly. Brother Lu, you know my situation and my mother is still hospitalized. If I die, she won't be saved. His gaze became resolute. Anzi, they don't need you, but I do. I know you have teleportation skills that can take me to safety. Wang was an orphan who grew up eating from others' plates. He was loyal, which is why he returned to Tianming City as president. Otherwise, his spatial abilities were highly sought after, and many powerful factions had extended olive branches to him. He had turned them all down. He also took care of those who had helped him when he was a child. Half of the surgical fees for the dark-skinned man's mother were paid by him. Thus, he was reluctant to spend even small amounts of money or live in a villa. Regardless of what others said, he had not stirred even the slightest wave in his heart. However, when the dark-skinned man spoke these words, he felt a pang in his heart. He understood the dark-skinned man's bitterness and felt a deep pain. As soon as others realized that Wang could lead people to safety, they erupted into chaos, each requesting Wang to take them away, with reasons ranging widely. Some offered bribes, pulling out 10 million. Others appealed to emotions, mentioning elderly mothers at home or 3-year-old children. One female hunter even offered her body. Wang looked at the crowd, speaking in a calm tone. Everyone rest assured, I will not flee. I will fight to the death. He could not abandon his uncles and aunts who had shown him kindness. If he fled, he would feel guilty for a lifetime worse than death. Once the shield shattered, he would protect Uncle Lu and the others until the last moment. As for the others, he would have no obligation to them. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy voices fell silent. The female hunter became excited. You said this yourself. Oh, I did not force you. Shut up, the Lu hunter growled. The female hunter huffed lightly and shrank back into a corner, no longer moving, tightly clenching her fists, tears silently streaming down her face. The Lu hunter opened his mouth, looking at Wang and with a complicated expression, which ultimately turned into a sigh. Many people did not dare to meet Wang's gaze. More people let out a sigh of relief. However, their eyes remained fixed on Wang and fearing he would disappear. Wang silently estimated he could hold on for at most another 10 minutes. He wondered if the lone wolves had managed to send a message. Ning Shui was a jinx and wanted a raise. When he got back, he would definitely deduct her salary. He was unsure if the 3 junior brothers had returned safely. He could no longer fulfill his promise. What a pity he wouldn't be able to witness the moment they rose to glory. After he died, would anyone mourn for him? Probably not. In this light, death didn't seem so terrifying. The tracker hidden in the golden sun monkey faithfully recorded everything around. Shi Che also figured out the underground situation and witnessed the moral coercion of those people. He felt a surge of anger and wanted to punch those who were morally coercive, then feed them to the spiders. He also observed that layer of milky light shield. He estimated that Senior Wang and the others couldn't hold on until reinforcements arrived. Xiao Hao, I have a task for you. Take this phone to the entrance and wait for support. Qin Mingho looked slightly worried. Boss, you guys. Rest assured this is not something we can intervene in. We want take action. Shi Che said coldly. Qin Mingho nodded slightly and rushed towards the entrance. Xiao Zhe, can your calming breath conceal my spiritual energy fluctuations? Young master, yes I can, Su Zhe replied. Shi Che took out an invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak could render one invisible and conceal their aura. However, it had a fatal weakness. Once one used their own spiritual energy, they would be revealed. He slightly bent down. Xiao Zhe, get on my back. Su Zhe climbed onto Shi Che's back, using the calming breath to hide Shi Che's energy fluctuations from the flying shoes. The two of them draped the invisibility cloak and floated in midair, silently entering the underground cave like ghosts. The spiders below and at the top of the cave remained completely unaware. Shi Che cautiously floated in midair, slowly making his way toward the underground space. Senior Wang and he would surely save him. While floating, Shi Che was also contemplating how to deal with the 5th-tier blood jade spider. As for the support from the Hunter Association, it was not worth considering for a day or half a day. If a 5th-tier peak beast appeared and attacked the city openly, Tianming City could still eliminate it with its large spiritual energy weapons. However, if a rescue was attempted, even if the mayor, a master-level Esper, intervened, he would pose no threat to this 5th-tier peak beast. They would definitely need to call for help from above. This back and forth would cause an unknown delay. Shi Che had no means to eliminate the 5th-tier beast in his hands. But he didn't necessarily have to kill this beast. That light shield would buy some time. He and Su Zhe would work together to hold off this 5th-tier beast for a while longer until Uncle Zhang's arrival. At most half an hour later, Uncle Zhang would arrive here. Meanwhile, the milky white light shield grew increasingly dim. Some people began to feel anxious and could not help but speak up. President Wang, why is the shield dimming? What's going on? How much longer can it hold? Wang replied coldly, about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Many people were immediately frightened, their eyes filled with terror. President Wang, think of something. I don't want to die. If all of you channel your spiritual energy into the holy healing staff, it can hold for half an hour. If you don't want to, then when the shield breaks, each of you should escape separately. Perhaps there's a chance to survive. Wang's expression was calm. The female hunter shrank back in a corner and screamed, what good is half an hour? Will there be reinforcements in half an hour? Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, we wouldn't even be able to escape. I see you just want to use us as bait and escape with your people. Wang remained silent, too tired to refute, knowing that everyone would soon be dead. If you don't speak, that means you agree. I knew you were too benevolent, saying you'd fight to the end, but really just waiting here for us. Some who intended to channel their spiritual energy began to hesitate. They thought they would hold out as long as they could, even a minute longer would be good. As for support, they had no hopes. They understood Tianming City's situation well enough. Facing a 5th-tier peak beast, they could barely protect themselves, let alone be capable of rescuing anyone. Unless some big shot from another city happened to pass by Tianming City. Is that even possible? Better to take the chance and fight with all they had. Moreover, even if they were willing to channel their spiritual energy, what about the others? who would be willing to be the first to input their energy. If those behind acted immorally, wouldn't they be putting themselves in danger? In this environment, who could be trusted? It was better for everyone to look after themselves. There was a heavy silence regarding Wang An's suggestion. The female hunter's eyes flickered slightly. Suddenly she spoke up, "President Wang, I was wrong earlier. I agree with your opinion. We must unite and fight to the last moment. What if a miracle happens?" Hunters don't believe in miracles. Oh, what do they believe in? Her tone was strong and powerful, momentarily moving many people. The young hunter from before scoffed. "That sounds good. Oh, why don't you be the first to channel your spiritual energy?" "All right, I'll go first." The female hunter nodded decisively. Everyone stared at her in shock. What had gotten into this woman? She had just been so sharp-tongued, and now she was acting all saintly. Even Wang An was slightly surprised, feeling a stir in his heart. The female hunter stepped forward, slowly reaching for the holy healing staff. Her tone was very gentle, and her eyes glistened with tears combined with her beautiful face. It was quite deceptive. "President Wang, I truly apologize for earlier. I was so scared that I didn't even know what I was saying. Please don't take it to heart. What should I do?" She had so many fans, naturally knowing how to make men feel pity and shower her with gifts, and how to make them let their guard down. She had seemed so rude earlier. She was truly terrified and filled with despair, not caring to hide her true nature. Online she presented herself as sweet and kind. "Channel your spiritual energy to activate the white crystal," Wang An replied. The holy healing staff consisted of a flawless white rod and 3 crystals, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 white. The operation was straightforward. I channeled the spiritual energy into the corresponding crystals to activate their respective functions. The white crystal was the holy radiance cloud shield, which could withstand a king for a moment. The green one was the healing light, which could restore injuries and stamina. The yellow one was the earth spirit, providing buffs to enhance strength and defense. "So this is how it's used," she muttered to herself. She was aware of the capabilities of these 3 crystals, having seen Wang An use them during battle. Spiritual energy slowly flowed into the white crystal. Upon seeing her truly channel her energy into the crystal, many people's opinions of her slightly changed. Some rejoiced inwardly, thinking that this woman was doing a good deed. The more people like this, the better. As for them, they naturally kept their strength in reserve, waiting for an opportunity to escape. The female hunter's fingers were also beautiful, fair, and delicate, not at all resembling a hunter's hands. Her fingers slid down intentionally or unintentionally, touching Wang An's hand. "Brother Wang." A soft call. Her smooth fingers began to caress Wang An's hand, causing him to shudder. It felt as if a scorpion had stung him, pulling his hand back from the staff. The female hunter smiled sweetly, and under the pure white light, she truly resembled an angel. Some young men, filled with passion, yelled out, "I'll join too." Before the words faded, the milky white light shield rapidly shrank, enveloping her. She leapt onto a beast like a light swallow, her toes barely touching the ground. Using these beasts as stepping stones, she leaped towards the cave's entrance. Joy was evident on her face. "Hiss!" The 5th-tier spider emitted an excited hiss. The blood-colored aura pressed down, and a series of red threads shot towards the crowd. Screams, fear, and curses erupted frantically. Wang An faced the terrifying blood-colored aura pressing down, not bothering to pursue the female hunter. Transparent crystal walls formed, shielding Uncle Lu and the others in front. He still underestimated the wickedness of human hearts. They were all in the same boat, but he did not expect that woman to be so foolish. Threads wrapped each hunter into a blood-colored cocoon. In just a moment, a blood-colored cocoon burst open, revealing a hunter who had been sucked to the bone. It was truly skin over bone, with just a thin layer of skin covering the skeleton. The delightful taste of espers drove the beast into a frenzy. Its reserves were sufficient, but it lacked that little bit of spirituality, and these espers just filled that gap. The female hunter also faced a threat. Confident with the added light shield, she did not attempt to resist or dodge. She leaped straight towards the cave entrance. Yet she was pierced through by the blood-colored thread. The smile at the corner of her mouth froze her face, filled with disbelief. Then she was wrapped in a giant cocoon, drained into a human husk. The holy radiance cloud shield could withstand a king for a moment, but it depended on who was using it. With the female hunter's high-tier esper strength, she could not utilize the holy healing staff's abilities. The terrifying blood-colored aura pressed against the spatial crystal walls, producing a creaking sound. Wang An's face turned pale, blood spilling from his mouth, sweat pouring down like rain. Uncle Lu and the others also turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. Just when he was about to give in, the blood-colored aura suddenly vanished. He looked up, his pupils constricting. He saw that the 5th-tier blood jade spider had wrapped itself into a massive blood cocoon. Bang bang. The sound of heartbeats echoed like a drum in the space. It was about to advance. He looked around. Besides them, only 3 or 4 people were fortunate enough to survive. But they were all covered in blood and had no combat ability. He was in the same situation, turning to look at Uncle Lou and the others. They too felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Could they only wait to die? His heart sank. He quietly looked towards the cave entrance, only able to hope for a miracle to happen as the 5th-tier bloodjade spider was about to advance. Countless spiders seemed to receive some kind of message and began to rush madly towards the underground cave to celebrate the birth of their king. Damn! Shi Che, who had witnessed all of this, could not help but curse. Xiaozhe, no need to hide your presence anymore. You cast the fire shield and we'll advance at full speed. Okay. A layer of golden barriers securely shielded the two of them. Shi Che fully activated his spiritual energy into the flying shoes like a flaming meteor rushing towards the underground space. Countless spiders detected the intrusion and frantically spat silk, lunging at the two. The sizzling sound continued, slightly affecting their speed. After more than 3 minutes, they finally reached the underground space. 2 4th-tier bloodjade spiders blocked their path, emitting urgent hisses. They shot out blood-colored webs trying to stop the two. However, the golden crow true flame clearly countered the silk. Once the silk touched the flames, it was melted. The 2 bloodjade spiders looked at the golden flames with evident fear. In the end, they lunged directly at Shi Che and Suze, using their own flesh and blood to obstruct their advance. 2 fiery blades fell mercilessly. The bodies of the 2 bloodjade spiders froze in midair. In the next moment, they were split in half, turning into 4 charred corpses. Shi Che and Suze did not stop entering the underground space. The sound of their footsteps attracted the attention of all the survivors, eyes filled with hope. Who was it? Reinforcements. 2 young and handsome faces appeared before the crowd. Others looked despondent, wondering why it was just 2 young men. Oh, weren't they just here to die? Wang blinked, then blinked again. Was this an illusion? He slapped himself in the face. The sharp pain jolted him awake. In confusion and shock, he exclaimed, Shi Che, Suze, how could they be here? And what was that terrifying aura surrounding them? They had advanced to master level. His mind was a bit foggy. Had they spent several years in this cave? Shi Che and Suze did not waste a moment. Lines of fire spread from their feet, scorching the massive blood-colored web and clearing a path. Few beasts remained alive on the blood web, only a dozen or so left. However, the golden sun monkey was still alive, as it was smaller and farther away, not the first choice for the 5th-tier bloodjade spider. The spider silk was extremely resistant to burning, requiring several seconds to be burned away. Shi Che did not forget about the golden sun monkey, though after burning away the silk on it, it squeaked excitedly. It pointed anxiously at the colorful sparrow stuck in the web. Shi Che was slightly surprised. The golden sun monkey's friend turned out to be a colorful sparrow, which was a rare spiritual beast. He sent another line of fire to burn the silk on the colorful sparrow. It soared into the air, chirping, and landed on the golden sun monkey's head. After burning a path, Shi Che picked up the holy healing staff, and then the two rushed towards Wang, and without hesitation. The sound of their hearts beating grew louder, filling them with panic. He did not think to stop the bloodjade spider's advancement. That thick layer of blood cocoon was unknown how long it would take to burn through. It was better to escape first. Wang also regained his senses and understood the urgency of the situation. He did not bother asking why Shi Che and Suze were here or why their strength had increased so much. He hurriedly said, Shi Che, channel your spiritual energy to activate the green crystal of the holy healing staff to release the healing light. Shi Che followed his instructions, and a rich green light enveloped the surviving few. Someone wanted to ask if there were any reinforcements coming. Shi Che completely ignored them, tossing them several bottles of spiritual energy recovery potions. Recovery potions, drink them. His voice was urgent. Wang tried to stand, but found he still lacked strength. He had taken the blow from the 5th-tier bloodjade spider alone, and his injuries were too severe. Shi Che was about to carry Wang on his back, but Suze had already done so first. Shi Che threw a powerful bomb next to the blood cocoon. He added, if you don't want to die, then escape with all your might. Immediately, they all started to flee madly. The remaining people ignored their injuries, drank the potions, and followed closely behind. The golden sun monkey also fled alongside them. As they burst out of the cave, countless spiders attacked. Shi Che directly unleashed the golden crow to clear the way. They charged out of the cave in one breath. Hot on their heels was the golden sun monkey. The surviving few used every ounce of strength they had left. The expressions on their faces revealed smiles of survival after the disaster. Soon they also burst out of the cave. Shi Che activated the bomb, and with a thunderous boom, The ground shook and the entrance of the underground cave collapsed directly. He did not know if it would kill the beast that was about to advance. He did not dare to linger. The group ran towards the mountains outside. Seeing Shi Che run, the others did not take the time to catch their breath and followed suit. Before long, a terrifying force that resembled thunder erupted. All the beasts knelt on the ground, trembling. Some even fainted from fear. That force pressed down on Shi Che and the others. Shi Che and Su Che felt a deep panic, as if a heavy stone was weighing down on them, unable to resist. While the others were foaming at the mouth and collapsing in consciousness, Shi Che cursed lowly. Damn it didn't die, or it really advanced. With a thunderous roar, an incredibly terrifying sound echoed. From the collapsed underground nest, a figure shot up from the ground. That figure soared directly into the sky, standing suspended in midair. The pitch-black sky was stained a vivid red. Its upper body took on a human form. With exquisite features, red hair and red eyes, it possessed a slender waist, and its visage bore a striking resemblance to that of the female hunter. Its lips appeared as if smeared with fresh blood, dazzlingly red and extremely alluring. Its chest was enveloped in a layer of crimson blood armor, exuding an air of nobility and wildness. The lower half of its body, however, took on the form of a spider. Compared to its previous gigantic size, it had clearly shrunk significantly. At first glance, it seemed rather cute. Yet its blood-red eyes were now filled with a chilling, violent, killing intent. If it hadn't advanced quickly enough, it would have nearly perished. At the same time, a greedy desire surged within its eyes, piercing through to the distance. Countless spiders below were excitedly screeching, spinning webs that burst forth like fireworks, celebrating the birth of the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen didn't even glance at the spiders below. It transformed directly into a beam of blood light, flying straight towards Shi Che and the others. Shi Che saw the patch of red in the sky from afar and felt a violent pressure rushing toward them, leaving him shocked. It's really here. I'm feeling a bit numb. A king-level ferocious beast is no longer something he can contend with. He was already prepared to use the life-saving trump card his family gave him. However, this life-saving trump card was passive. He needed to be on the brink of death for it to activate. Once it did, dealing with a king-level ferocious beast would be no problem. In no time at all, the Spider Queen appeared within Shi Che's line of sight. The terrifying pressure of a king bore down upon them, as if the sky itself was collapsing. Shi Che and Su Che felt as though their mental wall had been struck hard, their heads spinning, limbs weak. They wanted to kneel on the ground. At that critical moment, a cry echoed in their minds, resisting this pressure. The Spider Queen greedily gazed at Shi Che and Su Che below. They smelled so good, so good. Drool even trickled from the corners of its mouth as it muttered incomprehensibly, "Eat. I'll eat you both." It felt that by consuming these two delicious morsels, it could mutate and evolve again, becoming a creature with even more formidable bloodlines. Su Che tightened his grip on Shi Che's hand, his eyes dark. He disliked this expression immensely and thought to himself that he would definitely pop you. Shi Che, thinking Su Che was nervous, also squeezed his hand lightly in comfort. Su Che was just about to draw on the power left by Jin Huang. In the distance, another hot, violent pressure approached, like a blazing sun pressing down on the Spider Queen. Before the person arrived, the voice had already reached them. "Who dares to bully my young master? Are you tired of living?" A voice filled with killing intent echoed through the sky. "Brother Zhang has arrived." Shi Che's expression relaxed. Boom. The two pressures collided violently, turning the dark sky a bloody red as the crimson and blood-red domains clashed against each other. At the center of the two domains, a terrifying shockwave erupted, and a fierce wind howled outward, dispersing in all directions. Dust flew, trees bent and snapped, soaring into the sky, and the ground trembled. A tall figure wearing sunglasses appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Shi Che and the others. He was muscular and exuded an incredibly fierce aura akin to an ancient ferocious beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Blocking the Spider Queen's momentum entirely, Zhang Fei turned around, his gaze concerned as he looked Shi Che up and down. "Young master, are you alright?" Seeing that Shi Che was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. He then sensed Shi Che's master-level aura and clicked his tongue. "My young master is truly extraordinary. Zhang Gu, am fine." Shi Che shook his head, then pointed at the Spider Queen with fiery eyes. "Zhang Gu, she's bullying me." Zhang Fei's gaze shifted to the Spider Queen in the sky. His expression turned cold and sharp, and his aura soared. "So it's you, little spider, that dares to bully my young master. You're seeking death." He stomped his foot, causing the ground to sink. With a bang, he shot forward like a missile towards the Spider Queen. His right hand formed a fist, and in a moment of daze, a great sun began to condense and rise in his hand, radiating a blazing, intense aura. He unleashed a punch, and divine might surged, illuminating the sky as bright as day. A terrifying and dazzling wave of light erupted. The Spider Queen screamed in terror. A stream of blood-colored silk erupted, wrapping her entire body in a massive cocoon. It continued to thicken and reinforce, covered in intricate patterns. Shi Che and the others were within Zhang Fei Bei's domain, unaffected by the battlefield, able to enjoy the spectacle. Otherwise, the aftermath of a battle between king-level beings was not something they could withstand. Even watching from afar would exert immense pressure on their minds. A moment's negligence could lead to a severe mental blow. Shi Che's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration. This was his first time witnessing a battle at the king level. With a wave of his hand, the winds changed, dramatically powerful beyond belief. He was eager to share this thrilling feeling with others, wrapping his arm around Su Ze's shoulder. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "How about it? Isn't Brother Zhang handsome? Brother Zhang has awakened and a great ability, the setting sun, sacred flame erupting like a rising sun. He is currently using grade martial arts, the sacred sun fist, and Brother Zhang has reached a mastery level. With a single punch, it's like the great sun erupting but could extinguish a small mountain. Grade martial arts involve the manipulation of natural forces with enough power to destroy a city. Therefore, obtaining it comes with numerous restrictions, and the difficulty of cultivation is dozens of times greater than that of grade or below." Su Ze responded nonchalantly. "It's quite strong. Damn it, Xiao Ze, can't you look a bit more astonished?" Shi Che pinched Su Ze's face. He was indeed overly excited. Su Ze lightly bit Shi Che's finger. Shi Che quickly pulled back, muttering, "Such a little dog." At that moment, the great sun wave heavily struck against the blood cocoon. Shi Che held his breath, his eyes not blinking. He could see the area where they intersected, the space seemed to twist and vibrate. The scorching great sun wave tore through the blood cocoon in layers. Bang! Then it fiercely collided with the blood-colored figure. A sharp sound of air burst forth, roaring away into the distance, creating a violent hurricane. There was a heart-rending shriek. In midair, the Spider Queen was covered in charred marks, her chest armor displaying numerous cracks. The Spider Queen had never expected to be so severely beaten right after her advancement. Her state of mind shattered. She could no longer savor those two delicious morsels. Her figure frantically fled into the distance, while summoning her minions for rescue. "This little spider is quite resilient. Young master, wait for me a moment." Zhang Fei Bei's voice rang out. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and threw a punch. The grade martial arts master-level rising dragon fist. A violent aura erupted, and a golden dragon that burned everything surged forth, moving at the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, it struck the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen's body froze in midair, her eyes still filled with fear and disbelief. The next moment, her body shattered, crumbling into dust scattered across the world. Zhang Fei Bei's aura calmed, and he coolly descended from the sky. "Young master, it's done." "Brother Zhang, you're really too handsome," Shi Che exclaimed eagerly. Zhang Fei Bei humbly replied, "Young master, you have great insight." Shi Che chuckled. "It's a pity, Brother Zhang, your strike was too fierce. The material on that Spider Queen would have surely been worth a lot." Zhang Fei Bei shrugged. "That little money isn't worth my attention." In truth, he simply couldn't restrain his strength. The Spider Queen's defense was still quite formidable. Of course, he didn't need to tell Shi Che this. At that moment, Qin Mingho hurried over, panting. "Boss, Xiao Hao, you're here." Qin Mingho looked at Zhang Fei Bei, his eyes filled with shock and envy. That terrifying aura was simply astonishing. Zhang Fei Bei narrowed his eyes, glancing at Shi Che, Su Ze, and Qin Mingho. In just over a day, they had reached master level. What kind of opportunity had the young master obtained? When they returned, he definitely needed to have the young master checked out at the hospital. Hopefully, the young master hasn't obtained that sort of opportunity that damages potential for rapid growth. Such an opportunity isn't unfixable, it just becomes troublesome once Yuan Shao knows. He certainly didn't want to be frozen into an ice sculpture by Yuan Shao, like a monkey for others to gawk at. Shi Che looked at the bodies strewn haphazardly around, and felt somewhat troubled. With a thought, Zhang Fei Bei caused these people to levitate. "Young master, I'll take these people to the Hunter Association." Shi Che nodded. "Thank you, Zhang Gu, for bringing Senior Wang in back. I still have things to discuss with him when he wakes up." Zhang Fei Bei nodded, taking these people towards the Hunter Association. "Young master, see you at home." The golden sun monkey got up from the ground, still clutching those two vials, while a colorful parrot flapped its wings on its head. Shi Che was slightly surprised. This little monkey and the colorful parrot surprisingly hadn't fainted. Their bloodlines seemed to be quite remarkable. The golden sun monkey chattered a few times, its eyes filled with fear. "Parrot, let's go. Leaving this place to somewhere without toe-legged beasts, as those toe-legged beasts are truly terrifying." Even such a fearsome spider was easily killed. The colorful parrot chirped once. No, that person saved my life, oh I must repay him. It excitedly flitted around Shi Che, chirping continuously. Then it perched on Shi Che's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. The golden sun monkey stood motionless as if petrified. Parrot. Shi Che suddenly heard a childish voice in his heart. Benefactor, please wait for me. I'll go home and pack my things before returning. Colorful parrot, is that you speaking? Shi Che asked in surprise. The colorful parrot nodded vigorously. Yes, benefactor, please wait for me. It then turned and flew into the sky, transforming into a beam of colorful light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shi Che, filled with curiosity, recalled the information about the colorful parrot. The colorful parrot is extremely rare, does not actively attack humans, and is said to contain a trace of phoenix bloodline. Its innate divine ability, the colorful spiritual light, greatly benefits the growth of spiritual plants, and wherever it passes the harvest is plentiful. Thus it is regarded as an auspicious sign and is classified as a spiritual beast. I've never heard that the colorful parrot has the ability to communicate telepathically. Suze's tone was grim. Young master, I think the colorful parrot looks quite delicious, we should eat it. The golden sun monkey trembled. The parrot told you to leave, and you didn't, now you're going to be eaten. Shi Che retorted, eat what? This little parrot is quite cute. Before long the colorful parrot returned carrying a small backpack. At this moment its size had grown significantly, almost the size of an eagle. Then, as if showcasing a treasure, it opened the small backpack for Shi Che to see. Inside were several dark herbs and bright red herbs, along with some seeds of spiritual plants. A hint of joy appeared in Shi Che's eyes. These are soul-strengthening grass and fire cloud grass. Soul-strengthening grass is a level 4 resource, one of the very few that can enhance mental strength, effective for creatures below 5th rank, but cultivation is quite challenging. Its market price is 1 million per plant. Ordinary level 4 resources can be bought for just over 100,000. Fire cloud grass is a level 5 resource which can accelerate the cultivation speed of flammability users and can also be used to concoct high-level fire attribute potions. Benefactor, this is what I've cultivated. If you like those dark herbs, it'll help you plant more in the future, the colorful parrot said joyfully. Shi Che was taken aback. You want to come with me? There's such a good thing. The colorful parrot nodded repeatedly. Yes, benefactor. Shi Che beamed with joy. Welcome, welcome. I'm very glad to have you join. They'll call you Shao Kai. Okay, benefactor. The colorful parrot chirped joyfully. Come on, Shao Kai, you must be tired from carrying that. Let me help you with it. Thank you, benefactor. With the small backpack in hand, Shi Che's face bloomed with an incredibly radiant smile. If Shao Kai can cultivate soul-strengthening grass, his mental strength will rapidly increase. Moreover, if Shao Kai can also cultivate other rare spiritual herbs, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Shi Che seemed to see a master beckoning to him. Shao Kai once again perched on Shi Che's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Suze had no idea that this little parrot was no longer to be trifled with. Continuing, he said, this little parrot is so beautiful, it must be delicious too. Shao Kai trembled and immediately nestled into Shi Che's collar. Benefactor, he bullied me. Shi Che grew angry. From now on, whoever dares to bully Shao Kai will be going against me. Shao Kai, don't be afraid, I'll stand up for you. He playfully slapped Suze's bottom a few times. It was surprisingly bouncy. Unable to resist, he did it a few more times. Shao Kai instantly spun around, proudly landing on Suze's head, messing up his hair into a bird's nest. Suze pursed his lips, but didn't say anything further. His mental strength quietly seeped out. Shao Kai's body stiffened and fell into Suze's hands. Suze gently stroked Shao Kai's feathers. The two appeared to have reconciled. Shi Che suspiciously asked, Shao Kai, are you all right? Shao Kai shook its head vigorously, looking at Suze with some trepidation. All right, Shao Kai, let's go home. Seeing that the parrot was genuinely following Shi Che and the others, the golden sun monkey couldn't sit still any longer and also followed Shi Che and the others step by step. In the end, Shi Che named the golden sun monkey Xiao Jin. Upon returning to the villa, Suze and Qin Mingho each went back to their rooms to rest. Shi Che first called the butler to have him customize 2 houses for Xiao Jin and Shao Kai. Then, overjoyed, he took a bath. After cleaning himself, he directly dove onto the soft plush bed and fell into a comfortable sleep. Everything else could wait until he woke up. The 5-member team, fortunate enough to acquire materials that Shi Che and the others did not want returned safely. They reported the emergence of high-level ferocious beasts on the outskirts of Tianming Mountain Range to the Hunter Association. Subsequently, many hunters gradually reported the abnormalities of Tianming Mountain Range. However, it did not attract the special attention of the Hunter Association, which even failed to dispatch personnel for investigation, merely issuing a mission. Investigate the reason for the appearance of multiple high-level ferocious beasts on the outskirts of Tianming mountain range. After all, high-level ferocious beasts are not lifeless. They would usually remain in one place, occasionally drifting to the outskirts due to defeat in battles with other ferocious beasts or other reasons. The Hunter Association also posted a notice warning hunters entering the mountain recently that there are high-level ferocious beasts appearing on the outskirts of Tianming mountain range. Many capable teams were quite interested, as hunting high-level ferocious beasts on the outskirts was much simpler and easier than venturing deep into Tianming mountain range. Thus, the next day, teams eagerly set off to hunt high-level ferocious beasts. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. While the teams were locked in a fierce battle with the high-level ferocious beasts, both sides suffered heavy losses. One by one, blood jade spiders accompanied by their minions had already laid a trap, capturing both sides in one fell swoop. These high-level ferocious beasts were merely bait set by them. No one expected that the ferocious beasts would resort to fishing. Even though the leader-level ferocious beasts possessed the intelligence of adults, they, lacking relevant knowledge, were filled with muscle. They wouldn't engage in schemes and plots. The hunters were unprepared, and most fell into the trap. By nightfall, the Hunter Association was astonished to find that a large number of hunters had not returned. Only a few hunters managed to escape by luck, reporting the situation of several fourth-level blood jade spiders surrounding and killing hunters. This drew the high attention of the Hunter Association's leader, speculating that there might be a fifth-level spider-type ferocious beast advancing in Tianming mountain range. Extremely hostile towards humans, it controlled the fourth-level spiders to slaughter them. The Hunter Association's leader quickly reported this information to the association's president Ningheng. Ningheng immediately contacted Mayor Chunin. Only Chunin could deal with fifth-level ferocious beasts. Chunin promptly summoned master-level supernatural beings from Tianming City to assist at Tianming Base. He also went to Tianming Base to oversee the situation, organizing the construction of a defensive line. He did not intend to rescue the hunters in peril. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With unclear information from Tianming mountain range, rash action would be a poor strategy. If he led people to rescue them, what if that fifth-level ferocious beast suddenly led an attack on Tianming City, harming its citizens? He was not afraid of the ferocious beast, but worried about the safety of the citizens of Tianming City. Seeing that Chun and had no intention of going to the rescue, Ning Yuan could no longer hold back. Mayor Chun, when will we go to rescue them? The sooner we set off, the more hope we have to save more people. This batch of trapped hunters is the elite of Tianming City. If they all perish, our city will directly regress to a third-rate city, and we can only imagine how many families will be shattered. Team leader He from Tianming Base also had a serious expression. Mayor Chen, I too hope to launch a rescue as soon as possible. With our current strength, we are already sufficient. Even facing a peak fifth-level ferocious beast, we can escape unharmed. Shunin remained silent for a moment and said, I understand your thoughts, and I also wish to rescue immediately. However, you should know very well that once in the mouth of a ferocious beast, the chance of survival is almost zero. All we can do is seek vengeance for them. I have requested support from the province to send a legendary warrior with absolute strength to crush it a single strike to kill. If we act prematurely and alert that fifth-level ferocious beast, causing it to hide, it would lead to a significant future threat. That legendary warrior won't stay in Tianming City forever. If we fail to kill it without a legendary warrior stationed, Tianming City cannot withstand the chaos caused by a fifth-level ferocious beast. The moment they became hunters, they should understand that the only ones who can save them are themselves. Outside the city, fighting among hunters is permitted and not protected by national law. It must be said that bloody conflicts breed stronger individuals. Every strong person has blood on their hands, both from ferocious beasts and humans. In the wild, hunters and the state are more like a hiring relationship, who one party pays and the other exerts effort. The state has no obligation to rescue hunters. Of course, while it is said that way, when domestic hunters are in danger, the state will provide assistance as much as possible. Other master-level supernatural beings remain silent. They are willing to exert effort to guard the city because their loved ones and friends are behind them, and they can also gain merit. However, they are not willing to risk their lives to save others. There is no benefit in this at all. Ning Yuan and team leader He exchanged glances, not pressing further. Then please allow us to form a team to search for and assist the surviving hunters on the outskirts of Tianming mountain range. With our strength, we pose no threat to that fifth-level ferocious beast, so it should not pay us any mind. Chunin sighed softly and handed them a fist-sized, deep blue seal. The two were slightly moved. This was the 6th-level spiritual equipment the Bluebird seal obtained upon becoming mayor. It bore the inscription of Wind's protection, which even legendary warriors cannot break. It will activate itself when threatened. The two bowed slightly as they accepted the seal. Shun, in lending it to them, also bore a significant responsibility. If the seal were lost, he would face considerable punishment. Ning Yuan and team leader, he quickly assembled a group of volunteers to head to Tianming mountain range. Some scouts also followed to gather information. Indeed, Ning Yuan and team leader, he managed to rescue a dozen hunters because 4th-level bloodjade spiders were wandering in the inner Tianming mountain range. These bloodjade spiders had incredible sensing abilities. The scouts did not dare to get too close, but still roughly understood the general area of the spider's nest. They returned to report. Chunin breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this news. Now they only had to wait for the arrival of that legendary warrior. In the wilderness, the lone wolves were discovered by drones shortly after leaving the mountain. Soon someone brought them back to Tianming base. The lone wolves arriving at Tianming base were already prepared. They let out a sigh of relief, informing everyone about a 5th-level peak ferocious beast that was about to advance in Tianming mountain range. This immediately caused a stir, with faces turning pale. 6th-level ferocious beasts possessed the power to destroy a small city. If it truly advanced, Tianming city would be in grave danger. Fortunately, with a legendary warrior's support, they were not overly worried, and they praised Mayor Chun and for his foresight. Chunin, however, wore a solemn expression, feeling uneasy. It seemed that caution was still insufficient, as should he call for another saint's support. At this moment, the lone wolves recounted how Shi Che and the others had become master-level supernatural beings and saved them. The air instantly fell silent. Everyone gaped, slightly casting strange looks at the lone wolves. Was this person hallucinating? If not for the fact that the lone wolves had already broken through to master level, they would have shouted. Nonsense, is this a time for jokes? Everyone in Tianming City knew Shi Che, who had only been at the initial stage of high level 2 days ago. Now to say they had broken through to master level. Who could believe that? They would rather believe a holy beast had appeared in Tianming mountain range. However, soon Dao Xiong and Yin Mo also came forward to testify. The 3 masters would not conspire to deceive them together. Suddenly the sounds of slaps echoed, some hitting themselves, others hitting others. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Heaven knows how much effort they had put in to break through to master level. Others had reached it in just 100 days. It was hard not to feel devastated. Among the crowd, Qin, he kept swallowing hard, thinking one of those 3 must be his foolish son. Soon these masters felt their hearts racing, wondering what kind of opportunity lay within Tianming mountain range. In an instant, they eagerly wished to find Shi Che and the others. If they could obtain it, perhaps they too could break through to the Grandmaster realm. As long as the temptation was great enough, there would be no shortage of those willing to take risks. Regardless of whether one was shrank or not, even Chun and felt a surge of greed rising within, though he knew Shi Che's true background. Coupled with the uncertainty of this opportunity, he barely managed to suppress the flames of his greed, but still many people's eyes sparkled with desire. In the wilderness, one could do as they pleased. Those who became master level had blood on their hands. The Shijia family in the imperial capital was far away, or it might not be able to restrain them. Qin, he felt a tightening in his heart, quietly observing Chun-in's expression. He was not worried about anyone else, but if Chun-in took action, it would be a huge problem. He quietly sent a message. Chun-in glanced around without reminding others of Shi Che's background. These people naturally knew Shi Che was from the Shijia family, but no one knew he was from the direct line. His brother was the Ice King Shi Yuan. Both of his parents were saints, and his grandfather was a ruler. His direct ancestor was the supreme of Shijia. Their levels were far too low. If others took action, he could suppress them and conveniently grant Shi Che a favor. A fierce aura erupted from him. His tone brooked no refusal. Time is of the essence. We must set off immediately to support Wang and Shi Che, preferably to interrupt the advancement of that 5th-level peak ferocious beast. The others did not refuse either. They were genuinely curious about how Shi Che and the others had advanced so quickly. If they could save Shi Che, they might also gain an opportunity. Before they could set off, a powerful pressure erupted from Tianming mountain range. Blood red filled the sky. Hiss! Everyone gasped, their eyes flashing with a hint of fear. Someone turned pale and trembled. King-level ferocious beast. Even though humans could now suppress ferocious beasts, news of small cities being attacked by ferocious beasts still occasionally came. Most of these attacks were orchestrated by king-level ferocious beasts. If a king-level ferocious beast chose to engage in guerrilla warfare and attack a city, it would be akin to an 8th-level earthquake for a small city. Everyone stopped in their tracks. In front of a king-level beast, they would be handing over their lives. Under the terrifying pressure of the king, they had no will to fight. Chunin clenched the seal in his hand, revealing a hint of regret on his face. Heaven is jealous of the talented. He could only hope that Shi Che and the others had not been targeted. At the speed of a king, if he rushed over now, the battle would have long been over. If Shi Che fell here, his political career would essentially be over. At that moment, a domineering and blazing aura erupted, shining like a great sun. Everyone displayed expressions of surprise. Support had arrived. The two auras clashed violently. Even from a distance, they felt a wave of oppression, as if they were struggling to breathe. They watched intently. This was their first time witnessing a battle of kings. Chun's expression grew suspicious. The legendary warrior sent from the province was a wood ability user, and only at the initial stage of 6th level. This effect seemed unlike that. Where did this legendary warrior come from? Chunin knew of Zhang Fei Bei's existence, but was unaware that he was a legendary warrior. He thought that reaching the pinnacle meant being a grandmaster. After all, legendary warriors were already stable high-level figures in large forces who would still work as bodyguards. In just a few minutes, that blood-red aura retreated and soon disappeared. Everyone was slightly taken aback. This king-level ferocious beast was surprisingly weak. Or perhaps this legendary warrior was too strong. Someone asked, "Do we still need to go over now?" Chunin nodded. "Of course we need to go to thank that senior for removing a great threat from Tianming City." Not long after departing, several people floated down from the sky. They then directly dropped those individuals in front of them. "The 6th-level little spider is dead. These people are handed over to you." They simply stated this. Zhang Fei by holding Wang and had no interest in speaking to them, and flew back to the villa. Ning Yuan and team leader, he hurriedly checked these individuals and found them heavily injured but still alive. They smiled. As long as they were alive, that was good. The others exchanged glances. This senior was quite arrogant, saying only one sentence before leaving. Qin he looked around, but did not see Shi Che and the others, feeling anxious and uncertain about whether the third person was indeed his foolish son. Chunin also recognized Zhang Fei Bai and clicked his tongue. It seemed he had underestimated the foundation of the Supreme family. Even a 6th-level powerhouse was willing to act as a bodyguard. He quietly extinguished the last bit of ill thoughts. Regardless, the crisis of Tianming City was averted, and Chunin breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of Shi Che and the others, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. 3 master-level individuals, 2 of whom were rank supernatural beings. His eyes glimmered with anticipation. If the top 3 in the country were all occupied by Tianming City, he as the mayor would shine brightly. This could count as one of his political achievements. This was something only the imperial capital could accomplish. He truly looked forward to the upcoming martial exam. He calmed his mind. He began commanding everyone for rescue efforts while continuing to send people to Tianming mountain range to scout for information, checking if there were any other surviving hunters. As for the news of the fall of the 6th-level ferocious beast, he did not notify that wood-type warrior immediately. He still hoped that the warrior would further investigate whether there were other ferocious beasts above 5th level in Tianming mountain range for his peace of mind. After Zhang Fei Bai casually placed Wang in a room of the villa, he sat on the sofa waiting, occasionally glancing at his phone to check the time. He was extremely eager to know how the young master and the others had become master-level supernatural beings. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Had he known, he would have returned with the young master. When Shi Che and the others finally returned, Shi Che completely ignored him, made a phone call, and went straight to his room. Zhang Fei Bai silently opened his mouth. Heaven, how long would he have to wait? On May 10th, 145 of the stellar calendar at 2:11, Qin Mingho returned to his room, but did not rush to rest. Instead, he opened his phone, entered the family group chat, and uploaded 3 photos with a series of taps. He changed his nickname to Grandmaster Qin Golden Member Hao Yin, and the corners of his mouth began to curl involuntarily. One photo showed him standing proudly in the air, arms crossed. Another depicted him with a desolate expression, holding a tang saber, exuding the loneliness of a supreme expert with dozens of beast carcasses in the background. The third captured him with a detached look, a blade of milky white light coalescing from his fingertip. He had asked his eldest brother to take these photos, snapping dozens of shots. He captioned it, "At 21, already a grandmaster." Everyone. Qin He, who had just finished his work, saw the message. Qin He, who was about to call Qin Mingho, felt a surge of astonishment upon seeing this. Could it really be his foolish son? The corners of his own mouth also curled up involuntarily. Before long, a flurry of messages appeared. The manager of 100 Fruits Garden Mother. My dear silly son just woke up, didn't you? Slap yourself hard to wake up. The coach of Wushuang Dojo elder brother. It's over, little brother has gone crazier. Who's free tomorrow to take him to the hospital? The PE teacher at Tianming no. 2 middle school cousin. Little bro, if you really became a grandmaster, you'll run 3 naked laps around the schoolyard to celebrate. The owner of Kiki Toy Store's second cousin. I know a doctor at Qingshan's psychiatric hospital, incredibly skilled, all patients speak highly of him. Little bro will take you tomorrow. The owner of Mingming Bookstore's second brother. Hilarious. Little bro, you a grandmaster. You made me snort like a pig late at night. The photo is well edited though. Which talented person did that? Introduce me. The grandmaster chef, grandfather. Grandson, gather your courage and move forward with resolve. I believe you will become a grandmaster one day. Grandmaster Qin, golden member Haoyan. Those who jumped me with a sack before tomorrow at noon at home. Be there or be square. Don't come, and you're cowards. The coach of Wushuang Dojo elder brother. Oh, you've convinced yourself. Who gave you that confidence? Come on, if I don't beat you until you beg for mercy, I'll take your last name. The owner of Mingming Bookstore's second brother, count me in. The PE teacher at Tianming no. 2 middle school cousin 1. Qin Mingho sneered coldly. Laugh on. He saved all the screenshots. Tomorrow would be the day of his return, and they would all have their turn to weep. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. His father was merely an early-stage grandmaster, a waste propped up by resources. His martial arts had long been neglected, making him the weakest among grandmasters, only capable of bullying high-level psychics. Now facing his father, Qin Mingho felt no fear. Moreover, he planned to ambush him. The rest of the trash he could handle with one hand. He turned off his phone and fell asleep peacefully. After reading the messages, his face darkened. This unfilial son. Yet a pang of unease struck him. He knew his own combat prowess all too well. He wasn't sure he could beat Qin Mingho now. Quickly, he created a new group and invited 21 people. The chairman of Haitian group. Everyone, the critical moment has arrived. I have grave news. Xiao Hao has truly reached the grandmaster level. The manager of 100 Fruits Garden. What? Can my son really be this strong? Was he switched at birth? The coach of Wushuang Dojo. Has little brother been swapped by an alien? This one's a clone. The owner of Mingming Bookstore, a legendary power reincarnated. The PE teacher at Tianming no. 2 middle school can't unsend that message. The owner of Kiki Toy Store, little bro has mutated. The chairman of Haitian group. Everyone, that's not the point. The point is that person is coming back. All of you here participated in the assault on Qin Mingho. Given his personality, once he returns home, everyone present might face misfortune. How should we handle this? The owner of Kiki Toy Store, would he dare to defy his elders? The owner of Mingming Bookstore, how you think he wouldn't dare? The penguin from Black Angel, it's nothing to do with me. My sister and brother-in-law told me to hit him. Several others chimed in. The owner of Kiki Toy Store, any mom cousin-in-law. You all had a great time hitting him. Trying to wash your hands of it now? No way. The chairman of Haitian group, everyone, no need to worry. Even if Xiao Hao has advanced to grandmaster, I can suppress him with one hand. Be there at 1:00 sharp tomorrow, and we'll launch another Hunt How operation. I'm sure you're all curious what it feels like to beat up a grandmaster. The penguin from Black Angel, great. I'm counting on you, brother-in-law. The coach of Wushuang Dojo, dad's amazing. Teach little brother a good lesson. When he returned home, he was greeted by a slap from his wife. Lu Qianlong cupped his face and said with concern, honey, does it hurt? He pushed her away with a blank expression. Damn right it hurts. All right, miss. Lu Qianlong, this isn't a dream. Your son really is a grandmaster. Lu Qianlong sighed softly. It's over. We're going to lose this son. He looked puzzled. Lu Qianlong's brow was furrowed with worry. You know your own son. What ability does that foolish boy have to reach grandmaster so quickly? He must have used Shi Che's power. With such a great debt, your son will have to follow him devotedly forever. Those noble families are constantly scheming against each other, with brothers fighting and kin killing kin. If your foolish son gets caught up in that, he'll be crushed to pieces in no time. I only wanted Xiao Hao to stay with Shi Che for a while to repay the favor and resolve his obsession. Best case, he'd learn a fraction of Shi Che's virtues. After the sacred exam, they'd naturally part ways. They're not from the same class. Now, I'd rather Xiao Hao be the way he was before, living a peaceful life. He laughed heartily. Children grow up and must spread their wings. You can't guard him forever. Crisis and opportunity always go hand in hand. Your son gained a huge benefit, so he must bear the corresponding risks. Reaching grandmaster in just over 100 days. If news of this gets out, 99% of the country would be green, with envy, wishing they could trade places. Even I, his old father, am jealous of Xiao Hao's fortune. Besides, isn't having me enough? Why do you need those brats? Pack up. Well, leave tonight and travel the country. Lu Qianlong was stunned. You're not going to see Xiaohao tomorrow. Qin He raised an eyebrow. What's there to see about that brat? Since he's become a grandmaster, it'll give him a reward. Leave those useless relatives for him to vent his anger on. We'll go enjoy our time together. Qin He scooped up Lu Qianlong, gave her a quick kiss, and headed for the door. Forget packing. We'll buy everything new. The coach of Wushuang Dojo, second brother, are you going tomorrow? The owner of Mingming bookstore, only a fool would go. You know Dad's strength. He's the lamb among grandmasters, soft and weak. Who can he beat? Even if he could win, what if little bro plays dirty? We wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm planning to travel with Wan for a few days. Once little bro leaves for the sacred school, we'll be safe. The coach of Wushuang Dojo, great minds think alike. I'm planning a honeymoon with your sister-in-law. But I can't miss the excitement. I've already arranged for someone to live stream the scene. The owner of Mingming bookstore, brilliant. Big bro, send me the live stream link. Similarly, other small groups were discussing, and their final conclusion was, Qin He was too weak to be trusted. They couldn't risk themselves. They wouldn't go. On May 11th, 145 of the star calendar, at 8:00 a.m., Qin Mingho woke up feeling refreshed. He noticed that his big brother and Ice Face had not yet risen. A message was sent to them via phone. Hailing a taxi, he was headed to his house. He intended to catch them off guard despite them claiming he wouldn't arrive until noon. He bought 15 burlap sacks at the mall. He was bundled in burlap, not even sure who had hit him, but he estimated there were at least 10 people. However, his big brother and second brother must have been involved. He was all too familiar with their strength. As long as he captured one, their nature would naturally reveal everything. He lived in the Qinhe community. This had been built by his father, primarily housing wealthy descendants from the business world. The security was strict with surveillance cameras everywhere. However, he had an invisibility cloak which he borrowed from his big brother. Upon arriving at the Qinhe community, he found a blind spot and put on the invisibility cloak. He entered the community unnoticed, heading straight for his house. First, he would capture the trash, known as Qin He and the lady Lu Qianlong. Then he would wait patiently to catch them all. Once back home, he searched everywhere. The entire villa only had his grandfather and the butler inside. Did Dad and Mom go out? He sat quietly at the door, draped in his cloak, waiting. Little did he know many people were monitoring the area around his home. By noon, there was no one in sight. The wind was chilling, leaving Qin Mingho feeling cold in his heart. Not a single person showed up. Qin Mingho's anger flared. He removed the cloak and took out his phone. Qin Master Gold member Hao Yin, you cowardly bunch, all of you are nothing but grandsons. All members. Shi Che toy store manager, who's being cowardly? I'm in the bathroom today with a stomach ache, unable to come. Mingming bookstore manager, haha, what a coincidence, I have a headache. Wushuang Dojo coach, what a coincidence, I accidentally broke my foot. Chairman of Height End Group, I have an important meeting today, should we reschedule for another day, Xiaohao? Others also began to make various excuses to evade. Everyone secretly cursed each other, all prepared to watch the drama unfold. They were shocked to see Qin Mingho suddenly appear through the live broadcast. This guy actually had such spiritual equipment and had become quite sinister. Fortunately, they hadn't shown up. Qin Mingho entered the hall and found his grandfather waiting for him. Qin Shueshio was tall with exceptionally bright eyes, sporting a buzz cut, and dressed in a traditional tunic, looking spirited, a high-level ability user. Upon seeing Qin Mingho, he was exceptionally pleased and said excitedly, Xiaohao, you truly have become a master-level ability user. If Xiaohao hadn't truly become a master-level ability user, how could his son and daughter-in-law have fled in panic? How could others dare to step foot here? Qin Mingho nodded, crossing his arms and raising his chin proudly. Grandfather, you don't believe in me. Believe? How could I not believe? Ha ha. Qin Shueshio laughed heartily, his complexion rosy. My grandson possesses supreme talent. Come, Xiaohao, follow me. He silently added in his heart that it would be better if he were a bit smarter. He pulled Qin Mingho into his room and turned the lamp base, opening a secret chamber. Qin Mingho was taken aback. He had explored his grandfather's room since childhood, yet there was a secret chamber here. What was his grandfather up to being so mysterious? They descended into the secret chamber. The chamber was sparsely furnished, containing only a large shelf filled with various kitchen knives. Some glimmered with spiritual light, while others were rusty. Grandfather, are you planning to give me a kitchen knife? Qin Mingho asked curiously. Qin Shueshio slightly nodded, but then shook his head. Xiaohao, I do want to give it to you, but you might not be able to take it. He said with a serious face, Xiaohao, do you remember the story I told you about the 8 legendary cooking tools when you were young? Qin Mingho nodded. Humanity's era can be roughly divided into 3 periods: the tribal era, the dynasty era, and the ability era. At the end of the tribal era, a culinary god appeared, said to have consumed all the ferocious beasts in the world. It is even said that he consumed more than one divine beast. Ultimately, this instilled fear in all the ferocious beasts which had previously fought amongst themselves, leading them to unite to eliminate the culinary god. The culinary god was defeated and perished. However, before his death, he left behind 8 cooking tools which were said to be forged from the bones of a divine black dragon. Collecting all 8 cooking tools would grant one the culinary god's legacy, perhaps even making them a deity. Each tool's emergence would incite fierce competition, resulting in a bloody uproar. Unfortunately, no one has ever managed to gather all 8 cooking tools, but one thing is certain: each tool holds a legacy, and by undergoing the trials associated with them, one can obtain the legacy. The only legendary cooking tool currently in existence is the Black Dragon Pot managed by the state. The first place in the annual Culinary God competition earns the qualification to participate in the Black Dragon Pot's trials. What exactly do you want to say, grandfather? Qin Mingho asked, perplexed. Qin Zuexia's mouth twitched. If it were someone else asking, they would surely connect the dots in this environment and excitedly press him for answers. Pretending to be profound, he slowly recounted the deeds of his ancestors to satisfy his desire to share, then clarified. He sighed, knowing his grandson was foolish and wouldn't understand unless he was direct. Inside this chamber is a legendary cooking tool, the Eternal Abyss Knife. Qin Mingho's eyes widened in shock. Grandfather, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Qin Shuexiu crossed his arms and raised his chin proudly. Xiaohao, you don't believe me. Believe? How could I not believe? Ha ha. Qin Mingho placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily, his face flushed. Grandfather, I love you so much. Which one is the Eternal Abyss Knife? This is your first test. Find the Eternal Abyss Knife among these hundreds of knives. Leave it to me, Grandpa, Qin Mingho said with full confidence. After examining each knife, he revealed a contemplative expression. Qin Shuexiu looked at Qin Mingho with anticipation. Qin Mingho slapped his forehead, his eyes shining as he stared at Qin Shuexiu. Grandpa, I can't find it, just tell me directly. Qin Shuexiu felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to catch his breath. This foolish child will one day drive me to my grave. Acting so self-assured while being utterly clueless. What a need for attention. He tapped Qin Mingho on the head with a finger joint. Try using your spiritual power. Qin Mingho covered his head, feeling wronged. Grandpa, you said you wouldn't hit my head when I grew up. Qin Shuexiu placed his hands behind his back and shot a sidelong glance. You're not yet an adult, so you haven't really grown up. What do you have a problem with that? He silently added, in my eyes, you will always be a child. Thus he thought he could hit whenever he wanted. Qin Mingho snorted. He didn't dwell on it. He was already a master now, having gained spiritual perception, and he had simply been caught off guard earlier. Now that he was on guard, Grandpa wouldn't be able to hit him at all. He sensed each knife with his spiritual power. Still, he found nothing unusual. He couldn't help but doubt. Grandpa, are you lying to me? There's really no Yonyuan knife here. Qin Zuexia's expression turned serious, his brow furrowing. My grandpa shouldn't lie to me. Then he slowly narrated a story. His great-grandfather encountered an enemy at the door, fought fiercely, and barely managed to kill the opponent. He was gravely injured and on the verge of death. Before passing, he informed his grandpa about the Yonyuan knife being hidden in a secret room, then he passed away. To his surprise, there were over 100 knives in the secret room, and no one knew which one was the Yonyuan knife. The Yonyuan knife could only be triggered with spiritual power. His father and grandpa never became master-level superhumans, so they were never able to find the Yonyuan knife. He also failed to become a master-level superhuman while his son did. However, he was still dubbed a weak master, unable to separate his spiritual power from his body. Searching around yielded nothing. He thought he would never see the Yonyuan knife in his lifetime. Just then his grandson gave him a great surprise. At such a young age he had already become a master. But since his grandson couldn't find it either, he too began to doubt. Was there really a Yonyuan knife among these hundreds of knives? Qin Mingho said, Grandpa, so the information about the Yonyuan knife is all hearsay? You're not certain either. I have a way to find out if any of these knives is the Yonyuan knife. Qin Zuexia's spirit lifted. What method? Qin Mingho grinned. Ask my boss, he must have a way. Qin Shuexiu paused for a moment, slightly hesitant. He naturally knew who Qin Mingho's boss was. If it were anyone else, he would have outright refused. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart, if there truly was a Yonyuan knife among these blades, a moment's carelessness could bring disaster upon their family. But Shi Che had saved Xiaohao's life. For Xiaohao to become a master so quickly, Shi Che's assistance was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. To be honest, if he could, he would be willing to exchange the Yonyuan knife for the opportunity to quickly become a master. When he was younger, he was too ambitious to consider this, believing he could earn the Yonyuan knife's recognition. To kill fiercely and ascend to godhood. Now he understood. The hand that gains is the best. What good is possessing the Yongyuan knife? Do you not see the black dragon cauldron sitting there? So many proud sons of heaven cannot pass its trials. Qin Mingho's hope of inheriting was not very high, one could even say it was bleak. He only hoped to find the Yongyuan knife and catch a glimpse of its true form. After pondering for a long time, he nodded, slightly agreeing. At the same time, he informed Qin he'd leave a backup plan. Qin Mingho had already begun dialing Shi Che's number. He briefly mentioned the Yongyuan knife. Then he hung up the phone. Year 145 of the Star Era, May 11th, 1205. Shi Che groggily opened his eyes. He had slept until he woke, naturally feeling great. He opened his phone and saw the message left by Qin Mingho. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he tidied himself up. Looking downstairs, he saw Brother Zhang sitting on the sofa, seemingly deep in thought. He didn't see Su Zhe. Was he still sleeping? Shi Che showed a faint smile. It was just the right time to see how Su Zhe usually slept. He tiptoed to the door, carefully turning the doorknob. To his surprise, it was locked. A sharp glint appeared in Shi Che's eyes. A man locking his room in broad daylight. One can imagine what Su Zhe was doing. Just right to see Su Zhe's situation, to see if he could compare with him. With his ear pressed against the door, there was no sound. The soundproofing was too good. Concentrating his spiritual power to pass through the door, he struggled to see, as if he had severe myopia. He could see nothing clearly. Without any noise, the door suddenly swung open. Shi Che stumbled and fell to the ground. "Young master, what are you doing?" Su Zhe looked down at Shi Che with a grin that was neither a smile nor a frown. Shi Che gave an awkward smile, got up, and quietly sniffed the air, his eyes scanning around. There was no odd smell. The trash can had tissues, but that was normal. The bed was very clean, the bedding neatly folded. In such a short time, it was impossible to destroy everything. It seems he had overthought it. "Sleeping too long is bad for your health. Ew, I was just about to wake you up. Why do you walk without a sound? Like a ghost, you scare me to death." Su Zhe glanced at Shi Che. "If you don't do anything guilty, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking at your door." Shi Che didn't argue with him. "Xiao Hao isn't here. What should we have for lunch?" Su Zhe replied, "Young master, I'll cook noodles for you." Shi Che, being a savvy internet user, naturally caught on to this innuendo. He revealed his pearly white teeth. "Forget it, your noodles are too soft, they lack bite. I'll cook the noodles for you instead." Su Zhe remained unfazed. "All right, sorry for the trouble, young master." Shi Che paused, uncertain whether Su Zhe's comment was an accident or a double entendre. The target of such innuendo seemed wrong. Thinking of Su Zhe's dedication to studying, he figured he rarely encountered online vulgarity. Again, he overthought it. The two went downstairs. Shi Che asked Brother Zhang, "Do you want noodles?" Brother Zhang paused, his mouth wide open. Sure. He held back his curiosity, deciding to eat first and then ask later. Shi Che entered the kitchen and quickly prepared a pot of scallion oil noodles. The taste was quite good. Su Zhe said, "Young master, your noodles are delicious." He even had 2 big bowls. Shi Che momentarily didn't know whether to be happy or to give Su Zhe a good beating. After finishing the noodles, Brother Zhang was about to speak when Shi Che received a call from Qin Mingho. His eyes sparkled and his throat moved slightly. He couldn't imagine how delicious the dishes made with legendary kitchenware by Xiao Hao would be. He grabbed Su Zhe and rushed outside. "Brother Zhang, keep an eye on Senior Wang and I will be back soon." Shish drove, carrying Su Zhe towards China Community. Upon arriving at the community, Qin Mingho was already waiting outside, his face beaming with joy as he waved from afar. "Boss, this way." He led Shish and Su Zhe towards his villa. Qin Shueshio stood outside the door. As soon as he spotted the 2 handsome young men, his heart felt a sense of relief. Just looking at their appearances brought him a sense of joy. They clearly were not the kind of people with a heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. Moreover, he heard that both of them had excellent academic records, which made Qin Shueshio even happier. In his family, none had outstanding academic performance, which was quite distressing for him. He particularly hoped for a grandchild with excellent grades. Unfortunately, each one was worse than the last. Qin Mingho was at the bottom of the list at Tianming University, yet in their family, he was firmly at the top. How great it would be if he were his grandson. Qin Mingho led the 2 of them forward, introducing, "This is my grandfather." Shish and Su Zhe obediently called out, "Hello, Grandpa." Qin Zuexius' mouth couldn't help but curl into a broad smile. Come, let's go inside and sit down. What would you like to drink or eat?" "Grandpa, you sit by yourself." Qin Mingho was anxious in his heart. "I will go deal with the main business with the boss first." He just wanted to know if those knives included the Yongyuan knife. No chef could resist curiosity when it came to legendary kitchen utensils. Qin Zuexius' expression darkened. This unfortunate child had already begun to bend his fingers. "Thank you, Grandpa, we are also very curious now," Shish said. Qin Zuexius' face shifted from gloomy to bright. "Then let's go take a look now." Qin Mingho curled his lip, thinking little of his grandfather. The four of them arrived at the secret room. Shi Che's spiritual energy surged outward, carefully observing each knife. Most of them were ordinary kitchen knives, some of which had already rusted. The strongest energy fluctuation was only at the third level. The material and style felt very average. There seemed to be nothing special about them. Shi Che glanced and directly said, "The Yongyuan knife is at least a level 9 weapon. If all the knives are shattered, the one that doesn't break is most likely the Yongyuan knife." Qin Mingho's eyes lit up as he made a connection. "Right, I've heard that legendary kitchen utensils have sentience, even wisdom. If I toss all these knives into the latrine and then provoke it, I don't believe the Yongyuan knife won't come out." Shi Che reached out to cover the mouths of the two. The Yongyuan knife was not a level 9 weapon, but a semi-divine weapon that possessed self-awareness. If it fully awakened, it could briefly contend against a supreme being. To speak such disrespectful words in front of it, if the spirit of the Yongyuan knife was petty, they would be in big trouble. Before Shi Che could cover their mouths, they saw a rusted kitchen knife on the rack begin to emit wisps of black energy. Its style was the most common, very unremarkable. At this moment, a terrifying power was awakening within it. Is this the Yongyuan knife? Is it really here? Qin Mingho's face was filled with excitement. The copper rust gradually faded, revealing a deep purple blade. Intricate and mysterious black patterns emerged on it. Faintly, one could hear a dragon's roar that shook the heavens. Then the Yongyuan knife instantly appeared above Qin Mingho's head, blade pointing down. With two thuds, two large bumps rose on his forehead. It then instantly appeared above Shi Che's head. Shi Che's pupils contracted as he was about to flee. With a thud, a large bump had already appeared on his forehead. Shi Che also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the spirit of the Yongyuan knife was just giving a small punishment. Seeing the expressions of these two, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was excellent material. He wanted to take out his phone. Just then the Yongyuan knife unexpectedly appeared above his head. Shi Che faintly seemed to hear a voice. "Birds of a feather flock together. You're surely not a good thing either." His pupils shook wildly. He realized he was wrong. The spirit of the Yongyuan knife was indeed a petty and vengeful creature, unable to distinguish right from wrong. "Just wait for me." The anticipated headache did not occur. The knife's handle hovered above his forehead, seemingly pondering something. In the end, it merely brushed against Shi Che's forehead lightly. Then it released a burst of black light. The three of them saw their surroundings darken, and they had already appeared in a mysterious space. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Qin Shueisha reacted, he saw the three standing still. The Yongyuan knife above their heads released wisps of black energy that surged into their bodies. Hope shone in his eyes as he murmured, "Xiao Hao and the others, this is the beginning of the trial." The mysterious space was utterly empty. Roar! In the distant sky, a colossal eastern dragon stretched its body and flew towards Shi Che and the others. Its length seemed endless, covered in dark purple scales with swirling black energy around it, exuding an imposing and unmatched aura. In an instant, Shi Che and the other two were stunned. The closer the dragon got, the smaller it became. Eventually, it turned into a mini dragon about a foot long. It looked cute and miniature, lacking the previous grandeur. However, having witnessed the earlier spectacle, Shi Che dared not be careless. He respectfully bowed and said, "Junior Shi Che pays his respects to Senior Yongyuan Dao." Shi Che and Qin Minghao followed suit in bowing. Under the eaves, one must lower their head. Junior Shi Che. Qin Minghao pays his respects to Senior Yongyuan Dao. "I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Please do not be angered, Senior." Yongyuan Dao scoffed inwardly. The politeness now was too late. He cast a cold glance at Qin Minghao. "There are 3 trials, and only those who pass all 3 may receive the inheritance. Those who cannot even pass the first trial, Qin Minghao, I will toss you into the cesspit. Shi Che, you will experience the pain of being ground to dust. Shi Che, if you fail, there's no punishment." Qin Minghao's eyes went blank, terrified to the point that goosebumps rose all over his body. This isn't just about losing one's life. No, it's worse than that. Head rather be ground to dust. Senior Yongyuan Dao, I was wrong. He was merely boasting and never intended to act on it. As he pleaded for mercy, his mouth couldn't utter a word. With Qin Minghao as a comparison, Shi Che felt that being ground to dust was not entirely unacceptable. Thus he remained silent. If he were truly to be tossed into the cesspit, he could only fight desperately. Shi Che wanted to plead for Qin Minghao, but he couldn't speak. With a wave of Yongyuan Dao, a small claw darkness enveloped the 3 of them. Qin Minghao had only one thought in his mind. He absolutely had to pass the first trial. Yongyuan Dao clapped its claws silently, raising the difficulty of the trial to the maximum. The first trial was both simple and complex. It tested willpower. That was to swing a sword 10,000 times daily. Under normal difficulty 1 would persist for a month. However, this time, it would last a full year, and not only that, they would be obscured from memories related to the trial and their own past, facing various challenges in life. Swinging the sword once per second continuously would take nearly 3 hours. It seemed easy, but in practice it was far more than 3 hours. This was a dual test of will and body. 3 mirror surfaces appeared before Yong Yuan Dao. It had designed its latest trial after watching several TV dramas. It liked to keep up with the times. It was uncertain whether these 3 could last through the first day. Shi Che opened his eyes, a torrent of chaotic memories flooding into his mind. A student from Kongming School, with only 100 days left before a major exam. His grades were at the bottom, ignored by teachers, and he had long suffered from bullying, leading to a reclusive and inferior personality. His family was extremely poor. His father had a penchant for drinking, gambling, and drugs, along with violent tendencies. Whenever he was drunk or in a bad mood, he would beat him. His mother was no different, fond of playing mahjong and smoking. When she was agitated, she would burn him with cigarette butts. She even encouraged him to steal and beg. That money was their source of income. When there was no money left, his mother would also resort to prostitution to obtain funds. It was now 5:35 p.m., just after school. Shi Che was cornered in the restroom by 4 boys. Other male students who entered the restroom saw this situation and silently chose to distance themselves. The leader among the 4 was a short-haired boy, tall in stature, slapping Shi Che's face. His name was Li Hu. He came from a wealthy family and was rumored to be involved with the underworld, so no one dared to provoke him. He mocked, "I told you to take off your pants, didn't you hear?" Behind him were 3 lackeys holding phones and also shouting, "Tiger brother, it seems this little trash needs a beating. The more you hit him, the more obedient he'll be." Shi Che slightly lowered his head, feeling his body weaken. Any forced resistance would only lead to greater humiliation. With a choking voice, he submissively said, "Understood, Tiger brother." His hands rested on his pants, his body trembling, looking extremely fearful as he slowly walked towards the corner. Grabbing a broomstick from the corner, he raised his head. The timid gaze from before had turned calm. Li Hu paid no heed. With a fierce grin, he said, "You've gotten bold today, dare to resist. Now kneel and crawl under me, and I'll spare you." One lackey echoed, "Tiger brother, you can't let him off so easily today. We must teach him a big lesson." Another lackey with a buzz cut stepped forward. "He'll hold him down, Tiger brother. How do you want to punish him?" Shi Che dipped the broom's head into the urinal and twisted it around. The broom was covered in a pale yellow liquid. The buzz-cut lackey stiffened, not daring to step forward. To them, Shi Che was merely a lamb to slaughter. Even if they let him go today, they could easily catch him next time, and there was no need to get themselves dirty. Li Hu's face darkened, a surge of anger igniting within him. "Little trash, do you dare to resist? You better think carefully. If you escape today, can you escape tomorrow?" Shi Che remained silent, holding the broom and walking towards the door. Stepping outside, he fiercely swung the broom. The 4 of them were caught off guard, and their clothes and faces were instantly splattered with liquid. Anger surged within him. "You're asking for death." Shi Che hurled the broom at them, shut the door, and then shouted, "Come and see, there's someone running naked in the restroom, and he's having a great time." This shout attracted many students to come and watch. Shi Che seized the opportunity to slip away. By the time Li Hu washed his face and pushed the door open to look, the hallway was packed with curious students looking at them, their faces displaying peculiar smiles. Shi Che walked down the street. He instinctively hurried home, needing to return before 6:30 to prepare dinner for his parents. Otherwise, he would face a joint punishment from his parents. The thought of their faces filled him with dread, causing him to shrink back. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind. Practice swinging the knife 10,000 times each day. Once this thought appeared, it rooted deeply in his mind and would not dissipate. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. What good is practicing with a knife? Will it earn me money? Can it help me deal with Li Hu and his gang? Now he should think of a way to confront Li Hu's retaliation tomorrow. Just moments ago, he didn't know where he found the courage to resist Li Hu and them. Returning to his small, dilapidated home, it was very cramped. There was only one living room and one bedroom. He cleaned every day, so the room was fairly tidy. After cooking, he sat blankly in a chair. His eyes were filled with confusion about the future. The thought of swinging the knife 10,000 times a day constantly flickered in his mind. After a moment of silence, he picked up a fruit knife and began to swing it. He didn't even know why he was doing this. Perhaps it was just for a vague hope. There was no technique involved, just swinging the knife. Time slowly passed. The phone rang. Shi Che gasped slightly as he answered the call. "You little brat, where's my food? You've got 10 minutes to bring it here, or you'll face the consequences." The man's roaring voice was accompanied by various groans. Before Shi Che could respond, the call was already disconnected. He fell into a brief silence. Then he dialed the investigator's phone number. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Hello, I want to report a public disorder. The address is." He resolved this trouble. He ate his meal and continued to practice swinging the knife. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and his palms had developed blisters. Each swing was painful. Before midnight, he finally finished. Even though nothing unusual happened, there was a hint of confidence in his gaze. He could do it, he believed he could. At that moment, a swinging motion appeared in his mind. It seemed that this was the correct way to swing the knife. This gave him a glimmer of hope. He took a shower and went to bed. In the following days, he did not attend school. He practiced swinging the knife with all his might. Mastering the standard technique was too difficult. Every day, he could barely complete it, lacking the energy to do anything else. In the face of the crisis posed by Li Hu, he had only made a little preparation. After waiting for a few days without seeing Shi Che at school, Li Hu obtained his address from the homeroom teacher. He arrived with 3 lackeys looking menacing. "Bang, bang, bang. You little trash, I know you're inside, get out here." Li Hu pounded on the door. There was no sound from inside. Li Hu's eyes were fierce as he kicked the door open. He walked into the room and glanced around. The cramped space was immediately apparent. Shi Che was not there. "Brother Hu, look, there are some good things here," said a buzz-cut lackey in surprise. Li Hu walked over and saw a large number of pornographic DVDs, cigarette boxes, and beer on the coffee table. He gulped. "This little trash really knows how to enjoy himself. Oh, let's wait for him here." One lackey understood and impatiently closed the door, drawing the curtains shut. Then they started to play the videos. The 4 of them watched intently, their mouths dry. Some took cigarettes from the box and began to smoke, while others opened beer bottles to drink. In less than an hour, all 4 had fallen into a deep sleep. After hearing no sounds inside, Shi Che finally walked through the door. He took the phones of the 4 and unlocked them using their fingerprints. Soon he found several videos, one of him being beaten, others of other boys being attacked, and even one of them forcing a girl. After successfully copying all the videos, he went to a local newspaper to expose them, and then reported to the investigative bureau. He also reported his parents for drug use and domestic violence. He was somewhat curious whether Li Hu's family could cover up everything. By the time Li Hu and his 3 lackeys woke up, they had already entered a small dark room. With the evidence provided by Shi Che, they would be judged according to the facts. Li Hu glared fiercely at Shi Che. "You little brat, I will never let you go." His parents screamed hysterically, "You little beast, just wait. I'll be waiting for you, make sure to come." Shi Che replied slightly, tilting his head with a radiant smile. After that, he accepted assistance from society. While studying and practicing knife techniques, his future looked bright. Yongyuan Knife nodded slightly, understanding how to take advantage of the situation. It was quite good. Suze encountered a situation where he removed the school badge pin and stabbed it into Li Hu's palm before escaping from the restroom. He came home and put a hammer in his backpack. He went to Li Hu's house. He remembered having been to Li Hu's home before to report him to Li Hu's mother. The outcome was getting beaten, even worse the next day. Li Hu's mother was very beautiful and well-maintained. When the hammer fell, the bright red blood staining her beautiful face was also extremely striking. After Li Hu bandaged his wound and returned home, he opened the door and was met with a hammer strike. Suze took Li Hu's phone and called his 3 lackeys. 3 hammer strikes. Next, he unleashed 1,000 knife strikes. Suze practiced diligently, filled with joy, a smile plastered on his face. During this time, he received calls from his parents, but he ignored them. By the time he cleaned up and returned home, it was already midnight. His parents were sound asleep. He delivered 2 hammer strikes, not practicing knife techniques, but simply using a glowing hot knife to burn and scald. Afterwards, Suze began his life on the run. Yongyuan Knife felt a chill in his heart, realizing that this guy was quite petty and twisted. Qin Mingho's eyes were filled with madness as he clawed with his nails and bit with his teeth. Yet he was still unable to withstand it and was knocked to the ground, blood streaming. Even so, his eyes still glared fiercely at Li Hu and his gang. The 4 of them, seeing Qin Mingho acting like a madman, couldn't help but show a hint of fear. After dropping a harsh remark, they fled. Qin Mingho lay for half an hour before barely getting up. In his mind, there was only one thought: he must swing 1,000 knives every day, no matter what. After buying a kitchen knife, he headed straight into the wilderness. He cast all other matters aside, only knowing to practice his knife techniques. He quenched his thirst with Mountain Dew and ate wild fruits. Yongyuan Knife felt a chill in his heart, realizing that this foolish guy seemed to be quite insane. Shi Che followed the routine to take the college entrance examination and attend university. Suze roamed the city, specifically hunting down evildoers who engaged in domestic violence and campus bullying. Qin Mingho lived a wild life, every day sometimes going without a meal. During this year, they encountered many disturbances that interrupted their practice with the knife. Shi Che chose to resolve matters indirectly. Su Che was straightforward. Qin Mingho, on the other hand, completely isolated himself, fleeing from anyone he encountered. In a moment a year later, the space they inhabited shattered. Back in the mysterious space, they appeared dazed. The memories of that year became incredibly vague, as if they were dreaming. The Eternal Abyss knife cleared its throat, startling the three. Shi Che, slightly confused, quickly steadied his mind. Upon seeing the Eternal Abyss knife, Su Che instinctively wanted to hit it with a hammer. Qin Mingho felt a deep hunger, as if he hadn't eaten in months. He looked at the agile form of the Eternal Abyss knife in the air and couldn't help but swallow. It must be very chewy. Under the intense gaze of Su Che and Qin Mingho, the Eternal Abyss knife felt an inexplicable chill. It hurriedly said, "Congratulations, you have passed the first test. Let the previous matters be forgotten. No one is allowed to bring them up again or dig up old grievances." Su Che and Qin Mingho suppressed their desires and let out a slight sigh of relief. Facing the Eternal Abyss knife, they had no countermeasures. Now that it's over, it couldn't be better. "Thank you, Elder Eternal Abyss knife," Su Che bowed. The Eternal Abyss knife stroked its dragon whiskers and spoke slowly. "The chef is like a war god. Without sufficient martial power, one will merely become an ingredient. Only by possessing the strongest martial power can one be the best chef. It aims to cultivate the strongest chef." Shi Che was slightly taken aback. There seemed to be some truth in that. A chef who cannot fight is not a good chef. The second test is the Black Tower test. With a wave of its claw, the Eternal Abyss knife conjured a towering black structure, magnificent and imposing. This black tower has 1,000 floors, each with a fierce beast's illusion. Your task is to use the Eternal Abyss knife technique to defeat them and reach the top. Perseverance is fundamental. Moreover, one must be daring to fight and possess exceptional combat talent. As for the level of abilities, it does not place any importance on that. Even its level ability is just so-so in its eyes. I will now impart the Eternal Abyss knife technique to you. 3 streams of dark energy entered the foreheads of the three. The influx of information made Shi Che rub his throbbing head. He had no idea what level the Eternal Abyss knife technique was. But this knife technique resembled something created by a gruesome murderer, a bit too macabre. In simple terms, it could be summarized as splitting into two, fracturing into chaos, blooming like 100 flowers, 1,000 cuts, and shattering bones. The knife movements in his dream were the foundation of the Eternal Abyss knife technique. Shi Che had little interest in this technique. He preferred straightforwardness, eliminating enemies in one swift motion. The training process required dissecting various corpses for precise cuts, which was too bloody for his taste. This further diminished his interest, even evoking a sense of distaste. Thus he raised his hand. "Elder Eternal Abyss knife, do we really have to use the Eternal Abyss knife technique in battle?" The Eternal Abyss knife crossed its claws over its chest, proudly declaring, "Of course, as long as you grasp the basics of this technique, you can dominate within the same realm. In that case, I forfeit the trial," Shi Che stated decisively. "What?" The Eternal Abyss knife's eyes widened, feeling its pride wounded. If someone else had said that, it would have ignored them completely, not even deigning to give them a glance. Many sought to earn its recognition. Throughout its long life, countless geniuses with various level abilities had participated in this trial. All had tried their best to gain its acknowledgement, and none had given up. But this was Shi Che, whose ability quality was the strongest it had ever seen. It even felt he was not weaker than those divine beast cubs. Not only that, every moment he practiced with the knife seemed like he was making progress. Barring any accidents, within a day at most, he could grasp the basics of the Eternal Abyss knife technique. It had high hopes for Shi Che. Should it change its words? But the words had already been spoken. It was an ancient elder. Did it not care about its pride? Yet it was also reluctant to part with Shi Che. In its hesitation, Su Che also raised his hand. "Elder Eternal Abyss knife, I also forfeit." He felt indifferent towards the Eternal Abyss knife technique, neither disliking nor liking it. He only understood that if Shi Che woke up before him, he would definitely be smacked on the head. Absolutely not allowed. He also had no interest in the inheritance of the Eternal Abyss knife. He was on the path of fire. He never intended to take the trial. Yet the Eternal Abyss knife said nothing and directly assumed he was there to participate in the trial. A surge of anger rose within the Eternal Abyss knife. Su Che was among the most exceptional geniuses it had encountered, yet he too gave up. Did it seem like a worthless item that no one wanted? Fine, as you wish. With a wave of its dragon claw, Shi Che and Su Che vanished, leaving only Qin Mingho and the Eternal Abyss knife staring at each other. Qin Mingho raised his hand. "Elder Eternal Abyss knife, can I go in?" He adored the Eternal Abyss knife technique. The various simple, clean, and smooth arcs of the knife fascinated him. It instantly divided things cleanly, mesmerizing him. He felt an urge to dissect the dragon form of the eternal abyss knife. He knew this was courting death and could only forcefully suppress his impulses. He hoped to dissect a dragon corpse in his lifetime. The eternal abyss knife showed little interest in Qin Mingho. It waved its claw weakly. Do as you please. Qin Mingho's spirit jolted, filled with anticipation. He wondered if the fierce beast illusions would be real enough for dissection. Shi Che and Suze opened their eyes simultaneously. Suze quickly put on a baseball cap to hide the large bump on his forehead. He began to use his soul martial art wings of the sun, gathering golden light to reduce the swelling. However, a wisp of black mist swirled around the bump, obstructing the healing process. He observed that the black mist was dissipating on its own, but it would take 3 days. He had to be cautious during these 3 days. Shi Che sighed in regret. He had barely taken out his phone when Suze moved too quickly. Why was he so defensive? After some thought, he decided not to waste time and turned the camera towards the closed-eyed Qin Mingho. He took a series of 10 quick shots. The view from above was magnificent. What are you doing? Shi Che glanced at the time and was surprised to find that only a little over a moment had passed. Grandpa, don't worry, Xiao Hao hasn't woken up. He is undergoing trials, and we've decided to step out for now. What are you doing? Shi Che glanced at the time and was surprised to find that only a little over a moment had passed. Grandpa, don't worry, Xiao Hao hasn't woken up. He is undergoing trials, and we've decided. In his view, Shi Che's mention of stepping out was merely a young person's way of saving face, a euphemism for failure. He clutched his chest as his heart raced. He suddenly felt anxious. Now he had a glimmer of hope for Qin Mingho to gain the inheritance, yet he feared it would all be in vain. It was indeed a torment. Waiting was the most torturous part. He took out his phone, logged into the honor game, and prepared for a match to distract himself. Otherwise, he would surely become anxious. However, Shi Che went to pester Suze, determined to take photos. Such a good opportunity was rare. Qin Mingho walked into the Black Tower, receiving a message. Death could be resurrected, allowing him to continue fighting until he either gave up or his spirit could no longer endure and collapsed. He began his journey up the tower. He knew the chef god's inheritance was a great opportunity for his transformation. It was also very suitable for him. He had to seize it. He wanted to protect Shi Che rather than be protected by him. If he didn't improve, he might not even qualify to stand beside Shi Che in the future. Was he expected to rely on Shi Che for protection every time he battled fierce beasts? That sense of helplessness was too unbearable. Or should he leave? The thought of this twisted his insides, and his heart began to ache painfully. He did not quite understand this. Nevertheless, in summary, he wanted to become stronger. A hint of madness gleamed in his eyes. If he did not succeed, he would perish. The first fierce beast was a beast resembling a rhinoceros. With a thought, a kitchen knife materialized in his hand. Observing the structure of the fierce beast's body, the insights from his talent greatly enhanced his senses. The beast's skin was as tough as iron armor, difficult to penetrate and tear. Its most obvious weaknesses were its eyes and anus. However, he did not plan to attack there. To master the eternal abyss blade technique, 5 skills needed to be acquired. Among them, the vibration technique could be used to cut through its skin with high-speed vibrations. This fierce beast was suitable for practicing this technique. Puff! He was impaled by the rhinoceros beast's horn. His form condensed again. The spiritual particles that formed the kitchen knife vibrated at high speed, but they acted independently and even interfered with each other. When they hit the beast's skin, they instantly shattered. The beast seized the opportunity to attack relentlessly. Die endlessly. Trampled, pierced, and collided. After dying dozens of times, he finally had a bit of a feeling. After failing countless times, he felt immense joy in his heart. This is how it is. So that's how it is. The spiritual particles began to resonate and sync. A humming sound echoed through the space. The rhinoceros beast's skin was easily cut. He finally succeeded in comprehending the vibration technique and slayed the fierce beast. Endless battle intent burned in his eyes. He continued to engage in non-stop combat. On the other side, the eternal abyss blade had no expectations for Qin Mingho. It prepared to continue its lazy life. When Qin Mingho got tired, he would exit. In a space, a massive bookshelf was filled with various novels, comics, and works. It casually pulled out a novel and began reading it with great interest. It couldn't help but marvel. This era was indeed better, with a surge of various entertainment. In the past, it had relied on slumber to pass through that long, boring life. Occasionally, mentoring a genius was one of its few pleasures. If it unexpectedly woke up each time, it was a torment for it. Now it wished it could be awake for 24 hours. There were so many captivating and entertaining things. If it weren't for the words spoken by Qin Mingho and Suze, And if Shi Che and Su Ze's talents weren't so good, it wouldn't even consider showing any abnormality. Qin Mingho did not know how many times he had died, or how many ferocious beasts he had slain. At first he would remember, but later he became numb. All he knew was to wield his blade and charge forward, even forgetting the techniques of the Nine Heavens mystic art. He did not know at which moment he stopped in his tracks, standing still, his eyes glazed over, while everything around him became incredibly clear in his mind. The experiences of wielding his blade in his dreams became increasingly vivid in his mind. A tiger-like ferocious beast revealed a fierce gaze, its limbs shrouded in a faint white mist. Its speed was like lightning. In the blink of an eye it arrived above him, its sharp claws swinging. Qin Mingho seemed oblivious, standing quietly, until the claws were about to strike his face. He swung his blade. A clear bright light flashed. The ferocious beast froze in midair, its eyes still gleaming with delight. In the next moment it split into two. With a thud, the two halves of its body fell to the ground. The Nine Heavens mystic art was initiated. Various layers of ferocious beasts lunged at him. Qin Mingho's response was singular: to swing his blade at the most opportune moment. A dazzling flash of blade light. A single strike was lethal, the body torn in half, breaking through layer after layer. No ferocious beast could halt his advance, until a dragon's roar echoed. Roar! A creature from myth and legend descended. A black dragon. Its dark scales shimmered with an eerie glow, its massive body obscured the sky, and the powerful sense of oppression caused the very space to freeze. The sheer aura of it made Qin Mingho feel the urge to submit. In an instant he realized that he was no match for it, no matter what. It gazed indifferently at the little insect below. With a swing of its claws it struck down, as if swatting a fly. Qin Mingho did not give up resisting. He swung his blade. Yet that powerful blade light was easily shattered. In an instant he was crushed into a pulp as simple as crushing an ant. His figure instantly coalesced. In the next moment another claw descended. His body shattered. In the face of absolute power, to remain unyielding would only bring more pain. His figure grew increasingly ethereal. His spirit had reached its limit, his gaze shifting from glazed to dull and gray. Yet he still did not give up, striving to swing his blade. Unfortunately, it was futile. His eyes seemed ready to extinguish completely. I really can't believe it, this kid is too crazy. The Nine Heavens mystic blade appeared before Qin Mingho. The black dragon's figure shattered. Looking at the motionless Qin Mingho, its eyes revealed a hint of astonished admiration for the first time. The second stage of the assessment only required passing 500 layers to be considered qualified. It was not explicitly stated, it was merely to push the trial takers to challenge their limits. Once a person sets limits on themselves, they may only reach that height. It never expected that Qin Mingho would possess such strong comprehension. He entered the Nine Heavens mystic art so quickly. He even directly reached the last layer. The black dragon of the final layer was simply impossible to pass. Humans below the divine level, even at the same realm, could never match a divine beast, even if this was just an illusion. This was merely to let those geniuses understand the principle of being beyond human, specially created for that purpose. Watching Qin Mingho's spirit flame about to extinguish, the Nine Heavens mystic blade patted its head in exasperation. It muttered, "Is this kid really not afraid of dying?" It had encountered many trial takers, but this was the first time meeting someone so stubborn, pushing themselves to the brink of mental collapse. Those trial takers all had extraordinary talents. Even if they desired the inheritance, they would not joke with their own lives. Even if they could not obtain the inheritance, they still had a bright future ahead with no need to fight to the death. One must understand that once the spirit collapses, the lightest consequence is becoming an idiot, while the heaviest is complete annihilation of the soul. And for Qin Mingho, experiencing constant death, the outcome of a mental collapse would be the obliteration of his soul. It was also because the novel was too captivating that it became completely immersed, not paying any attention to Qin Mingho. If it weren't for Qin Mingho's soul about to vanish, the Black Tower would instinctively issue a warning. It was only then that it realized everything. Facing the current Qin Mingho, it felt quite troubled. With a light sigh, a pained expression appeared on its face. A drop of dark liquid appeared between its claws. "Kid'll give you a great opportunity. It depends on whether you can seize it or not." The second trial Qin Mingho had already passed. The third trial was actually simpler. It was all about fate. If the Nine Heavens mystic blade found the trial taker displeasing, regardless of how talented they were, it would not choose them. It observed that Qin Mingho was just barely acceptable. Thus it decided it would be you. My companionship. However, he felt somewhat disadvantaged due to his height, unable to look down at Su Ze. This left him feeling a bit disgruntled. Why did Su Ze have to be so tall? With one hand raised holding his phone, a wicked smile spread across his face. "Run, keep running. Now let's see where you can escape to." Suze lowered his head, his hat obscuring the flicker of light in his eyes. His tone carried a hint of threat as he said, "Young master, don't go too far." If he truly provoked him, he wouldn't know what might happen. Shi Che smiled with a devilish charm, completely unconcerned by Suze's threat. Now he felt that his strength far surpassed Suze's. Thus he became even more reckless, using one hand against the wall to stroke Suze's head. "What if I go too far?" he teased. "Xiaoze, just give in to me. Or do you think someone will come to save you?" Grandpa Qin was engrossed in his game, completely oblivious to the situation. Shi Che even used a fire shield to muffle the sounds. No one would come to save Suze. It seemed Suze had resigned himself, one hand reaching for his hat. "I'll take it off myself, but young master, you can't let anyone else see." Shi Che coaxed, "Of course you can." He intended to take the lead first. He released his hand, resting on Suze's head. In the next moment, Suze swiftly grabbed Shi Che's hand and pinned him against the wall. His entire body leaned forward, firmly pinning Shi Che down. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. Shi Che's face pressed against the cold wall, struggling with all his might. He was completely immobilized. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had been careless and failed to dodge. His tone softened as he weakly said, "Xiaoze, I was just joking. How could I do something so extreme to you? What can't be discussed properly that you have to resort to violence?" Suze responded with a faint, "Oh." In an instant, Shi Che realized it couldn't end well. The barrier disappeared. He shouted, "Grandpa, save me." Grandpa Qin seemed not to hear, still focused. Suze had already formed a new barrier. He said with a hint of playfulness, "Young master, since you like taking pictures so much, let me help you with that." He pulled out another phone. His previous phone had been destroyed by Shi Che. This was the one Shi Che had given him afterward. He brought the phone closer to Shi Che's face. Shi Che's expression became stiff. Suze said coldly, "Young master, smile for me." "Why aren't you smiling? Are you unhappy?" Shi Che gritted his teeth. "Suze, don't go too far. What if I do? Go ahead and bite me." Suze's bright black eyes looked down at Shi Che, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of amusement. "I can be even more excessive." The phone vanished from his palm. His hand grasped Shi Che's cheek, forcing his lips to pucker. Suze's gaze roamed freely, his eyes slightly lowered as his handsome face moved closer. As Suze drew near, Shi Che could feel the warmth of his breath. Shi Che's pupils constricted, his face began to flush, and his heart raced. Suze couldn't be serious, could he? He needed to retaliate. This was getting out of hand. What if someone saw them? Shi Che felt a bit feverish, unable to muster the strength to resist. With a fierce determination, he closed his eyes and stiffened his body. He thought of it as being bitten by a dog. Suze had only intended to scare Shi Che, but now he saw Shi Che in this submissive state. His heart also began to race, and his throat moved slightly. His head slowly leaned in closer, almost within reach. Just then someone shouted, "What are you two doing?" Both of their hearts stopped simultaneously. Suze relaxed his grip. Shi Che broke free from Suze, explaining, "No, we were." Yong Yuan Dao swung its claws. "No need to explain, I understand. I'm sorry to interrupt you too. Do you want a set of dual cultivation techniques? Don't worry, it's not just for men and women, you can use it between you two as well." It had lived for so many years, of what hadn't it seen? This was child's play. Suze's eyes flickered slightly. Shi Che gritted his teeth as if he wanted that kind of thing. He forcibly completed the latter half of the sentence. "Just kidding." Yong Yuan Dao scoffed lightly. "You say so as long as you're happy." Shi Che clenched his fist. Grandpa Qin also woke up, directly logging off. He looked in astonishment at the soaring little dragon, realizing it was the spirit of Yong Yuan Dao. Suppressing his excitement, he bowed and said, "Junior Qin Shueshio pays respects to Senior Yong Yuan Dao." It waved its claws, flying above Qin Mingho, and emitted countless black gases. The endless black mist enveloped him, quickly forming a large cocoon. Qin Mingho has successfully passed the trial. I am currently cleansing his marrow and reshaping his foundation. This process may take more than 2 months. You don't need to worry. As soon as the words were spoken, its figure had already descended into the cocoon. Qin Zuexia's face was flushed with excitement as he bowed again. "Thank you, Senior Yong Yuan Dao." Shi Che also smiled. He had decisively given up the inheritance of Yong Yuan Dao, hoping Xiao Hao could obtain it. The inheritance of the culinary god was still quite attractive. Now that Qin Mingho had lived up to expectations, he felt extremely happy. Glancing at Suze, he felt a bit restless again. "Grandpa, we have some matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first." With Yong Yuan Dao recognizing its master, it was safe with it watching over here. Qin Mingho was quite secure. At this moment, Qin Shueshio was so excited that he kept pacing around, having no mind to retain them. He smiled and said, "Thank you all this time, please come often. Next time I'll personally cook a feast for you." "That sounds great, thank you, Grandpa." Suze silently followed Shi Che away. The two remained silent on the way. Once they returned to the villa, Shi Che headed back to his room immediately. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Feibai smiled upon hearing Shi Che's return, but was taken aback when Shi Che turned and went upstairs again. His previously joyful mood turned into ice. He opened his mouth and then closed it again. Shi Che flung himself onto the soft bed, turning restlessly. His mind kept replaying Suze's handsome face, drawing nearer in the heat of that breath. He had begun to sense that something was off about Suze. No matter how close brothers were, attempting a kiss was far beyond acceptable. What on earth did Suze mean? Was it a prank, or had Suze truly fallen for him? If he really had, what was Shi Che to do? He still believed his own sexual orientation to be perfectly ordinary. Yet when he considered his own tolerance towards Suze's closeness, he found himself not entirely repulsed. Doubt crept in. Could he be attracted to both sexes? How perverse, he thought. After a moment of silence, he decided to confront Suze directly later. To hesitate invites chaos. He would clarify Suze's intentions. If Suze truly liked him, he would refuse decisively and try to straighten him out. It was not because he had a fiancée. He intended to build a harem. His heart was large enough to hold many. Indeed, he was a scoundrel. Kong Jizuin kept 72 concubines. With the potential to ascend to godhood, doubling the number was not excessive. Even if he and Suze became involved, looking at Suze's frail frame, Shi Che would still be the dominant one. He then recalled that Suze's physique was only slightly weaker than his own. He resolved to train in a body-tempering technique and ensure he could firmly dominate Suze. He exhaled softly and sent his rare collectible study materials to Suze. They were leagues above the notes he had deleted earlier. The materials contained all manner of scenes and plots. He felt magnanimous. Soon a receipt notification came from Suze, followed by a message. "Thank you, young master," it read. Shi Che breathed a sigh of relief. He had been overthinking. It was so blunt and simple. A small pang of disappointment stirred within him. What one cannot obtain always seems the best, he thought, and straightened his mind. Zhang Feibai sent a message, "Wang, and wake up. I know will come down at once." Shi Che replied. First they would deal with the secret realm. The matter with Suze could wait until evening. He went downstairs. Wang Yin and Zhang Feibai sat on the sofa. Suze was not there. His current state would be awkward to show anyone. "Senior, your scepter," Shi Che said, producing the healing scepter and handing it to Wang Yin. Wang Yin accepted it with a conflicted expression. "Thank you for saving my life," he said. He had meant to lift his juniors up, yet unexpectedly, it had been the junior who carried him. Shi Che smiled. "I suppose you know of my family's standing in the capital," he said. He then invited Wang Yin to join the Shi family's faction. He had checked Wang Yin's background and knew he had not joined any faction within the Ability Association. The Killing Game's secret realm promised enormous interests. If Wang Yin had no backing, he would almost certainly be reassigned to another city. After the competition, those who rose to prominence would likely not be members of the Shi family. If Wang Yin became tied to the Shi family, then in the ensuing development of the Killing Game's secret realm, the Shi family would gain considerable advantages, and Wang Yin could claim his share. It was a clear win-win. Wang Yin paused, and then nodded vigorously, delighted. "I will join," he declared. Among the association's factions, the Shi family ranked among the foremost. The head of the Ability Association in Jiangnan province bore the surname Shi. Tianming City lacked resources, which meant no faction had shown interest in this place. Wang Yin had therefore lost his value as a recruit. Joining the Shi family offered him greater benefit than harm. Besides, Shi Che's future shone plainly. He had long wanted to board Shi Che's rising ship. Wang Yin patted his chest and proclaimed, "From now on I belong to you, Junior." Shi Che's lips tilted, and he inclined his head slightly. Persuading Wang Yin so easily lightened his spirits considerably. He went on, "You must be curious why we advanced to master so quickly." Zhang Feibai and Wang Yin pricked up their "Because we discovered a Killing Game secret realm," Shi Che said. Wang Yin's eyes widened. "A secret realm? Tianming City has a secret realm. Any city possessing a secret realm can be upgraded to a second-tier city and reap tremendous benefits. But what sort of secret realm was a Killing Game secret realm?" Zhang Feibai's expression brightened. The Killing Game secret realm was no secret to those above the legendary king tier. He relaxed. It was not a hazardous boon. After Shi Che explained in detail what a Killing Game secret realm entailed, Wang Yin sucked in a breath, realizing just how vast the profits could be. Even a single share would be enough to secure the resources he needed to rise to legendary king. "Junior," he said, "slap me, so I know this is not a dream." Zhang Feibai grew excited. He had never heard such a request. "I will help," he cried, and without hesitation delivered a sharp slap. A red palm print bloomed on Wang Yin's pale cheek. The sting brought a look of injured grievance. He had expected mere words, not a real strike. Yet this was a man he could not offend, so he swallowed his tears. The three of them then discussed various matters regarding the secret realm. They decided to leave the development work to his brother. The benefits due to him would be safe with his brother watching. Wang took his leave. Shi Che produced the materials from their recent hunt of ferocious beasts. To him their value was modest. It had been his first time hunting such beasts, and the novelty had excited him. Zhang Feibai glanced over them and judged them to be only low to mid-tier materials, then accepted them with a slight nod. Shi Che then produced a wine gourd and a jade bottle containing dragon blood. Please have both appraised, he asked. One is Jinyang wine, the other dragon blood. Zhang Feibai stared at the wine gourd, his throat working with suppressed anticipation. He loved good liquor. He had never tasted Jinyang wine before. He felt little expectation for the dragon blood. The dragon blood's energy was only at the 5th tier and held little use for him. He looked at Shi Che with eager hesitation, about to say something. Shi Che found it mildly amusing. Once the appraisals were done, I will not forget your share of the Jinyang wine, Shi Che promised. Zhang Feibai nodded eagerly and departed. The grand villa was left with only Shi Che and Su Zhe. He paced around the sofa until he made up his mind. Not waiting for night, not later. Now? He rose and walked towards Su Zhe's room. Bang bang. Shi Che knocked on the door of Su Zhe's room. Come in. He pushed the door open, carefully examining Su Zhe. Su Zhe was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his hat slightly pressed down, revealing only the lower half of his well-defined face. His skin was exquisite, full of collagen, making one want to pinch his cheeks. He truly possessed a captivating appearance that one could admire endlessly. He wore a casual shirt on his upper body, fresh and neat, with delicate collarbones subtly visible. On his lower body, he donned loose black trousers, making it difficult to discern much. He had a tall and proportionate figure, seemingly not as frail as one might imagine. Young master, you called for me. Su Zhe's melodious voice rang out. That voice was pleasant to hear, especially with a hint of breathlessness. Shi Che cleared his throat, pondering what he was thinking. Yet when the moment arrived, he found himself wanting to escape. Once the question was asked if it weren't for the circumstances, it would have been fine. Oh, however, if so, inadvertently their relationship could be strained. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked, Su Zhe, do you like me? He truly asked. Shi Che's handsome face flushed slightly, and an inexplicable panic arose in his heart. At that moment, there was an unexpected glimmer of anticipation in his heart. I like you, Su Zhe replied succinctly, not hiding his feelings, having tested the waters several times. He already knew that the young master did not resent his closeness. Knowing this was sufficient. Initially, he wanted to wait a little longer as his abilities were still too lacking. However, since the young master had already asked, he would naturally not deny it. Shi Che's throat felt dry, his heart swirling with mixed emotions. He reiterated, I meant the kind of liking between a man and a woman, not that kind of liking. What I mean by liking is the kind of liking that lasts a lifetime, and that I like you, Su Zhe said, pursing his lips, seemingly smiling. Shi Che's face stiffened. It was truly a reversal of fate. Su Zhe actually dared to express it. This little bodyguard thought he could turn the tables. Shaking his head, he wondered what he was thinking. At this moment, it was not a matter of who was dominant or submissive. He opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but his words were clear. But I don't like you. I like girls, and I have a fiancé. Su Zhe responded with a faint, oh. This reaction was too calm, causing Shi Che to glance at Su Zhe a few more times. Su Zhe touched his smooth chin. Having a fiancé was somewhat troublesome, but it wasn't a huge problem. It was best if the young master liked him. If not, it was also not a major issue. Su Zhe was just happy to like Shi Che. The unwilling young master was unknown whether it was sweet or not. He wanted to taste it. He unconsciously licked his lips, feeling the need to work harder to enhance his abilities. Su Zhe's reaction made him quite dissatisfied. Did he think he was lying? He was dead serious. Shi Che couldn't help but say again, I'm not lying. I really have a fiancé. If you don't believe me, I'll call you to show you. He dialed his brother's number and put it on speakerphone. Brother, Shi Che, came the reassuring voice from the phone, causing Shi Che's brow to relax. In comparison, his brother's voice was even more pleasant. Brother, when can my fiancé come over? Shi Che emphasized the words fiancé. He cast a provocative glance at Su Zhe, but Su Zhe's eyes were obscured by the hat, making it seem like he was not visible. Fiancé. Well, that I've canceled the engagement for you. What did you say, brother? Shi Che was taken aback. It was just a few days ago, the third miss of the Jiang family went to explore a secret realm and was disfigured, unworthy of you. So I helped you cancel it. It's alright, Shi Che, I'll help you find someone better. If you fancy any girl, just let me know, and I'll help you pursue her. However, Shi Che, you're too young. Marrying too early is not good. Focus on your cultivation first. Shi Che replied disappointedly, got it, brother. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up first. Alright, after having enough fun outside, come back early. If you need anything, just tell your brother directly. Thank you, brother. After hanging up the phone, Shi Che felt a bit weak. Young master, is there anything else? If not, please don't disturb my cultivation. Shi Che shot Suze a fierce glare. He'll deal with you later. He turned and left the room. He didn't even close the door. Suze's reaction left him quite perplexed. Asking seemed as if it were no different from not asking. Knowing was just like being unaware. The imperial capital. In the garden pavilion of a manor, a young man gently plays the violin. The melody is melodious and pure, like walking through an endless field under the moonlight, with the evening breeze gently caressing, bringing an involuntary sense of tranquility. He wears a burgundy shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing a clear collarbone. His long body is complemented by tight-fitting black dress pants, highlighting his long, straight legs. With a face as handsome as a demon, he possesses a pair of romantic peach blossom eyes exuding a calm demeanor, his gaze now intoxicated and gentle, giving the impression of a charming nobleman lost among the flowers. As the piece concludes, applause erupts. Young Master Tian's violin playing has become increasingly exquisite, reaching a masterful level. It's hard to find a peer who can rival him among his contemporaries. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit applauds, praising, "Stop flattering. How is the task I assigned you?" Bei Xiantian places the burgundy violin into its case on the stone table. A document appears in the hands of Butler Li. He presents it with both hands, smiling as he says, "This is the recent information on young Master Shi Che." He thinks with a smile in his heart that if young Master Tian seeks revenge, it may not be easy. This time, young Master Shi Che might dominate the martial examination again. Young Master Tian is indeed inexperienced yet playful. However, young Master Tian has advanced earlier than young Master Shi Che, so perhaps he can turn the tables this time. Bei Xiantian takes the document and flips through it, his peach blossom eyes widening in disbelief. He has advanced to master level as an extraordinary ability user. It took me over 2 years, consuming various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, to advance to master level. How could that dog Shi Che possibly advance so quickly in less than 100 days? I, Bei Xiantian, the youngest son of the Supreme of the Void, am also the only son. I have 9 sisters and 72 mothers, all of whom dote on me. Growing up in a honey jar, I developed into a little tyrant. Proud and arrogant, I walk with an air of It wasn't until I encountered young Shi Che in kindergarten that I met my nemesis. As everyone knows, the Supreme of the Void and the Supreme of Time are sworn enemies. Upon learning that young Shi Che was a descendant of the Supreme of Time, I approached to provoke him, only to be reduced to tears by him. I wanted to prove that the descendants of the Supreme of the Void are stronger. Throughout my kindergarten to high school life, I challenged Shi Che time and again. From physical strength to intelligence, I was comprehensively crushed by him. I couldn't win in fights, couldn't compete in grades, couldn't outrun him. I even lost in a contest of distance for urination. I was born an hour later than young Shi Che. Until one day during the summer vacation of my senior year, I unexpectedly awakened my level extraordinary ability, space cutting. I was incredibly excited, eagerly anticipating the start of school, ready to take revenge and bully Shi Che. But on the first day of school, I searched throughout the entire Imperial University, only to find that Shi Che did not come. He went to a university in a small city. Bei Xiantian also wanted to transfer, but my family firmly disagreed this time. Almost 3 years, my dark moonlight, you are finally coming back. This time I must press Shi Che down and make him call me dad. Bei Xiantian organizes the documents and calms down, sneering, "Advancing is better, so they won't say I'm suppressing others with my realm. Master level is also more resistant to blows. Such a rapid advancement must mean a shaky foundation, and their martial arts can't keep up. I can take on 10 such masters. Where's my sister? Didn't she say she would come to guide my martial arts? Forget it, my sister, a space dominator, won't do. Where's my dad? I want him to personally guide me." Butler Li blinks, slightly realizing that young Master Tian has been psychologically affected by the bullying from young Master Shi Che. He previously boasted of his unparalleled comprehension. He didn't need guidance from my father or the young ladies. Indeed, young Master Shi Che is an level extraordinary ability user. Young Master Tian has already fallen behind. Young Master Shi Che's comprehension of martial arts is even more terrifying. The martial arts he currently masters took young Master Tian over a year to comprehend. One cannot apply common reasoning to this. Butler Li smiles and says the master is in the training room. Bei Xuanshan's figure flashes as he quickly heads toward the training room. "Young Master Tian, you haven't put away your violin yet," Butler Li reminds him. A solitary, exquisite, and ancient burgundy violin lies lonely in its case. This precious violin is young Master Tian's favorite, not even allowing the young ladies to touch it. This time young Master Tian actually forgot to take it. It seems young Master Tian is truly anxious. On May 14th of the stellar calendar year 145, at 8:06 a.m., 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Their relationship seemed unchanged. Shi Che decided not to dwell on it, as long as his resolve remained firm. No matter what Su Zhe thought it would be futile. He simply continued sending Su Zhe some study materials daily, letting the rest take its course. Inside the villa, Zhang Feibai handed over the appraised Golden Sun wine and dragon blood to Shi Che, then disappeared with half a gourd of wine to enjoy himself elsewhere. The points from selling the materials were split into 3 shares based on contribution and transferred to the hunter accounts of Shi Che and his 2 companions. Shi Che examined the appraisal report. The Golden Sun wine contained no suspicious components and was of excellent quality. It was a top-tier tonic for nourishing the kidneys and enhancing virility, a must-have for romance, and a blessing for men. Rated 5 stars, though it was advised that single men consume it sparingly and with caution. The little monkey's craftsmanship was quite impressive. A landlord doesn't keep idle monkeys. After so many days of rest, it was time to work. He bought plenty of 100 fruits for it to try. The dragon blood came from a creature known as the frost giant dragon. Its strengthened tendons and bones nourished the body and was best suited for 5th rank psychics to enhance their physique, making it a sacred substance for body refinement. Rated 5 stars, but it contained intense cold. It was recommended to ingest some yang-nourishing items to neutralize it, otherwise it could easily cause frostbite. It also had a mild aphrodisiac effect, though negligible, and nothing to worry about. Shi Che was puzzled, as the information he had received indicated this dragon blood was suitable for 4th rank psychics to refine. Shaking his head, he wasn't too concerned about this discrepancy. He guessed that psychics in earlier times might have had sturdier bodies with 4th rank physique rivaling 5th rank. Modern psychics rarely specialized in body-refining martial arts, relying instead on spiritual energy particles to passively strengthen their bodies. Body refinement was arduous and slow, requiring vast amounts of medicinal herbs to aid cultivation, otherwise it could easily leave hidden injuries. Only those from wealthy families could afford such expenses, and those born with silver spoons often couldn't endure the pain. Most wealthy heirs couldn't bear the agony of body refinement. Shi Che had no intention of seeking such suffering either. The body-refining martial art he planned to practice was the grade technique gold spender physique, with advanced forms like the grade bankruptcy physique and a grade infinite devouring gold saint body. As the name implied, it relied entirely on resources to push the body's enhancement, consuming 100 times more than other techniques, yet yielding only mediocre results. Gold spender physique required resources worth 1 billion, bankruptcy physique needed 100 billion, and infinite devouring gold saint body demanded 1 trillion. Only the most cherished direct descendants of top-tier aristocratic families could afford such consumption. Even he only planned to reach gold spender physique at most. Its advantage was painlessness and rapid progress. He didn't intend to rely on physical combat. He just wanted to enhance his physique enough to suppress a mere Su Zhe. This level of effect was sufficient for him. He decided to start consuming the dragon blood tonight. Using it to quickly reach a 5th rank physique, he would then practice gold spender physique. This suited him better than using the dragon blood at 5th rank. As for the cold within the dragon blood, he wasn't worried. The golden crow true flame, being supremely yang, was the perfect counter to the chill. By consuming just a tiny bit each time, his current physique could barely withstand it. The dragon blood didn't require a specific technique to refine, it aggressively transformed the body on its own. As for the aphrodisiac effect, it was mild and nothing to fear. Yet Shi Che couldn't help but think of stories where a male and female protagonist slayed a flood dragon together. The female lead would be afflicted by the dragon's venomous lust, and the male lead would be forced to detoxify her. Or due to other reasons, her desires would be stirred, and the male lead would help resolve the situation. His eyes narrowed. Would Su Zhe, who seemed like the protagonist, encounter such a scenario? Reality wasn't a novel, it was unlikely. Night fell. Shi Che entered the training room and locked the door tightly. A door even a grandmaster couldn't breach. He nodded in satisfaction. Though this wasn't a novel, reality could sometimes be stranger, so he couldn't be too cautious. Now everything was secure. He took out a jade bottle. As he opened it, the surrounding air temperature plummeted. A startling chill spread from the bottle, frosting everything nearby as white mist rose. Shi Che extracted half a drop of dragon blood and consumed it. He was cautious the first time. It was icy on his tongue. So cold. He shivered involuntarily. A fierce cold current surged through his limbs and bones, covering his body in frost and turning his lips purple. His very soul felt a piercing chill. Xiaojiu draped a red scarf around itself, trembling in a corner, gazing at Shi Che with pleading eyes. Master, it's so cold. Shi Che tenderly picked up the little penguin, stroking its head. He quickly ignited his body with golden flames. If Xiao Zhou got frozen, who would help him cultivate later? Besides, he couldn't bear the cold either. A searing heat gradually dispelled the chill, turning the cold current into warm spring water. He could feel his cells madly devouring the warmth, strengthening his skin bones. The enhancement process was painless. After the chill was gone, it felt like soaking in a hot spring. As for the aphrodisiac effect, it was truly faint. Just a fleeting absurd thought that Shi Che easily suppressed. Truly worthy of a 5-star recommendation, this dragon blood was a sacred substance for body refinement. Xiao Zhou looked at Shi Che gratefully. Thank you, master. The master cared so much for it, and it had to work even harder in return. Shi Che smiled warmly. As long as Xiao Zhou is well, I am well. You are my lifeline. Without you I couldn't survive. Xiao Zhou's cheeks flushed, its big eyes sparkling as it nuzzled against Shi Che. After more than an hour, Shi Che stretched his limbs and estimated that consuming 1 drop of dragon blood daily would bring him to a peak 4th rank physique in about a month. To break through to 5th rank, he would need to consume the entire bottle. The dragon blood's effects exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought it would only elevate the 3 of them to peak 4th rank. He hadn't expected it to let him reach 5th rank. But this would encroach on Su Zhe and Qin Mingho's shares. It wasn't a big issue. He would inform them and compensate them elsewhere. He left the training room. Everything seemed normal. He had been overthinking. Reality wasn't a novel, and even if such a situation occurred, it would only be Su Zhe at a disadvantage. He was tough as nails. The holy exam was drawing ever nearer. In the remaining time, Shi Che planned to cultivate a drank martial art for concealing his aura, the tortoise breath technique. Mastering the concealment of one's aura was a mandatory lesson for hunters. Encountering a ferocious beast beyond his capabilities, this skill might just save his life. After several adaptations to swallowing dragon's blood, he increased the dosage. The surge of carnal desire intensified, yet it was manageable. He aimed to elevate his physical strength to the 5th rank before the holy exam. He was determined to claim the top spot with absolute dominance, crushing all dissent. Su Zhe was also training diligently. This martial exam was his golden opportunity to surpass Shi Che, one he could not afford to miss. Qin Mingho was still undergoing his transformation. According to Yonyuan Blade, he should awaken before June 3rd. Time ticked away moment by moment. On the 23rd of May in the year 145 of the stellar calendar, within a small villa, Lu Yong was brimming with pride. He had successfully broken through to the master level. Approaching the mirror, he donned his wig and applied false eyebrows. The handsome man had returned. After a meticulous inspection to ensure no flaw remained, he was satisfied. Only then did he confidently step out of the room. His assistant, lounging on the sofa watching a show, was overjoyed at the sight of Lu Yong. The triumphant look on his face told her of his success. Yang, I knew you could do it. A master-level esper could already strut through Tianming City with impunity, and his little assistant status would rise along with his. Lu Yong touched his head, a cold expression hardening his features. It was time to settle some scores. Assistant, sent a challenge to Shi Che. I will visit him tomorrow. The assistant nodded vigorously, then paused hesitantly. After all, Shi Che is in rank esper Yang. You should go easy on him. Just teach him a slight lesson. Lu Yong nodded slightly. Don't worry, I know my limits. He merely intended to shave Shi Che bald. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. She had gathered much intel on Shi Che and knew his reputation was decent. As long as Yang didn't go too far, they wouldn't make an enemy of rank esper. Brimming with excitement, he drove to Shi Che's villa. Lu Yong sat on the sofa and turned on his phone, which had been off for a long time. A dense flood of messages greeted his eyes. He checked the messages in each group. Most were useless. Only one piece of news surprised him: a blood jade spider in the Tianming mountain range had evolved into a 6th-rank monarch, causing the deaths of many hunters. It was slain by a mysterious legendary king. He felt fortunate that because of Shi Che, he hadn't gone to the Tianming mountain range. Otherwise, if he had encountered that blood jade spider, it would have been certain death. Originally, after the guidance battle, he had planned to go to the Tianming mountain range to temper himself, preparing to break through to master while also filming some content. This slightly diminished his resentment towards Shi Che. He would leave him with just 3 strands of hair. Moreover, Lone Wolf Blade Hero and Flame Demon had all become masters. Indeed, Crisis also held opportunity. As for the news of Shi Che and his 2 companions becoming masters, it had not spread. Only the master-level espers of Tianming City knew of their advancement. They were all wise. Without knowing Shi Che's intentions, they would not rashly spread the news and risk of, unless they were celebrity hunters like Lu Yong. Hunters were generally averse to prying into each other's secrets. Exposing one's secrets could mean certain death if targeted by an enemy in the wild. He sent congratulatory messages to Lone Wolf Blade Hero and Flame Demon. He planned to head to the Haitian hotel to pop some champagne in celebration once his assistant returned. After much deliberation, he decided to go after shaving Junior Shi Che bald tomorrow. Otherwise, it just wouldn't feel complete. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of tomorrow. On the 23rd of May in the year 145 of the stellar calendar, inside a pink room, Linghu was beaming with joy. After this period of cultivation, her enchanting realm had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Her realm had also broken through to master. She placed her hands on her hips, barely containing her urge to laugh uproariously. She felt invincible. The day of revenge had arrived. She would beat Shi Che until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. How dare he strike a woman's face? Without further ado, she contacted her best friend Ning Shui to share the good news of her breakthrough to master. Ning Shui was also overjoyed. Linghu said, "Xiao Xue help me arrange a rematch with Shi Che." Ning Shui hesitated. She hinted subtly, Shi Che is not what he used to be. Tit for tat only leads to endless conflict. As the guild secretary, she knew from the guild leader that Shi Che and his two companions had advanced to master. But she couldn't reveal this to Linghu and could only offer veiled warnings. Linghu said coldly, "Everything happens for a reason. If I don't fight this battle, my obsession will never fade. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't be too harsh. You don't need to worry about Shi Che." It wasn't Shi Che she was worried about, it was her dear friend. But since it had come to this, Ning Shui could only agree. She could only ask Shi Che to go easy and above all not hit his face. Shi Che had no objections. For the sake of her friend's dignity, she even arranged the battle at Shi Che's place. The time was set for 4 p.m. on May 24th. Meanwhile, the assistant had successfully found her way to Shi Che's door. Shi Che felt a pang of guilt. After all, burning off someone's hair without reason was his fault. He readily accepted Liu Yang's challenge. It was set for 3 p.m. on May 24th. On May 24th of the 145th year of the stellar calendar, a little past 2 in the afternoon, the young assistant drove Liu Yang towards Shi Che's villa. He had prepared 2 bottles of champagne to celebrate the impending victory. The assistant spoke, Yang, I've already booked a private room at the Haitian Grand Hotel. After the duel we can go there and celebrate properly. Liu Yang nodded slightly. The assistant was quite perceptive. He crossed his arms, half closed his eyes, and leaned back against the seat, resting his mind. Before long they arrived in front of Shi Che's villa. Shi Che greeted them with a smile at the door. This warm attitude once again diminished Liu Yang's resentment. For in strength ability user to maintain such an attitude was already rare. It was even said that Shi Che had influential connections. If Shi Che refused the challenge, Liu Yang would have no way to deal with him. Shi Che smiled shyly and innocently. Sorry Yang, I really didn't mean it before. This smile was something Shi Che had practiced, and it almost always worked. Sure enough, hearing that apology and seeing the shy, radiant, and sunny young man, Liu Yang was stunned for a moment and believed Shi Che. Most of the resentment in his heart dissipated instantly. The other party hadn't meant it. He had heard Shi Che was a model student. Besides, it was his own lack of skill. Why get angry? He was several years older than Shi Che, and as a master-level expert, was he being too harsh and serious by bullying a high-level ability user? But the next moment, thinking of his hair and eyebrows, his heart hardened again. The psychological damage he had suffered couldn't be erased by a mere apology. Well then, a small lesson would suffice, but forget about the hair. Alright, I accept your apology. But since we're here, let's have a fight. Shi Che breathed a sigh of relief, his brows relaxing. Then please guide me well, Yang. The assistant also nodded inwardly. A normal spar was fine. Shi Che led the two to the sparring ground. As the door opened, a wave of scorching heat filled the air. Liu Yang surveyed the arena. The sparring ground was about 60 meters long and 30 meters wide, with walls and floor entirely pitch black. It was actually made of 4th-grade black veined steel. It could withstand master-level power. It was probably worth over $1 million. Truly lavish. On the sparring ground, a figure wreathed in golden flames was swinging a blade. Blazing golden flames instantly surged on the blade. With a single slash, a fiery blast over 10 meters long roared forth with overwhelming momentum, stirring up rings of heat waves. The ground was scorched with a black mark. Liu Yang's pupils contracted. A crank flame blade with energy fluctuations at the master level. Such terrifying power. He couldn't even block that strike. He could only dodge. Who was this? Shi Che's bodyguard. Xiaozhe, stop for a moment, Shi Che called out. Shi Che sheathed his blade and let out a soft breath as he walked over. Only then did Liu Yang get a clear look at Shi Che's face. He froze, his mouth slightly agape, suddenly raising his hand to point at Shi Che, his body trembling slightly. You are Shi Che, he said incredulously. Shi Che gave a slight nod and silently walked behind Shi Che. The assistant was also greatly astonished. The Shrank ability user who awakened this year, Shi Che. No way. My God. A thunderous shock surged in both their hearts, leaving them dumbfounded. What was going on? It hadn't been long, and he had already advanced to master level. Even a rocket wasn't this fast. Suddenly Lu Yong thought of something. Ignoring politeness, he swept his spiritual sense out to probe Shi Che. His aura was ordinary, just a common high-level initial phase ability user. Nothing seemed wrong. The corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't see the problem, which clearly meant there was a problem. How could an Shrank aura be so ordinary? He forced out, Shi Che, have you also advanced to master? Shi Che nodded shyly. At that moment Lu Yang's heart suffered tons of damage. It hurt even more than losing his hair and eyebrows. The realm he had struggled so hard to achieve was attained so effortlessly by Shi Che and the others. Now looking at Shi Che's face, everything seemed irksome and his heart became harder than diamond. Shi Che prepared to die. He admitted he was jealous. The assistant stared at Shi Che, mouth agape, utterly shocked. Another master. He silently watched Yang Yang. A bad feeling crept over him. Yang Yang might lose. The higher the realm, the more advantageous it was for ability users with higher ability grades. Their physique, energy quality, energy value, martial art power, and so on with each advancement gained far more benefits and evolved more perfectly than those with lower ability grades. Below the high level the gaps were relatively small, but after master level the differences would grow increasing. At the same master level, and Shrank ability user and a rank 1 excluding other factors would have a difference of hundreds of thousands in energy value alone. How could they fight? There might be someone at the same realm who could use a rank to challenge and Shrank, but it definitely wasn't Yang Yang. Lu Yang, however, thought it wasn't a big problem. His ability Phantom Walker specialized in speed. Even if Shi Che had learned the Flame Blade, he wasn't afraid. What use was powerful martial arts if they couldn't hit him? Moreover, Shi Che had been training for too short a time, less than 100 days. How many martial arts could he master, and how much combat experience could he have? As long as Shi Che showed a single opening, he could easily seize victory. That was his confidence. The title of Golden Hunter wasn't easily earned. But thinking of the 100-day time frame, his heart ached again. What a freak. Utterly absurd. Forcing himself to calm down, he said, Shi Che, can we start now? Shi Che nodded. The two walked to the center of the arena 10 meters apart. The assistant and Shi Che became bystanders. The assistant initially wanted to strike up a conversation with Shi Che, but seeing his expressionless face, he felt a bit intimidated. Better not to disturb him. Lu Yang said coldly, let's begin. I want go easy. Shi Che nodded slightly. Lu Yang immediately condensed a dark night dagger in his hand, and a burst of black mist erupted from his form, spreading in all directions. In an instant the black mist filled the entire arena. The Drank martial art black mist shroud could suppress the enemy's spiritual sense and perception. Combined with his phantom step and shadow flash blade, he could even challenge a master as a high level. By now his figure had drifted towards Shi Che like a ghost, utterly silent. Shi Che unhurriedly conjured a fire shield around himself. He did nothing else, simply waiting quietly for Lu Yang's performance. The assistant on the side was dumbfounded. He couldn't see anything. However, at that moment his confidence in Lu Yang grew. Perhaps Yang Yang could win. The Drank martial art fire shield startled Lu Yang. Judging by how fast it rose, Shi Che's mastery was considerable. But was he too naive and overconfident? Did he think a mere Drank fire shield could protect him? This was underestimating him, Lu Yang. He executed the shadow flash blade, circling behind Shi Che. Countless blade lights appeared, all striking the same point simultaneously, and a faint smile curled on his lips. He awaited the sound of the fire shield shattering. The next moment his face stiffened in disbelief. How could it be so tough? How could it be so strong? Countless blade lights struck the fire shield, only producing faint ripples barely visible without close inspection. Shi Che smiled slightly. Dragon blood greatly enhanced defensive martial arts. It elevated the fire shield by a level reaching the realm of perfection. Unfortunately, it was a fire shield. If it were an ice shield, its hardness might have increased to the crank level. Lu Yang was bewildered. His strongest attack couldn't even break Shi Che's defense. What was the point of fighting? He had come wanting to beat Shi Che up, but now he couldn't even harm a single hair on him. Dragging it out was pointless. He realized that Shi Che's strength far exceeded his imagination. If Shi Che got serious, the situation might turn extremely ugly. The black mist dispersed, and the two stood still. The assistant was puzzled about what had happened. Truly the waves behind drive the waves ahead, and the front waves die on the beach. Calmly but stubbornly, he said, forget it, let's stop here. I didn't eat today, so I have no strength. Shi Che nodded in agreement, saving Lu Yang's face. The assistant now understood. The gap was even larger than he had imagined. Yang Yang could barely even make a move. Dejected, Lu Yang prepared to leave. A purple wooden box appeared in Shi Che's hand. Yang, wait, this is my apology gift. This is a potion made from 1000-year Polygonum multiflorum, which can make hair grow overnight. He had already ordered it right after burning Lu Yang's hair. This item was quite rare and complex to make. It had arrived this morning. Even if Lu Yang hadn't come looking for him, he would have sent it over. Lu Yang hesitated. Was this appropriate? His attitude earlier hadn't been good. He declined. Junior Shi Che on the sparring stage. Blades and fists are blind. Accidents happen often. This isn't your fault at all. There's no need for a gift. The assistant, understanding Yang's thoughts, cheerfully stepped forward and took the box. Thank you, classmate Shi Che. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh. Assistant you, he said, adding in his mind, well done. I'm embarrassed, truly embarrassed, Lu Yang said with a look of shame. Suze, holding his phone, spoke up. Young Master Ning Shui and Ling Hu are here. They'll go outside to greet them. We'll borrow the sparring ground in a moment. Shi Che made an okay gesture. Lu Yang, who had been about to leave, asked curiously, are they here for a spar? He also knew Ling Hu and Ning Shui. Tianming City was small, and they were all elites here, having crossed paths before. He had even sparred with Ling Hu a few times. Her illusion realm was quite troublesome. They had traded wins and losses. If Ling Hu pulled him into her illusion, she won. If Lu Yang used Black Mist Shroud first, and she couldn't find him, he won. Shi Che nodded. Ling Hu will have a match with Suze. Lu Yang became interested. Who else would Ling Hu challenge but in Strength Freak? He was still quite disheartened by his loss to Shi Che. If he could see Ling Hu lose, it would make him feel better. Misery loves company. It's only fun when everyone fails together. He was also curious whether Lingus illusion could affect in strength. So he decided to stay. Before long, Suze led the two to the sparring ground. Ning Shui was slightly surprised by the crowd. Lu Yang said, Ling Hu, Suze, do you mind if we watch? Ling Hu smiled slyly. I don't mind. In fact, she wanted as many people to watch as possible to see her thrash Suze. The more spectators, the better she felt. Suze shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Suze and Ling Hu walked to the center of the arena. Ling Hu released her aura to pressure Suze, pursing her red lips. Little brother Suze, just go all out, don't hold back, okay? Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. Ling Hu had also broken through. Maybe she could actually cause Suze some trouble. Suze's gaze flicked towards Ning Shui. Ning Shui shook her head frantically. As a psychic-type ability user, Ling Hu clearly saw the interaction between the two. What was wrong with her best friend? Why boost the enemy's morale and dampen her own? Did she think so little of her? With a wave of her hand, she said, never mind her, show me your full strength. Suze said, oh, and stood as firm as a pine. A golden blade condensed in his hand. His slender fingers gripped the golden blade, and his right arm swung in a slash. This slash was fast, unparalleled fast. Although the memories of that year of training were blurry, as Suze continued practicing, it gradually reflected in his body. The motion of his slash was honed to perfection, swift as lightning. A thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, a shocking blaze burst forth. The blaze was too fast for Ling Hu to react. She could only watch helplessly as the flames grew larger before her eyes. Then it passed right by her head, striking the floor with immense force. The fourth-grade black-veined steel floor shattered instantly. The gale from the flames whipped Lingus' hair wildly. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead as she swallowed uncontrollably. She even felt her back was completely soaked. It felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. Fourth-grade black-veined steel. Even her full-powered attack probably couldn't leave a scratch on it. Yet Suze had shattered it with ease. If that blaze had struck her body, she'd be lucky to leave a single bone intact. Sorry, bestie, I was wrong about you. This was a freak, a super monstrous freak. I shouldn't have come. Facing that blaze, Ning Shui, Lu Yang, and the assistant all felt a surge of terror falling into silence. They knew Suze was strong, but not this strong. Probably not weak, even among masters. Shi Che was also slightly surprised. That slash was impressive. It could cut through his enhanced fire shield. But that was all. Ling Hu gasped heavily. You. After panting for a while, she barely managed to force a smile. Suze, were civilized people. Let's settle this with wits, not force. I'd like to invite you to challenge my alluring dream realm. Yes, even after witnessing Suze's terrifying power. She still hadn't given up. Unable to defeat Suze physically, she would defeat him mentally. Suze gave Ling Hu a faint glance. No. He had never been interested in sparring with Ling Hu. He was just doing it as a favor to Ning Shui. Lingus' face stiffened. She still had the courage to fight now. If she missed today, she might never even qualify to challenge Suze again. Gritting her teeth, she began telepathically tempting Suze with a photo of her in black stockings. Suze remained unmoved. The spirit fox, grinding its teeth, felt utterly humiliated. It was an affront to her charm. After a moment of silence, she pondered what could still captivate Suze. Her eyes suddenly brightened at the thought of her ancestral legacy, the supreme, joy, infinite sacred text. This treasured tome contained dozens of secret techniques, hundreds of skills, and various nourishing methods that made one grow stronger with each battle. It was said that her ancestors were once part of the royal family and had connections to the legendary divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. This manual was a court secret divided into sections for men and women. With techniques like the Ice-Fire Duality, Six Senses Method, Thunder Law, and Tyrant Dragon Method, it could make women yield as well as men. This lineage enjoyed very harmonious marital relationships. She believed that Shi Che would absolutely not be able to refuse. Her lips moved slightly as she transmitted her voice. Sure enough, a flicker of emotion appeared on Shi Che's cold face, and his eyes seemed to shine even brighter. She nodded slightly. The spirit fox secretly agreed that her intentions were not solely to battle Shi Che. More importantly, she aimed to invest in him. Shi Che's innate talent and strength had completely moved her. The best outcome would be to conquer Shi Che, but if not, then to forge a good relationship would suffice. In their lineage, if the bloodline's heritage was not heavily consumed, outsiders would face an immense cost. Every 50 years an outsider could inherit once, and only those with extraordinary talent could be granted this privilege. However, she believed Shi Che's talent was remarkable enough to impress the lineage's overseers. To gain this inheritance, the spirit fox took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with a peach-red glow. Now was the time to test the fruits of her cultivation. The realm of ecstasy was opened. Shi Che made no resistance. The sounds of pleasure echoed. In the illusion, the spirit fox used every trick in her arsenal. All styles were presented: the seductive, mature woman, the tsundere queen, the elegant noblewoman, the spirited girl, the gentle wife, and the lively lowly. Yet Shi Che stared blankly. In fact, due to the golden radiance, Shi Che was completely immune to illusions below level 9, leaving him truly vacant. To him, those enchanting forms were all empty. The spirit fox was quite disheartened. It seemed conquering Shi Che was impossible. What kind of woman did Shi Che truly like? Suddenly a thought struck her. Could it be that he had grown astray? If so, the most likely candidate was. She glanced at Shi Che not far away, and her mind stirred. She replicated Shi Che at a 1:10 ratio. The boy wore a simple, gray short-sleeve sports outfit with handsome flowing features, tousled hair, and a bright smile directed at Shi Che. Shi Che's heart skipped a beat. Pressing his hands down, a surge of raging flames obliterated the illusion. The spirit fox let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from her nose, suffering backlash from the shattered illusion. Yet she paid it no mind, her face revealing a peculiar smile. So that's how it is. It wasn't that her illusion skills were lacking. It seemed she needed to study not only women, but men as well. She took out her phone. I concede, Shi Che. Let's add each other on Faexin. He'll notify you when I'm free. Shi Che nodded. Seeing the battle between the two come to an end, Ning Shui hurried forward, taking out a tissue to wipe the spirit fox's nosebleed. She initially wanted to offer words of comfort to the spirit fox. Failure is the mother of success. There's no need to compare with someone like an strength freak. Yet she found the spirit fox completely unfazed, instead appearing particularly excited, occasionally letting out a silly laugh. My poor friend, has she been hit too hard? Lu Yang sighed. He well understood the spirit fox's feelings. The achievements he had worked hard for years to attain were easily snatched by others. Anyone would feel lost, dejected, and question their life. He had no malicious intent. Instead, he comforted her. Look on the bright side. I also lost to Shi Che. Some people are just born to be the main characters. We can't compare. The spirit fox was taken aback, realizing Shi Che had also broken through to master level. She clapped her hands in annoyance. How careless. If given the choice, I would actually prefer to choose the easygoing, yet equally extraordinary Shi Che. Now I can only apologize. She cast a remorseful glance at Shi Che. Shi Che felt a sense of bewilderment. Suddenly a chill ran down his back, as if he had been backstabbed. The spirit fox seemed to have reached some underhanded agreement with Shi Che. After a moment of contemplation, he thought no more of it. It must be a misconception. He believed Shi Che would not harm him. Ning Shui and the others did not linger and quickly took their leave. 3 days later, Shi Che went out for a while, and when he returned, his expression seemed to carry a hint of a smile. But upon closer inspection, Shi Che found nothing particularly unusual. Time continued to flow. June 2nd, 145 of the starry calendar. The Tianming City Meteorological Station issued a blue rainstorm warning. A severe storm was expected tonight. Shi Che also anticipated that he would reach 5th level strength in his physical body tonight. Around 7 p.m., thunder roared. Lightning flashed white in the dark sky. Large raindrops fell in torrents. Shi Che looked out the window. Everything was blurred, concealed behind the curtain of rain. His thoughts drifted far away, uncertain if the young master was progressing smoothly in his cultivation. In the cultivation chamber, all external sounds were isolated. Without hesitation, Shi Che swallowed all the dragon blood. At that moment, a surging wave of coldness engulfed him. Even the golden crow true flame could not withstand it. He shivered uncontrollably, his brows frosted, as if he were in a world of ice and snow, with piercing pain radiating throughout his body. A torrent of cold currents surged within him. Where it passed, cells lay dormant, everything froze, and even minute impurities were trapped. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth in silence, enduring. The path of cultivation could not be smooth sailing. He was well aware of the challenges that lay ahead. He was already far luckier than most. He could endure this suffering. Not knowing how much time had passed, Shi Che's bones cracked loudly, the sound converging into a single force. Roar. A dragon's roar signified the birth of all things. A vigorous life force awakened at this moment. Blood surged and impurities were expelled. He felt filled with power, radiating a dragon's might. Shi Che clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt capable of destroying heaven and earth. His heart brimmed with joy. Returning to his room, Shi Che felt sticky all over and decided to take a shower first. He glanced at the time. It was still early, around 1030. Time to celebrate. Feeling too lonely alone, he sent a message inviting Shi Che to celebrate together and share in his joy. He planned to watch a comedy movie. The projector, snacks, and drinks were all prepared. Outside, the thunder and lightning continued, the wind howled, and the rain seemed to grow heavier. He was quite spirited. Leisurely pouring himself a cup of Jinyang wine, he raised a toast to the dark. Taking a sip, the Jinyang wine did not have much effect even after a few sips. The warm liquid flowed down his throat, dispelling some of the lingering chill in his body. His mouth was filled with the pure fragrance of flowers and fruits. But the next moment he was left in shock. The Jinyang wine acted like a catalyst, triggering a strong chemical reaction with the lustful thoughts remaining from the dragon blood in his body. The convergence of ice and fire. Then it exploded. He felt cold, an extreme cold that penetrated to the bone. Even igniting the golden crow true flame had no effect. There was a kind of cold that made his brain feel chilled. He felt very cold, but in reality his body was perfectly fine. Wrapping himself in the blanket, he curled up on the soft bed, as if that was the only way to feel a bit warmer. Shi Che knocked on the door. "Young master." No one responded. He felt puzzled, wondering if he wasn't in. He casually opened the door and saw a trembling figure on the bed. He walked over, lifted the blanket, and saw Shi Che curled up, trembling with his eyes closed. He softly called out with concern, "Young master, young master." Time passed slowly, the sound of thunder continued, and the rain drummed against the window glass. The unyielding spirit shouted, "A man's true worth lies in a clear heart, unshaken by the heavens and unperturbed in his desires. That is a real man. Stay steady, stay steady." The spirit of lust shielded one. "I charge forth, young master, do not fear. I will always support you from behind." Shi Che casually slapped two annoying entities into the little black room. The unyielding spirit wailed, "The master hit me again. I am only doing this for his own good." The spirit of lust cried, "I want to see, master, I want to see." Shi Che's body stiffened, his mind blank. What was he doing? Before he could think it through, he had already switched places with Shi Che. In the early morning, as Shi Che just opened his eyes, he felt a softness on his lips. Before him was Shi Che's handsome face with deep, clear black eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He was being embraced by Shi Che. Shi Che's expression was calm as he pushed Shi Che away, declaring a statement of a scumbag. "We're all adults here, you understand." That's right, he decided to deny everything. Besides, they had only helped each other a dozen times and owed each other. All right. The impact is a bit overwhelming. He needs some time to calm down. Shi Che showed no anger, instead smiling warmly, his eyes slightly curved. "All right, I understand. I will keep it a secret. But young master must also promise me one request." Shi Che guardedly asked, "You tell me first." Shi Che said solemnly, "Young master, you are not allowed to absorb anyone else's blood, only that which binds you to me." Shi Che nodded. This condition was simple. Blood he would never dare to absorb again. As for the bond, it was no problem not using it. Shi Che smiled broadly. "Young master, go take a shower. He'll clean up here." Shi Che dashed into the bathroom. His clothes were already crumpled and untidy. After the warm water washed over him, he soaked in the bathtub, feeling a bit frustrated. What had he done last night? How did it come to that? How should he treat Shi Che from now on? He felt lost, unable to find an answer. With a deep sigh, he decided to cast aside his worries and enjoy life. Right now, if I don't know, I'll leave it to my future self to figure it out. Future me, keep it up. But regardless, this blood-sucking talent must be sealed away. At that moment, Shi Che emerged from the bathroom. Shi Che had already left. The sheets and blankets had been replaced with new ones. The windows were wide open, letting in the bright sunshine. A gentle breeze fluttered the curtains, bringing fresh air. It was a beautiful day. Shi Che went downstairs. Suze had already prepared breakfast. A bowl of noodles, 2 poached eggs, and 2 sausages. "Young master, you worked hard last night. Eat more to make up for it," Suze said. Shi Che silently gazed at Suze. Because of last night's events, he couldn't help but think too much. Suze's expression was innocent. Confused, he asked, "Young master, why aren't you eating? The noodles I cooked are quite good, or is it that you want to eat mine?" He pushed the half-eaten noodles towards Shi Che. Annoyed, Shi Che pushed the sausage in his bowl towards Suze and returned Suze's noodles. Suze sighed. "Does the young master not like to eat? Then he'll eat it." He began to eat heartily. Shi Che replied stiffly, "Later we will go to Xiaohao's place. He should be able to evolve successfully today." Suze raised an eyebrow. "That silly boy so soon. Annoying." The two of them took a car and headed to Qin Mingho's home. They returned to the secret chamber. Qin Shuexiu had been waiting here. With a smile, he said, "You have arrived. You should still wait for a while." Shi Che looked at the cocoon in front of him, which had turned into a mix of black and white. It was nearly 3 meters tall, covered with mysterious patterns. The figure of the eternal abyss blade burst out from the cocoon. With claws crossed over his chest, he looked at the cocoon before him, feeling quite unsettled, yet a hint of anticipation was on his face. That silly boy not only harmonized perfectly with a drop of the black dragon's source blood, but also successfully inherited a power from his master. It was likely to bring about earth-shattering changes. Perhaps he could truly cultivate the strongest culinary god. The 3 people and 1 dragon in the secret chamber quietly gazed at the cocoon as time ticked by. In a moment, the cocoon suddenly emitted a thumping heartbeat sound. The mysterious patterns on the cocoon pulsated accordingly. It was about to successfully evolve. In the next moment, the black and white lights surged, and a tremendous aura shot straight into the sky. Outside, the world changed dramatically. The sky alternated between darkness like night and brightness like day. Crack! The black and white cocoon began to split open. 2 terrifying auras erupted, one infused with a rich dragon might, overwhelming and fierce. An aura like a supreme divine blade, unfurling sharp and piercing. What kind of transformation would Xiaohao undergo? A figure stepped out from within. As the black and white mist gradually dissipated from top to bottom, golden and radiant hair, an exceptionally handsome face, and tightly shut eyes were revealed. His features had not changed much, but seemed to have undergone slight adjustments, making him even more attractive. His upper body showcased perfectly sculpted muscles with a black dragon totem tattooed across it. As for the lower half, Shi Che hadn't had the chance to see, as Suze covered his eyes. "Young master, be careful not to spoil your eyes." The Eternal Abyss Blade was incredibly excited. As expected, he has evolved into a dual-class ability, the Hand of God and the True Dragon Body. Qin Shuexiu shivered all over, shocked and ecstatic. He couldn't believe his ears. The senior of the Eternal Abyss Blade said that his Xiaohao had evolved into a dual-class ability. Qin Mingho opened his eyes, his amber-colored gaze radiating an inexplicable authority. He felt an immense joy within, as if his body was filled with power. He possessed invincible strength. Now defeating Suze should pose no problem. "Put on your clothes first." Suze tossed a set of clothes to Qin Mingho. Only then did Qin Mingho realize how chilly he felt all over. His face turned red, and he quickly got. The Eternal Abyss Blade looked at Qin Mingho with admiration. In its long life, it had only seen 3 instances of double-class abilities. Class abilities can be artificially shaped through divine origins. Double-class abilities do not work that way. Even possessing 2 divine origins is not enough. The 2 origins would repel and clash with each other, ultimately resulting in an explosion. Initially, it intended to shape Qin Mingho using the Black Dragon origin. Unexpectedly, the Black Dragon origin matched Qin Mingho perfectly. Besides that, his talent in culinary arts was also considered extraordinary. It drew upon the foundational power left by the culinary god. For some unknown reason, the 2 powers achieved a marvelous balance, resulting in the creation of a double-class ability. Despite Qin Mingho's silly grin at the moment, only it knew how difficult this was. This foolish boy had walked the line between life and death countless times during the shaping process. The pain of being crushed to pieces was nothing compared to what could have been. It certainly did not choose the wrong person. Its judgment was remarkable. Shi Che brushed off Suze's hand and was equally shocked to hear the words of the Eternal Abyss Blade. Class ability users are 1 in a million. Double-class abilities are exceedingly rare, even in the entire history of humanity. And class ability is destined to become a legendary 6th-tier ruler, while a double-class ability is bound to become supreme. Currently, there are fewer than 30 Supremes among the 5 United Nations. If the news of Qin Mingho possessing double-class abilities were to leak, it would trigger a significant upheaval in the entire human world. All the holy schools and major factions would allow Qin Mingho to choose freely. Shi Che recalled the data on the 2-class abilities. Dragon's body, an invincible physical form that possesses the attack and defense of a dragon. It is said that upon becoming supreme, one can temporarily transform into a true dragon. God's hand capable of actively adding miraculous effects to desired items, and any martial arts or weapon used with one's hand can be mastered rapidly. Qin Mingho took off directly this time. Shi Che gave Qin Mingho a thumbs up and said, "Little how you're amazing." Qin Mingho scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Shi Che looked forward to checking Qin Mingho's favorability towards him. After several upgrades of abilities, he now only needed Qin Mingho's favorability to reach 96 to successfully replicate this class ability. "Little how, I have not treated you unfairly. Favorability 100. Good brother, true brother." Shi Che was overjoyed and stepped forward to give Qin Mingho a big hug. "While you've grown taller and stronger, Ding does the master wish to replicate this class abilities Dragon's body and God's hand?" Xiao Zhou asked. "Must replicate." An invisible wave entered Qin Mingho's body. It was the twin fruits, one white and one black. Qin Mingho sensed something, but merely smiled quietly. Without any obstruction, the ability replication was instantly successful. "Little how your ability is great, but now it belongs to me." Shi Che snapped his fingers. The Book of Bronze manifested, and the second blank page revealed a powerful black dragon and a pure white crystalline hand. He was somewhat taken aback. Surprisingly, the 2-class abilities occupied only one page. This indicated that he could replicate the abilities of 9 individuals, not 9 different abilities. However, it was not a significant difference. The world might not even have other double-class ability users. 3-class abilities, brother invincible. Xiao Zhe, just obediently submit under me. Let's see if he dares to be reckless. Ugh, what is he thinking? The Eternal Abyss Blade was bewildered. Why could Shi Che's ability replication book easily replicate class abilities? Unscientific. It gasped in shock, realizing a possibility. Unless it was an ultra-class ability. An ultra-class ability is destined to be a divine existence, a born deity. Unscientific. It gasped in shock, realizing a possibility. Unless it was an ultra-class ability. An ultra-class ability is destined to be a divine existence, a born deity. Suze took a deep breath, barely suppressing the bitterness that surged within his heart. He knew he could not stop the young master from copying others' level abilities, nor could he hinder his path to becoming stronger. Because he could not possibly contend with the young master now. The young master was already on par with him in strength, now further empowered by 2's level abilities. Now he must surely surpass him by a considerable margin. As time passed, the gap between them would only widen. He shook his head, casting away the unproductive thoughts. He wished to surpass Shi Che unless his abilities evolved into the impossible supers level. This could only be hoped for from Jin Huang. Jin Huang did not know when he would awaken. Thus he resolved to exert all his efforts to become stronger, at least to crush everyone except the young master beneath his feet. Qin Shuexiu heard what Shi Che said, his face filled with astonishment. Shi Che truly did not regard him as an outsider, should the ability to copy S-level powers not be kept a secret. Every S-level individual grew to be a pillar of the nation, a formidable figure. One could only imagine how terrifying Shi Che would become if he could replicate S-level abilities. Not everyone in the world is a good person. Some do not wish for Shi Che to thrive. He immediately pretended to hear nothing. He stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. "You all chat first, I'll go prepare a feast for you. We'll celebrate properly later." Shi Che initially intended to project an image of only being able to replicate one's level ability. This was absurd, yet not entirely so. Although Dongxia had the star god and the moon god ensuring societal stability, there were still the other 4 countries. One must not be without vigilance. It was best not to appear too outlandish. Yet his ancestor urged him not to worry too much and to showcase his excellence. There might be some sordidness among the high echelons of humanity. However, with external threats, the 5 nations united against the fierce beasts was the greater agenda. It was far from the time for internal strife. Talented individuals were generally well protected. The more outstanding Shi Che appeared, the safer he actually was, garnering more resources. Of course, there are all sorts of people in the world, including some who are anti-human. They worship fierce beasts and hope for the destruction of the human world. Shi Che was not like money, not everyone liked him. There were also potential threats. However, his ancestor assured him with a pat on the chest that within Dongxia, should Shi Che's life-preserving trump card be triggered, he would arrive at the first opportunity. He guaranteed that Shi Che was not in any danger. Naturally, Shi Che trusted his ancestor completely. Thus, he had no intention of concealing his ability to replicate S-level powers. The three of them exited the secret chamber and sat in the living room. Qin Mingho incessantly spoke beside Shi Che about the second trial, recounting his heroic feats as he charged through layer after layer. Shi Che clapped in admiration. The joys and sorrows of individuals are not the same. Suze only found him noisy, yet he did not speak up to stop him. Both Shi Che and Suze knew that Qin Mingho's transformation from level abilities to dual level ones was no simple feat. Suze thought to himself that he would tolerate him for just a while longer. After more than an hour, various delicacies made their grand appearance. Qin Shueisha, worthy of being a master of his sect, had reached an extraordinary level in the culinary arts. Shi Che was thoroughly satisfied with the meal, praising it endlessly. Qin Shueisha grinned from ear to ear, growing increasingly pleased with Shi Che, lamenting yet again that he was not his own grandson. After finishing the meal, Shi Che prepared to take his leave. Tomorrow was the day for registering for the martial arts examination, and he needed to go to school. There were still some things to prepare. Qin Shueisha originally wanted to chat a bit more with Qin Mingho. However, Qin Mingho followed Shi Che without looking back. A young man must not be held back. On the way, Suze issued a challenge to Qin Mingho. He needed to help this foolish boy realign his position. Qin Mingho immediately agreed. He had wanted to punch that ice-cold face for a long time. Now was the time to let the young master understand that he was the first warrior under his command. Shi Che did not intervene. Now he was quite curious about Xiaohao's combat capability. He began to check Qin Mingho's information. Name: Qin Mingho, realm, early master, energy value 711400, talent skills, sharpness, insight, ice, mirror, dragon blood, boiling ability, martial arts, eternal abyss, guidance, entry, heavenly craft, guidance, proficient, eternal abyss, sword technique, entry, breaking edge, sword, proficient, wind step, proficient, wine cut, proficient, favorability, 100. He also took a look at Suze's information. Everything else remained relatively unchanged. The only addition was an ability, martial art, the supreme bliss, endless sacred text. As his thoughts moved, various strange pieces of knowledge entered his mind. He realized that this was the transaction between Suze and the spirit fox. He frowned slightly. This item required a kind of medium, a bit of emotional investment to maximize the efficacy of various secret methods. He resolved to obtain this emotional investment at all costs. I still need to find time to have a chat with the spirit fox. I must find a way to obtain that bit of affection. As my thoughts whirled, I soon arrived home. The three of them went to the battle arena. At the battle arena, Shi Che stood to the side, secretly contemplating. Suze's mastery of martial arts was evidently greater and more refined than Qin Mingho's, and he also possessed soul martial arts. However, Qin Mingho had dual class abilities and had learned the Eternal Abyss sword technique. It was hard to determine who would emerge victorious. The Eternal Abyss sword floated in the air, its long tassels swaying, anticipating the spectacle. It had great confidence in Qin Mingho and the Eternal Abyss sword technique. Dual class abilities were practically invincible at the same level. Every participant was a force to be reckoned with, far ahead of their peers. In its view, Suze was merely a minor obstacle on Qin Mingho's path to becoming the strongest culinary master. Shi Che was the true final boss. With its assistance, it would be quite challenging for Qin Mingho to surpass Shi Che. However, strength and abilities did not necessarily equate to overall strength. It had already tailored a complete feeding plan for Qin Mingho. There was no telling how he could potentially defeat Shi Che. Its gaze was fierce. My pet Qin Mingho, your journey to becoming the strongest culinary master begins today. Suze stood with one hand in his pocket, his expression indifferent. Let's make it quick, let's begin. Qin Mingho replied, that suits me perfectly. Suze formed a gesture with one hand resembling a gun. His fingertips moved slightly. Bang! Bang! In an instant, several small golden fireballs transformed into shooting stars hurtling towards Qin Mingho. The instantaneous fireballs were enhanced by the golden crow true flame. The power was terrifying, comparable to a small hand grenade capable of flipping over high-tier ferocious beasts. Even a master-level physical strength would suffer serious injury from such a blow. Yet facing the small fireballs, Qin Mingho neither dodged nor blocked. A wisp of black smoke emanated from his body, forming into a dragon shape, coiling around him and providing solid protection. The small fireballs struck against the dragon-shaped smoke, creating no ripples whatsoever. Suze's eyes shifted slightly. Is that the body of a true dragon? Interesting. In the next moment, Qin Mingho exerted force with both feet, his blood boiling, as an astonishing aura erupted from his body. The might of the dragon surged forth. With the boiling dragon blood activated, his realm advanced to latest stage mastery. With a thunderous roar he charged out like a rampaging dragon, leaving a large crater in place, and wielding his hand like a blade. Black and white swirling smoke enveloped him, amplifying his sharp talent. It transformed into dazzling blade light, slashing towards Shi Che. The eternal abyss one slash. The astounding sharpness sliced through the air, producing a piercing explosion. From the outset, he unleashed his full power. In battle mode, Qin Mingho's gaze was as calm as ice and as sharp as a blade. No longer did he exhibit any hint of his previous naivety. Under the ice mirror and insight, every slight movement of Shi Che was clearly reflected in his heart's sea. He also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Shi Che. He understood clearly that there was a significant distance between his strength and Shi Che's. Continuing to entangle would be detrimental to him. The only way to win was to exploit Shi Che's underestimation and ignorance of him. He planned to take advantage of Shi Che's unguarded moment to strike him down. A terrifying might bore down on Shi Che's mind, instilling doubt, hesitation, and fear. With both hands in his pockets, he signaled, "Is that all you've got?" The emotional fire raised its hand, wagging its little tail, full of expectation. "Master, I want to join in too." Shi Che nodded slightly, not refusing. The emotional fire cheered and leaped into his body, raising its realm to latest mastery. His aura surged dramatically, golden flames spreading throughout his body. The eternal abyss sword's expression changed. Shi Che actually possessed the talent to amplify his strength. Such talent was exceedingly rare, comparable to class abilities in terms of rarity. Moreover, the amplification he received was even greater than that of Qin Mingho. The situation was becoming troublesome. Qin Mingho did not realize that Shi Che had the same thought as him. First, he would launch a few small fireballs to make Qin Mingho lower his guard. Then he would unleash his full strength for a direct kill. After all, Qin Mingho had dual class abilities and could not be taken lightly. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in front of the young master. Golden wings unfurled from his back with golden feathers floating around him. These then intertwined to form a golden feather storm, charging towards Qin Mingho furiously. Oh no, the eternal abyss sword's gaze sharpened, incredulous that Shi Che had actually comprehended soul martial arts. Soul martial arts were incredibly compatible with oneself, capable of unleashing 120% of one's power. This was far superior to the entry-level eternal abyss sword technique. But how could someone of this age comprehend soul martial arts? Most ability users would never achieve enlightenment in their lifetime. Shi Che possessed a monster-level talent not inferior to dual class abilities. The clash of blade light and sword feather storm erupted. Boom! The shockwave spread in all directions, warping the air. Dense white smoke billowed up. Shi Che was slightly stunned. The two had erupted in a blink of an eye. He had not expected that these two would engage so fiercely without a word. How intense! Who would emerge victorious between them? He was not concerned about their lives, especially with the eternal abyss sword watching over them. As the white smoke cleared, Shi Che stood casually with his hands in his pockets. The victor has been decided. His hands inside the pockets were charred black, slightly trembling. Despite facing Qin Mingho's full force strike, he had still been injured. Qin Mingho had already lost consciousness, his skin torn and bloodied, looking quite tragic. Such injuries for someone with the body of a true dragon amounted to mere flesh wounds. In a day or two he would recover. The eternal abyss sword covered its head, sighing mournfully, flying towards Qin Mingho. The path of the strongest culinary master did not start off smoothly. "Where is this foolish boy's room?" Shi Che pointed out the room. The eternal abyss sword carried Qin Mingho back to his room to rest. Shi Che also said, "Young master, I'm heading back to my room." All right, Shi Che replied, also returning to his room, wanting to study these two types of class abilities. He was particularly interested in the Hand of God, which granted magical effects to various items. Perhaps in the future he could become Doraemon Shi. Shi Che returned to his room. He first searched the internet for various information about the Divine Hand. The enhancement provided by the Divine Hand in combat is not significant. It leans more towards being an auxiliary ability. Its greatest ability is actually to bring out the properties of the materials themselves. It can make stones harder and ropes more flexible. However, forcibly adding a softness effect to a stone would consume a large amount of spiritual energy and would not last long. The most suitable professions are alchemist and apothecary. Alchemists focus on spiritual energy, combining various spiritual materials to create spiritual equipment. His watch, cloak, glasses, and skateboard are all made by alchemists. Apothecaries also center around spiritual energy, extracting, refining, and reacting various spiritual materials to create potions. These are also the two most popular and sought-after professions in society. Low-level spiritual equipment and potions can be industrially produced using machines, but high-level ones cannot. Currently, machines cannot replace this. Therefore, high-level alchemists and apothecaries are eagerly sought after by various factions. Those with exceptional talents in alchemy and pharmacy are even more favored than class ability users. Ninth-level alchemists and apothecaries enjoy supreme treatment. Shi Che had been contemplating mastering a skill. With the presence of the Golden Crow True Flame, he originally intended to learn alchemy, to create various magical items. Bamboo Copter Anywhere Door Enlarging Shrinking Lamp, 12 Talismans. However, since Shao Kai can cultivate spiritual plants, he also wanted to learn pharmacy. After all, potions can greatly accelerate cultivation speed. He is not afraid of taking too many potions which would complicate breakthrough difficulties. It is known that the higher the level of the potion, the harder it is to obtain later, and one might end up owing favors. If he mastered it, he could use it like water in the future. But he also desires magical items. Thus children make choices, but now that he is an adult, he naturally wants them all. These two subjects are vast and profound. An ordinary person might only research a sub-branch in their lifetime without fully mastering it. But is Shi Che an ordinary person? With a photographic memory and a diligent nature combined with the divine hand, learning together would be a simple matter. He extended one hand, which emanated a hazy white glow. The specks of light merged into a pen, endowing it with a sharp characteristic. The pen tip became like a blade as he casually poked at a few things. Whooshed! A crisp sound exploded in the air. With a gentle toss, the pen floated in the air, imparting it with the ability to fly. The consumption of spiritual energy surged. The stronger and more complex the effect, the greater the spiritual energy consumed, and the shorter the duration. However, if he became a deity, he might be able to create most magical items. As for telephone booths and time machines, even deities might not be able to create them. He extended his index finger, alternating between hot and cold with electric shocks, providing a bit of lubrication as a strange expression appeared on his face. It seemed that unexpected uses could be developed in daily life. If he added secret methods to power. He shook his head, refusing to go down the wrong path. After all, he is an exemplary student. He activated his true dragon form. Black smoke enveloped him, making him look like a true villain. His body coursed with terrifying power. A single punch could likely send a fourth-tier ferocious beast flying. He felt that the Krypton body was no longer worthy of him. It would be better to choose the Clevel Dragon Elephant Golden Body skill, with the Blevel Dragon Elephant Body, a Level Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, and Slevel Dragon Elephant Town Prison skill. This is countless times more powerful than the Krypton body. With the existence of the true dragon form, cultivation can be twice as effective with half the effort. Very well, it was decided happily. June 4th, 145th year of the star calendar. Today is the day for the martial arts examination registration. Shi Che and the others need to go to school. The students were chattering incessantly. Xiao Yan, what realm are you at now? Xiao Yan wore a sorrowful expression, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. I'm just a mere initial stage complete, nothing impressive. With this level of strength, as long as luck isn't too bad in the martial arts examination, getting into a top-tier combat department is more than enough. He could easily rank in the top 20 of the school. Xiaodu silently raised his middle finger, annoyed that he was showing off. He then asked, I wonder what level Shirgu is at now. Xiao Yan's pride lessened a bit. Compared to Shi Che, his achievements were hardly worth mentioning. A girl with sparkling eyes chimed in. The class monitor was at the initial high stage a month ago, and even defeated the lone wolf. Now that a month has passed, perhaps he has broken through a small realm with hopes of making it into the national top 10. The national top 10. Many students' eyes shone with envy and longing. All young people have dreamed of awakening and class ability, becoming the elite and dominating the martial arts field to achieve fame. Shi Che is their dream. If that's the case, we'll be among the national top 10 students, boasting for sure, Xiao Du said with a grin. Speaking of Shi Che, he arrived. With a sunny and gentle smile, he walked into the classroom. The buzzing noise suddenly quieted. Xiao Du couldn't help but exclaim, no matter how you look at it, Shi Ge's handsomeness is unmatched by me. This time it was Xiao Yan's turn to give him the middle finger. Do you want me to wake you up? Even my handsomeness is slightly inferior to Shi Ge's, and you dare to compare? Xiao Du curiously asked, Shi Ge, what realm are you at now? Middle high stage. Shi Che smiled, extending his finger and gesturing upwards. A little higher than that. Many students couldn't help but swallow hard, finding it hard to imagine advancing 2 small realms in just a month. They now knew how difficult cultivation was. The highest goal in life was merely to become a high-level ability user. The strongest in their senior year was only at the middle stage of the intermediate level. That's quite a gap. What do we do, Xiao Yan? I want to beat Shi Ge, now it's unfair. Xiao Du clutched his. Xiao Yan, I want to as well. The two exchanged glances, and in unison, they suddenly reached out toward Shi Che. but in a blink they grasped nothing. Shi Che had already appeared at his seat, smiling warmly. Realizing the gap was too great, the two could only return to their seats in frustration. Teacher Jiang soon arrived in the classroom. Her expression remained serious as she looked at her students whom she had painstakingly nurtured, a hint of softness flashing in her eyes. This time, she didn't ask Shi Che to take attendance. Holding the roster, she began to call out names one by one. With each response, the atmosphere in the classroom inexplicably grew somber. After the national examination, it would be hard for everyone to gather like this again. For years of camaraderie inevitably stirred a faint feeling of reluctance in their hearts. Shi Che also felt a tinge of melancholy. Once the attendance was completed, Teacher Jiang spoke softly. Everything that needs to be said has been said. I wish everyone a smooth journey ahead. Students registering for the martial arts program, please hand in your ID cards. Class monitor, please collect them, and then go to the principal's office. Shi Che obediently replied, "Okay, teacher. Stand firm for the last shift." After handing all the students' ID cards to Teacher Jiang, he headed to the principal's office. In the principal's office, the principal, vice principal, and head of the teaching department chatted merrily. The emergence of Shi Che from Tianming University brought them great pride. The head of the teaching department said, with Shi Che's strength barring any accidents, he is likely to rank in the top 5 nationwide. This would be an unprecedented record for our school, surely to be recorded in its history. The principal's guidance is certainly commendable, and he will surely be among the top. The principal humbly replied, "I take no credit. It is all due to Shi Che's own hard work. I am merely a name on the records. You will handle the writing of the school history, as I trust you the most. You know how to proceed, right?" The head of the teaching department assured principal, "You can leave it to me. I guarantee the task will be completed." The vice principal paused. Compiling the school history was indeed a great opportunity. Leaving a mark in the school's history was a significant temptation, especially for educators like them. As Shi Che continued to rise, they might just leave a small mark in history. Even a mere mention would be a tremendous. He also wished to be included in the school history. This fellow was quite fortunate. Knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed. The three stood to welcome. The principal, all smiles, opened the door. Shi Che politely greeted, "Hello, principal, vice principal, head of the teaching department." The principal responded, Good, Shi Che, please take a seat." He kindly poured a steaming cup of tea for Shi Che. Shi Che obediently took his seat, while the principal wore a cheerful smile. "The reason I called you here is not for anything trivial. It's about the reward from the city that has been approved for you. I know you are not short on money, so I specifically applied for a merit point reward. The city has awarded you 500 merit points, and the school will grant you an additional 100 merit points as a reward." The emergence of a strength supernatural being from Tianming City had made quite an impact, bringing significant benefits to the city and thus earning contributions. Especially after Shi Che participates in the martial arts exam, his influence will surely expand further. This is also an investment. Shi Che's eyes lit up. Merit points are excellent. With enough merit points, divine weapon skill manuals and rare materials can be obtained as desired. Paying 100 in taxes only yields a single merit point. An ordinary grade martial arts manual is worth several thousand merit points. This is indeed a substantial sum. "Thank you, principal." The principal happily replied, "This is what you deserve. If you need anything else, just let us know." Bonuses are easy to obtain, but merit points are hard to come by. The principal had put in considerable effort. Shi Che shook his head. The principal said, "Then go home and rest well. Strive for an excellent result. Based on past performances, your strength is sufficient to vie for a top 5 position nationally." Shi Che smiled, returning the favor. He assured the principal, "Principal, I will definitely aim for first place nationwide." The principal, vice principal, and head of the teaching department paused as Shi Che was getting ahead of himself. First place nationally would require a master-level supernatural being. Should some dark horses appear, Shi Che's position in the top 5 might not be secure. Confidence is good for the young, but one must not be overly arrogant. The principal contemplated how to gently advise Shi Che not to set his expectations too high. Even dreaming that a student from their school could secure first place was beyond his imagination. Shi Che emanated a hint of master-level aura. The three widened their eyes, their faces flushed, nearly jumping up. How could this be possible? How could this be? Becoming a master in just 100 days of training is merely a tale from novels. Unbelievable. They were all high-level supernatural beings. The principal and vice principal simultaneously nudged the head of the teaching department. The head of the teaching department gasped hastily, declaring, "It's true, it's true. These two are truly ruthless." They must have turned red with excitement. The principal, suppressing his excitement, finally couldn't hold back. He stood up and began to clap his hands. The vice principal and the head of the teaching department joined in the applause. What did he say? Young people must be confident and ambitious. Who else but me? Good, good, so wonderful. Our Tianming University will greatly shine on the national stage now. The top student nationally is on an entirely different level compared to other rankings. Most people will only remember the first place. Shi Che smiled faintly. Principal, our school has another dark horse whose strength is only slightly less than mine. Since there are merit points to claim, Xiao Hao can also receive a share. The three's expressions turned wild. There was another student at the school whose strength was just a bit weaker than Shi Che. Is there really such a person? Who has been hiding their strength? The three's minds raced trying to figure it out, especially the head of the teaching department. He was familiar with every senior in their fourth year. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Shi Che, who is it? Shi Che replied, Qin Mingho. The principal and vice principal were left dumbfounded. They knew that Qin Mingho had awakened in great ability, especially with his striking blonde hair. However, it was impossible for him to be only slightly weaker than Shi Che. The head of the teaching department was stunned, exclaiming, that underachiever, that foolish kid, no way, absolutely no way. The principal and vice principal looked at the head of the teaching department. He took a deep breath to calm himself. He had been in a battle of wits with Qin Mingho for 3 years. Fighting, being late, early romance, chasing stars, slipping grades, and that blonde hair. He had exhausted all efforts to correct Qin Mingho's behavior, but none were successful. He had tasted the first sense of defeat in his teaching career because of Qin Mingho. Shi Che continued, his ability has mutated into a dual-grade ability, the hand of God, the body of a true dragon, and he is also a master-level supernatural being. He didn't mention the Yonyuan blade because it prefers to avoid trouble. It forbids them from disclosing its information. The three were stunned, utterly shocked. This news is too astonishing, leaving them dizzy. The principal exclaimed, doesn't this mean that the first and second places nationally will both emerge from our school? This is no dream. He was thinking of giving the head of the teaching department another nudge. But the head of the teaching department had already stood up, applauding. He could only regretfully cease his actions. The vice principal sighed as well. Shi Che stood up to take his leave. The three stood up to see him off. Just as the door closed, the vice principal cleared his throat. I need to go to the restroom. He hurried out, catching up to Shi Che, enthusiastically pulling him toward a secluded corner. Then with great enthusiasm, he handed Shi Che a photo. Shi Che, puzzled, picked up the photo to see a young man in white carrying a long spear with bronze skin and sharp features, looking quite heroic. The vice principal whispered, this is my son Lin Yu, 24 years old, a master-level supernatural being, a great ability. Tai Xiao Tian lay standing at 188 centimeters with 8-pack abs. This year he is in his 3rd year at Chuanxing University, among the top 10 in the combat department. Since he will also be attending Chuanxing, you can get to know him. If you have any questions about Chuanxing, feel free to ask him. His contact information is on the back of the photo. You young people will have common topics, do get close whenever you have the chance. As Shi Che stood there bewildered, the vice principal left with an air of nonchalance. The vice principal walked away, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Just now he had recited the words his wife made him memorize for his son's blind date, introducing his son to any girl he found pleasing. He spoke without thinking. However, it wasn't a big deal as long as the meaning was conveyed. The sneaky director of education passed by, his eyes glimmering. Old Lin had hidden it well. He had such a son, yet not a whisper had been leaked. How could he resist boasting? Had he been through detox? Given this revelation, the director of education also laid his cards on the table, no longer pretending. Everyone has a formidable junior after all. He pulled out his phone, browsing through the gallery. He took a few steps forward, excitedly holding up a photo from his phone's album, presenting it in front of Shi Che. Shi Che remained silent. In the photo was a young man dressed in a casual white shirt with tan skin, thick brows, and an elegant bearing. He was laughing heartily, showing a set of white teeth, radiating a bright and sunny demeanor. The director of education said, this is my nephew Luo Chun. He is 23 years old, a high-level ability user with an 11 ability in super speed regeneration, standing at 185 meters tall with 6-pack abs. He is currently in his 2nd year at Chuanxing University, majoring in combat studies, and is one of the top 10 candidates. He casually repeated the vice principal's words. Luo Chen also graduated from Tianming University, making him your senior and closer in age, providing more common ground for conversation. Once you get to Chuanxing, you can contact him as a guide. Ooh, I've already sent his contact information to your Fei Xian. After saying this, the director of education dashed away. What was this? Shi Che thought for a moment and quickly understood. Clearly both of them were optimistic about his future and wanted to expand the connections of their descendants. After putting away the photo, he didn't mind making more friends. As the old saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. Shi Che returned to the classroom. As soon as he entered, Xiao Du stepped forward, holding a small notebook and a pen in one hand and a camera in the other. He grinned. Shi Che, could you please sign for me and take a picture as a keepsake? Shi Che nodded in agreement. It was a small matter. Xiaoyan widened his eyes. That sly Xiao Du got ahead of me. Shi Che, go, I want one too. He pulled out his own gear, having the same intention. With the two of them starting it off, other classmates shouted in unison. Class monitor, I want one too. Me too. Shi Che laughed. All right, everyone be quiet and don't disturb the other classes. Line up. The class only had 45 people, so it wouldn't take long. He felt a little smug inside. His popularity was quite impressive. Long live the class monitor. The classmates cheered. Obediently, they formed a long line that extended into the corridor. Shi Che signed, quickly displaying a standard smile while taking photos. He glanced at the line, puzzled, wondering why students from other classes had arrived. It turned out that the commotion in the corridor had attracted attention from students in other classes. Hearing that Shi Che was signing autographs and taking photos, they rushed over eagerly. Shi Che felt even prouder. His popularity was off the charts. It was fine to spend more time. Meanwhile, in the Che fan group, someone sent a message. If you want the male god's autograph and photo, hurry to class 1 of the 4th year. With a photo attached, the group exploded. Really? I'm on a plane rushing over. If this is fake, I swear I'll haunt you. Wait for me, I skipped class today, and I must get the male god's autograph. Haha, I'm just next to the school. They'll climb over the west wall. Everyone wait for my news. This news quickly spread throughout the school. Teachers from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years were in class. Suddenly, one by one, students claimed they needed to use the restroom, or had headaches or cramps wanting to The excuses were bizarre. The remaining students frantically brainstormed, trying to find any reason. Missing a single class was fine, but missing today meant they would probably never have the chance to get its level ability user's autograph or photo. The teachers were puzzled, asking, what's going on with you? The students laid it all out, explaining that Shi Che was holding an autograph session. If the students were fans of some dubious celebrity, the teachers would be very upset. But Shi Che? He was handsome, had good grades, and decent character, making him a good role model. Thus the teacher sighed helplessly. Fine. Let's swap this class with tomorrow's physical education class. The students cheered. Long live the teacher. After the students left, the teacher secretly put on a mask and headed to class 1 of the 4th year. Yes, she was a fan of Shi Che. As time ticked by, Shi Che noticed the line was getting longer and longer. Looking towards the window, he saw that the queue had even stretched to the playground, with more and more people arriving. Shi Che's heart trembled 3 times. He could only comfort himself that even if the entire school combined, there were only over 3,000 students. He resolutely decided to hold out for a few more hours at most. Outside Tianming University, many Che fans were rushing over, most of them quite young. The head of security wore a serious expression, with 5 security guards stationed. He called for reinforcements, determined to keep all unauthorized individuals out of the school. Indeed, he was also a Che fan who had received the news in the group. However, differing paths meant they couldn't work together. Each for their own master, he could only apologize to the other group members. A young man used the wall for leverage and just scaled over. Easily. His smile hadn't even fully formed when he looked up to see the head of security watching him with crossed arms, his gaze a mix of amusement and scrutiny. Are you coming willingly, or do you want me to help you? The young man forced a smile. No need for your assistance. I can manage myself. He flipped back over the wall. There must be an insider in the group. The security response is too quick. The head of security commented, don't come over, don't come over. The school won't let anyone in. These guards are professionals and incredibly skilled. No one can get in. Is it you up there? You must be the undercover. No, I'm innocent. Those guards are really that skilled. I don't. The guards kept people out of the school. If Shi Che knew, he would probably be extremely grateful. It consumed. Finally, the signing and photo taking were done. Shi Che felt his hand had gone numb and his face was almost frozen in a smile. It was more exhausting than battling a fierce beast. After retrieving his ID from teacher Jiang, he intended to head back with Qin Mingho, only to find out he had been called away by the principal. Then he decided to wait. He couldn't go back to the classroom. He went to the empty sports equipment room, pulled out a lounge chair, and comfortably lay down. It was a pity he hadn't brought his beloved little backpack, otherwise lying down would have been even more comfortable. Drowsily, he fell asleep. When he woke up again, the light in the sports equipment room had turned extremely dim. Through the window, he could see a fiery red sunset, beautiful beyond words. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness to cover his eyes. Shi Che remained completely unflustered, lazily saying, Xiaoze, stop messing around. He didn't need spiritual perception. The moment Suze's hand touched him, he recognized him immediately. Suze smiled faintly, his eyes slightly curved, seemingly pleased that Shi Che recognized him right away. As a reward, he handed Shi Che a few green dates. Shi Che was feeling a bit thirsty. The crisp and sweet green dates brought satisfaction, causing Shi Che to squint his eyes contentedly. Shi Che asked, "What time is it now?" Suze replied, 6:31. Shi Che continued, "It's so late. When did you arrive, and how did you find me?" Suze replied, "Young master, I arrived just after you did." After reporting his name and receiving his ID, Suze left the school directly. He came here to find Shi Che. There were also people wanting his autograph and photos. However, he ignored them and went straight to Tianming University. Upon seeing Shi Che signing and taking photos, he chose not to disturb him. Instead, he temporarily played the role of a security guard, unable to stop those inside. But no one outside was allowed to enter. He then happened to see Shi Che come in. When he arrived, he found Shi Che already asleep and quietly waited beside him. In fact, even without seeing where Shi Che went, Suze could still find him. Their bond was like a thread of affection, unbreakable through lifetimes. He had already tied that thread of affection to Shi Che. No matter where Shi Che was, be it far or near, Suze could find him. Shi Che was surprised. "So you just waited here all afternoon doing nothing?" Suze's gaze darkened as he leaned closer. "Young master, do you want me to do something special? The equipment room is quite an intriguing place." Shi Che shot Suze a glance and pushed his face away. This person really had no shame at all thinking about such things. Before he clarified his own feelings, he had no desire to discuss such matters with Suze. He felt a liking for Suze, but it seemed their relationship hadn't yet ascended to the level of lovers. Moreover, they had only known each other for about 100 days. It was hard to comprehend how Suze's feelings could change. Thus, he directly shifted the topic. "What about Xiaohao?" Suze replied. He got impatient waiting and went back first. He was just giving the silly boy a hint. In truth, he had tricked the silly boy, as Shi Che had already gone home, sending him back. Shi Che didn't mind this small matter and tidied up the lounge chair. "Let's go. We're heading home." Suze squatted down, saying, "Young master, I'll carry you." Shi Che hesitated for a moment. Honestly, he had slept restlessly, dreaming of signing autographs with a stiff smile on his face. This made it hard for him to muster the energy to move. Suze seemed to notice this. Oh, was he really that attentive? Just as he was hesitating, Suze had already lifted him onto his back. Shi Che gave up struggling. After all, he had carried Suze before, and he really didn't want to move. He rested his head on Suze's shoulder, wrapping his arms around his neck. His body pressed against Suze's broad back, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Suze walked steadily, and Shi Che barely felt any swaying. They exited the equipment room. At this moment, the setting sun resembled blood. There was not a single shadow around. It felt as if only the two of them remained in the world. A gentle breeze rustled the trees lining the road, bringing a refreshing sensation. Shi Che felt a wave of tranquility in his heart, as if walking like this forever would be quite nice. Thus the setting sun faded, and the bright moon leaped onto the branches, casting cold white moonlight onto the ground. Shi Che watched as Suze passed the equipment room for the 15th time. It seemed they were going to continue walking, making circles. Shi Che finally couldn't hold back anymore, and jumped down, kicking Suze. Suze stumbled to the ground, looking innocent. "Young master, why did you hit me? I want something else." Shi Che coldly retorted, "Only a slap. Do you want it or not?" Suze replied, "That's not impossible." Shi Che realized that those who were shameless truly were invincible in the world. He turned to leave. After walking for a while, he noticed there were no footsteps behind him. Had Suze not followed? He wanted to look back to see if Suze was behind him. After hesitating for a moment, he spread his spiritual energy and found no one behind him. Shi Che panicked and turned around. He happened to see Suze right in front of him, but it was too late. A beam of bright white light shone down on the two. "Who's there?" the security captain shouted. Shi Che was startled and jumped up like a rabbit, pulling Suze. They left the scene at lightning speed. The security captain hurried forward, rubbing his eyes and shaking his flashlight, but found nothing. No one. What the hell? A cold wind blew, and the security captain recalled the 7 legends of the campus. He couldn't help but shiver and quickly left. Shi Che was extremely angry, and the consequences were severe. Suze hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. He gazed into Shi Che's eyes. With utmost sincerity, he said, "Young master is too handsome, the most